Plot introduction. The greatest fortune of my life was the year, the day, and the moment I encountered you. The greatest misfortune of my life is that I once caused you pain. Both my misfortunes and my fortunes are intertwined with you, just as my entire existence is bound to you. Would you be willing to forgive my misfortune, ye Fama? Chapter 001 A Night of Passion Room 5203, GK Oriental International Hotel. No matter how thick the curtains may be, they are unable to stave off the golden rays of the sun, flooding the room with brightness. On the expansive double bed, a young woman sleeps soundly, the pristine silk comforter having slipped away to reveal her exquisite upper body. Her porcelain skin bears faint traces of kisses, mingled with signs of passionate bites, that stand out starkly against her alabaster complexion. Anyone could discern what she experienced the night before. Particularly striking is the beautiful butterfly tattoo gracing her shoulder, brought to life with vibrant detail. When Warming awakens, she finds herself alone in the opulent presidential suite. Her long hair cascades down, concealing the ambiguous marks on her back. The allure that radiates from her, suspended between the innocence of youth and the sophistication of womanhood, captivates the heart. Her formerly pure visage now tinged with subtle seduction. The traces upon her body and the twinge between her legs leave her acutely aware that in her most beautiful years, she has surrendered herself to the man she loves the most, Feng Luqing, who has cherished and indulged her since the day they met. Last night was her 20th birthday, the most joyful celebration of her life. Where has brother Luqing gone? She glances around the room, but finds no sign of him. Fragments of last night's delightful yet hazy memories resurface, and her cheeks flush a deeper shade of rose. She adores Feng Luqing, and he dotes on her with utmost care, yet there is an unshakable sense of yearning within her. Their relationship resembles that of lovers, but not quite, lacking the fervor typically shared by romantic partners. She cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Those intimate moments from last night replay vividly in her mind, the forceful collision of bodies, the beads of sweat, the heavy breaths, his possessive embrace, all starkly contrasting with the gentle demeanor of Feng Luqing she knows so well. Warming recalls a friend's jest, that once a man sheds his clothing, he becomes a beast. Is brother Luqing the same? A slight smile graces her lips as she muses that brother Luqing remains exceptionally considerate, and had they awakened together, it might have felt awkward. Hastily gathering her scattered clothing, she retreats to the bathroom for a soothing bath. After her soak, feeling somewhat relieved, Warming dresses and, in a moment of daze, ponders that perhaps Feng Luqing has accepted her, that they might indeed share a lover's relationship now. It must be so. He had suggested she join him, and since they had spent the night together, they should now be considered lovers. A wave of happiness envelopes her, as she believes she is the happiest girl in the world at this moment. Yet, life is often unpredictable. Just when you are enveloped in bliss, it delivers a crushing blow. Her phone emits a sharp ring. She had set it to turn on automatically after a night spent searching for him when she had switched it off. Now, as it powers on, she flips it open to find a call from Luqing, her face flushing. Brother Luqing, you. Warming, you have truly disappointed me. Feng Luqing's voice is cold and hard, slicing through her joy, embarrassment, and naive affection like ice water, leaving naught in its wake. Her mind goes blank as she struggles to comprehend his words. Disappointed? What could he possibly be disappointed about? Could it be that he resents her for not knowing how to please him? She is well aware he has been with other women before her. She herself is a novice. Foolish Warming, what are you thinking? If you have devoted your precious first time with such sincerity, only to be met with the accusation of profound disappointment, what is left to mourn? Have you truly degraded to such a level? Her heart aches, feeling as though it cannot breathe, yet she manages to respond with a semblance of calm. Brother Luqing, what are you talking about? Last night, it was you who proposed that we be together and agreed to come to the hotel. I waited for you all night. Did you know that? Warming, do you think of me as a fool? Feng Luqing's voice trembles with rage. Warming feels as if struck by lightning. He waited for her all night? Then who was the man with her last night?
Chapter 002. The wrong room. When Wan felt an overwhelming chill envelop her as she awakened, having transitioned from a girl into a woman, she believed that she had bestowed herself entirely upon the man she cherished most on what she thought was her most beautiful and significant day. In that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. However, Fong Liuqing's words shattered her bliss, and she could distinctly hear the sound of something collapsing within her heart. What was it? She was uncertain, biting down hard on her lower lip. Liuqing Guyu. She could not comprehend his words. Why had Fong Liuqing's voice turned so cold and alien? Why did she not understand a single word he uttered? A vague sense of foreboding settled over her. What did you say? Her voice trembled, laced with fear. The man on the other end of the line seemed a devil, an unfamiliar demon, not her gentle Liuqing Gu. He hung up, leaving Wenwan frozen and cold. A gust of wind swept through the doorway, penetrating her to the core. Her complexion turned as pale as paper. Something terrible must have transpired. Hurriedly, she rose. But in her haste, the pain in her legs flared up, forcing her to brace herself against the bed. A glimpse of crimson caught her eye, and her face paled further. The perfect scarlet mark she had once found beautiful now felt ironic and embarrassing. Memories of the previous night surfaced. She could not see his face clearly, yet the pleasure and recollections he had evoked were indelible. Clutching her chest, she wondered, who was he? Why was it someone else? Not Fong Liuqing, but at that moment, she had no time for contemplation. She quickly gathered her belongings and rushed out. Upon glancing at the room number, her breath hitched in shock. 5203. Fong Liuqing had reserved room 5208. Had she mistakenly entered the wrong room in her daze? Wenwan felt tears welling up, gritting her teeth as she fled in panic. Oh my! The boldest thing she had ever done was meeting Fong Liuqing at the hotel. Yet the foolishest was misreading the room number. Cursed alcohol. Just as she stepped into the elevator, the doors opened on the 52nd floor, revealing a striking man clad in a tailored Armani suit. He retrieved his room card and entered 5203, finding the bed unoccupied. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. Chapter 003. The ruin of the Wen family. When Papa had only managed to say, Wan, be cautious of Fong Liuqing. Wenwan screamed as she watched the police car take her father away. Outside the Wen family residence, a throng of people stood gossiping. It felt as if all strength had been drained from her. Her father had been taken away, leaving behind a chilling warning. Be cautious of Fong Liuqing. What did that mean? Why had her father been apprehended? She was utterly bewildered, suddenly remembering her mother and younger sister. Clenching her teeth, she dried her tears and dashed into the house. Inside, chaos reigned. 2 uncles, several cousins, her maternal uncle, and a cousin were all gathered in the hall, when Mama sat weeping on the sofa, while Wen Jing, her sister, consoled her with red-rimmed eyes. Mama, Xiao Jing. Just then, when Mama abruptly raised her head, her eyes bloodshot and her expression turning monstrous as she lunged at Wenwan, striking her across the face. The sting of the slap left a mark on her fair cheek, and the pain nearly toppled her. Mama, what are you doing? This has nothing to do with my sister. The 15-year-old Wen Jing sprang up, grasping their mother to prevent her from striking Wenwan again. Wenwan's mind was blank. The expressions on the faces of her uncle, cousins, and maternal uncle were filled with animosity, gazing at her as if she were their enemy. The weight of their judgment pierced her heart, leaving her feeling utterly desolate. Wenwan, how could you be so shameless, colluding with Fong Liuqing to put your uncle in prison? What are your intentions? Her eldest cousin, Wen Xioli, spat. Humph, you were out all night last night, weren't you? You were cavorting with Fong Liuqing. Are you even worthy of your uncle? Her second cousin, Wen Meili, accused. Sister-in-law, how can you keep such a daughter? If it weren't for her affection for Fong Liuqing, causing your elder brother's information to be leaked to him, would the Wen family have fallen so low? Her second uncle shouted in fury. Wenwan smiled, a radiant smile that sent chills down the spines of those around her. She was the kind of woman who, despite being driven to despair, could still smile brilliantly. That smile seemed as if it had never left her face. Wen Jing enveloped her in an embrace, saying, Sister, this isn't your fault. Don't pay attention to their nonsense. Wen Jing then pointed at the door, commanding, Get out, leave my house. The Wen family held a modest reputation in a city. They were not part of the upper echelons of society, but were comfortably well off. When Papa had risen from humble beginnings as a contractor to the chairman of a construction company, Wen family construction company, which was notable in the industry, Fong Liuqing had undermined the company, reporting Wen Papa for bribery and commercial crimes, leading to his detention by the police. In recent months, a sprawling family smuggling case had ensnared numerous officials and business people. And when Papa could not fathom being implicated in such a significant economic scandal. Once he was arrested, the company he had built crumbled as Fong Luqing seized control, plunging the Wen family into debt exceeding millions. Their villa would soon be sealed and auctioned, and all the assets under the Wen family name would be confiscated. Fong Luqing entered the Wen household, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Dressed in a white suit that accentuated his athletic physique and chiseled features, he exuded an air of cold authority. Upon entering, he commanded immediate attention. When Wan's heart turned to ice, the gentleness and kindness she had experienced over the years had all been a facade. In a frenzy, when Mama charged at him to strike, only to be pushed aside by his bodyguard. When Wan and when Jing rushed to support her. "You ungrateful wretch, how could you repay kindness with malice?" When Mama shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at him, Fong Luqing smirked derisively. When Wan kept her head bowed until she suddenly lifted it and asked, "Fong Luqing." Why, the way she addressed him caught him off guard. But he soon returned to his icy demeanor, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "Why, I want you and your family to experience the taste of utter ruin." Over a decade ago, the Fong family had been a small construction company. When Papa acquired the Fong family, driving its owners to their demise, leaving the young Fong Luqing to grow up in an orphanage, when Papa, upon learning of Fong Liuqing's existence, took pity and adopted him, raising him alongside Wen Wan, eventually bringing him into his company, only to see him orchestrate the downfall of the Wen family. At that moment, Wen Wan realized that Fong Luqing had already achieved great success, amassing his own empire, and had only infiltrated the Wen family to destroy them. It was a perfectly executed plan. Wan, thank you. Fong Liuqing's voice stripped with malice, tinged with a sense of vindictive pleasure. When Wan straightened her back, revealing a sweet smile while gritting her teeth, she declared, "Fong Luqing, what goes around comes around. You too shall find yourself in dire straits one day. I await that moment." He seemed to perceive a dazzling brilliance emanating from her. It was rare to see this woman, who had always pursued him, exhibit such fierce determination. Fong Liuqing's gaze darkened slightly. In her youth, she had fallen for a refined and elegant man. Consumed by her youthful passion and impulsiveness, she had pursued him fervently, declaring atop the tallest building in a city that she would marry him one day. Yesterday had been her birthday. He had asked her what gift she wanted. And shyly, she proposed a relationship. Fong Luqing had smiled and instructed her to await him in the presidential suite at the GK Oriental Hotel. Initially, she had contemplated refusing, when Wan was a woman of integrity. Yet under the encouragement of her friends and having consumed considerable alcohol, she had agreed and found herself at GK Oriental International on the 52nd floor. Yet now, she was profoundly grateful to that mysterious man from last night. Had it been Fong Luqing, what would remain of her? Fong Liuqing's dark eyes shimmered as he stood in shadow, his expression obscured. All she could hear was his chilling laughter when Wan admitted, "You love me. You have lost, utterly and completely." Once a carefree princess, when Wan had been transformed into a Cinderella by Fong Liuqing's actions, the Wen family had been obliterated. The company was devoured by Fong Luqing, and the upper echelons of the Wen family were expelled from Wen Corporation. Her uncles unleashed their fury upon them, indifferent to the plight of the three women, watching as they fell into destitution without offering assistance. Even her maternal uncle's family looked on with cold indifference. The abundance of those who add to one's fortune was far greater than those who offer help in times of need. In a mere 2 days, when Wan had experienced the bitter realities of human nature, her head throbbed. She was still a second-year student, while when Jing was in middle school, their mother, having been a homemaker for years, found all their savings frozen by the bank, leaving them destitute. In desperation, when Mama sold her jewelry at a pittance, spending every last cent on legal fees, determined to hire the best lawyer to defend Wen Papa. Hoping for their family to be reunited soon, with all their funds allocated to legal expenses, the three women had no means to rent an apartment, surviving on nothing but dry bread for their meals. Each night, they sat by the river, gazing vacantly at the nightscape as tourists stared in bewilderment at the sight of them, when Wan could never have envisioned that she would fall to such depths. Yet, it seemed that even more tragic events loomed on the horizon, that on a day when they met with the lawyer regarding her father's case, Fong Luqing strolled in, when Mama was furious, when Wan was numb, and when Jing was icy. The lawyer subtly shook his head, signaling them to avoid provoking him. Fong Luqing now stood as the chairman of the Fong Corporation, a rapidly ascending conglomerate involved in construction, entertainment, and aviation. He was now a prominent young figure in a city, second only to Yi Feima, the president of Anning International Group. With power and influence, they were not someone the average citizen could confront. "I heard that you three have been sleeping on the streets for 2 days," Fong Luqing inquired, his gaze penetrating. "It's none of your concern, Wen. Let us discuss a deal. Become my mistress, and I will guarantee your lifelong comfort. Your mother and sister will receive the best care," Fong Luqing proposed. Wenwan nearly fainted from anger, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Wenwan's nails almost pierced her palm, her body trembling with intense fury. Yet she managed a sweet smile and declared, "Fong Luqing, I would rather be with a stranger than let you touch me." Fong Luqing's eyes narrowed coldly. Upon hearing her mention a stranger, a surge of rage welled up within him. As if something had pricked his heart, he let out a chilling laugh, unfeeling and ruthless. "Wenwan, you will beg me to be with you, I swear." Chapter 004. The citywide sensation of the advertisement. Wenwan borrowed a sum of money from her friend Tang Mandong to temporarily settle her mother and sister Wenjing. With the three of them renting a small apartment, as the eldest, she felt the weight of family responsibilities upon her shoulders. Fortunately, it was summer vacation, and she didn't have to attend school. She gently stroked Wenjing's head and softly promised, "Xiao Jing, before school starts, I will definitely gather your tuition." Wenjing stubbornly bit her lip, remaining silent as Wenwan left. Unfazed, Wenwan planned to seek out some modeling opportunities and participate in small theatrical performances, anything that could earn her money. Tang Mandong had already lent her a substantial amount, and the rest would have to come from her own efforts. After several days of searching for companies to interview with, she aimed to secure modeling gigs. Most of the agencies she approached were small, but she had a few acquaintances who had recommended her. Wenwan was tall and graceful, with an innocent face that could easily adapt to different styles. She could embody allure or purity at will. Initially, negotiations went smoothly, with several contracts nearly finalized, but ultimately, they all fell through. Wenwan was not naive. She sensed that someone was obstructing her efforts. Apart from Fong Luqing, she couldn't think of anyone else. After a morning of setbacks, she sat despondently outside a plaza, eating the cheapest bread to stave off hunger. Old friends had called one by one, but aside from Mandong, no one could assist her. Even those who wished to help were no match for Fong Luqing's interference. Though her heart ached, she maintained her smile. Wenwan was an optimistic and resilient girl, and her smile mirrored her name perfectly. In a brief advertisement lasting mere seconds, the focus was on women in varying states of undress, accompanied by elegant music. Eventually, for bottles of the Butterfly series perfume graced the screen, with the sole line being, "5203, I love you, come find me." This was a beautifully crafted perfume commercial. The 5203 was part of the Tranquil Butterfly series for women, with the imagery of a butterfly resting on a woman's shoulder. Such a line was undeniably enticing, beckoning women to seek out the fragrance. It was exceedingly sentimental, and without a doubt, an exceptionally creative advertisement. However, Wenwan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The woman featured was unmistakably her. This was an advertisement, yet it unexpectedly included an introduction. "This is a commercial personally designed and filmed by Yi Feima, the president of Anning International Group, for the newly launched Butterfly 5203 series perfume, Miss. Do you remember 5203? Perhaps others had no idea what that line implied, but for Wenwan, it was like a thunderclap. The person from that night was Yi Feima? What a beautiful scene. That line is so moving, one woman whispered. What does the woman in the advertisement have to do with this? Who shoots a perfume commercial like that? Such comments left Wenwan's mind blank as she ghosted towards the bus station. Chapter 005. Yi Feima 1. In the lobby of the Anning International Building, Wenwan sat anxiously, having spent the entire afternoon there. Her face was pale from tension, and fury simmered within her. Yi Feima had exposed her to the entire city in such a manner. What did he intend to achieve? He had violated her rights without her consent, and it was utterly outrageous, that line. "Do you remember 5203? Come find me," was clearly an invitation from Yi Feima for her to approach him, or else what would the consequences be? She dared not contemplate that it was utterly excessive to create such a sensation throughout the city to find her. The thought of the uproar caused by the advertisement filled her with shame and anger. Even passers-by could discern the implications behind the filming, a double entendre that she was well aware of. Outside, the rain began to pour, mirroring her tumultuous emotions. As work hours ended, most of the building's occupants had left, when Juan thought perhaps he had taken a private elevator from the parking lot. She didn't wish to confront him, but the receptionist downstairs had informed her that an appointment was required to meet the president, her disdainful gaze making her reluctant to subject herself to further humiliation. As night fell, the rain fell in torrents. She worried for her mother and Xiao Jing, and without a second thought, dashed into the downpour. In her haste, she failed to notice an oncoming vehicle, leaving her frozen in shock. The man behind the wheel caught a glimpse of her face illuminated by the headlights, and an unusual glimmer crossed his usually cold eyes. His hand tightened around the steering wheel, veins bulging. And a mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips, when Juan, startled yet unharmed, felt a flicker of anger. It was clearly a green light. Did he not even bother to observe the traffic signals? Being a clever woman, she recognized the sleek new Lamborghini and dared not raise any issues about traffic rules. In this day and age, wealth dictated the rules. She turned to leave, fearing being wrongly accused. The low-key yet imposing Lamborghini halted beside her, and the man rolled down the window, his chilling voice cutting through the rain like ice. Get in, Chapter 006, Ye Fama, 2, when Juan turned to look at him. Feeling an unsettling familiarity in his perfect profile under the dim light. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't know you. Drenched in rain, when Juan appeared somewhat disheveled, the man turned his face towards her, and her complexion paled to an almost ghostly hue. Under her startled gaze, he coldly uttered 3 words, Ye Fama, until she got into the car, when Juan remained in a state of shock, struggling to process her astonishment. He was indeed Ye Fama? He exuded a blend of elegance, dominance, and aloofness, an amalgamation of power and refinement, languor and indifference. Ye Fama, president of Anning International, was the most eligible bachelor in City. Rumors suggested that he was ruthless and operated with an iron fist. It was said that he was charming and flirtatious, with women flocking to him like clothing. Many starlets under the Anning International group had reportedly been his conquests. Whispers claimed that international superstar Yi Yen had a particularly close relationship with him, suggesting he was open to both men and women. When Juan had only begun to connect the dots regarding Yi Fama after seeing that advertisement, piecing together gossip from classmates and entertainment tabloids. Did he recognize her? The ride was silent. When Juan, drenched and disheveled, felt dwarfed by Yi Fama's overwhelming presence, despite her usual courage, she found herself somewhat restrained by his aura. Memories of that night were hazy, and she hadn't clearly seen his face, yet the shameful actions and sensations were vividly replaying in her mind, causing her cheeks to burn. Yi Fama remained stoic, his deep-set eyes revealing no emotions as he drove her to an upscale apartment complex in the prestigious city. Chapter 007. Being his woman on the 45th floor of a mixed-use apartment, the decor exuded elegance, soft carpets, beige sofas, beautiful crystal chandeliers, and vintage furniture all radiated a refined ambience, yet it was difficult to reconcile this warmth with Yi Fama's cold demeanor. When Juan glanced around, unable to find any semblance of warmth in Yi Fama's character, which she perceived as cold, silent, and unyielding, he tossed her a bathrobe and instructed, "Clean yourself up. I have something to discuss with you." "Mr. Yi, I will tidy myself up," she replied, her voice strained yet resolute. Yi Fama spoke each word deliberately, his demeanor icy, suppressing her irritation, when Juan closed the bathroom door and clenched her fists in frustration. "Damn it, you cold-hearted jerk. I'm the one who lost my innocence, yet he acts so self-righteous." With Yi Fama's notorious reputation for womanizing, she chastised herself for being so naive. "Well, I've already lost my purity, so there's no reason to be coy. He probably wouldn't even look my way." After hastily changing out of her wet clothes, including her undergarments, she quickly washed them and tossed them into the dryer. The bathrobe was oversized, enveloping her snugly. Feeling somewhat secure, she finally opened the bathroom door, yet, upon stepping out, she realized she was wearing nothing beneath the robe, adding to her embarrassment. Yi Fama had loosened his tie, unbuttoned 3 of his shirt buttons, revealing a sculpted chest, his sleeves rolled up, projecting a wild and untamed allure, exuding an air of danger. It seemed unfair that he possessed such striking looks, an esteemed background, and a magnetic presence, all while being perfectly fit. Truly, how could any man compete with that? Mr. Yi, I would like to ask you to make me your woman, when Juan began, but before she could finish, Yi Feima interrupted, his voice firm and commanding, his gaze piercing. Chapter 008. Being his woman, too, her heart sank at his words, leaving her utterly stunned. What did he say? To be his woman? It must be a misunderstanding. A figment of her imagination. She tried to comfort herself, but when she looked up, his unwavering gaze remained fixed on her. When Juan was at a loss, why would someone she had only met once propose such an audacious request? She was not a breathtaking beauty, and certainly didn't harbor any delusions that a man like Yi Feima would fall for her at first sight. There had to be a mistake. But she couldn't discern what it was. I will only accept your affirmation. All other responses shall be disregarded. Yi Feima gazed at her, his tone more domineering than ever, declaring, You must fall in love with me. When Yuanyuan, filled with indignation, felt her eyes blaze with fury, she detested being addressed in such an imperious manner. Why should she be compelled to love him? Was he some sort of idol like Takashi Kaneshiro or Andy Lau? Was he a charmer or a currency? Why on earth should she be obligated to become his woman? Overwhelmed by anger, she managed a mocking smile, sweet yet laced with sarcasm. Silence enveloped them, realizing her own excessive agitation. When Yuanyuan lowered her head to reflect, she ought to adopt a gentler demeanor. This man exuded an aura of danger, as if he could effortlessly extinguish her life with a mere flick of his finger. How could she risk provoking him, knowing he might resort to violence? A sense of unease began to creep over her. Meanwhile, Yi Feima remained silent, his unwavering gaze fixed upon her, creating an unsettling illusion that his stare was consuming her. A silent scream echoed within her. This man was truly terrifying. Just as she contemplated escaping, Yi Feima broke the silence. Don't you think I am more handsome than Takashi Kaneshiro, and possess more charisma than Andy Lau? Your taste in aesthetics clearly needs refinement. When Yuanyuan felt her cheeks twitch in disbelief. How could one be so narcissistic? She was at a loss for words. He continued, As for money, how much do you want? I can provide it without question. Is there anything else? Chapter 009. Passionate Ambiguity 1. When Yuanyuan found herself in tears, she had always prided herself on her intelligence, yet in this moment, a profound realization dawned upon her. Her intellect was clearly not on par with Yi Feima's. Their exchanges were akin to a chicken conversing with a duck. They spoke different languages. Was she simply foolish, or was he utterly deranged? She pondered this question seriously. Do you believe we are discussing the same matter? When Yuanyuan attempted to engage him in a calm conversation, convinced of her own composure, though uncertain about his, he appeared to look at her with a fiery intensity, as if he were intent on devouring her whole. A sense of crisis began to settle within her. Don't you think so? In just a few exchanges, she had come to a conclusion. Yi Feima was exceptionally assertive, cunning, perverse, and intelligent. This was her first assessment of him outside of the bedroom. And many years later, this observation would be profoundly validated. By the way, what is your name? When Yuanyuan pondered the absurdity of a man who, after sharing a bed with a woman, would then demand she become his. Before casually inquiring, my dear, what is your name? Had she ever encountered such a creature? Yi Feima was undoubtedly the first of his kind. When Yuanyuan felt a sudden surge of emotion as Yi Feima effortlessly drew her into his embrace. His long arm encircling her, with a swift motion, he pressed her down onto the sofa, capturing her lips with fervor. His scorching kiss invaded her mouth, claiming every inch of her skin, caught off guard. She found herself overwhelmed, her defenses crumbling as she lay beneath him, clad only in his robe, which he swiftly loosened. A wave of heat washed over her, and memories of that night flooded back. Blurring the line between clarity and confusion, her rationality melted away as his touch ignited her skin, leaving her trembling and flushed. The last time she had been intoxicated, lost in a haze, but now she was acutely aware. Every sensation honing in on his fiery lips and tongue, while a torrent of warmth coalesced in her abdomen. Chapter 010. Passionate Ambiguity 2. Yi Feima scrutinized her face, his gaze penetrating as he recognized the innocence that cloaked her in a veil of youthful allure. He understood that she was as unblemished as a blank canvas. The naivety of that night, coupled with the resistance he felt upon entering her, made it abundantly clear that she was untouched. He was her first man. While Yi Fei-ma was no stranger to the delicate art of seduction, he preferred women who were more worldly and experienced, rather than those who were entirely oblivious to the nuances of pleasure. However, upon learning that this was her first encounter, his intention to tease her transformed into a cascade of tender affection. Nonetheless, he ultimately lost control. The term loss of control was one he despised, ever since that incident. He had grown averse to such emotions. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she had called out another man's name in the throes of passion, and the thought of her uttering another's name while in his bed incited a primal urge to torment her further. For years, women had come and gone, yet she was the first to ignite his interest in such a manner. His hands explored her body, delving deeper as he sought to uncover her secrets. When Nuanyuan gasped, biting her lip in shock, momentarily coming to her senses, she had come to confront him about using her as a mere advertisement, yet here she was, entangled in a far different scenario. As she curled up, attempting to evade him, he seized her waist with a force that only intensified her panic. Unbeknownst to her, this look of distress only fueled his desire to ravage her further. "No," she cried as his hand ventured lower, prompting her to grab a nearby ashtray and hurl it at him. Why, Yi Fei-ma twisted her wrist with ease, causing her to wince in pain as the ashtray clattered to the carpet. His fiery gaze bore into her, and as she felt the weight of her vulnerability, she was overtaken by a mix of shame and anger. "Let me go, you bastard!" He regarded her coldly, his demeanor suggesting an intent to overpower her. Infuriated, her eyes glistened with tears as he suddenly released his grip on her wrist, leaning down to kiss her lips with a tenderness that only heightened her trepidation. Never had she encountered a man so simultaneously aggressive. Unpredictable and unstable. "Call my name," he commanded, his voice laced with an almost hypnotic allure, resonating in her ear. When Nuanyuan shuddered as he nibbled on her earlobe, her body trembling in response. "Say my name," he insisted. Chapter 011. Passionate Ambiguity 3. When Nuanyuan was a woman who understood the gravity of the situation, she knew that refusing his demands would likely lead to dire consequences. Thus, she complied, her mind racing as she struggled to recall his name. "What is your name again?" Yes, Yi Fei-ma. Why, Yi Fei-ma," he corrected, his voice low and sultry. As she found herself ensnared in his embrace, she was close enough to bite into his shoulder, a primal urge to reclaim some semblance of power surging within her. Yet, a wise woman does not engage in a battle of wits with a deranged man. She held her tongue. The circumstances were decidedly not in her favor. His name was melodious, his appearance striking. But his temperament was abysmal, a testament to the failures of the Yi family's upbringing. "Lower your voice," he commanded, his tone a mere whisper. "Fei-ma," she acquiesced, lowering her voice. "Even softer," he insisted. "Fei-ma," she replied, her voice barely a whisper. "More gentle," he urged. "Fei-ma," she breathed, suddenly aware of the seductive quality of her voice. "Oh, God, save me." When Nuanyuan felt a wave of despair wash over her, being held so intimately, calling out his name in such a sultry manner, truly felt like a descent into madness. "Why, Yi Fei-ma, you must be deranged. Yi Fei-ma, you must have a psychological disorder," she lamented, tears brimming in her eyes. "Call my name again," he urged. "Fei-ma." When Nuanyuan resolved that if he dared to ask her again, she would rebel. Women were not meant to be trifled with, and they too could rise in revolt. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she was toppled over, his fervent lips claiming her sweetness with an insatiable hunger. When Nuanyuan was momentarily rendered speechless, lost in a whirlwind of sensation as his kiss grew desperate and fierce, tearing apart the fragile remnants of her rationality, her mind spiraled into oblivion, overwhelmed by the intensity of his desire. Suddenly, he bit her breast, just enough to elicit pain, causing her to tear up instantly. "A violent man, indeed, damn it, your entire family must be violent." Chapter 012. Whom is he watching? That pain ignited a flicker of awareness within when Nuanyuan, urging her to confront the dire reality of her situation. Why was she lying completely naked beneath a man she had only met once, who was now brazenly touching her, and this man was particularly aggressive? Anger surged within her as she seized the opportunity to retaliate. Yi Fei-ma's lips trailed from her neck to her chest. Lost in the throes of passion, she thrust her knee upward, colliding with the heat between his legs. Yi Fei-ma let out a muffled groan. "Shit," He covered himself, his usually impassive eyes now sparking with intensity, causing Wen Yuanyuan to freeze in place, momentarily forgetting her own vulnerability. Yi Feima's commanding aura was overwhelming. She felt utterly outmatched, desperate to reclaim her robe and shield her nakedness, when Yuanyuan reached for it, but Yi Feima yanked her back, and they tumbled onto the carpet together. His strength asserting dominance over her limbs. Fuming, she contemplated launching a headbutt akin to Beckham's, yet quickly dismissed the thought, realizing his skull was likely harder than her own, and the result would be a bloody disaster. Yi Feima, I will report you for assault, she shouted, losing her composure, only to regret her words the moment they escaped her lips. Unattempted, Yi Feima corrected her, his expression devoid of emotion. You cannot bring me down. Any legal fees will simply end up in my pocket. When Yuanyuan, can you be any more brazen? Trapped in such an intimate position, exposed and vulnerable, while he remained fully clothed, the disparity in their situations only magnified her sense of helplessness, making her feel like Little Red Riding Hood at the mercy of the big bad wolf. As she beheld Yi Feima, impeccably dressed, a single phrase materialized in her mind, a well-dressed beast. She delivered a particularly forceful kick, fierce and unrelenting, a classic maneuver from the self-defense techniques against wolves. He let out a pained groan, yet why did he still rush toward her with such fervor? Could it be that his little brother possessed an extraordinary ability to recover? When Nuan was momentarily stunned by her own whimsical thoughts, "Don't move," he commanded in a low voice. Yet, how could Wen Nuan heed him? She struggled even more intensely. Her position was undeniably indecorous, and she had never been so audacious before. This was a far cry from that night. Why, Yi Feima's gaze darkened incrementally. It seems you truly wish to entice me. In an instant, when Nuan froze, her body stiffening like a lifeless fish. Very good. Yi Feima seemed satisfied, yet his eyes remained fixed on her, as if searching for something on her face, reminiscing over something. His hand gently caressed her cheek, sending an inexplicable shiver through Wen Nuan. Definitely fear. The atmosphere was thick with ambiguity. He carried a faint scent of magnolia, an unknown fragrance that was cool and suited him well. Lingering at her nostrils, his hand brushed against her face, and amidst her trembling, there was an unusual sensation. Who was he looking through her to see? Yi Feima was undoubtedly cold and ruthless. But at that moment, a subtle warmth gradually spread across his icy gaze, a gentleness potent enough to drown one, focused and fervent, as if she were his treasure. Who was he truly gazing at? Wen Nuan was self-aware enough to know it could not possibly be her. Chapter 013, I Sell Smiles. Not my body, Mr. Yi, Wen Nuan called softly, breaking the silence that enveloped Yi Feima. The warmth in his eyes faded gradually, reverting to sheer coldness. Absolute coldness, merciless and intimidating. Why, Yi Feima leaned down and gently kissed her lips. His kiss was intoxicatingly tender, devoid of brutality, leaving her with an illusion of being cherished. Soon, his lips parted from hers as he rose, sitting on the carpet, leaning back against the sofa. Wen Nuan was momentarily stunned, quickly sitting up and wrapping her towel around herself. The atmosphere was deathly silent. Yi Feima closed his eyes, weary against the sofa. An unshakable gloom and loneliness etched between his brows, particularly pronounced at night, as if he had been abandoned by someone. When Nuan chuckled softly. He hailed from a prestigious family, blessed with talent, looks, and wealth. He possessed everything that worldly men had, and even things that they did not, save for that dreadful personality. He was, in essence, perfect. How could someone like him ever be abandoned? Be my woman, Yi Feima reiterated, opening his eyes and gazing intently at her. When Nuan found herself startled by the brilliance of his eyes, quickly averting her gaze and bowing her head. A flicker of anger ignited within her. Was he treating her as someone as substitute? I sell smiles, not my body, when Nuan replied with a cool smile, a rather frigid jest. What kind of prince would a Cinderella like her dare to expect? Princes existed solely in fairy tales, yet even as a Cinderella, she possessed her own dignity. The absurdity and chaos of the entertainment industry were beyond Wen Nuan's imagination, yet she never anticipated that one day she would also be subjected to unspoken rules. That pig-headed man even wanted a three-way, to which Wen Nuan coldly retorted, I sell smiles, not my body, before storming out. As a result, her senior sister secured that role. The film received an overwhelmingly positive response. And her senior sister's career flourished. Now a rising star, she lost one opportunity, but held no regrets. Chapter 014. Proactively offering oneself. I sell smiles, and I also buy. Make your offer. Why, Famo's voice, as cold as the moon, rang in her ears, causing Wenwan to startle and look up at him. His gaze was inscrutable, intense and compelling. His shirt, having lost several buttons during their struggle, revealed a well-toned chest. And as he tilted his head, the flickering light cast a wild charm upon him. Wenwan was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing as the cold wind swept through, making her shiver and snapping her back to reality. She hastily rose and dashed toward the bathroom. Leaning against the door, her heart thundered. Being looked at by Mo would make anyone nervous. She once thought Fong Lucheng exuded an imperial aura. But after encountering Mo, she truly understood what an emperor's presence meant. No gestures were needed. A single glance could leave one breathless. Good heavens, who would dare to challenge their limits and fancy such a man? That would surely lead to a premature demise. Wenwan took a moment to calm her racing heart, admonishing herself to remain composed. There was nothing to be anxious about. The clothes in the dryer had finished drying, and she hurriedly changed into her own attire. When she emerged, Mo stood by the window, gazing out at the city's lights. From the 45th floor, the view of the illuminated city was nothing short of spectacular. Yet coldly desolate, his sleeves rolled up, his silhouette exuded a sense of profound loneliness. Had she not witnessed his power and eccentricity, her maternal instincts might have prevailed. "Mr. Yi, I must take my leave." When Wan felt it necessary to bid him farewell, Mo turned to face her, his gaze now sharp and devoid of the earlier warmth, replaced by a chilling intensity. When Wan bravely met his gaze, and a mocking smile flickered across Mo's lips as he approached her. She couldn't help but retreat, yet he moved closer, his movements exuding an elegance that evoked a notion in Wenwan, ascetic temptation. However, on second thought, this man was the embodiment of indulgence. His contradictory aura was starkly pronounced. Always oscillating between extremes, he slipped a business card into her pocket. "You cannot escape. When you come to me again, I want to be as accommodating." Good heavens, was this man jesting? Was he truly so agreeable now? If this was what being agreeable meant, what constituted being difficult, it seemed he discerned her thoughts, his icy gaze sweeping over her, meaningfully stating, "You will soon find out." A shiver ran down Wenwan's spine as Mo cupped her face, a gentle kiss landing on her brow. "Your eyes are quite beautiful." Wenwan dared not linger any longer and bolted for the door. Watching her flustered retreat, Mo's lips curled into a strange, cold smile, his expression eerily enigmatic in the dim light. Chapter 015. If life were only as it was at first sight. When Wan's 20 years of innocent world crumbled in an instant. She had harbored feelings for Fong Lucheng for so many years, their childhood friendship. The closest they had come was a gentle kiss on her forehead. How unlike Mo, who seized and took without restraint. Oh right, the advertisement, that damned advertisement. Wasn't she supposed to confront him about that night? Even if not for that, she should question him about the advertisement. When had he filmed that video? Could it have been while she was asleep? How utterly perverse. The degree of his perversion had risen another notch in Wenwan's mind. Little sister, Wenwan was still in a daze, floating through a disembodied state. Why was she being addressed as little sister by someone who appeared even younger than herself? Exiting her apartment building, she was taken aback to find Fong Liucheng's car parked downstairs, a black Rolls-Royce, exuding an air of luxury. This man carried himself with elegance even while smoking, his posture captivating. The ground at his feet was littered with cigarette butts, revealing that he had been waiting there for quite some time. Under the night sky, surrounded by swirling smoke, he tilted his head slightly. Gazing up at the dim light from her apartment, from her vantage point, she caught a glimpse of his perfect profile. Fong Lucheng had the allure to enchant any girl, elegant, cool, with a hint of mischief. Following his gaze, when Wan realized he was staring at her rented apartment, something constricted in her heart, as she believed she had safeguarded it well, yet it ached in an instant. The heart that loved him still felt that familiar pang. She had given him her first and most beautiful love, and her most radiant years. All her laughter and bittersweet moments were dedicated to him. If only life could remain as it was upon first meeting, how wonderful that would be. Chapter 016. When he became her lover Fong Lucheng, if you could not love me from the very beginning, why grant me so many years of dreams only to shatter them in an instant? He had noticed her, his gaze deep and inscrutable against the light. When Wan's heart sank, she chose to ignore his presence and attempted to ascend the stairs, only to have her arm firmly grasped by Fong Lucheng. When Wan let go, when Wan's body trembled as she shook off his grip, still unable to face Fong Lucheng normally. This shabby place cannot accommodate a grand figure like you. What do you think of my suggestion? When Wan scoffed, to be your mistress? Do you have a better option? Fong Lucheng, you truly are laughable. When I loved you, you turned me away. Now, you've caused my father to be imprisoned, leaving my mother and me to wander the streets. And yet you present yourself as some benevolent benefactor. How disgusting. Do you truly believe Fong Lucheng has fallen for me? Fallen for you? Fong Lucheng mocked, a cruel smile curling his lips, his cold demeanor more ruthless than ever. You were not worthy, though she understood his sentiment and his coldness. When Wan was still wounded by his words, yet she wore a smile on her face, having lost everything to Fong Lucheng. She could not afford to lose her dignity as well. Fong Lucheng, you certainly have unique taste, seeking to bed a woman unworthy of you. Why not try a dog instead? A sardonic smile graced Wen Wan's lips as she turned to leave. Not wishing to exchange another word with him, Fong Lucheng's anger flared. Wen Wan had always been gentle and amiable, like a fresh lily. However, after her 20th birthday, her world had turned upside down, and she seemed to have sprouted thorns. Such venomous words would never have escaped her lips in the past. Wen Wan, you have no choice, unless you wish to see your father spend the rest of his life in prison. Wen Wan's breath hitched, anger rising within her as she raised her hand to strike him. Fong Lucheng held her hand tightly, and Wen Wan struggled in vain, fury evident in her eyes. Fong Lucheng's icy voice echoed. Wen Wan, you should remain a bit more tender. It's rather endearing. Let go of my sister. Wen Jing rushed forward, brandishing a long wooden stick, heedless of the consequences, as she swung it at Fong Lucheng. Wen Wan was taken aback, and Fong Lucheng released her. Deftly dodging the strike, with a stern countenance, Wen Jing lifted the stick, pulling Wen Wan back protectively, much like a hen shielding her chicks. Get lost. This younger sister, though often silent, possessed a fierce resolve. Chapter 017. The resilient Wen Wan, I await your plea, Fong Lucheng declared, before turning on his heel and departing in his car, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. Wen Wan, wearied and finally able to exhale, pondered the source of her exhaustion. It was as if she couldn't even catch her breath. In a single day, the turmoil caused by Yi Fimu and Fong Lucheng had left her utterly drained. Sister, are you all right? Wen Wan shook her head, gently ruffling her sister's hair. Where's Mom? She's asleep. If she sees Fong Lucheng, her condition might worsen. Yes, Mom. Wen Wan's voice turned sharp. She has a high fever. Wen Jing stated, I've already bought her medicine. She said a good rest would suffice. Such upheaval was enough to unnerve any individual, let alone their mother, who had lived a life of luxury, untouched by hardship. The night was as dark as ink, the area a dilapidated old neighborhood where dim lights flickered. At last, when Wan could no longer contain her sorrow, she bent down slowly, tears streaming through her fingers. What am I to do? Xiao Jing, I am truly useless. I can't protect you both. I am utterly inept. Their father was to face trial in a few days, a lengthy prison sentence unavoidable. The lawyer had already conveyed this to the mother and daughter, advising them to seek a lighter sentence, for the evidence against him was irrefutable. With their mother now ill, the three of them were crammed into this wretched place, devoid of money, all while Fong Lucheng relentlessly pressed them. As summer vacation ended and school approached, what would become of her and Xiao Jing's tuition? The burdens of life, the anguish of heartbreak, and the disorientation of losing herself weighed heavily upon her frail shoulders. When Wan felt an unspoken agony, Sister, I've decided to drop out. No, when Wan exclaimed vehemently, wiping her tears, I will find a way. I want to allow you to quit school, but, Sister, this is non-negotiable. Determination and courage flickered in Wen Wan's eyes. This was merely a setback, and she would persevere. She must. Fong Lucheng, just wait. A city is not solely under your dominion. Chapter 018. If under the table the bathroom lacked hot water, so when Jing boiled a kettle of water, and when Wan mixed it with cold water for a quick wash, their modest one-bedroom apartment had the bedroom designated for their mother, while when Wan and when Jing squeezed onto a small sofa in the living room. The soundproofing was poor, and Wenwan could hear her mother's nighttime coughs and soft moans of pain all too clearly, causing her heart to ache. While doing laundry, she encountered a gilded business card in her pocket. Instinctively, she almost tossed it downstairs but reconsidered and tucked it back into her nightgown pocket. When Jing, unable to sleep, curled up on the sofa, watching Wenwan wash and hang the clothes, though it was past midnight. The child seemed unusually lively. Wenwan urged her to sleep, but she stubbornly shook her head. The two sisters, having been brought up as princesses, found it difficult to accept their sudden fall from grace. If only I could meet someone more powerful and wealthy than Fong Lucheng, I would trade my life for him to restore the Wen family, Wen Jing lamented. Wenwan paused, the card in her pocket burning against her skin. Yi Fimu, the image of that handsome yet frosty face flashed through her mind, stirring a myriad of emotions within her. Slowly, Wen Jing nestled into sleep on the sofa, and Wenwan tenderly brushed her younger sister's face. Feeling a pang of affection, she extinguished the light. Wenwan sat at the end of the sofa, gazing out at the dim starlight, her life mirroring those distant glimmers. She wondered what Fong Lucheng truly desired from her. It seemed he sought to humiliate her further by demanding she become his mistress, a proposition she vehemently rejected. Entering the entertainment industry through a talent agency, she found herself an absolute novice. Lacking both connections and experience, if she were to succeed, she would have to rely on unspoken rules or risk remaining obscure, unable to provide a stable life for her mother and Wen Jing. If she had to succumb to such rules, it might be better to consider Yi Fimu. That man was unpredictable, with an eccentric temperament, yet at least he was not one of those so-called benefactors with yellowing teeth and balding heads. Sporting distasteful beer bellies, he was more handsome than any star, exuding a cold elegance that was both captivating and formidable. Being with such a man would at least spare her from revulsion. Most importantly, there would be no emotional entanglements. She could see that Yi Fimu had affections for another, and forgetting Fong Lucheng would be no easy feat. The absence of emotional ties might render the arrangement quite perfect. He had said that smiles could be bought, possibly without physical contact, and what was wrong with that? If she were destined for the entertainment industry, and if she was to be subjected to unspoken rules. Why not choose Yi Fimu while she still had the power to decide? Anning International, the leading branch of Anning Entertainment, boasted a labyrinth of domestic and international connections, thriving in both light and shadow. With a conducive environment for development, ample funds, and extensive networks, Anning International had nurtured countless first-tier stars, some of whom had gained immense fame both domestically and internationally. In other words, anyone Anning Group wished to promote would undoubtedly find success. Furthermore, Anning International possessed its own media group and television stations, making it a veritable star-making factory. Yi Fimu was the sovereign of this entertainment empire. A thought began to take root within Wenwan. If she could foresee her future, why not choose a smoother path while she still had the option? Otherwise, her father, her mother, and her sister would remain ensnared in this cycle of misfortune, for Fong Lucheng would never relent. Must she wait until Fong Lucheng forced her into a corner, begging on her knees? Do not cry, Wenwan. Do not cry. She clenched the gilded card tightly in her hand. So be it, for the sake of my family. I am willing to compromise. Chapter 019. Who plays hard to get in the office of the president at Anning International Group? Yi Fimu regarded Wenwan coolly as she approached him. Clad in a white blouse and jeans, her canvas shoes complemented her flowing long hair, giving her an ethereal quality. While she was not breathtakingly beautiful, she radiated the warmth and freshness of a girl next door. At this moment, she stood quietly before him, saying, "Mr. Yi, is what you said yesterday still valid?" Nervously, she stood before him, her palms damp with sweat. An extended silence ensued. His silence left Wenwan feeling awkward. It was akin to offering herself on a platter only to be rejected. She understood all too well Yi Fimu's words. "Once you come to me, I won't be so easy to deal with compared to last night." He indeed seemed more approachable when he fell silent. An oppressive aura emanated from him, creating a 10-meter radius of palpable tension. "Miss Wen, are you playing a game of seduction?" At the height of Wenwan's discomfort, Yi Fimu finally spoke, his words transforming her accumulated courage into ire. Yet, upon meeting his icy, profound gaze, her anger seemed to freeze instantly, extinguishing slowly under his scrutiny. He sneered, "The world is thus. Desires abound, and if one can take a shortcut, who would choose the long road. Perhaps it is a game of seduction, Wenwan replied calmly, a sweet smile still gracing her face. Wai Fimu was reminded of his mother, who bore a similar smile regardless of the situation, remaining unfazed by others' mockery. Yet, Wenwan was warmth incarnate, a rather childish ploy, Yifimu remarked without reservation. Wenwan felt a pang in her heart as Yifimu coolly toyed with his pen, amplifying her discomfort. Yet she could not leave. She had mustered the courage to enter Anning International and could not turn back now. Miss Wen, state your terms. Chapter 020. The Machiavellian Yifimu. Wenwan gazed at him, his cold, refined features exuding an elegance and nobility that created an immense pressure with each glance. She regretted her impulsiveness, but life was often like that, when you thought certain actions were impossible. Taking the first step made the rest easier, for it could hardly get worse. I want you to save my father. In a flash, Wenwan's thoughts coalesced into a singular yearning for family reunion. If only her family could be together, if her father could be released, she would be willing to do anything. With her father freed, her mother's health would improve, and they could lead a healthy life together. Even without their previous affluence, they could persevere. She succinctly relayed her father's situation to Yifimu, who raised an eyebrow. This may prove challenging to him. It was but a trifling matter, yet he would never let Wenwan realize that. I understand it won't be easy, which is why I have come to implore you. My father is elderly and cannot withstand the rigors of prison life. If he can return safely, I will agree to your previous terms. Wenwan asserted, convinced that being his puppet was a worthwhile trade for her father's safety. Did I ever state any conditions? Yifimu retorted coldly, leaving Wenwan momentarily stunned. Hadn't he mentioned purchasing smiles? As long as she remained by his side, was that not sufficient? This was how Wenwan understood it. What do you want? She trembled slightly in the chill of his gaze. Wai Fimu propped his chin on his hand, suddenly regarding her with a flippant gaze, his eyes too sharp, as if intending to strip her bare. A shiver ran down Wenwan's spine. He excels in psychological warfare, fully aware of her current predicament. Yet he continues to dangle her hopes. As for me, my woman, Yifimu remarked, if you claim I have imposed conditions, the sole condition is this. With great difficulty, Wenwan mustered the courage to ask, Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Chapter 021. The Game of Adults. Miss Wen, you are an adult. Do you still require my explanation? Yifimu's voice was cold. The term woman sounds pleasant. To put it bluntly, it means mistress. In an instant, Wenwan's fists clenched tightly, cursing under her breath. Were it not for her awareness of not being a match for Yifimu, she would have relished the opportunity to smash his face. How dare he utter such venomous words and trample upon her dignity simply because of his power and influence, while she finds herself in need of him? He is no different from Fong Luqing. Both bullies who exploit their positions. He could clearly see the fury burning in her eyes, her pale face momentarily flushed with indignation, a sight to behold. Yet, her defiance quickly waned. He expected her to storm out, but she remained. Mr. Yi, you once said I need not accompany you to be indeed. I asked that so. Yifimu replied without a flicker of emotion, twirling the pen in his hand. I seem to have forgotten. Miss Wen, the moment you entered Anning International today, you forfeited your bargaining power with me. Whatever I say, you must comply. This is the world of adults. If you wish to play childish games, kindly visit a playground. Each word from Yifimu fell like ice upon Wenwan's already chilled heart. Why must he be so aggressive, so ruthless? For how long? Wenwan weighed her options, struggling to ask him. There must be a deadline. If being his woman can secure her father's safety, she would willingly comply. Until I grow tired of you. Wenwan seethed with anger. How dare he bully her so? Until you grow tired. That is utterly unfair. How am I to know when you will tire of me? If you take a decade, must I endure by your side for that long? The cold wind in the office howled. Yifimu smirked, a sardonic twist to his lips. Miss Wen, do you not keep up with the entertainment section? Have you not seen the reports? He abruptly shifted the topic, and Wenwan struggled to follow his train of thought. I do enjoy reading entertainment newspapers, but how does that relate to our discussion? She queried, bewildered. Chapter 022. Please me, did you not notice that Anning's entertainment section has been writing about how Yifimu's interest in a woman rarely lasts more than a week? You seem quite confident. Do you believe you will be the exception? He taunted, his brows arching in cold derision. Wenwan felt humiliated yet managed a faint smile. Stud horse, you are the one being bred. Yi Feimao regarded her with a stony expression, and Wenwan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her inner fire ignited with a desire to retaliate. She realized Yi Feimao was formidable. Since it rarely lasts beyond a week, shall we set that as the limit? By what right do you negotiate with me? Yi Feimao replied dismissively, no small talk. Just one thing. Until I grow tired of you. Perhaps Ye believes your interest in me will exceed a week. Wenwan retorted with a forced smile. Ye Feimao tapped the table lightly. Miss Wen, I grew weary of such provocations when I was 2. Wenwan fell silent again. It seemed whenever she faced Yi Feimao, she was always at a disadvantage, never gaining the upper hand. In her mind, she fantasized about the day she could ride atop him and exert her will. Are you certain you can rescue my father? Miss Wen, are you doubting my abilities? Wenwan wanted to scoff. Are you now omnipotent? Very well, I agree, she said, closing her eyes, her pale face appearing even more defeated in the cold air. Yi Feimao narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms, and commanded, Come here. Wenwan's entire body stiffened. She opened her eyes to see him behind the desk, exuding an imperial demeanor, as if waiting for his subject to yield. She paused briefly before approaching him. Yi Feimao beckoned her again, and she thought, Are you summoning a puppy? Yet she complied, moving to his side. Please me, he commanded once more. Chapter 023. No longer deviant, Wenwan felt as if the ringing in her ears had intensified. As though all her pride and dignity had been trampled, she gazed at him in disbelief. Yi Feimao's frosty eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. The agreement takes effect today. She longed to seize the documents on the desk and hurl them at him. He could see her anger, yet he remained leisurely in his observation. Are you standing there like a corpse waiting to be dissected? Yi Feimao uttered blankly, scanning her from head to toe. Are you still waiting for me to serve you? Wenwan clenched her fists, vowing that if killing were without consequence, and if she could assume the position of the deceased, she would undoubtedly plunge a knife into Yi Feimao's heart. This seemingly dull and cold man, with his irritating wit, was utterly insufferable. Are you not crossing a line? Wenwan gritted her teeth. Miss Wen, if you have not lost your memory, you should recall that I told you last night that when you sought me out, I would not speak to you in such a manner. Yi Feimao's voice was as frigid as the Siberian glaciers. Wenwan's face flushed with a mix of anger and shamed. Yi Feimao. Even humiliation has its limits. She could no longer bear it. Humiliation, he scoffed. If you hadn't given me the opportunity to humiliate you, how could I have done so? Miss Wen, you have a choice. The door is right there. Feel free to leave. His words were crystal clear. Upon stepping through that door, their transaction would be void. A profound sense of sorrow and helplessness enveloped Wenwan. Here, there existed a devilish Yi Feimao. And beyond the door lay the predatory Fan Luqing, both compelling her into a corner. Caught in between, retreating meant entering the jaws of a wolf, while advancing led to an abyss. Yi Feimao was undeniably a man of iron will. He watched as Wenwan struggled in the waters, fully aware that this solitary piece of driftwood before her was her only hope, yet he refused to extend a hand, instead pressing her deeper into the depths. If I seek a corpse, I can simply retrieve one from the morgue. I need not pay for it. I will count to 3, if you have not made up your mind by then. Game over. Yi Feimao's profound gaze bore coldly into hers. First, I am already troubled by having a protagonist named Wenwan. Please refrain from reminding me endlessly. I do not typically read others' works. Secondly, my title may be rather cliché and overly dramatic. A quick search on Baidu yields many results, adding to my dilemma. Thirdly, if you cannot find it among the many titles on Baidu, why not search directly on a proper novel website? Trust me. This is undoubtedly the author's conspiracy. Those who read without leaving a mark are not good readers, akin to buying instant noodles without the seasoning packet. Please click your precious fingers. Lastly, Feimao truly makes me want to cover my face. Escaping from this situation. Chapter 024. Rebel Wenwan 1. 2. Just before he uttered the third count, Wenwan leaned forward, grasping his neck, aiming to kiss his lips. Yet Yi Feimao turned his face away, causing her lips to land on his cheek. She was unaware of his reason for evasion, merely gazing at him, as Yi Feimao's eyes remained lifeless and cold, the atmosphere thickening with tension, due to their positioning. Wenwan found herself seated on his lap, and to prevent herself from slipping off, she had to cling to his neck. The atmosphere was charged with intimacy. He truly possessed an exquisite beauty. His skin was fair and immaculate, his eyes deep and sharp, the curve of his lips perfect, his nose high and regal, even his eyelashes long and elegant. Wenwan had never realized that viewing a man from such proximity could reveal such breathtaking allure. His eyes held an abundance of depth, exuding an irresistible charm that, upon meeting his gaze, one could not help but succumb. Mesmerized, Wenwan drew closer once more, attempting to kiss his lips. His lips were alluringly forbidden. A temptation that had little to do with love, merely enticing one to transgress. It was challenging to articulate the complex aura surrounding Yifemo. A term that aptly described him would be forbidden temptation, an awareness of the taboo that only heightened the desire to explore it. This was the essence of this man's allure and threat. Once again, Yifemo turned his face away. What Wenwan did not realize was that Yifemo had countless lovers, enough to fill an entire central avenue. Yet for many years, he had never allowed anyone to touch his lips. This seemed to be a peculiar quirk among the men of the Yi family, with only her and Wenwan being exceptions. That fateful night, in a foul mood, he had mistaken her for a gift from another, and in his error, it was only her face that had captivated him. Wenwan had called out another's name in his bed. And he had treated her as if she were someone else, a case of mistaken identity. The second kiss was also accidental. Perhaps he had been too humiliated and lost control. The lips of a woman always struck him as tainted. Save for that one, Wenwan was the exception. Perhaps it was because she was not tainted that he chose to kiss her a second time, yet this woman had far too many exceptions. Ultimately, she was merely a substitute. No matter how exceptional, she remained a mere stand-in. The allure of Yifemo's forbidden charm ignited a rebellious spirit within Wenwan, leading her to perform an action she herself found surprising. She grasped Yifemo's face and kissed him in a swift, forceful manner. It was a kiss that was both assertive and wild. The more he resisted her advances, the more determined she became to kiss him. Chapter 025. The cold-blooded Yifemo epitomizes coldness. A trait that extends even to matters of the heart. When Wenwan cradles his face and kisses him without finesse, he sweeps his sleeve dismissively, as if to cast her aside. The women who surround him are invariably perceptive, never daring to breach his boundaries. The moment her hand grazes his, Wenwan instinctively withdraws, anticipating his rejection. Her delicate fingers entwine with his, creating an unexpected pause in his intent to push her away. As she kisses his lips, she discovers they are not as frigid as his demeanor. They are soft and warm. It is her first time initiating such an advance, and her heart races with anxiety. Tightening around his hand, gently opening her eyes, she gazes into his deep, moonlit orbs, devoid of emotion and warmth. Her once thunderous heartbeat calms, doused by an icy splash of reality, aware of her own audacity. When Wenwan is filled with regret. How did she become so impassioned? If only he had been born in the era of resistance, she muses, perhaps she would have seized the moment with fervor. Yet here he stands, a man of peace, unmoved by her fervent kiss, leaving her to question her own allure. Clearly, not everyone is cut out to be a youthful rebel. Regret floods her as she realizes their postures are too intimate. Just as she prepares to rise, Yifemo secures her waist. Is this all you can manage? His voice is as frigid as ice, laced with a blend of nobility and mockery. When Wenwan grits her teeth. Having already kissed him, what more is required to please him? If you don't even know how to captivate a man, what use are you to me? There are countless women outside far more beautiful and statuesque than you. He coldly remarks. When Wenwan bristles with indignation. Surely there are limits to such bullying? She has already made her move. Must she strip in broad daylight within the office? Go ahead, gather a handful for me to see. She retorts with a slight smile. While she may not possess the ethereal beauty of a goddess, she is a natural beauty in a world filled with artificiality, unaltered even in her smile. During her audition for the performing arts, she was told she had the perfect proportions, a golden ratio. Walking down the street, devoid of makeup, she could easily rival 90 of her peers. Go ahead, try your luck. She challenges. Miss Wen seems eager for a verbal sparring match. If so, there's no need for further discussion. The exit is right there. Do take your leave, Yifemo states, picking up a pen and a document. Fully engrossed in his work, not sparing her another glance. Chapter 026. Agreement reached. It appears that Miss Wen is indeed keen to engage in a war of words. if that is the case. Further dialogue is unnecessary. The door is over there. Do you take your time leaving? He reiterates, as he resumes his work with unwavering focus, ignoring her entirely, when Juan stands in a daze, unable to fathom how swiftly he turned against her. Time drags on, with him not raising his gaze, and she remains rooted to the spot. Finally, she closes her eyes, and upon reopening them, she finds a newfound calmness. Her trepidation is masked by a smile as she begins to unbutton her blouse. One button, two buttons, suddenly, Yi Fei Mo's pen halts, and he grips her hand firmly. That's enough. When Juan feels no sense of relief, his intentions are inscrutable, and she waits quietly for his next move. He hands her his phone. Commanding, input your number. Taken aback, she accepts the device. IT is unlike any phone she has seen, devoid of logos, yet fully functional. After entering her contact information, she returns it to him. Come by tonight. I trust you know the location. He states coldly. When Juan declines, I will wait until my father is released from prison before fulfilling my promise. Yi Fei Mo lifts his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. Miss Wen, what do you mean by that? Exactly what you heard. Are you doubting my capabilities? Given your perverse nature, I must at least ensure I don't end up losing everything. When Juan replies coolly, lacking any hint of subtlety, she can see that he is impervious to her words. Very well. Yi Fei Mo surprisingly concedes, not imposing any unreasonable demands when Juan, having experienced his erratic temperament, finds his current amicability disconcerting. Chapter 027. Yu Tong upon exiting Ning International, when Juan exhales deeply. As if awakening from a dream, she has truly struck a deal with that devilish man, becoming his woman. No, rather his mistress. She gazes upward. Opposite Ning International stands a grand department store, adorned with a massive poster for Channel perfume. Endorsed by the internationally acclaimed star Han Bai, a Chinese actress who has made a name for herself in Hollywood. Han Bai's achievements are unattainable for many in the industry. She is undeniably stunning. When Juan recalls her first edition, where the makeup artist transformed her and the director remarked on her resemblance to Han Bai, from her aura to her features, there were undeniable similarities, with a self-deprecating smile. She dismisses the comparison. In an industry rife with doppelgangers, she stands apart. Han Bai possesses captivating large eyes, while she herself has enchanting almond-shaped eyes, yet they are as different as clouds and mud. Will she ever have her day in the sun? Regarding fame and fortune, she does not pretend to scorn them. She yearns to be a woman as proud as Han Bai. Her passion for acting is genuine. But will opportunity ever knock? One step at a time, she tells herself, the future will unfold in due course. Days later, Wen's father is exonerated. The Wen family, mother, daughter, and father, find themselves in a whirlwind of tears and laughter in the courtroom. Embracing one another amidst their heart-wrenching sobs, though the Wen family name, their home, and wealth have vanished, at least they are reunited. Fong Luqing stands in the courtroom, his gaze dark and predatory as he watches the Wen family. If looks could kill, they would be dead. Indeed, Wen's father is innocent. The case is tangled and complex. While he was involved, he was far from deserving of a prison sentence. Yet Fong Luqing had meticulously arranged all the evidence. Ensuring that the police and courts were in his pocket, it seemed certain that Wen's father would serve many years behind bars. However, he never anticipated the outcome of Wen's father's exoneration. Wen's mother, with limited funds, had hired an unremarkable lawyer whose defense skills left much to be desired. Yet, on the day of the hearing, the defense attorney was unexpectedly replaced by the esteemed Yu Tong, a renowned figure in the legal world known for never losing a case. When Juan is profoundly grateful, knowing that Yi Fei Mo had facilitated this change, Yu Tong, appearing to be in his 30s, exudes an air of quiet sophistication. Diane Court, he is cold and unyielding, but outside the courtroom, he is remarkably approachable. Non-Mo, many of your female acquaintances have voiced their concerns regarding your romantic entanglements. Hear us your chance to clarify. Remarks her stepmother, let them observe the reality of the world, which CEO is not a womanizer. Yi Fei Mo replies, stepmother, will you be sincere in the future? That depends on my mother. He responds, stepmother, your mother is in tears. Dear audience, observe Non-Mo's first statement. I asset that you are so accustomed to my portrayal of abstinent men that you cannot tolerate my depiction of a romantic one. Even the esteemed Yi Sen Xiao faced harsh criticism at the outset. I failed to understand. Is this not merely the beginning? Is it not the beginning? There is no need to be so critical of my son. My son has never disappointed you, has he? It is said that this narrative is somber and oppressive. In truth, it is anything but. Chapter 028. Yu Tong, too, Miss Wen. There is no need for thanks. It was a small favor. Yu Tong smiles, though his words are few. Wen's parents, worldly and perceptive, recognize that assistance has come their way, and they inquire about the identity of their benefactor. I am merely a messenger. Yu Tong replies, when Xiansheng and when Tai Tai need not be overly formal. As for my identity, I cannot disclose that. I hope you understand. When Wan breathes a sigh of relief, sensing that this Yi gentleman appears unaware of the full circumstances, which puts her at ease. A member of the Yi family. What connection could he have with Yi Fei Mo? Having encountered the twisted, cold nature of Yi Fei Mo, she feels no fondness for anyone bearing the Yi surname. Yet, Yu Tong is warm and gentle, a stark contrast to the darkness of Yi Fei Mo relying on appearances. She concludes that their shared surname is mere coincidence. Fong Luqing strides over, causing Wenwan to stiffen. Yu Tong, perceptive and astute, recognizes the enmity between Fong Luqing and the Wen family. Fong Luqing, how dare you approach us? Leave at once. We have no desire to see you. Wen's mother declares angrily. Wen's father, with a calm demeanor, tries to soothe his wife, but he too is reluctant to engage with Fong Luqing. Fong Luqing glares at Wen's father. Can you live with your conscience intact? What do you wish to achieve? What do I want? Quite simply, I want you to rot in prison for the rest of your life. You may have escaped this time by sheer luck, but do not think you will be so fortunate next time, he retorts coldly. When Wan interjects with a smile, Fong Luqing, life does not always unfold as you desire. You are also a player in the business world. I refuse to believe you have not made enemies. Perhaps you have created more than my father. Yet, you remain fortunate that no one has sought revenge upon you. But mark my words, in 10 or 20 years, someone will come for you. At that time, I hope someone can use your wisdom to ensnare your precious daughter. Fong Luqing narrows his eyes at her, a sinister smile creeping across his face. And you? Who have you ensnared to secure your father's safety? He pointed a finger at Yu Tong, whose eyes, like water, turned icy in an instant. Mr. Fong, please show some decorum. Decorum? I would rather inquire, by what authority do you assist the Wen family? Do you think you are worthy to ask? Yu Tong retorted coldly and haughtily. Chapter 029. The warm, idle Fong Liuqing's expression shifted drastically when Wan wished fervently to distance herself from him. She had been standing before Yu Tong when she clasped Yu Tong's arm, offering a sweet smile. You are correct. I once mentioned that I would prefer to be approached by a stranger than by you. The Wen family's parents turned pale, while Fong Liuqing's face contorted into a mask of fury. Yu Tong, however, remained composed, uttering not a word, merely casting a glance at Wen Wan. When Wan felt relieved, he did not retort. Otherwise, she would have found it difficult to extricate herself from the situation. Enraged, Fong Luqing stormed off. Yu Tong, the exclusive legal advisor of Anning International, was also the uncle of the corporation's head, Yi Fei Ma, and an indispensable director within the company, commanding great respect in the legal field. It was not that he feared Yu Tong, but rather the formidable Anning International group that lay behind him. Wen Nuan, the moment Fong Luqing departed, your father's demeanor shifted. Glaring at you, he remarked. She quickly released Yu Tong's arm, hastily explaining that this was all an ACT. Yu Tong smiled reassuringly, indicating to her father that it was his first encounter with Wen Nuan. With a sigh of relief, Wen Nuan's father acquiesced, and Yu Tong took his leave. Your mother remarked that he is indeed a fine man. Wen Nuan replied, Dad, I'm sorry. This occurrence is due to my involvement. Nuan, dear child, even without you, Fong Luqing would not spare me. Do not overthink it. We shall start anew. Your father is not yet of retirement age and can still manage, her father said optimistically. For 10 consecutive days, Yi Fei Mo refrained from calling her, and Wen Nuan secretly rejoiced. Perhaps he had indeed forgotten her. The following day, as she perused the entertainment section, the headlines featured Yi Fei Ma and the popular star Lin Yao in intimate photographs at the Venice Film Festival. She felt increasingly convinced that he might have truly forgotten her. Standing amidst those glamorous starlets, she felt dull and insignificant. undoubtedly the least remarkable among them. Wai Fei-ma, accustomed to various beauties, would hardly take notice of her. Yet, even in such a public setting, he wore a cold expression, devoid of any emotion, starkly contrasting with the proud and triumphant Lin Yao beside him. This man appeared even more striking up close than on camera. And that was Wenwan's only impression from the photographs to Playboy. This was her second thought. Meanwhile, another entertainment headline showcased the illustrious star Han Bai, whose new Hollywood film, though only 10 minutes long, had garnered acclaim, capturing the spotlight. Clad in a long, purple Chanel gown, she radiated elegance, exuding the grace of an international star. All domestic actresses paled in comparison. She truly was breathtaking, possessing an undeniable poise. When Wan gazed enviously at Han Bai in the newspaper, a sudden yearning blossoming within her. This was her aspiration, and she vowed to become a successful actress, like Han Bai. Chapter 030. When Wan's first experience. 1. When Jing had long since signed up for summer camp. With the family finally settled, and her father having secured a job sufficient to support them, she joined her classmates at the camp, Tang Mandong, a directing student, while Wen Wan studied acting. Mandong served as a script assistant. And opportunities for Wen Wan to gain practical experience were scarce, but she could observe the performances of the actors on set. Whenever they had a moment, she eagerly offered them their favorite beverages. The two smiled at her, and she felt as though she were experiencing her first love, her heart racing and cheeks flushed, even stumbling over her words. Chinging chuckled. Is this your first job? When Wan's face turned crimson, after a long moment of nervousness, she stammered, nearly unable to respond. The two exchanged warm smiles, and Peng Yuming remarked, Young lady, do not be so tense. You must be one of our fans. Right? When Wan nodded emphatically, exclaiming, Yes. Her face burned even brighter, feeling utterly foolish. Cheng Ing and Peng Yuming smiled kindly, resuming their conversation with other actors. Chapter 031. When Wan's first experience. 2. When Wan patiently waited nearby. Her heart filled with caution and respect as she approached them for autographs. They readily obliged, and she was overjoyed. Are you an intern? You seem quite young. Cheng Ing casually inquired. When Wan replied with a smile, I am a summer worker, a high school student. When Wan felt a bit disheartened, I'm a student at a university. Peng Yuming grinned. A prestigious school, indeed. When Wan shyly smiled, while several young actors approached to chat with the two seniors. She felt a twinge of dislike for them, as they had just been disparaging Chen Shiweru, who had once been a hot idol star but fell from grace due to a scandal. When one had watched her idol dramas and admired her acting skills, the current generation of young actors seemed lacking in talent, making Chen Shiweru stand out in her memory. The crew members displayed a certain snobbery. From the actors to the minor crew members, all engaged in climbing the social ladder, she observed Chen Shiweru sitting alone at a distance, indifferent to others, while Bai Shouwen basked in the attention of many. A pang of sympathy arose within her. Years ago, she had heard of Chen Shiweru's scandal, which had briefly surfaced but was soon overshadowed by other news. The darkness and depravity of the entertainment industry surpassed her imagination. With numerous actresses facing similar predicaments, Chen Shiweru must have crossed someone to be treated so. Here are orange juice and grape juice. What would you like to drink? When Wan smiled, raising the juice in her hand. Chen Shiweru, lost in thought, looked up and smiled. Grape juice, please. When Wan handed her the juice, and Chen Shiweru expressed her gratitude. Thank you. You've worked hard. It's no trouble at all. When Wan quickly shook her head in surprise. Chen Shiweru was exceptionally polite, dazzling in appearance, yet gentle in demeanor. Reports had claimed she was arrogant and demanding, often scolding her assistants. The entertainment section was indeed rife with exaggeration. Chapter 032. When Wan's first experience. 3. For several days. When Wan became familiar to Chen Shiweru, as she was the only one in the crew who attended to her, Chen Shiweru's impression of her improved significantly, finding her amiable and approachable. When Wan had to admit, Chen Shiweru possessed a gentle temperament, yet she was not a pushover. And the same filming location, Bai Shouwen, who portrayed the lead female role, often engaged in subtle provocations toward Chen Shiweru, who treated her as if she were invisible. Hardly acknowledging her, when Wan inquired why she tolerated it, Chen Shiweru replied, The entertainment industry is like this. One must become accustomed to it. It's my livelihood, so I must endure. This sentiment resonated deeply with Wan after her own experiences of ups and downs. A young actor nearby gossiped about a first-tier star being scolded by the director for being foolish, questioning how she managed to climb into Yi Ershao's bed, implying she wouldn't know where to go otherwise. Indeed, I've read reports about her rumored relationship with Yi Ershao, another young actor chimed in. When Wan bit her lip, the Yi Ershao they referred to as Yi Feimode, Yi Feima was the third child in his family. With an older brother and sister, he should have been called Yi Sanshao, but due to his father, Yi Chen, also being the third child, the media labeled him Yi Ershao to avoid confusion, when Wan stuck out her tongue. Thinking that this man was indiscriminate in his pursuits, even willing to entertain a woman as proud and superficial as Bai Xiong, he must be truly desperate. Such men were the most detestable. She mentally berated Yi Feima from start to finish. Venice. While dining with Mo Yi Yen, Yi Feima elegantly sneezed. Mo Yi Yen blinked. Your lover is mentioning you. Shut up, shut up. Is this how you treat your lover? Mo Yi Yen feigned a pitiful expression, his delicate fingers trembling as he pointed at him, embodying the look of an abandoned woman, his handsome face, which could captivate even Marilyn Monroe, transformed into a picture of vulnerability. Be quiet, Yi Feima reiterated, sending him a sharp look. Mo Yi Yen pretended to be heartbroken. Feima, being abandoned is undoubtedly your fault. Truly, no woman can tolerate your behavior, your two romantic interests. How is it you haven't learned a thing from them? If you just flashed a smile, even the president of XX country would be vying for your attention. With such an advantage, you failed to utilize it. You must be rather foolish. Be quiet. All right, you really are quite foolish. Mo Yi Yen concluded. Chapter 033. When Wan's first experience for, whether filming art house or commercial films, audiences flocked to see director Lin's work in droves when Wan had witnessed his notorious temper firsthand. He showed no mercy when reprimanding actors, regardless of their fame. If they faltered, they would be subjected to his ire. He spared no one except for the two veteran actors, having berated nearly everyone else in the cast. Frequently unleashing a torrent of expletives, cut. Director Lin slammed the clapperboard onto the ground, seething with rage. Bai Xiong, are you brain dead? Is performing a bed scene so difficult? Is it truly so embarrassing to reveal a shoulder? Why is it so easy for you to serve the patron while being unclad? What is the matter? Your body can be displayed for your benefactor, yet your shoulders cannot be shown to the national audience. Can they? After all, they too have paid to enter the cinema. Are you discriminating against the viewers? If your performance falters, I will still have you ousted, damn it. Most importantly, which director, like Director Lin, hurls insults so freely, uttering the most unpleasant curses, completely disregarding the perceptions of others? Other directors shower her with praise. Even if her acting has its flaws, her beauty can easily overshadow them. She has always been the object of admiration. But after being scolded several times in one day, she is filled with shame and indignation, yet dares not retort. Director Lin's productions are not accessible to just anyone. It is a rare opportunity for her to be the lead. So, she must endure whatever anger comes her way. Warmth sticks out her tongue. This director truly is fearsome. The insults are indeed harsh. After another take, Bai Xiong seems dazed, perhaps from the berating or something else. Her performance remains off, and before she can even utter a line or remove her clothing, Director Lin calls cut, his expression beyond mere displeasure. Damn, call the producer, I want to replace the lead. Director Lin erupts in fury, startling Bai Xiong, who rushes over to plead for leniency. Lin's icy gaze sweeps over her, while the assistant director rushes in to calm him, arguing that it's too late to change the lead now that the filming is halfway through. Leaving Bai Xiong on the verge of tears, the second unit director has a solution. Use a stand-in. We want to watch the play. Warmth eagerly pulls Chen Shueru to the side to watch. As Bai Xiong has a stand-in actress, under the assistant director's guidance, she quickly gets her makeup done and changes outfits, but the stand-in's performance is lacking as well. As the director prepares to explode once more. The script supervisor, planner, and assistant director break into cold sweats. The assistant director glances at Chen Shueru, contemplating if she could step in for a scene, but Chen Shueru declines. Director Lin demands near perfection. And with the pressure to pass the scene, everyone is frantic, as there are hardly any young actresses present. Frustrated by Lin's harsh words, the crew huddles together for ideas. Originally, Warmth was not involved, but Tang Mandong suggests, why not let Warmth give it a try? Her acting talent has been praised by teacher Chengyu, who in the A University Drama Department does not know Qingyu. She is a revered veteran who has since retired from the film industry to teach at a university. Which one? Director Lin asks coldly. Tang Mandong points to the wide-eyed warmth she caught in the crossfire. Qingyu has praised her. Warmth. Are you from the A University Drama Department? The stage manager asks. Wide-eyed warmth nods. The planner inquires, I heard teacher Qing made an exception for a new student. Is it you? Warmth nods again. Director Lin's scrutinizing gaze sweeps over her, pointing at the makeup artists. Go. Do her makeup and change her clothes. Immediately, 2 makeup artists pull the stunned warmth away to prepare her. She says nothing, merely smiles, causing Bai Xiaowen to stomp her foot in anger, yet others can see that the girl has completely entered a state of conditioned reflex. The assistant director announces a break, and Warmth's first instinct is to refuse. She does not want to perform the stand-in's intimate scene. However, the assistant director approaches her to explain the scene. The most challenging aspect of this scene is the physical expression. This 5-minute intimate scene has only 4 lines of dialogue. The rest relies on body language. Tang Mandong, being her friend, can see she is hesitant and quickly urges her to give it a try. After all, even as a stand-in in Director Lin's film, she could gain invaluable experience. This is a good opportunity. Chen Shuer nods. After spending several days together, she naturally knows that Warmth is from the drama department. Though a newcomer, those who are taught by teacher Qingyu are exceptional. Even Han Bai was not accepted by Qingyu. Warmth hesitates. The level of exposure is a bit much for someone filming a movie for the first time. After much contemplation, she grits her teeth and agrees, knowing that once she makes a decision, she will give it her all. The styling is quickly designed, and everyone sends her before Director Lin. Lin squints at her. Why does she resemble Han Bai so much? Warmth gives an awkward smile. Seeing her appearance, the assistant director states they have discussed the scene, and the lines are not long, which Warmth has already memorized. This is a farewell scene. Bai Xiaowen and several other actresses stand aside, coldly mocking the performance of a newcomer who has never acted before, certain that she will be scolded by Director Lin. Bai Xiaowen scoffs, having acted for several years herself and still not pleasing the director. A newcomer like Warmth probably doesn't even know her marks. The 2 veteran actors watch with great interest. Director Lin snaps his fingers and the crew takes their places, yet Warmth does not falter in her positioning and knows how to coordinate with the camera. Her movements and the set create a beautifully 3-dimensional image. Flowing seamlessly, the male and female leads embrace. The female lead tears up, attempting to hold back the male lead, while Warmth, as the stand-in, will not be framed directly. The dialogue aligns with the plot. Yet when she speaks, everyone present can feel the profound sorrow emanating from her voice. Cut. The director calls for a halt after the first line, and Bai Xiaowen sneers, as expected of a newcomer. At least I was not halted until I reached the bed. Little did they know, Director Lin's gaze is directly aimed at the male lead. Everyone wipes their brows. The male lead, a popular singer with countless fans, possesses mediocre acting skills but works hard and has a decent reputation in the industry. He is accustomed to Lin's scoldings, shrugging off the criticisms, but he had indeed lost focus just now. The tension of the scene was overwhelming. Just as Warmth breathes a sigh of relief, Director Lin points at her. And you. Warmth had just begun to relax when Director Lin gestured toward her. And you. He paused momentarily, then, in frustration, lowered his hand. Everyone assumed he was about to unleash another wave of harsh words, but instead, he waved his hand. Do it again. Everyone was astonished. It is rare for someone to escape Director Lin's wrath on their first day. This scene had been halted 3 times in the first half, yet Director Lin unusually refrained from berating anyone, merely instructing them to redo it, providing Warmth with some small tips. As the situation improved. Peng Yumming remarked, this young girl has a remarkable understanding. Warmth possesses an excellent figure and fair skin, appearing even more stunning under the lights. However, she feels quite awkward. It is her first time on the big screen. And being in such a revealing scene with so many crew members makes her uneasy. And Director Lin's productions. Intimate scenes exist, and there have been even more revealing ones, but seldom do they clear the set. Warmth, is it? Come here. I need to discuss the scene with you. Director Lin demands perfection, emphasizing that the last minute is critical and the physical entanglement must convey a sense of passionate longing. The crew gasps, declaring that Warmth has found her luck. Warmth feels somewhat overwhelmed. The reality of acting is vastly different from theoretical knowledge. She recognizes many areas where she falls short. Half an hour later, they begin once more. This time, Warmth performs slightly better. The focus of this scene is primarily on the female lead. Even though she will not be framed directly, Warmth's expressions and movements are on point for the entirety of those 5 minutes. From dialogue to physicality, Bai Xiuwen's performance is overshadowed by Warmth's. Though it is merely 3 hours of shooting, she feels a sense of affirmation and recognition, her spirits soaring. The two veteran actors watch her with smiles. Declaring her performance exceptional, Chen Xiueru remarks softly, "Warmth, you will surely become famous." Indeed, during the shoot, her attention was solely on Warmth, and she realized that Warmth appeared quite different under the lights, as if she had truly become the character. Although her acting is still somewhat inexperienced, it far surpasses that of her peers. Warmth simply smiles in gratitude at Xiueru's praise. Bai Xiuwen, observing Warmth's radiant face, sneers coldly, hypocritical, pretentious. She must be trying to climb the social ladder. Flattering everyone. That day, Bai Xiuwen was scolded mercilessly by director Lin, while Warmth basked in accolades, leaving Bai Xiuwen feeling unjustly aggrieved. Why should someone who has never acted in a serious film receive such praise from director Lin? Her assistant, aware of her discontent, whispered something in her ear, causing Bai Xiuwen to smirk with malice. While Bai Xiuwen retouches her makeup, her assistant calls out for Warmth to bring her a drink. Warmth, not thinking much of it, fetches the drink and, as she steps into the room, the makeup room door is slammed shut by the assistant. The makeup artist and assistant are both on Bai Xiuwen's payroll. And Warmth turns in surprise, still processing what just happened, when Bai Xiuwen suddenly slaps her across the face. Startled, Warmth loses her grip, spilling the drink all over Bai Xiuwen. Enraged, Bai Xiuwen retaliates with another slap. But this time Warmth reacts quickly, dodging the blow. Her face burns with pain as she furrows her brow at Bai Xiuwen. "Why did you hit me?" Bai Xiuwen's sense of crisis is not unfounded. Everyone knows director Lin's temper. Had it not been for the film being halfway through and one of the investors insisting on her as the lead, director Lin might have replaced her long ago. Over the past few days, he has repeatedly lamented that a vase is just a vase, and even a stand-in performs better than her. Bai Xiuwen has accumulated a fair amount of frustration. Her proud demeanor isolates her from the older actors, who find camaraderie with Warmth. Even the typically haughty Chen Xiueru did in Bai Xiuwen's eyes. This is even more intolerable. Thus, the slap ensued. She felt compelled to do something to vent her pent-up frustration. Bai Xiuwen approaches Warmth, her gaze icy. "Remember, you are merely a stand-in." Chapter 038. Using a knife to kill. It is not uncommon for a mere mobile phone attendant like her to be slapped by high-profile actors. Just the day before, she had witnessed Bai Xiuwen strike a stagehand. "Have you finished speaking?" Wenwan inquired with a warm smile. This woman had long nails, and when she struck, they grazed Wenwan's face, leaving a red mark, yet she wore a charming smile, sweet and enchanting. "What did you say?" Bai Xiuwen retorted angrily, then coldly laughed. "What makes you so special? You will also enter this industry someday, Wenwan. Just be careful not to cross paths with me." Wenwan raised an eyebrow, her sweet smile tinged with a hint of mockery. "Can you really cover the sky with one hand? Besides, why would I want to spread my legs like you? Eagerly waiting for someone to take advantage of me?" Bai Xiuwen's face turned a deep shade of anger as she raised her hand again to strike Wenwan, only to be deftly dodged. "People like you will never make it to the forefront," she declared, tearing past her assistant and exiting the room. Bai Xiuwen screamed in frustration from behind, her image tarnished. "Wenwan, what happened to your face?" Chen Xiueru noticed her injury, frowning slightly. "It's nothing," Wenwan replied with a smile, using her hair to shield the mark on her face. Chen Xiueru glanced at Bai Xiuwen's makeup room, her gaze indifferent. Choosing not to say anything further, Tang Mandong finally breathed a sigh of relief, rushing over to snatch the drink from Wenwan's hand, exclaiming that director Lin was too harsh. Suddenly, her expression froze as she lifted Wenwan's long hair. "Who hit you? Come on, tell your sister. Which cat scratched you? Was it someone with the surname Bai?" Wenwan lowered her head and smiled, a glint of cunning in her eyes, unaware of Tang Mandong's identity. Chen Xiueru worriedly said, "Wenwan, aren't you going to stop her? She's clearly going to confront someone. Why should I stop her?" Wenwan replied innocently, blinking her eyes. "I've just realized that you're rather scheming." Chen Xiueru chuckled. Chapter 039. "Sisters, I've just realized that you're rather scheming." Chen Xiueru laughed. Wenwan smiled modestly, Thinking that it would be foolish not to utilize one's connections, Tang Mandong yanked Bai Xiuwen's collar with surprising force and delivered a sharp slap to her face. Demonstrating a quintessential queen-like demeanor, efficient and decisive, coming from a family entrenched in the underworld for 3 generations, Tang Mandong had trained in martial arts since childhood. The force behind the slap was 3 to 4 times greater than that of Bai Xiuwen's earlier strike on Wenwan, causing Bai Xiuwen's cheek to swell instantly, blood trickling from the corner of her lips. The crew was astounded. An assistant director hitting a major star was sensational news. Fortunately, Director Lin had ensured no reporters were present on set. Otherwise, it would surely make headlines by morning. Bai Xiuwen cupped her wounded face, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could not fathom being struck by the young girl. Director Lin frowned but remained silent. Bai Xiuwen, I warn you, if you dare to strike anyone under my watch again, I will ensure you are blacklisted from the industry, Tang Mandong stated, her voice sharp as a bullet. She found Bai Xiuwen's performances tedious. Had it not been for the immense promotional budget already spent on the film, Director Lin would have likely dismissed her long ago. Fuming, Bai Xiuwen whispered something to her assistant, glancing nervously at Tang Mandong. Her bravado evaporating, Tang Mandong's gaze swept dismissively past her as she turned away in haughty disdain. The crew was busy with night shoots, but Tang Mandong and Wenwan were free to leave the set early. The mere thought of Bai Xiuwen's proper demeanor brought laughter to their lips, while Bai Xiuwen's fury left her powerless, her face still swollen well into the evening. Wenwan, you've set me up again. Tang Mandong exclaimed as they exited the set, tugging at Wenwan's hair. Sir, I want to file a complaint. I've been wronged, Wenwan teased, raising her hand in jest. Wenwan's true nature was well known to her. After 3 years of high school and then attending the same university, it was evident she appeared innocent and harmless, living up to her name. However, she possessed a cunning streak. She could smile sweetly while secretly plotting against you. It was not that Wenwan was particularly worldly. Rather, she was simply lazy and preferred to avoid trouble. As long as others did not provoke her, she would always greet them with a friendly demeanor. Her guiding principle was, if no one offends me, I shall not offend others. Anyone who crossed her would only have themselves to blame. She never played the victim, whenever she had the means to retaliate. She would ensure the offender regretted their actions. If she lacked the power to do so, she would bide her time, knowing that patience is not a virtue to be overlooked. This was Wenwan. Chapter 040. Encountering danger after alighting from the bus, a 5-minute walk would lead her to a relatively secluded street lined with lush locust trees. Half of the road lay under construction, while the other half remained passable, adjacent to a large park. The area was undergoing significant redevelopment, with many old houses being torn down and renovated. As night fell, the street became desolate and eerie. Recently, when Wan had been walking, her courage having grown, however, after just a few dozen meters, she noticed 2 figures following her from across the street, causing her heart to race. She quickened her pace, and so did the men on the opposite side. She reminded herself to remain calm, but panic set in, and she sprinted. Let go, help! Just as she cried for help, a large hand clamped over her mouth, and the 2 men dragged her towards a dilapidated house slated for demolition. Leering as they attempted to grope her, Brother Xiong, she's a pretty girl, one of them leered. The 2 men laughed lewdly, feeling as if she were ensnared by a snake, when Wan raised her knee and struck one man between the legs, causing him to cry out in pain and back away. Seizing the opportunity, she swung her bag at the other man's head, finally breaking free. She turned to flee quick-witted. She bit into one man's arm, drawing blood, prompting him to loosen his grip. With a fierce shove, she pushed them away and stumbled onto the road just as a sharp screech of brakes filled the air. Fama stared in shock at the disheveled woman before him, his brow furrowing slightly before anger surged within him. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, the veins in his arms bulging. She was in tatters, and not far off were 2 men. He instantly grasped what had transpired. At that moment, he was furious, especially that she had recklessly dashed out into the street. He typically drove fast, and had he not braked in time, she would have been struck dead. Chapter 041. The hero saves the beauty Wenwan, in her panic, had only wished to stop the car for assistance, not considering the gravity of the situation. She was a fierce woman, preferring to risk her life than be violated. It was only when the car halted just an inch from her that she realized how close she had come to death. To her astonishment, the two men had not retreated. Their audacity was staggering. Unaware that it was Yi Feimaw's car, she reacted quickly, rushing to knock on his window. As he turned to face her, she froze upon recognizing him. You pervert! Yi Feimaw's brow furrowed in irritation when Wan, as if jolted awake, exclaimed, "Mr. Yi." His dark gaze reflected her disheveled state. Her hair was in disarray, her left cheek swollen, her lip cracked and bloodied, her shirt torn, exposing half her body to the chilly air, and several bruises marred her arms. Grasping his sleeve, her fingers trembled slightly. A murderous aura faintly emanated from his eyes. "How dare they touch you?" Yi Feimaw's gaze flicked toward the two men, and he pushed Wenwan aside, striding toward them without uttering a word. Whether it was a trick of the light or not, Wenwan felt a chill as he approached, his figure blending into the surrounding darkness. Exuding an aura of menace, in mere seconds, the two men lay on the ground, their limbs broken, howling in agony. "So cool," Wenwan thought, marveling at how decisively he had acted. After taking a few steps, he seemed unable to help himself, spinning around to deliver one final kick to one of the men. Wenwan stood in stunned silence, her eyes locked on him as he turned back towards her. Illuminated by the distant streetlights, the striking man advanced, resembling a fallen angel with an alluring darkness about him, devoid of any heroic qualities typically associated with a savior. He approached her, circled past, and entered the vehicle, coolly commanding, "Get in." Wenwan picked up her bag and glanced back at the two men still writhing on the ground, feeling a mix of satisfaction and pity. She climbed into the car, and Yi Feimaw drove off in the opposite direction of her home. His anger was palpable, and Wenwan could sense it despite his silence. He remained calm as he drove, but the tension in the confined space felt like a frigid winter. What could possibly be bothering him? Given Yi Feimaw's notoriously erratic temperament, Wenwan decided to remain silent to avoid provoking him further. Wenwan stole a glance at him. The flickering streetlights cast shadows across his face, rendering him even more handsome. His profile was captivating, a perfect blend of softness and strength, as if he had been meticulously crafted by a master artist. The combination of his noble elegance and aloofness created a uniquely captivating charm. He was undeniably striking, Miss Wen. I am well aware of my good looks. If you are infatuated, feel free to take a picture and admire it every night before bed. Chapter 042. The Narcissistic Man. Miss Wen. I am well aware of my good looks. If you are infatuated, feel free to take a picture and admire it every night before bed. I would surely have nightmares. Wenwan retorted, her words escaping her lips before her mind could intervene. How vain! What is there to be proud of in being handsome? Yi Feimaw shot her a cold glance, and she felt as if ice had been placed upon her face, the pain from her swelling now seeming mild in comparison. Do you often find yourself in situations like this? Yi Feimaw inquired, first time, when Wan said, tugging at her insufficiently concealing clothing, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then why the same expression? What did you just call me? Warmth was filled with disdain for herself as she impulsively uttered a name for Yi Feimaw in her heart, dubbing him Yi the Perverse. In a moment of weakness, she called out, Mr. Yi. Did I just hear you, as Yi the Perverse? He inquired with a nonchalant tone. Warmth fell silent, playing dead. Am I really perverse? She pondered. If you are not perverse, then who in this world can be called so? In her life thus far, Yi Feimaw was the most perverse individual she had ever encountered. She continued to feign lifelessness. Yi Feimaw let out a single grunt through his nose. The air conditioning in the vehicle was set rather low, and Warmth felt chilled. She instinctively huddled her shoulders. Her clothing was already in tatters, leaving her bare shoulders exposed, and the cold air made her shiver uncontrollably. Yi Feimaw glanced at her, his expression inscrutable. Warmth felt a sense of irony. Under such circumstances, shouldn't the male lead be shedding his clothing to gently drape it over the female lead? Indeed, film and television had deceived her. The notion of a gentle male lead was but a fleeting fantasy. Chapter 043. The beast's father. He did not utter a single word of comfort to her. Warmth managed a self-deprecating smile, acknowledging that if she were truly bullied, he would be utterly indifferent. It was only logical. They were hardly acquainted, merely engaged in a transaction. Why should he provide her with tenderness when she was wronged? Besides, this man clearly did not even comprehend the concept of tenderness. Apart from his beloved, he regarded all women with the same apathy. At the very least, there were a dozen women who received the same treatment as she did, and with that thought, she found a semblance of balance. He reached out to turn off the air conditioning. Warmth was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Could he actually be considerate? "I'm so cold," she stated. Wai Feima's gaze lingered oddly on her clothing. And he scoffed coldly. "If I take mine off, what shall I wear? Don't you understand what it means to be a gentleman? A man without a shirt is called a beast, not a gentleman." Warmth felt tears welling up. "Ye er Xiaoya, isn't it the lack of pants that makes one a beast?" she dared to inquire. "The father of beasts," he retorted. Warmth was in tears. "Ye er Xiaoya, is this what you call dark humor? So you truly are the father of beasts. Indeed, tenderness is but a mirage." This man remains consistently perverse. Upon arriving at the Mingqing apartment on the 45th floor, Yi Feima directed her to the bathroom to take a bath and freshen up. This situation was identical to the last time. After bathing and wrapping herself in his robe, leaving her unclothed underneath, Warmth felt as though she might as well slam her head against a wall. This time, she couldn't allow herself to be violated as she had before. Wait a moment. They were still bound by a contract. His trip to Venice had been her stroke of luck, but now that her father was back, he had every right to claim her body. Oh no, was she to feign weakness and faint in the bathroom? The thought of being with Yi Feima sent chills down her spine, her legs trembling with anxiety. After a full 10 minutes of mental preparation, she dreaded stepping outside. Just then, the door was kicked twice, and a rather rude voice called out, "Are you dead?" Warmth, weakly exasperated, replied, "Still alive. If you're not dead, come out." To her surprise, when she finally emerged, there was a pile of new clothing on the living room sofa, tags still attached, dresses, casual wear, blouses, and undergarments all present. She had only been in the bath for a little over half an hour. "Yi er Xiaoya, your efficiency is astonishing," she mused. Upon examining the sizes, she was taken aback. How accurate! Had he investigated her measurements? Yi Feima seemed to sense her thoughts, and with a cold smirk, he declared, "If I couldn't figure out your measurements in one night, I wouldn't be Yi Feima." With that, he shook his head and entered the bathroom. Warmth stood there, her expression one of shock, and then clenched her teeth in frustration. She felt murderous rage building within her. Warmth froze, on the verge of speaking, but he was already in the shower. Chapter 045. A mysterious call. Warmth's father had no suspicions, merely advising her not to disturb others too much. Listening to her father's affectionate voice brought a warm, painful ache to her heart. "Father, I'm sorry. Warmth deceived you." She surveyed the apartment, 2 stories with 2 rooms on the first floor and 3 on the second. Yet, she had no expectation of residing in the guest room. She pondered how she could refuse Yi Feima. Would claiming to have AIDS suffice? Warmth sank into despair. Just as she was lost in thought, the phone in the room rang. Yi Feima's call. She dared not answer, but the ringing persisted. Biting her lip, she glanced upstairs and reluctantly picked up the phone. "Hello, I'm sorry. I dialed the wrong number." On the other end was a soft, gentle female voice. Warmth shrugged and hung up, but moments later, the phone rang again. She thought it might be another wrong number. "Hello? Oh, I didn't dial wrong. May I ask if Feima is there?" "Oh," yes, in the shower. "Oh," the caller clearly sounded surprised. Warmth thought perhaps it was one of his lovers, and she felt her tone might have been misleading. Just as she was about to clarify, she suddenly heard the caller's warm laughter, sending chills down her spine. "Hi, dear. What's your name?" "Warmth. What a lovely name. Do you live there?" "Oh, summer vacation?" "Wait, that little rascal wouldn't he be playing with a minor, would he?" The once warm and friendly voice suddenly turned harsh, and Warmth felt as if she had been struck by lightning. "Minor? Never mind, I don't even know who you are. No need to explain. You're looking for Yi the perverse, right? You mean Mr. Yi?" Chapter 046. The exceptional woman on the phone. "You're looking for Yi the perverse, right? You mean Mr. Yi?" Warmth was about to suggest calling back later when the caller burst into laughter, leaving her bewildered. "Miss Warmth, you have quite the insight. Truly, he is indeed very perverse." His Warmth was taken aback. What did insight and depth have to do with it? The consensus was clear. Yi Feima was perverse. In truth, the son's perversion has nothing to do with the mother, the warm voice asserted. Incorrect. It has everything to do with it. Warmth spoke earnestly. "So, dear girl, You must be discerning in your choices. Such a man has nothing but money. Keep your distance as far as possible, dear girl. The caller seemed taken aback, her voice quivering as if filled with tears. Miss Warmth, you are remarkably insightful. You possess great understanding. However, why don't you keep your distance yourself? This scene was a classic example of a virtuous woman encountering a brutish bully. She felt as though she was being forced into a fire pit. Such a glitch, Miss Warmth. I sympathize with you spiritually. Thank you. How many lovers has he had? Warmth asked with keen interest. It was rare to find someone with such a good temperament and humor despite Yi Fei-ma's character. The caller paused before decisively stating. The first love, huh? Is there a problem? You have no discernment. Warmth concluded without reservation. Chapter 047. Warmth is sold, you have no discernment. Warmth concluded without reservation. Miss Warmth, I like you very much. Go for it and conquer him. Warmth gazed up at the ceiling. What kind of girlfriend would encourage the mistress to take down her boyfriend? Was her thinking outdated? She felt tears welling up. The caller laughed heartily and continued chatting with Warmth for a while. By the way, Fei-ma has a serious stomach condition. He just got off the plane and I'm afraid he isn't eaten yet. Can you cook something for him? Noodles or porridge would be fine. Danti let him go hungry. Stomach condition? He looks strong enough to kill a bull. Upon recalling Yi Fei-ma's recent bravado, she had never considered he might have a stomach ailment. Miss Warmth, I really must trouble you to prepare something for him. He has been on a flight for over 10 hours, and his appetite will surely be poor. I beg you. Why don't you come and cook for him? The caller sighed. I've been abandoned by him. All right, by the way, don't tell him I called you, okay? Just like that. Good girl. Hurry and prepare dinner. After the gentle voice hung up, Warmth was left in a daze. Why not tell Yi Fei-ma? Why was she still concerned about him even after being abandoned? Did this perverse man still have someone who cared for him, a stomach condition? He appeared perfectly healthy. How could he have such an ailment? Moreover, was she a fool? Why had she so readily agreed to make him a midnight snack? Surely, the caller's voice had been too gentle. She had been deceived. Miss Warmth was in a state of turmoil. Chapter 048. The obscure air Xiaoya Miss Warmth was in a state of turmoil. Her face still throbbed with pain. She rummaged through the refrigerator, discovering noodles, chicken, eggs, and a handful of vegetables. She took them out and prepared a bowl of egg and lean meat noodles for Yi Fei-ma. The kitchen was immaculate, as if it had never been used. Why, Yi Fei-ma likely never cooked, so why was there food in the fridge? Warmth didn't dwell on it, as she boiled the noodles. She applied ice to her face, quite impressed with her multitasking abilities. Just as she finished cooking, Yi Fei-ma emerged, frowning at her, his tone displeased. What are you doing? Cooking noodles. When Nguyen hesitated slightly, as someone had mentioned not to bring up the matter of the phone. She pursed her lips and said, I thought you might be hungry, so I made some noodles. Yi Fei-ma's gaze was heavy as he looked at her. His hair still dripped with water, and his robe hung open, allowing the droplets on his collarbone to glisten enticingly under the light. He exuded a dangerously seductive aura. His eyes were dark and inscrutable, leaving her unable to decipher the tempestuous emotions swirling within. Under his penetrating gaze, she felt a surge of anxiety and discomfort. Had she done something wrong? Oh dear. Second young Master Yi, I kindly implore you to at least reveal a slightly different expression when you're either pleased or displeased. It's incredibly hard for me to gauge your feelings when you maintain that perpetual stoic demeanor. Second young Master Yi, please, at least raise an eyebrow to indicate whether you're happy or upset. With your expression always so impassive, who could ever guess your mood? If I've erred in any way, just let me know. There's no need to stare at me like that. I'm perfectly healthy. But you might just scare me to death. When Nguyen couldn't help but say. After a long pause, Yi Fei-ma replied with a simple relieved, when Nguyen brought out the noodles, cracking 3 eggs and offering 2 to him. He glanced at her, and she always felt there might be something fleeting behind his frosty eyes, but upon a closer look, his expression remained stern. In a moment, he polished off an entire bowl of noodles, leaving not a drop of broth. When Nguyen felt as if she had been struck, her cheeks still stinging despite the ice pack, while the noodles were hot, compelling her to eat slowly. Yi Fei-ma had taken a few documents to the living room to handle business, treating her as if she were heir. This blatant disregard was a new experience for Nguyen, eliciting a sense of discomfort in her heart, and she muttered a few curses under her breath aimed at Yi Fei-ma. After finishing her noodles and cleaning up the kitchen, she lingered in the living room. Just then, Yi Feima had concluded his tasks, motioning for her to approach with a flick of his finger. When Muan bit her lip, as she moved closer, he suddenly yanked her into his embrace. Capturing her lips, he kissed her with a desperate intensity, as if he sought to consume her entirely. This fervent kiss left her shivering. An unsettling fear rising within her, and her dazed state, she recalled a saying, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder." But they were not lovers, and he had no shortage of scandals while abroad. What were they, truly? Before she could ponder further, the soft curves of her body had been seized by him, his kisses transitioning from her lips to her cheeks and neck, at last revealing a second expression on his face, one of unmet desire. "Yi Feima, you re so heavy." When Nuan managed to blurt out, her muddled mind processing the truth that he indeed weighed a ton, pinning her firmly onto the sofa, he paused. A retaliatory pressure applied to her softness caused her to tear up. "It hurts." "You pervert." She grabbed a soft pillow and aimed it at him. "Don't move." Yi Feima swatted the pillow away, his voice deep and commanding. Nevertheless, when Muan wasn't inclined to heed him, the position felt too precarious. Though she had agreed to him, she was still unprepared mentally. "If you move again, I will take you right here." The fiery intensity in his dark eyes sent a chill down Nuan's spine. Dark, murky, cold, yet tinged with an incomprehensible yearning. Yes, a yearning for her. She dared not stir, her heart racing under his scrutinizing gaze. He observed the woman beneath him, her alluring eyes shimmering with a hint of panic. Her clothes disheveled and her cheeks flushed. She appeared thoroughly ravished, and any man would struggle to resist such temptation. A wild impulse surged within Yi Feima, to tear apart her unblemished beauty, to unveil the sullied version of her beneath the surface. Yet that faint panic in her eyes stirred an unexpected tenderness within him. This girl bore a certain charm, particularly when her enchanting peach blossom eyes brimmed with alarm, making her resemble a frightened little rabbit. Adorably vulnerable and inviting maltreatment, realizing what he was contemplating, Yi Feima's expression darkened, his mood soured. For him, acknowledging Wen Wan's merits invariably flared his temper, when Wan witnessed the tumultuous change in his demeanor within seconds. Her heart racing with trepidation lest he suffocate her with a mere touch. Why was his temper so volatile? She preferred gentle men. Suddenly, Yi Feima leaned down, kissing her lips tenderly, his warm, moist kisses tracing the contours of her mouth. Savoring her lips with a lingering softness, as though cherishing a rare treasure, when Wan's heart raced, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Why had he suddenly become so gentle, having grown accustomed to the ruthlessness of second young Master Yi? This unexpected tenderness left her disoriented. Tears welled in her eyes, a tempest brewing within. Who could thrive in the presence of such a temperamental man? The rapid switches between warmth and coldness were disconcerting. Could he not at least afford her a second to adapt? Yet with a tightening grip on his clothing, she found herself irresistibly drawn to this gentle side of him. The moment that thought surfaced in her mind, she trembled. How could she possibly feel this way about Yi Feima? Was she courting disaster? Quickly, when Wan suppressed the peculiar thought, she had admired Fong Lucheng, even if that man had betrayed her purest feelings. "Don't leave me," Yi Feima murmured, his eyes half closed as he kissed her lips with an entranced fervor. When Wan's heart clenched, stirring a poignant ache within her, gazing into his face, which bore no visible pain but instead a haunting stillness, she observed his trembling eyelashes. A rush of anguish surged in her heart. Who did he envision her to be? When Wan understood clearly that Yi Feima was captivated by her beauty, he had once told her that her eyes were lovely, perhaps reminiscent of those of his former lover, thus drawing his affection, yet she resented being regarded as a mere stand-in. "Don't leave me," he repeated, his voice a mere whisper, his complexion pale, when Wan stared at him, astonished, realizing that even the unhinged Yi Feima possessed a tender heart. That he too harbored a moonlight of his own within. Chapter 052 Who am I? "Don't leave me," he murmured repeatedly, his complexion ashen, when Wan gazed at him in astonishment, realizing that even the monstrous Yi Feima was capable of deep affection. He too possessed a luminous moon in his heart, but where had his beloved gone? After all those years of entanglements and incessant scandals, what was his true motivation? Was he wounded by love? His murmurs carried an undeniable melancholic tone. When Juan felt her heart unravel in the breeze, wounded by love, such a twisted character as second young Master Yi, forsaken by romance, her eyes twitched slightly at the thought. Wondering which unfortunate woman lacked discernment to fall for him, and which unfortunate girl had the audacity to become the object of his affection, and who was that courageous woman who had dared to cast him aside. She found herself strangely admiring the woman who had abandoned him. To rid oneself of a man as complex, unpredictable, cold, ruthless, and devilish as Yi Fei-ma was, indeed, an astute decision. Yet his kiss suddenly grew more forceful. Imbued with an aura of conquest, as his eyes opened, a sharpness flickered in his gaze. With a swift motion, he tore at her nightgown, and when Juan gasped, now laid bare before him, the springtime allure was laid exposed. He intensified his predatory touch. Everything was unfolding too rapidly. When Juan was taken by surprise, the emotionless, overtly humiliating contact evoked a profound sadness within her, although she knew this was part of her promise. A price to pay, it still. Yi Fei-ma, do you know who I am? When Juan asked with a smile, though a heavy sorrow weighed on her heart, he hesitated, his advance halting unexpectedly. The woman beneath him lay completely bare, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with a smile, radiating beauty. She truly had a pair of exceptionally stunning eyes, especially when she smiled, resembling two petals of a peach blossom. As she smiled sweetly at him, it became an unspoken accusation. Chapter 053. She smiled sweetly at him, yet for him, it was an unvoiced reproach. Why, Yi Fei-ma's grip tightened around her waist. His own robe had loosened, revealing a chiseled chest, every muscle yearning for her beneath him. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of agitation arose within him. The chill from the air conditioning enveloped Wen Wan, leaving her icy. As she reached for her nightgown to cover herself, he swiftly seized her wrist. Do not forget the agreement we signed. Do you wish to renege on it? Renege, indeed. She longed to withdraw. Yi Fei-ma continued. I can find your father, and I can imprison him. Do you believe me? When Wan's expression shifted. Yi Fei-ma, you. Could you refrain from mentioning my father? Then let us talk about you. If you go back on your word, I assure you, I will have my way with you, and then eliminate you before dissecting your remains. When Wan was speechless, her cheeks aflame. Despicable. He let out a cold laugh. Despicable? There are plenty who call me despicable. Why should I fear one more? Ignoring him, Wen Wan took a moment to voice her curiosity. How did you end up there? That place was not somewhere someone like Yi Fei-ma should appear. Just passing by. Wen Wan raised an eyebrow skeptically. Passing by? How could he possibly pass by that place? Beyond it lies her residential community, which feels utterly incongruous with Yi Fei-ma, to say the least. He raised an eyebrow, gazing intently at Wen Wan. He was not merely passing by, he drove straight to find her the moment he disembarked from the plane, a behavior that left him perplexed. The woman, clearly seething yet wearing a mask of a serene smile, perhaps resembled his mother, which might explain his thoughts of her. Nonetheless, Yi Fei-ma would never divulge this to Wen Wan. Chapter 054. Running away from home, he lowered his gaze upon her, the girl's cheeks akin to delicate pink petals, complemented by her sparkling peach blossom eyes, which seemed to beckon him. A tightening in his abdomen intensified the heat within him, prompting Yi Fei-ma to lean down once more and claim her lips with a kiss. The sudden urgency and rawness of his actions left Wen Wan feeling humiliated. You, the esteemed president of a Ning International, forcing a woman like this. Do you not feel ashamed? She retorted, still managing a smile. Forced? Yi Fei-ma's expression remained impassive, a mocking glint flitting across his features. Was it not you who climbed onto my bed unbidden last time? One might argue it was a game of mutual consent. The mere mention of the incident brought a flush to Wen Wan's cheeks. Why, Yi Fei-ma, I was drunk and mistakenly entered the wrong room. Do you think I would willingly climb into your bed? Yes, you are indeed remarkable. A city's most eligible bachelor, the dream man of many, but not of me. I would rather walk 100 meters away from you. 100 meters away. Yi Fei-ma raised an eyebrow, his handsome face illuminated by the light, exuding a chilling aura. He pointed toward the door. If you possess such courage, why not step out right now and test it? It soon became evident that neither of them were children, and she understood well that pride must yield to power. A smile crept onto his lips. Sometimes, teasing her felt exceptionally gratifying. Despite his simmering rage, he feigned a composed smile, and his previously heavy heart lightened considerably at the sight of Wenwan. Reminding him of his mother, they were of a kind, both capable of masking their inner turmoil with a smile. "Where's your pride?" Yi Feima inquired, his gaze a blend of mockery and amusement. Though his smile did not reach his eyes, Wenwan, gritting her teeth, retorted defiantly, "I have run away from home." Chapter 055. Difficult to please Wenwan's words, spoken with clenched teeth and a huff of indignation, caught Yi Feima off guard, and he burst into laughter. This girl was truly delightful. Her petulant demeanor was quite endearing. Wenwan was momentarily taken aback. His laughter, akin to winter snow melting away, rendered the world around them less vibrant. She had never realized how handsome a man could look when he smiled. "You are simply enchanting," Wenwan murmured, at a loss for words to adequately describe him. Yi Feima's expression darkened, prompting Wenwan to quickly push him away. Hastily donning a robe from the floor to conceal her exposed skin, his eyes narrowed as he seized her wrist, pulling her back towards him. "Kiss me," Yi Feima commanded in a deep voice, authoritative and domineering, leaving no room for dissent. Wenwan froze, meeting his penetrating gaze that seemed to reflect only her presence. Did this imply that, at this moment, he saw only her? "You despise being kissed by others, do you not?" "I detest loquacious women." The image flashed through Wenwan's mind. What if one day Ning International collapsed, and Yi Feima found himself in ruins? She would transform into a woman of power and influence, and she would surely deliver a few well-deserved punches to his face, even planting her foot squarely on it to show him what it meant to be arrogant, just as her lips were about to meet his. Yi Feima's phone rang unexpectedly, causing Wenwan to exhale in relief. Yi Feima answered the call, his tone displeased. "Tang Shuwen. It better be urgent." Wenwan stuck out her tongue, realizing that a man with unfulfilled desires could be quite terrifying. "Wait, Tang Shuwen, isn't that Mandong's brother? Brother Shuwen, you are truly a lifesaver. Your call is perfectly timed." In her mind, Tang Shuwen's image suddenly appeared grand and heroic. "What did you say?" Yi Feima's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with an icy intensity. Wenwan could distinctly sense a chilling aura enveloping him, reminiscent of the underworld. He grunted several times before finally saying, "All right, I'll be there," after hanging up. His gaze turned cold as it fixed on Wenwan. "Change your clothes. We are going to the same place." Why was this man so difficult to please? She was on the verge of losing her mind. Chapter 056. Tang Xian Clubhouse 1. Tang Xian Clubhouse, an elite establishment frequented by the social elite, where wealthy young men and distinguished ladies often gathered, operating under a VIP system. This renowned venue was a subsidiary of the Tang Group. Designed in European style while embracing the essence of Chinese leisure culture, creating a refined and elegant environment, IT housed presidential suites, earl suites, luxurious standard rooms, and boasted top-tier facilities providing accommodations, bathing, fitness, beauty spa, and gourmet dining services. From the 1st to the 7th floor, the building served as office space, while the 8th floor and above belonged to the Tang Xian Clubhouse. Upon arriving at the 21st floor, Wenwan remained unaware of Yi Feima's intentions. Vaguely sensing it was a banquet, throughout the ascent, his demeanor was as calm and cold as autumn waters, and she dared not provoke him, choosing silence as her ally. With a sweet smile, she suppressed her dissatisfaction. Linking her arm with his deep-set gaze fell upon her. Complex and inscrutable, Wenwan pressed her lips together as he remarked, "Miss Wen, please display your signature smile." Wenwan beamed, radiant and gentle, perfectly embodying her name. Yi Feima's response was apathetic. "Very well." Two men pushed open the doors, and Wenwan, still linked to Yi Feima, stepped into the opulent banquet hall. This venue was a high-end banquet space within the Tang Xian Clubhouse, adorned lavishly in a retro European palace style, where even the crystal chandeliers exuded an exquisite charm, reminiscent of the 14th century European courts. Chapter 057. Tang Xian Clubhouse 2. The banquet was bustling with over 50 men and women, all impeccably dressed, exuding an air of affluence. The men were dapper, while the women were noble and elegant, adorned in sparkling jewels, each detail exuding luxury. Among them, Wenwan felt as though she had transformed into an exhibit in a zoo. being scrutinized by the onlookers. Many individuals present were celebrities she recognized from magazines, executives of entertainment companies, and prominent directors, including director Lin, making her momentarily anxious. Why Fema turned his head to observe her. And for a fleeting moment, she perceived a rare hint of reassurance in his gaze, as if he were silently conveying, "Do not be afraid. I am here." When Wan smiled softly, her tension dissipating instantly. Being a clever woman, she may not have known why Fema brought her here, but she understood the importance of not embarrassing him. With this thought, she straightened her back. A gentle smile flickered across Fema's lips. Wen Wan was one of the few intelligent girls he had encountered, truly perceptive and astute. Tang Shuwen did not overlook the fleeting tenderness in Fema's gaze, and he was momentarily taken aback. His attention shifting to Wen Wan, not only Tang Shuwen, but the eyes of the others also gravitated toward her. Wen Wan donned an elegant, deep blue low-cut gown by Prada, exuding sophistication. Her tall figure was accentuated by the dress, making her appear even more graceful and curvaceous. Her glossy hair was styled up, with a few strands falling delicately across her forehead, and her makeup was exquisite, adorned with the most fashionable sea blue gemstone earrings from a Ning International's collection. The crowd was further astonished to see the necklace she wore, a rose tear, the heirloom of the Yi family, a treasure in the jewelry world. Chapter 058. Tang Xian Clubhouse 3. She recalled the moment she emerged from the makeup room in her gown when Fema's gaze had swept over her with an air of admiration. It was only upon glancing in the mirror that she realized how dramatically she had transformed. Clad in this gown and adorned as such, she had metamorphosed from a mere Cinderella into a swan. Tang Shuwen approached, a strikingly handsome and refined man clad in a white suit, resembling a prince from a fairy tale. Fema nodded at him, and when Wen Wan saw that Tang Shuwen did not recognize her, she could not help but call out, "Brother Shuwen." Tang Shuwen was once again taken aback. That voice. He scrutinized Wen Wan closely, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wen Wan smiled sweetly, embodying innocence and harmlessness. "Much like a little white rabbit, Brother Shuwen, I know nothing at all. Please regard my honest and trustworthy face." Tang Shuwen Fema. What a mischievous girl she was to him. She appeared anything but honest and simple-minded. "Do you know her?" Fema inquired, directing his gaze toward Tang Shuwen. "She is a good friend of Man Dong." Fema glanced at Wen Wan, linking his arm with her as he greeted several producers and renowned directors who approached them, including a few prominent directors from a Ning International, Director Lin among them. Wen Wan felt a touch of awkwardness, and Director Lin was equally astonished, his gaze upon her tinged with contemplation, with a good-natured demeanor. Wen Wan greeted him, while Fema furrowed his brows. "Lin Ning, do you know her?" Initially, Director Lin intended to mention the concept of naked diving, but considering their relationship, he chose to express it more subtly. He found it perplexing. Given Wen Wan's close ties with Fema, why was she merely a production assistant on set? Fema cast a sidelong glance at Wen Wan, his expression revealing a hint of displeasure. With his professional instincts, Lin Ning immediately sensed an unusual tension in the an affair, perhaps. Wen Wan averted her gaze and spotted a tall woman clad in a deep crimson gown, her eyes directed towards them, adorned with a gentle smile. Upon noticing Wen Wan's gaze, the woman gracefully nodded in acknowledgement. It was, astonishingly, Han Bai. Wen Wan was taken aback, quickly followed by excitement. She had not anticipated encountering her idol in Tang Xian Huiguan. The woman was truly stunning. Her figure was exquisite, curvaceous, and exuded an immense aura. She appeared even more beautiful than in posters, embodying an enigmatic charm characteristic of Eastern femininity, irresistibly captivating, with a touch of mature elegance. The few popular actresses beside her paled in comparison, serving merely as her backdrop. Beside her stood a dashing man in a white suit, engaged in intimate conversation with her from Wen Wan's perspective. They appeared to be a perfectly matched couple. Several prominent producers and directors approached Fema to exchange pleasantries, and Han Bai, linked arm in arm with the affluent Gu de Gongzi. Gu Rue strolled over. "Hello, Shao. Have you switched partners again?" Quite the change in taste this time. Producer A chuckled heartily, his average height and portly figure accentuated by a flashy gold chain, embodying a boorish nouveau riche. Shao, Is this a newcomer from a Ning? Quite the looker, Investor B remarked, his greedy eyes shamelessly sizing up Wenwan. With Yi Er Xiao's support, she'll be a sensation in no time. She won't be a newcomer for long, added Director A. Indeed, unlike our times, where we trudged forward step by step with great difficulty. Ji Rui, still holding Han Bai's arm, also greeted Yi Fei Mo with a smile, who merely nodded in his customary aloof manner, a demeanor that everyone had grown accustomed to. He noticed Wenwan tightly gripping his sleeve, her knuckles white with restrained anger. This was Yi Fei Mo's first realization of her emotions. He slightly turned his head, only to see Wenwan smiling sweetly, subtly absorbing the barbed comments and humiliations directed at her. Her profile was beautiful, especially when she smiled, an enchanting sight that could make one's heart race. The soft contours of her face and her defined features captivated him momentarily, enchanted by the facade of a smile she wore. She clearly harbored the desire to hurl the wine from the tray of a nearby attendant at their insufferable remarks. Yet she held back, accepting the ridicule and scorn with poise. He witnessed a different side of Wenwan. "What is your name?" Investor B inquired. Wenwan's lips nearly bled from her biting them. Yet she stubbornly withheld her response. Humiliation, it was a blatant affront, in the presence of so many influential figures, actors, directors, investors, producers, who were all prominent in the entertainment industry. He brazenly proposed such a sordid transaction. With no regard for propriety, his lecherous gaze lingered upon her chest. She had never endured such indignity throughout her life. "Why, Fei Mo, what on earth have you brought me here for? Is it merely to subject me to this humiliation? What have I done to deserve such treatment?" Tang Xuan frowned, about to speak, but Lin Ning grasped his hand, shaking his head and gesturing for him to look at Wenwan. Tang Xuan observed Wenwan's sweet, radiant smile and could not help but blame Yi Fei Mo for bringing her into such a sordid environment. The grime and darkness of the entertainment industry were beyond Wenwan's comprehension. In such settings, the exchange of partners was a commonplace affair. Han Bai cast a fleeting glance at Lin Fei Mo, her smile dimming. Ji Rui chuckled, raising an eyebrow at Yi Fei Mo, eagerly awaiting his response. Yi Fei Mo pried Wenwan's hand from his arm, her grip tight as if in fear. He meticulously separated her fingers, refusing to allow her to cling to him. Wenwan's heart sank, growing colder with each passing moment, descending into an abyss of darkness. Trembling from the chill, yet her smile remained dazzling. Why Yi Fei Mo had abandoned her. He intended to offer her to this unscrupulous investor. Everyone harbored this thought. Yi Fei Mo was known for his cold-heartedness and indifference, never lacking female company, cycling through one after another. Who in the circle did not know of Yi Er Xiao's ruthlessness? Those who coveted the women by his side were often dispatched without a second thought. Even Tang Xuan pondered whether Yi Fei Mo was indeed going to relinquish Wenwan. He would not stand idle, lest Man Dong confront him. Just as Tang Xuan prepared to speak, his expression shifted, and Wenwan was momentarily stunned, gazing at Yi Fei Mo as he grasped her hand. Their fingers entwined. "Zhong Dong, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Surely, you noticed what she wears around her neck." Yi Fei Mo's voice was as chilling as a winter's day in December, and the entire banquet seemed to fall into a hush. The women, who had been eagerly awaiting the spectacle, were taken aback. Feigning inebriation, Zhong Dong's hand reached toward Wenwan's chest, his posture suggesting he intended to examine the rose tear closely, yet it was evident to all that he was taking advantage of her. Yi Fei Mo intercepted his hand, a fleeting cold smile gracing his lips, his eyes flashing with anger as he twisted his hand, shattering Zhong Dong's bone with a single motion, eliciting a pained scream. The women recoiled in shock, while several investors rushed to support Zhong Dong, angrily confronting Yi Fei Mo about his actions. A smirk played at the corners of Yi Fei Mo's mouth, exuding an air of arrogance, nobility, and elegance, laced with a hint of menace. "You dare lay hands on my fiancé? To break an arm would be a mere trifling punishment for you. Ignorant fool." The room fell silent, all in stunned disbelief. Han Bai's complexion drained of color, taking a small step back, only for Gu Rui to hurriedly support her. She chuckled lightly. "It's nothing, my shoes are just too high. Standing is uncomfortable. Be careful," Gu Rui cautioned gently. "Fiancé Yi Er Xiao, what are you saying?" Someone questioned, bewildered. Wenwan was equally taken aback, but being the extraordinary woman she was, she concealed her emotions. even in her astonishment, managing to offer a sweet smile, ensuring no one perceived anything amiss. Yet Yi Feimo's declaration struck her like a thunderclap. What? When did I become your fiancé, Yi Shao? You ought to announce such shocking news properly. Who would willingly become his fiancé? She felt utterly innocent, having never intended to be ensnared in a relationship with such a peculiar man. She regretted coming to know the twisted Yi Feimo. If you're going to act, at least provide a script. How can one improvise in such a scenario? This rose tear could only be worn by the mistress of a Ning International. Why, Yi Feimo's voice was icily resolute, his gaze sweeping across the room, exuding an overwhelming authority that conveyed a singular message. Open your eyes. If anyone dares to lay a finger on her, do not blame me for ensuring your disgrace. The atmosphere was rife with shock. Whispers erupted as women exchanged glances, speculating about Wenwan's identity. Why, Yi Shao's words were forceful, each syllable pronounced with clarity, resembling bullets fired in defense of his woman. The scene unfolded like an interlude. The injured man was whisked away to the hospital, and the banquet resumed as if nothing had transpired. Wenwan pulled Yi Feimo aside into a corner. Her teeth clenched. Why, Yi Feimo? What do you mean by calling me your fiancé? Yi Feimo flicked his sleeve dismissively, languidly replying, What? Is being my fiancé a burden to you? Oh, Yi Shao. How self-aware of you, such rarity, truly rare. Wenwan retorted with a smile that lacked sincerity. Why, Yi Feimo regarded her with a nonchalant glance, his demeanor that of an aristocrat, unapologetically stating, I do not mind your aspirations to elevate yourself. Please, I care very much. Wenwan shot back. Could you not be a little more humble, Yi Shao? Humble, what on earth is that? He feigned ignorance of the term, inciting her irritation to the point she felt like striking him. Shameless, Miss Wen. If you were to sell smiles, I would earn even more with this face of mine. If you possess dignity, why should I not be shameless? Yi Feimo replied with a straight face, undermining her fragile confidence. Wenwan was left speechless. Was he implying he was more attractive than she? While it was indeed true, did he need to state it so plainly? Was it necessary for a handsome man to be so arrogant? What matters is not the lack of recognition, but the comparison. Upon comparison, one realizes their own lack of discernment. I have not found fault with you. Why should you be dissatisfied? It is my decree that you shall be my fiancé. Consider it a blessing. Should I kneel down in gratitude? If you wish to kneel and express thanks, I shall not oppose it. Yi Feimo replied indifferently. Warmth felt a rush of emotions, her tears brimming. Is it truly so arduous to gain an advantage over young Master Yi in eloquence? Chapter 065. Pain, you wish to kneel and express thanks, I shall not oppose it. Yi Feimo replied indifferently. Warmth felt a rush of emotions, her tears brimming. Is it truly so arduous to gain an advantage over young Master Yi in eloquence? Young Master Yi, I have a serious question for you. Warmth inquired earnestly. Do you ever watch the evening dramas? I do. It seems you have indulged too much in melodrama. This is detrimental. Your demeanor reveals the dire consequences these dramas have had on the youth. Warmth sighed with heartfelt sincerity, while Yi Feimo harbored an urge to cast her out. They engaged in a lively exchange of banter, yet to onlookers, it appeared as playful flirtation. Ji Rue smiled faintly, observing the harmonious relationship between young Master Yi and his fiancée. Han Bai took a delicate sip, her lowered gaze concealing the depths of her thoughts. Offering a soft acknowledgement, Ji Rue raised an eyebrow at her. This woman always exuded a breathtaking beauty, regardless of the time. And oh wonder. He smiled knowingly. Han Bai, I shall introduce someone to you shortly. Who? Han Bai inquired, her interest waning. Fong Luchim, a rising star in City A. He has recently taken an interest in the entertainment industry, which could be quite beneficial for you. Gu Rue explained. Han Bai nodded, sipping her red wine as the shimmering lights danced across her exquisite features. Her gaze fell upon Yi Feimo, who was conversing with warmth at a distance. Fiancé, Feimo, are you intentionally trying to provoke me? You went to Venice just to share the same sky with me. And now you suddenly have a fiancé? Surely, you must be trying to irritate me. You truly are something else, even going so far as to find a woman who bears a resemblance to me. Why do you need a stand-in when I am right here? Chapter 066. A request for an autograph. Why do you need a stand-in when I am right here? Just then, Yi Feimo's gaze shifted towards her, their eyes locking momentarily. Han Bai felt a flicker of joy, but it was fleeting as Yi Feima's attention was drawn away again, landing on the woman beside him, who was laughing sweetly. Suddenly, jealousy surged within Han Bai. No matter how she reincarnated, she could never possess such a warm smile. What is it, Warmth? I really want to ask her for an autograph, Warmth exclaimed excitedly. Could you help me? He glared at her. His expression darkening, Tang Shuwen and Lin Ning approached. Their ears perked at the mention of Warmth wanting Han Bai's autograph. Tang Shuwen expressed surprise, while Lin Ning shot her a glance before looking back at Han Bai. A knowing smile playing on his lips, Tang Shuwen feigned ignorance. Warmth. Who do you want an autograph from, Warmth? His displeasure reached its peak. How familiar was Tang Shuwen with her? Why was she addressing his sister's friend so intimately? Tang Shuwen noticed his discontent and feigned innocence. What did I say wrong? Lin Ning suppressed a laugh. Han Bai, she's my idol. Warmth beamed, her eyes sparkling. Shuwen, could you help me get an autograph? Tang Shuwen, with a thoughtful expression, sought to avoid stepping on any toes, while Yi Feima followed Warmth's gaze towards Han Bai, his brow furrowing slightly. Dio, you truly desire it so much. Is it permissible? Warmth looked up, flashing a sweet smile, revealing a rare hint of charm. What will you offer in exchange? Young Master Yi elevated his stature, exuding an air of superiority, as if awaiting her submission beneath his tailored trousers. Happy Qixi Festival to you. Dear sisters, fortunately, the day is not yet past. My blessings still hold merit for those without lovers, yet yearning for one. Feel free to consider me your beloved. Love me freely, I do not mind. Chapter 067, a request for an autograph to Young Master Yi. You demand conditions even for requesting an autograph. You are truly something else, Warmth replied with a bright smile. Moreover, if your fiancé Yi desires an autograph and you, as her fiancé, cannot facilitate it, would that not be quite embarrassing? Yi Feima regarded her with a heavy gaze, retorting with sarcasm. You seem rather adept at this role. Of course, one must make use of available resources. Warmth shot back, her response quicker than her thoughts. Lin Ning and Tang Shuwen burst into laughter, while Yi Feima's expression darkened like a storm cloud. The women surrounding him were typically obedient, fearful of his commands, never daring to oppose him, let alone label him as bizarre or refer to him as a resource. Yet, it was a known consensus among his friends that he was indeed peculiar. Miss Wen, you possess remarkable courage, Lin Ning remarked. Do as you please. If you do not want it, so be it. Young Master Yi scoffed coldly, his demeanor icy, leaving Warmth feeling as though she might retaliate. Lin Ning, an internationally renowned director, was acutely aware of the unspoken messages conveyed through body language. He sensed the tension thickening. He had believed young Master Yi's heart was frozen, that anyone who fell for him would suffer immensely. Yet, the current dynamics were perplexing. Young Master Yi, what do you intend to do? Let it be for now, and I shall ask you later. Do not evade your debts. You are the most shameless. Do not wrongfully accuse others. Yi Feima took Warmth's hand and approached Han Bai and Gu Rui. Tang Shuwen, observing their retreating figures, turned to Lin Ning. Director, what is the situation here? How would I know? Chapter 068. Han Bai and Warmth, that is your area of expertise. Are they genuine or not? Lin Ning scoffed, feigning profundity. Truth is but a fade. The false can be real, and the real can be false. Yi Feima greeted Gu Rui with a handshake, who raised his eyebrow, playfully scrutinizing him, aware that Yi Feima's presence was merely to secure a moment's conversation with Han Bai. Yi Feima's gaze swept over Han Bai, his tone as cold as ever. Miss Han, my fiancé Yi wishes to request an autograph. This was no mere inquiry, but an imperative. Warmth forced a smile, internally cursing Lin Feima for his lack of decorum. A modicum of politeness is the least one can extend to a lady, she mused, recalling that young Master Yi had likely never learned the meaning of respect. Han Bai's gaze shifted to Warmth, her smile graceful. Are you a fan of mine? Warmth beamed back, nodding enthusiastically. Indeed, I have watched all your films. You are even more beautiful and captivating in person than on screen. Warmth thought, perhaps this is how sycophantic fans converse. Should she embellish her words further, to appear more devoted? In truth, Han Bai was not her favorite actress. Rather, she bore some resemblance to her, and Warmth aspired to achieve the same level of success as Han Bai. Thus she set her as a target, a more fitting term than idol. You flatter me. Hanbai replied softly, while Feima's gaze remained fixed on her, his expression as still as autumn water. Warmth sensed his icy demeanor and wondered inwardly if he harbored some grievance against Hanbai. Today is not convenient. If you wish for an autograph, I can send you a poster another day. Really? Warmth asked, her excitement palpable. Could I request a poster for Yulan Ci? Certainly. Warmth's face lit up. Thank you, you are truly wonderful. Chapter 069. Hanbai and Warmth. Warmth's face beamed as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, you are truly wonderful. Ji Rui observed with an enigmatic smile. Are you truly a fan of Miss Han? Of course, he chuckled silently, while Hanbai inquired, where would you like the signed poster sent? No need to trouble him, just send it to Warmth thought, realizing she would be staying with Yi Feima throughout the summer. You can send it to Mingcheng, 45th floor, or I can pick it up at your studio. Mingcheng, 45th floor. Even with her makeup concealing her pallor, Warmth noticed a fleeting glimpse of pain and despair in Hanbai's eyes. A moment so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Her heart stirred with curiosity, but when she sought to look again, the emotion had vanished. Ji Rui's smile deepened, shrouded in mystery. Very well, I shall have my assistant deliver it. Hanbai replied quietly. Warmth felt an unexpected aura of sadness envelop Hanbai in that brief moment, her eyes shimmering with sorrow, captivating and evoking sympathy. She was a woman accustomed to standing in the spotlight. Thus every expression she wore was breathtakingly beautiful. Was she overly sensitive? She glanced at Yi Feima, whose gaze remained as cold and expressionless as the moon, devoid of emotion. He regarded Hanbai, his voice flat and calm. Miss Han, your acting skills have improved tremendously, so lifelike. Acting? Hanbai lifted her gaze to Yi Feima, her eyes brimming with self-mockery, as if she had endured some profound hurt, her hands trembling slightly. Warmth was perplexed. Was Yi Feima not praising her? For an actress, receiving commendation from a mogul in the entertainment industry should be a cause for celebration. Why did Hanbai appear so distraught? Chapter 070. I love you. Warmth's gaze swept between them. Hanbai had been nurtured by Anning International. Although she later departed for Hollywood, she had once been part of their ranks. This scene unfolded like a dissonant interaction between a boss and a former employee. Might it be that Yi is envious of Hanbai's departure from Anning International, feeling betrayed that she no longer serves as his cash cow? If so, that would indeed be rather petty. When Wan whimsically speculates on various possibilities, she wisely remains silent, for her knowledge of the entertainment industry is still limited. Less talk equates to fewer mistakes. Why Mo lets out a cold snort and leads when Wan away. But as he turns, he is halted by Hanbai's voice. That butterfly on your shoulder, Hanbai exclaims, her gaze fixated on the adornment on Wenwan's shoulder, astonishment evident on her face. The makeup cannot conceal her pallid complexion. Is that you in that advertisement? 5203, I love you, she adds, referencing the recent popular advertisement. Ye Air Xiao's campaign has taken the city by storm, half-naked women, vibrant butterflies, and suggestive lines that seem less like a perfume advertisement and more akin to a man's declaration of love for a woman. Hanbai, having received insider information from the upper echelons of Anning, learns that this advertisement was aired unexpectedly, with no one but Yi Air Xiao involved in its production. Originally, the spokesperson for the 5203 Butterfly series perfume was the popular star by Xiaowen, who was suddenly replaced. Hanbai has seen that advertisement countless times, not only because it was crafted by Yi Air Xiao himself, but also due to the underlying suggestiveness that instills a sense of urgency within her. She keenly observes the woman in the advertisement, yet remains unable to identify her. Logically, one would expect such a provocative advertisement to feature a renowned celebrity. If it were a newcomer, they would surely achieve instant fame. Especially with the advertisement's explosive success. Despite the 5203 Butterfly series perfume not yet hitting the market, it has already created a buzz. Chapter 071. Master Tang's allure, is it a matter of being spied upon? Hanbai's expression darkens further. When one intended to alleviate the tension, yet her efforts seem to backfire. She purses her lips, ready to clarify, but Yi Mo firmly pulls her away. Hanbai sways slightly, and Gu Rui hastily supports her. Hanbai, what's wrong? Are you unwell? When Wan notices Yi Mo's footsteps falter, his body stiffening as Hanbai's frail voice drifts from behind. My feet hurt from standing too long. It's nothing serious. Don't worry too much. She can no longer hear what follows. She vaguely senses Gu Rue reprimanding Han Bai, who appears to be genuinely concerned for her. When Wan recalls the entertainment tabloids she has read, which sensationalized Han Bai's rumored liaison with a foreign director, even capturing photos of them entering hotels together. The truth of such stories is often indistinguishable in the realm of celebrity gossip. Han Bai feels a pang of bitterness. Spying? Has Yi Fei Mo ever engaged in such behavior? Does he truly care for that lady? No, that cannot be. She promptly dismisses the thought. Yi Fei Mo is enamored with her visage, one that bears a resemblance to the woman in question. Why, Yi Fei Mo, are you angry? When Wan asks, though she had initially refrained from doing so. Yet, it seems he is about to crush her bones. Perhaps he is oblivious to his own intensity. No, you are clearly upset. When Wan smiles slightly, her neighborly demeanor uplifting the mood, yet her words are less than reassuring. Who has dared to provoke Yi Shao? They must possess quite the ability. I ought to pay my respects. I am angry, and you find joy in that. Why shouldn't I be happy if you are angry? When Wan retorts, causing Yi Fei Mo to grit his teeth. A desire to toss her aside bubbling within him. This troublesome girl, why can't she utter something pleasant? Yi Fei Mo, your expression resembles that of a heartbroken man who has cast you aside. When Wan quips why Yi Fei Mo shoots her a piercing glare, his eyes betraying a mix of fury and a hint of vulnerability. Startled, when Wan realizes her jest has struck a nerve, as if she had tread upon a painful memory. He is enraged, oh my. When Wan thinks to herself, has she truly hit the nail on the head? Perhaps she ought to buy a lottery ticket tomorrow. Why Yi Fei Mo scoffs. A man of my charm would ever be cast aside by a woman? You will be the one to be discarded in your next life. It will not be my turn. Miss Wen possesses a commendable temperament, yet even the most gracious of souls cannot tolerate Yi Shao's foul mood. She feigns laughter. In truth, Master Kong is the most charming. Every day, thousands indulge in him. Once your charm surpasses his, I shall concede to your allure. Chapter 072. Inquiry of Affection. Yi Fei Mo's countenance darkens. Kong. She dares to suggest he is inferior to instant noodles. What a wretched woman. Hey, Yi Fei Mo, I suffer from heart conditions. Do refrain from scaring me with such expressions. Where will you find a pretty and lovely girl to appease my parents? Pretty and lovely. What an international joke. Where is she, charming or delightful? Be quiet. Yi Fei Mo, in a state of fury, suddenly finds his anger dissipating upon hearing her words. This Wen Wan is truly a sorceress. He rarely experiences such emotional fluctuations. Very well. This woman requires a lesson. Why Yi Shao? There are countless flowers in the world. Do not hang yourself on a single tree. Explore other options. You may discover that other trees offer greater comfort. When Wan's tone is frosty, as she takes on the role of his love advisor. Before this evening, she feared Yi Fei Mo, yet now, she perceives that despite his ferocity and eccentricities, he has not genuinely harmed her. There seems to be little to fear. Not far off, Tang Shuwen chuckles softly, prompting Yi Fei Mo to glare at him, while Lin Ning hastily pulls him away, such as, Yi Fei Mo casts a sidelong glance at her, his gaze audaciously roaming her form, his tone icy. You wouldn't dare to suggest that you are the tree that would be more comfortable to hang upon. Yi Shao, should you wish to hang upon my branch, you must first inquire if I am amenable. With your demeanor, I would not accept even if you offered yourself. I resolutely refuse. When Wan responds with utmost seriousness, her expression hinting at disdain, why Yi Fei Mo's expression darkens again. When Wan revels in her triumph, this evening, she has endured being observed like a spectacle, faced repeated humiliations, encountered Han Bai, and managed to secure an autograph. Her emotions have swung wildly. Shame, anxiety, joy, all courtesy of this scoundrel. Were she an ordinary woman, she would have long fled the scene. Yet, she stands her ground, determined to exact her revenge. Watching him change expressions brings her immense satisfaction. You little rascal, Yi Fei Mo grinds out through clenched teeth, struggling to restrain himself from throttling her. Why, Yi Fei Mo, why have you brought me here to partake in this charade? When Wan inquires earnestly, her curiosity piqued by the purpose of this performance. Chapter 073. Inquiry of Affection. To Yi Fei Mo, why have you brought me here to partake in this charade? When Wan asks, her tone serious, you need not know. Who are you performing for? When Wan presses, her question sharp, why Yi Fei Mo's cold gaze locks onto hers. each word enunciated with chilling precision. You need not know. Very well. If you prefer not to discuss it, let us speak of benefits. When Nguyen displays her trademark smile, I in the dead of night. I sacrifice my sleep to accompany you in this charade. What is my compensation? For the first time in his life, Yi Fei Mo is nearly choked with indignation. A torrent of curses spills forth, but sadly, when Nguyen cannot comprehend, save for a solitary insult in English. Yet, she gathers he is expressing his frustration, leading her to look down upon him. Honestly, if you wish to curse, at least learn a dialect from our country. Cursing in dialect is far more satisfying. Yi Fei Mo, when Nguyen continues to count on her fingers, tonight's compensation. You secretly filmed me and turned it into an advertisement, infringing upon my likeness rights, causing me significant emotional distress. My advertisement fees. Miss Wen, utter another word, and I shall kiss you. When Nguyen's voice falters in astonishment, but a moment later, she regains her radiant smile. Yi Fei Mo's expression remains as lifeless as a long-dead zombie, devoid of any emotion, causing Nguyen to silently mourn. Yi Fei Mo lets out a cold snort, and when Nguyen withers, why the silence? How much do you desire? Yi Fei Mo inquires with a smirk, determined to tame her incessant chatter. Why the silence? How much do you desire? Yi Fei Mo repeats, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. I refuse to believe I cannot manage you. You chatter incessantly, yet I shall not allow you to frolic freely. When Nguyen continues to feign indifference, fantasizing about Ning International's swift demise, relishing the thought of triumphantly placing her foot upon his face. As music fills the air, men invite their partners to dance. One woman approaches Yi Fei Mo, elegantly adorned, statuesque, clad in a striking black gown with ruffles, exuding an icy allure. When Nguyen does not recognize her, while Yi Fei Mo raises an eyebrow, dismissively stating, no time. The woman is taken aback, shooting Nguyen a venomous glare before turning away. Great, I'm caught in the crossfire for no reason. When Nguyen can't help but utter a curse. Miss Wen, in such settings, kindly maintain your decorum. Who else can hear me besides you? Am I not human? When Nguyen delivers an oddly exaggerated laugh, Yi Shao, your self-awareness is commendable. You possess quite the insight. Yi Fei Mo's icy glare fixes upon her, as though he wishes to strangle her right then and there. When Nguyen turns her face away, pretending not to notice, and casually sighs, Han Bai is truly beautiful. He is exasperated. This girl's ability to feign ignorance surpasses even that of his mother. Several investors approached Yi Fei Mo to discuss matters, while when Nguyen wandered off to another corner. After a brief stroll, she noticed that the women were pointing at her with unkind glances, their expressions filled with disdain, and she caught snippets of the word butterfly. A frown formed on Nguyen's brow. Had her butterfly become a symbol? She had only just confided in Han Bai about this. Surely it couldn't have spread so quickly. Han Bai didn't seem like the type to gossip. When Nguyen's gaze swept over Han Bai, who happened to look her way and greeted her with a warm smile, prompting Nguyen to silently chastise herself for being overly suspicious. She was indifferent to how others perceived her. Regardless of the women's ridicule and contempt, she chose to act as if she were deaf to their taunts. With a sense of boredom, she took a glass of red wine and made her way to the outdoor balcony. The gentle evening breeze caressed her as she stood high above, gazing down at the twinkling lights. A peculiar beauty enveloping her. A sense of ease and tranquility washed over Nguyen, but her moment of solitude was soon interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. With a sigh, she lamented that such a splendid nightscape was now marred by the presence of gossipy women from the soirée. Fema, a soft call suddenly broke the air, and when Nguyen froze, recognizing the voice as Han Bai's, Chapter 074, intrigued. The earlier exchange between Yi Fei Mo and Han Bai had a hint of tension. Yi Fei Mo seemed barely able to tolerate even a fleeting glance at her. Yet Han Bai called him with such intimacy. A series of disconcerting images flashed through Nguyen's mind. It was said that the women of the Yi family were all from the entertainment industry, and Han Bai had been nurtured by a Ning International, which had a history of conflict with Yi Fei Mo's mother, Chung Anya. Chung Anya had once held a press conference, publicly declaring Han Bai's expulsion from a Ning International, coinciding with an international director from Hollywood taking an interest in her. Yet, the true circumstances remained shrouded in mystery. Could it be that she and Yi Fei Mo had a clandestine affair? It was well known that wealthy wives despised stars from the entertainment world. Indeed, it must be so. With juicy gossip at hand, particularly regarding Yi Feima, when Wan felt a surge of excitement, instinctively hiding behind a pillar, barely daring to breathe. "Miss Han, is there something you need?" Yi Feima's signature icy tone cut through the air. "Feima, must we converse in such a manner?" Hanbai gazed at him with longing, the soft light casting fleeting shadows across her face, her dark eyes shimmering with emotion, when Wan cautiously peeked out. Finding Yi Feima turned away, allowing her a glimpse of Hanbai's captivating visage. Unexpectedly, even the queenly Hanbai displayed such a vulnerable expression, stirring something within. How could a man witness such a gaze and not be moved? Yet, Yi Feima remained resolute, his heart seemingly made of iron, wholly unmoved. "Are we that familiar?" Yi Feima's voice turned even colder. "At best, I am the president of Ning International, and you are merely a star we have cultivated. For someone like you, I could produce countless more." Hanbai trembled, yet her composure quickly returned. "Are you still blaming me for leaving you back then?" Chapter 075. Tactics indeed. Yi Feima had been cast aside by Hanbai. And when Wan marveled at the courage of this international star, her admiration for Hanbai growing, the audacity was truly commendable. With sparkling eyes filled with intrigue and gossip, when Wan listened intently to their conversation. After all, who could remember the details of events from years past? Yi Feima's gaze remained as frigid as ever. No matter how delicate and charming Hanbai appeared, he seemed unaffected, his eyes cold enough to freeze. "Who are you that I should have cared for you all these years?" When Wan's heart quaked as a realization dawned upon her, Yi Feima viewed her as a mere substitute for Hanbai. His affections lay with Hanbai. Feima. He once requested her to call him in a voice brimming with emotion, reminiscent of the tone Hanbai now used, soft and alluring. He had held her close, murmuring, don't leave me, and the person he was pleading for was Hanbai. He did not want her to depart. Others may have been oblivious, but she understood clearly. Yi Feima was deeply in love with Hanbai. No wonder when Wan felt a pang of bitterness, finally grasping who held his heart. She recalled a survey stating that 90 of men in City A chose Hanbai as their dream partner. An influential literary scholar had once remarked that falling for a woman like Hanbai was all too easy. "Feima, please don't say such things. My departure years ago was beyond my control. Can't you understand?" Hanbai stepped closer to Yi Feima, timidly reaching for his hand. In his youth, Feima had been headstrong and indifferent, yet he had shown her a hint of tenderness, never treating her with such coldness. Memories of their sweet past flooded Hanbai's mind, causing her heart to ache. Yi Feima remained unyielding, his expression as hard as stone. "Is your rendezvous with the director in a hotel truly a matter of necessity?" "Hanbai, do you take me for a fool?" Hanbai bit her lip, on the verge of tears. "I did not." Yi Feima narrowed his eyes dangerously. Who did he think he was? A girlfriend engaging with another man? Did he not investigate? Hanbai underestimated him, and with a bitter smile, she retorted, "Feima, why have you never questioned your mother?" Chapter 076. Defense. Hanbai, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Yi Feima's voice was low and menacing, exuding an aura of terror. He would not tolerate any affront to his family, not even from Hanbai. "You truly don't believe me. Your mother knows you well. Back then, I wanted to reveal the truth. But she smiled and told me, you may go and speak with Feima. Let us see whether he believes you or me." Yi Feima fell silent, then coldly laughed. "Hanbai, you excel at playing the victim. This performance is commendable. If my mother orchestrated this, why would she do so? What could it be? In your family, how could they ever accept someone like me?" Hanbai lowered her head, tears falling like pearls. When Wan thought to herself that, even in tears, a woman's beauty was captivating, it was truly heart-wrenching. She couldn't help but imagine how a woman capable of bearing a man like Yi Feima could also be so ruthless. Beautiful on the outside, yet formidable and fierce on the inside, such wealthy matriarchs were to be feared, despite how harmless they appeared in newspaper photographs. Thus, when Wan's impression of Chung Anya, the wife of the chairman of Ning International, swiftly transformed into that of a fierce matriarch, a formidable figure. Witnessing Hanbai's sorrow was indeed quite alarming. "You know what kind of family we are?" Yi Feima retorted coldly. "My mother would readily accept even my sister-in-law." How could she refuse Hanbai? There must be more to this story. Indeed, it had been his mother who held the press conference to expel Hanbai from Ning International, and at that time, He had not yet taken the reins of the company. What could have compelled his mother to act with such decisiveness, disregarding his wishes and banishing Hanbai, leaving her adrift in City A? This had puzzled Yi Feima for 7 long years. Had Hanbai offended his mother? Feima, whether you believe it or not, the truth remains as such, Hanbai whispered, grasping his hand. Please, don't be so indifferent towards me. Your mother would not accept me, so I resolved to make a name for myself in Hollywood, thinking that once I succeeded, perhaps she would change her mind. After all, you are so exceptional, and I wish to be worthy of you. Feima, these years have been painful for me too. Why, Feima's icy gaze remained fixed on her, ignoring her tears. Even if everything you say is true, it's all in the past. My mother had her reasons for her actions. Even if her decisions have caused us pain over the years. You don't care? Chapter 077. A kiss Hanbai, you overestimate your significance in my heart. Even if my mother erred, she remains justified in her choices. The truth holds little importance to me. Why, Feima's voice was somber. When Wan was taken aback, Yi Feima, who would have thought him to be such a devoted son in her eyes, he appeared as a cold-hearted individual. One who would abandon his parents in their old age to fend for themselves. All right, let us not discuss this further. Feima, do you dare to say that you no longer love me? Just utter those words. And I will let go, Hanbai declared, her eyes shining with determination. Wai Feima remained silent, and Hanbai's heart soared with hope as she reached out to embrace him. Her arms encircled his waist. Her soft, tender voice weaving a melody of emotion. He did not push her away, and when Wan peered out to see the pair silhouetted in the dim light, unable to discern Yi Feima's expression. His hands did not encircle Hanbai, but neither did he stop her embrace. He was indeed a man of contradictions, harboring love for her while maintaining an aloof facade, projecting an image of cold indifference. Yet, he did not reject her. Yi Feima was not a man to be approached without his consent. When Wan felt a pang of envy, realizing that he and Hanbai were rather well suited. A match made in heaven. Feima, your fiancé is merely a facade. Isn't she? Are you trying to provoke me? Hanbai's voice was soft yet tinged with a hint of accusation, both aggrieved and questioning. Men often melted under such tones. Why Feima remained silent, neither refuting nor affirming her words. Hanbai's voice carried a note of triumph. Feima, is it true that you chose her because she bears some resemblance to me? Do not compare them, he interjected, his tone as frigid as ice. Hanbai smiled. Indeed, how could she ever compare to me? In Yi Feima's heart, I will always hold the most significant place. I am his first love. The woman is merely a stand-in for her. How could she possibly be compared to her? Chapter 078. Encounter at Fong Luqing. That exceptionally graceful and radiant woman is the true princess of Yi Feima. She is nothing more than a Cinderella, taking the place of the princess. The prince and Cinderella exist solely in fairy tales. The real princes are destined for the princesses, not for Cinderellas like her. She has grown wise enough to no longer believe in such tales. From Fong Luqing, she has learned one crucial lesson. Never lay bare one's heart for another's love. Her heart belongs to herself. And she must guard it diligently. The footsteps receded, and they finally departed. When Wan took a long, warm breath, perhaps tonight, he would propose her departure. This contract might very well become void. Seeing Fong Luqing at the banquet was a surprise for Wan. Even now, the sight of Fong Luqing still stirs a pang of sorrow within her heart, reminiscent of her most beautiful yet unrequited first love, where she entrusted all her finest emotions to him. Little did she know, they were shattered to pieces by hatred, reduced to ashes when Wan, Gu Rue, accompanied by Hanbai, intended to introduce himself to Fong Luqing, but Fong Luqing, with keen eyes, recognized Wan. He quickly approached. Seizing her wrist and, upon noticing her attire, sharply demanded, "How did you end up here?" Chapter 079. Girlfriend. When Wan, Gu Rue, accompanied by Hanbai, intended to introduce himself to Fong Luqing, but Fong Luqing, with keen eyes, recognized Wan. He quickly approached, seizing her wrist and, upon noticing her attire, sharply demanded, "How did you end up here?" When Wan winced at his grip, angry at being unable to shake him off. Who does he think he is to question her presence here? Fong Luqing's eyes were cold and piercing, his grip turning when Wan's wrist red. She struggled fiercely, but he held on tightly, a fire igniting within him at the sight of her outfit. She is his. No one can take her away. When Juan had loved him since childhood, chasing after his footsteps, and his heart, this woman belonged to him, but out of hatred, he had restrained himself from approaching her, repeatedly reminding himself that she was the daughter of his enemy and someone he could not dare to desire. Yet now, he realized he had been utterly mistaken. The thought of her entwined with another man, smiling brightly, drove him to madness with jealousy. Ji Rui curiously asked, "Lu Cheng, are you familiar with her?" Had she encountered him on her birthday, and he had declared her his girlfriend, she would have been overjoyed, believing heaven had finally answered her call and granted her the man she desired. But now, it all felt absurd. The long-anticipated reality turned out to be a colossal irony. She stared blankly at him, while those around them were utterly astonished. The fiancée of Yi Feima was Fong Liuqing's girlfriend. What kind of performance was this? Lin Ning and Tang Shuwen exchanged glances, seemingly bewildered. Han Bai couldn't help but glance at Wen Wan again, thinking that Yi Feima must have found this woman for her, not realizing the woman carried a significant background. Han Bai scoffed, realizing she was not as innocent as she appeared. Chapter 080, My Woman. The crowd pointed and whispered, their gazes fixed on Wen Wan, who felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Her face burned with shame, experiencing this level of discomfort for the first time that evening. A powerful hand gripped Fong Liuqing's wrist, causing him to feel a sudden weakness. Wen Wan had been swept into Yi Feima's embrace, and upon looking up to see him, he was taken aback. "Yi Feima, is that you?" "Young Master Fong, my woman. It would be wise for you to refrain from making any sudden moves." Why, Yi Feima's voice was as cold as the wind, devoid of any emotion, reminiscent of a chilling breeze sweeping across a snow-covered plain. Fong Liuqing was filled with confusion. Why Yi Feima and Wen Wan? How could you be with Yi Shao? Fong Liuqing's eyes were dark, filled with reproach and inquiry. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wen Wan boldly spoke her truth. Regardless of how others perceived her, she would bravely face it. She had endured worse, and nothing could wound her further. Yi Feima gazed deeply at her, instinctively tightening his grip around her waist. This woman was braver and stronger than he had anticipated. Han Bai observed Yi Feima's expression, her fists clenched tightly. Chapter 081. Only kiss the one I love. Han Bai observed Yi Feima's expression, her fists clenched tightly. Wan, shall we speak in a different place? Fong Liuqing earnestly suggested, his eyes locked onto Wen Wan, deliberately avoiding the cold glare of Yi Feima. Wen Wan sidestepped towards Yi Feima, wishing to avoid further entanglement with him. Her heart was a chaotic mess. He attempted to pull Wen Wan away, but Yi Feima positioned himself between them, both men standing tall with an intense aura. Equally matched in their standoff, Fong Liuqing gazed at Lin Feima, the cold and imposing figure acting as a guardian for the still-dazed Wen Wan. Why, Yi Feima exuded a unique blend of dominance and nobility. Icy yet elegant, standing before Fong Liuqing as if protecting his treasure. "Young Master Fong, Wan is my fiancée. I will not allow anyone to lay a finger on her." Why, Yi Feima's voice was frigid, leaving Fong Liuqing in shock, momentarily unable to process what he had just heard. His fiancée, Yi Shao, there are limits to your jest. Wan is not someone you can toy with. "Let her go," Fong Liuqing replied sternly, fully aware of the kind of man Yi Feima was. Knowing that Wen Wan would be left with nothing but bones, a hush fell over the crowd. Han Bai gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief, and she staggered back a few steps, nearly losing her balance. Back when their feelings were strong, he had declared, "In this lifetime, I will only kiss you," she had joked. "What if you kiss another woman?" He had replied seriously, "That would mean I love her, and you would have become a part of my past." That moment, she had been shocked, desperately urging him to kiss her. Anxiously asking if he would ever love someone else, he had assured her, Yi Feima will only ever love Han Bai, and will never kiss another woman. Chapter 082. Jealousy. He had declared, Yi Feima will only ever love Han Bai, and will never kiss another woman. Yet now, he stood before her, kissing another woman with such passion and fervor that it felt as if her heart was being sliced by a blade. Lin Ning, Tang Shuwen, and other friends were equally dumbfounded. Yi Shao was notorious for his promiscuity, changing women like clothes, yet they had never seen him kiss anyone before. What is real and what is false? Who is playing a part? Who stands outside the play? When Wan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her mind blank. This was not the first time he had kissed her, but it was the most shocking. With Fong Lucheng and Han Bai present, he so recklessly kissed her. Why, Fei-ma, have you lost your mind? Her gaze was filled with panic as she allowed him to claim every inch of her sweetness. Until he finally released her, her face flushed, burning with embarrassment. Why, Fei-ma turned to face Fong Lucheng, his eyes cold and piercing. Fong Lucheng, do you still think we are merely joking? He stepped closer, lowering his voice, and coldly remarked, I must thank you for bringing her to my bed. As the banquet concluded, Fei-ma embraced Wenwan amidst the astonished and shocked gazes of onlookers, embodying his usual audacity and nonchalance. She removed the rose tear from her, saying, I won't take today's events to heart. Rest assured, I won't cause you any trouble. Wenwan smiled, fully aware of the distinction between what is true and what is false. Fei-ma shed his coat, his every movement exuding a sense of lazy elegance as he sat on the sofa, coldly regarding her. Miss Wen, you truly possess an understanding nature. Wenwan raised an eyebrow, retorting, do you wish for me to take you seriously? Shao. Fei-ma toyed with the rose tear in his hands, a slight smile gracing his lips. Miss Wen, do you have a special preference? What do you mean? Wenwan asked, bewildered. Chapter 083. Two beasts. Unless you have a special preference, why would you choose to be a mistress rather than a legitimate fiancée? Fei-ma scoffed coldly. Wenwan feigned a laugh. Oh, Shao, you are truly of a different breed. I find myself having a sort of racial bias. Before I grow weary of you, you will be whatever I desire. Remember, during this period, I am your master. With that, he ascended the stairs, his coat casually draped over his shoulder, moving with an extraordinary fluidity. Wenwan felt flustered. She genuinely believed Fei-ma's reflexes were extraordinarily sharp. She scolded him for being a beast, yet he hadn't even considered responding to her accusation in kind. What kind of upbringing would lead to such a quick-witted response? Shao was truly of a different caliber. Miss Wen, come up and attend to the young master. As Fei-ma walked away, he casually dropped a line that left Wenwan utterly flabbergasted. Attend to the young master? Was he treating her like a maid? Sharing a bed with Shao was indeed a painful ordeal. She stared at the ceiling, sighing for the 100th time, wondering who could sleep soundly next to an ice block. Having grown accustomed to Shao's bestial nature, she recalled the last time he had nearly taken her on the living room carpet. He was a man insatiable in his desires, notorious for his voracious appetite. The sudden transformation into a gentleman was utterly alarming. And when one felt an overwhelming sense of discord, in her mind, Shao was synonymous with a beast. Unexpectedly, he lay down peacefully, yet the warmth of her tightly wounded nerves grew increasingly tense. Just as she sighed for the 102nd time, Fei-ma suddenly threw back the covers, his tall frame enveloping her. In the darkness, the man's eyes were as black and deep as ancient waters. Warmth was startled, then thought, this is truly Shao, behaving in a manner that is entirely beastly, yet reasonable and logical. This is how he ought to act. Ugh, Warmth, you fool. Are you wishing for him to take you? Chapter 084. Do you desire it so much? Warmth was taken aback, then reflected, this is indeed Shao, behaving in such a beastly, yet reasonable and logical way. He is meant to act thus. Ugh, Warmth, you idiot. Are you hoping for him to take you? The corners of her eyes twitched. Miss Wen, are you quite eager? Fei-ma asked coldly. Warmth was momentarily stunned. What did he say? Eager. As she pondered, Fei-ma had already solemnly begun to unfasten the buttons of her nightgown. One button, two buttons. Warmth scrambled up, her hands pressing against his chest, forcing out a couple of insincere chuckles. Shao, I don't want anything. Just sleep, sleep. Is that so? Fei-ma expressed skepticism regarding her words. In the darkness, all Warmth could discern were his profound eyes, laced with a hint of deadly allure. Miss Wen, are you certain you do not yearn for it? Warmth shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. Oh, Shao, you truly are seasoned in this, to speak so calmly about such matters. You are indeed a stallion. Your brother, Fei-ma huffed heavily. Miss Wen, no need for formality, if your desires are particularly great. I would not mind fulfilling them, fulfilling your own beastly desires. Warmth smartly refrained from commenting, Shao, may we please sleep now? Warmth cringed at the affected tone of her own voice. Warmth was momentarily stunned. A 3-year generational gap. She and Yi Er Xiao indeed had a disparity in age. Why did her sighs, which echoed in his ears, get misinterpreted as her yearning for him? Yi Er Xiao, is your mind filled with sordid thoughts around the clock? Chapter 085. The charming and cold Yi Er Xiao. Why, Yi Fei Ma wrapped an arm around Warmth, pulling her into his embrace. Fatigue lacing his voice as he said, I am quite tired today. Even if you are eager, please consider my condition and wait for another day for satisfaction. Warmth was once again petrified. Why Yi Er Xiao? Can you go to sleep? Can you be quiet? Moments later, the sound of steady, rhythmic breathing arose beside her. Warmth was taken aback, recalling that he had endured over 10 hours of flight, then attended a banquet. Encountering an old flame after years of separation, he must surely be exhausted. She let out a sigh. This man was a perplexing amalgamation of contradictions and quirks. Why Fei Ma assumed that with a woman sleeping beside him, he would surely be unable to rest, yet he fell asleep within 10 minutes, enjoying a peaceful night devoid of nightmares. After all these years, she was the first woman to lie next to him. Warmth thought she too would be unable to sleep in Yi Fei Ma's arms. Who would have guessed? She also enjoyed a restful night. Upon awakening, she was startled to find herself face to face with his enlarged, handsome features. Momentarily forgetting their shared bed, and in a panic, she retreated, inadvertently tumbling off the bed, colliding with the nightstand. My goodness, that hurts. Yi Fei Ma rose leisurely, casting a disdainful glance her way before heading to the bathroom to wash up. Warmth rubbed her aching head, mentally serving Yi Fei Ma's entire family. Turning to check the clock, she gasped, Oh no, I'm going to be late. Warmth rushed into the bathroom to prepare, while Yi Fei Ma was still busy washing up. She hurriedly brushed her teeth and washed her face, muttering curses under her breath. Why Yi Fei Ma paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of them washing up side by side in the mirror, yet resumed brushing his teeth nonchalantly. Warmth swiftly dashed out to grab her clothes, only to find Yi Fei Ma still leisurely brushing his teeth. In a rush, she pushed him aside, slamming the door behind her. Second young master, please wait a moment. She changed clothes at lightning speed, while Yi Fei Ma, holding a mouthwash cup full of foam, remained in the bathroom for 5 minutes, still brushing his teeth. Chapter 086. Not to be provoked. Yi Er Xiao, who usually had reflexes 10 times faster than others, was moving at an unusually slow pace for the first time. He gazed at his reflection in the spotless glass, coldly thinking, Hey, where did this fool come from? When he finally realized that this fool was indeed himself, Yi Er Xiao was enraged. Damn it, Warmth. How dare you ignore me? He barely paid attention to the foam in his mouth, turning woodenly to kick the glass door open, the fragile barrier yielding easily to his force. Just then, Warmth had managed to put on her white robe and was met with the sight of the second young master standing before her. A mouthful of toothpaste bubbles, both imposing and ludicrous. The corners of her lips twitched violently. It was over. She was doomed. But being doomed could wait until the evening. Warmth hastily pushed him aside and rushed downstairs. Yi Fei Ma couldn't believe he was so easily overlooked by Warmth. Thus began the comically chaotic first day of their cohabitation. By the time Warmth arrived at the filming location, she was already late. Fortunately, there were plenty of crew members, so her tardiness was not a major issue. Bai Xiaowen, for reasons unknown, always looked at her with disdain, and as long as she was on set, a barrage of cold sarcasm was inevitable. She completely forgot Tang Mondong's warning, choosing to maintain harmony and not quarrel with Bai Xiaowen. Warmth listened with great interest to Han Bai's various gossip. During a break, Director Lin called Warmth aside, and she felt a surge of excitement at being addressed by the renowned director. What is your relationship with Fei Ma? Warmth was taken aback, smiling sweetly. The contractual relationship, just as Director Lin was about to inquire further. The assistant director called for him to review footage, and the planner and script supervisor needed to discuss matters with him. Cursing under his breath, Director Lin had no choice but to stop questioning her. Tang Mandong frowned. Warmth. Why? Did Shuwen tell you? She nodded, speaking earnestly. Warmth. The Tang and Yi families have been family friends for generations. I know very well what kind of person Yi Fei Ma is. You and he come from 2 different worlds. You cannot provoke him. Chapter 087. Passion for acting. She nodded, speaking earnestly. Warmth. The Tang and Yi families have been family friends for generations, and I know very well what kind of person Yi Fei Ma is. You and he come from 2 different worlds. You cannot provoke him, Mandong. You misunderstand. My relationship with him is not of that nature, Warmth sighed. Once I leave him, I will tell you everything in detail. Tang Mandong hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. Warmth was her best friend, and since she said so, she believed her. She did not wish for Warmth to be hurt because of Lin Feima. When Director Lin sought her out again, he did not inquire about her relationship with Lin Feima but instead asked, Warmth, do you enjoy acting? She was surprised by the oddity of the question, but nodded emphatically, her eyes filled with determination. I do, Director Lin nodded, recognizing that in today's entertainment industry, rife with filth and chaos, few young people genuinely pursued acting out of passion. Most were driven by utilitarian motives, seeking to climb the ranks, which only worsened the industry's atmosphere. Warmth was different. Perhaps every newcomer began with pure intentions, but she was distinct. Director Lin had seen many people and was adept at reading character. Warmth was a rare talent. However, Feima despises actors. If you intend to pursue acting, be prepared to part ways with him. Feima despises actors, but all his girlfriends were from the industry. If he despises them, why would he date them? Did he enjoy self-torture? What did his disdain for actors have to do with me? I love acting. Furthermore, Director Lin, you must have misunderstood my relationship with him. Even if I do not enter the entertainment industry, we will still part ways. Director Lin gazed at her deeply, smiling. You still do not understand. One day, you will comprehend my words. He abruptly changed the subject. You haven't signed with a management company yet. Have you? I am still studying. That has nothing to do with your studies. I suggest you join Anning International. With that, he returned to his tasks. Join Anning International. That is Yi Feima's territory. Does that not imply a hidden rule? Warmth pondered this matter seriously. Chapter 088. Feima and Han Bai, Anning International, CEO's office. Yi Feima was in a foul mood today, as gloomy as a thunderstorm. The 5 secretaries in the office were lamenting, trembling in fear. This president was simply too hard to please, usually cold and expressionless. His gaze alone was enough to intimidate them. If they were not brave, they might fear a heart attack. Damn Warmth. She ignored me on the very first day of cohabitation. Where could she be rushing off to so early? The internal line rang, and Yi Feima picked it up. Mommy, I'm sorry. I was in a bad mood last night. Yi Feima said, recalling what Han Bai had mentioned. Mommy, what is it? Let's have dinner together tonight. All right, Yi Feima replied, what about Daddy? He went to City B with your Uncle Lin. Chung Anya suddenly asked, have you got a girlfriend? Mommy, I change girlfriends daily. Didn't you see the newspaper? Get lost? I mean a girl you are seriously dating. No. Unfilial child. After a brief conversation between mother and son, Yi Feima hung up the phone, twirling the pen in his hand. A cold expression veiled his thoughts. Who among Mommy and Han Bai was lying? He opened the drawer, revealing a photograph of himself with Han Bai, capturing their youthful exuberance. The memory of witnessing that scene years ago struck him. And he abruptly closed the drawer. CEO, Miss Han Bai requests a meeting with you. She has something to give you. His secretary, Zhang Ling, inquired. Yi Feima paused momentarily before instructing her to let her in. Chapter 089. Feima and Han Bai to CEO. Miss Han Bai asks if you have time to see her. She has something for you. His secretary, Zhang Ling, reiterated. Yi Feima hesitated, then motioned for her to enter. The door swung open, and Han Bai stepped in, clutching a small bag while her manager, Linda, remained outside. What do you need from me? He asked, crossing his arms and reclining in his leather chair, even seated. He exuded an imposing aura, making Han Bai's smile fade subtly. This is the signed poster I promised to Miss Wen. Han Bai approached and placed the small bag on his desk. Yi Feima pursed his lips, regarding her with a piercing gaze. Miss Han, didn't Wan say she would deliver it to Mingqing apartment? Why bring it here? A pang of anxiety struck Han Bai. She had come with a heart full of joy, only to be met with his chilling indifference. Did he not intend to reconcile? She stood awkwardly before him, feeling the weight of his scrutinizing gaze, which felt as sharp as a knife, dissecting her every move. It was as if he took a perverse pleasure in watching her discomfort. Despite her decade-long experience in the entertainment industry, she felt utterly at a loss in his presence. Feima, you know this is just an excuse to see you. Why must you make it so difficult for me? Yi Feima's expression betrayed no emotion, but the thought that he had made her uncomfortable lingered. Han Bai, do you truly understand what it means to feel uncomfortable? What I witnessed back then was discomfort. Miss Han, are you trying to pursue me? Yi Feimo raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance of her intentions. Han Bai, well aware of his eccentric and unpredictable nature, understood he would make things difficult for her until he felt satisfied. He would not relent otherwise. She offered a faint smile. Yi Xiaoya, do I stand any chance? Chapter 090. Redemption. Miss Han may need to wait in line. There are too many women pursuing me for me to count. I treat everyone equally. If you are willing to wait, then so be it. Yi Feima continued to twirl the pen in his hand, his tone icy. Feima, I thought you would be willing to reconcile with me. Han Bai said sorrowfully, her gaze reflecting anguish, accusation, and deep affection. She was stunning, with every expression meticulously crafted, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, Yi Feimo remained unmoved, coldly questioning, what have I done to lead you to such a misunderstanding? Han Bai fell silent, and Yi Feima's frown relaxed slightly. Are you referring to that kiss, Miss Han? Your bed is a revolving door. Would you genuinely care if your lips welcomed another man? Yi Feima. Han Bai exclaimed, her heart aching with indignation, fists clenched tightly. How could he humiliate her so? His words cut deep. What kind of heartlessness allowed him to utter such things? Was his only intention to seek revenge? If you do not wish for this, you could simply say so. There is no need for such humiliation, and no matter how much I love you, I will not permit you to demean me in this way. Han Bai said tearfully, her gaze towards Yi Feima filled with grievance and shame. Such a look could soften even the toughest of hearts, yet Yi Feima remained indifferent, and Han Bai, her spirit dimmed. Turn to leave. Yi Feima, your hatred and resentment imply that you still care for me. That's fine. I can wait patiently. As the door closed, Yi Feima's expression darkened, his emotions turbulent. He was indeed a genius. He didn't want to say those things, yet he couldn't help but humiliate her, knowing it would lead her to tears and sorrow. Damn it. Yi Feima was consumed by frustration, his fist crashing down hard on the desk. Chapter 091. Stubbornness. At the bus station, when Wan sat waiting for her ride, wearily massaging her legs, a black Benz pulled up, and the window rolled down to reveal the handsome face of Fong Lucheng. The setting sun cast a somber light across his features, and Wenwan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected encounter. You need not bother. I will wait for the bus, she replied coolly. Wenwan, I have something to discuss with you, Fong Lucheng said nonchalantly. Wenwan remained seated, unyielding. Fong Lucheng frowned. It takes 10 minutes for a bus to arrive. Do you wish to waste time like this? I have nothing to say to you. Wenwan turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Fong Lucheng opened the car door and forcefully pulled her inside. She panicked as there was no one around. And despite her reluctance, he shoved her into the vehicle. The ride was silent, tension thickening the air. When Wenwan glared out the window, deliberately treating Fong Lucheng as if he were invisible. The car stopped in front of an Italian restaurant, and the waiter led them to a table. Observing Fong Lucheng casually ordering, Wenwan's irritation grew. What was he trying to achieve? Fong Lucheng, what do you want to eat? We can talk while we dine, he replied coolly. Fong Lucheng glanced at Wenwan, who remained aloof, not even ordering, clearly uninterested in participating. He shrugged it off and ordered 2 identical dishes. He watched her quietly, making Wenwan feel increasingly uneasy. What do you want from me? Chapter 092. Filth. Wenwan, please leave Yi Feima, Fong Lucheng stated matter-of-factly. You know what kind of man he is. Being with him will eventually lead to your hurt. Fong Lucheng, on what grounds do you speak to me like this? Wenwan retorted sharply. You despise my father and the Wen family. You've succeeded in your revenge. Congratulations, you've been acting in front of me all these years. You should celebrate. The more miserable I am, the happier you should be. You are mistaken. Your father is your father, and you are you. What wrong have you done? Fong Lucheng replied earnestly. Wenwan, I truly never intended to hurt you. Never intended to hurt me? Wenwan scoffed, exhaling deeply. You expect me to be your mistress, trampling my dignity underfoot. Is that what you call not wanting to hurt me? So, Fong de Xiaoya, what exactly constitutes hurt? Fong Lucheng found himself at a loss for words. How could he explain to Wenwan that he only wished to keep her close? Yes, she was the daughter of his enemy, and he had repeatedly told himself not to fall for her. Once everything concluded, he would distance himself. Yet, how could he resist? He had fallen in love with her, the daughter of his enemy, which complicated matters terribly. He wanted to keep her close, but didn't he want to betray his deceased family? Thus, He resorted to extreme words to wound her. Seeing her with Yi Yutong had driven him mad with jealousy. He could no longer endure being without her, but witnessing her intimacy with Yi Feima at the banquet last night. Seeing how Yi Feima defended her filled him with a sense of impending loss. He could not bear to lose her. When Wan could not decipher Fong Liuqing's expression, who was he displaying this anguish for? She almost deluded herself into thinking he loved her. After all these years of protection and affection, if it were all an act, it would be too genuine. Perhaps he had harbored some feelings for her. Yet, recalling Fong Liuqing's past actions, when Wan bitterly smiled, realizing she was merely being sentimental, your father evaded punishment thanks to Yi Feima's assistance, didn't he? Yes, Fong Liuqing gritted his teeth, his gaze shadowed. You actually engaged in such a filthy transaction with him. Chapter 093. Coincidence filthy. When Wan arched an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Fong Liuqing, have you not engaged in your share of sordid dealings? Is my father truly guilty? You intentionally trapped him in injustice. And I used my body to save him. This is what you call filthy. All I know is that my father does not have to suffer in prison, and if I can save him, I would do so at all costs. What right do you have to label me as filthy? This entire situation is of your own making. Fong Liuqing gazed at her smiling face, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. She was clearly in pain, yet wore a smile. Knowing her character, he felt a deep ache for her. How ironic it was that the person who had forced her into a corner now dared to criticize her for being filthy. When Wan's cold smile returned, who is it that cornered me? If I do not engage in transactions with Yi Feima, should I then negotiate with you? Even if I did, you wouldn't spare my father. Why humiliate myself further? When Wan, do you still love me? Fong Liuqing's expression hardened as he suppressed his pain, asking in a deep voice. When Wan was taken aback, what did Fong Liuqing mean by this? It was as if he could read her thoughts. Be my girlfriend, will you? When Wan nearly burst into laughter. Fong Liuqing, have you lost your mind? I am Yi Feima's mistress. Fong Liuqing's expression darkened, although he had suspected their relationship. Hearing Wen Wan say it incensed him, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, the waiter arrived with their dishes, interrupting Fong Liuqing's retort. Wen Wan clearly did not wish to discuss this topic, burying herself in her meal. Unbeknownst to her, while she dined with Fong Liuqing, Yi Feima and Cheng Anya were also at the same restaurant. While Yi Feima remained as taciturn as ever, even in Cheng Anya's company, his words were few. Feima, are you feeling tired lately? Not tired. Why, Yi Feima's lips curled slightly. Mummy, please spare me. Chapter 094. The truth, ever since Yi Feima's stomach had encountered issues, Cheng Anya had intentionally spent several months in Riyadh studying medicinal cuisine with Su Man and Bai Yi, striving to nurture Yi Feima's stomach. However, Miss Cheng was utterly inept in household matters, and the flavors of her medicinal dishes consistently left Yi Feima dissatisfied. Children grow up independent of their mothers. He remarked. Feima, speak frankly, you find me displeasing, don't you? Cheng Miss lamented. Why, Yi Feima stared blankly at her, still radiant as ever. Mummy, as long as Daddy doesn't find you displeasing, that's sufficient. Get lost, Mummy, rest assured. I'm fine. If only I could truly relax. Fine. You've put yourself through torment for her, ruined your health, and you call this fine. And you regretted the past decisions for Han Bai. Feima had endured a lifetime of stomach ailments, which was truly not worth it. Mummy, back then, were you hiding something from me? Yi Feima set down his knife and fork, his voice as cold and calm as ever. Have you seen Han Bai? Cheng Anya's expression darkened. Why, Yi Feima nodded, and Cheng Anya let out a derisive laugh, slowly sipping her soup. What did she say to you? Han Bai claimed that the scene I stumbled upon back then was meticulously orchestrated by you. Do you believe her? Yi Feima pressed his lips together, falling into silence. He did not trust Han Bai. He merely sought clarity on the matter. Either his mother or Han Bai was lying. The impact of that scene had been too great for him to comprehend over the years. Feima, regardless of what Mummy has done, I will never harm you, Cheng Anya stated frankly. Yi Feima's mind went blank as he stared at Cheng Anya, his fists clenched, shock and pain flickering in his eyes. So, it is true. Mummy, why did you do this? Is it truly impossible for you to accept Han Bai's profession? You can tell me. Why treat her this way? Chapter 095. The truth too, Mummy. Why did you do this? Is it truly impossible for you to accept Han Bai's profession? You can tell me. Why treat her this way? Cheng Anya fell silent, biting her lip, gazing at the pained Yi Fei Mo with a heavy heart. Fei Mo, do you resent Mummy? Chung Anya shut her eyes. How could she convey those unbearable truths to Fei Mo? Fei Mo, I can only tell you this. Yes, I did kindly remind Director Chen to give Hanbai an opportunity. What Hanbai chose to do once inside the room was her own affair. I neither drugged her nor coerced her into anything. Had she emerged from that room, you would have never known of this matter. Chung Anya confessed. The events of that year were not something Fei Mo needed to be burdened with. Unless her son fell in love with another, someone capable of healing his wounds, she had no intention of revealing the truth. Otherwise, she would not utter a word. Hanbai made Fei Mo believe that her betrayal and departure were driven by ambition and fame, thus making it easier for him to accept. Mummy, enough. Do you not understand my words? Chung Anya's tone hardened. Fei Mo rose, intending to leave, but Chung Anya's cold laugh made him sit back down, agitatedly reaching for a glass of red wine and downing it in one gulp. How ambitious of you, for a mere Hanbai, to play games with life, to be on the brink of death, yet still cling to the past 6 years, engaging in foolishness. Fei Mo, wake up, Chung Anya scolded. How could I have given birth to such a short-sighted son? Tell me, what do you see in Hanbai? Is it her looks? Have you never seen a beauty before? In terms of appearance, she cannot even compare to your sister-in-law. In character, she is not even 1% of Wu Shuang. With a tainted reputation and the title of Queen of Scandal, what is it about her that captivates you? Chung Anya laughed strangely. Dear son, do you truly believe you can uncover what your mummy wishes for you to remain ignorant of? Yi Ning Yuan has long since sealed the information. What could you possibly discover? Yi Fei Mo felt a surge of frustration. Chung Anya smiled slightly. His warm, sweet smile flashed at his mind, momentarily stunning him, and he found himself staring blankly at Anya. Chung Anya raised an eyebrow, clearing her throat. Dear son, if your father were to see you looking at me like that, you might as well go to the South Pole to raise penguins. Chapter 096. Coincidence. When Wan and Fong Lucheng remained silent throughout their meal, she refrained from uttering another word, and Fong Lucheng did not press her until when Wan expressed her intent to leave. Prompting him to voice a question, Fong Lucheng, I have already made myself very clear last night. She evaded the topic. I like you, Fong Lucheng suddenly declared, leaving Wen Wan momentarily stunned. Tonight's Fong Lucheng was unexpectedly surprising. What was happening with him? He actually confessed his feelings for her, words she had longed to hear in her dreams. Yet Fong Lucheng always evaded such topics. Fong Lucheng, there should be limits to playing with people's feelings. Warm Wan, I am not jesting. He gazed at her with deep affection, his focus so intense that it seemed she was his one and only treasure. Under such scrutiny, Wen Wan's heart raced uncontrollably. She felt shamefully anxious and her heart fluttered. Wen Wan, please show some spirit. I'm truly sorry, but I no longer harbor feelings for you. I don't believe it. Fong Lucheng grasped her tightly, his gaze burning with determination and tenderness. I know your nature better than anyone. How could you possibly forget me in such a short time? Fong Lucheng hurriedly chased after her as Wen Wan swiftly made her way to the elevator. As the elevator doors were about to close, she recklessly tried to stop it, squeezing inside, only to unexpectedly find Yi Fei Mo and Chung Anya. She froze momentarily. Yi Fei Mo observed her with indifference. How could Wen Wan be here? Fong Lucheng caught up, and upon seeing this, Wen Wan thought it ill-fated. The four of them were now in the elevator. Upon noticing Fong Lucheng, Yi Fei Mo's eyes narrowed dangerously. Wen Wan was with him, at this restaurant. Yi Fei Mo's mood darkened significantly. Chapter 097. Prices and Men. Young Master Yi. Madam Yi. Greetings, young Master Fong. Hello. The group exchanged pleasantries, and Wen Wan inwardly groaned. Striving to diminish her presence, she cast a curious glance at Chung Anya, the gentle and beautiful lady, seemingly contrasting with her preconceived image of a fierce mother. Chung Anya offered her a gentle smile, and Wen Wan returned it sweetly, though she pondered, could a fierce mother truly smile so tenderly? Yi Fei Mo's eyes flickered past her, witnessing her radiant smile, and he couldn't help but internally scoff. Fool, judging by appearances, she doesn't even realize that when my mother had her at her wit's end, she was probably still wetting her pants. Such a naive disposition truly invites mischief. Young Master Fong. Bringing your girlfriend for a meal? Chung Anya inquired. Indeed, Fong Lucheng replied with a smile. Yi Fei Mo's expression darkened. His cold gaze shifted towards Wen Wan, causing her to shiver. I am not your girlfriend. She hastily clarified. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Cheng Enya raised an eyebrow. Fong Luqing shot Wenwan a glare, while Cheng Enya assumed the young couple was merely having a spat and chose not to intervene. Such poor taste, Yi Fei Mo remarked, his tone ambiguous, leaving the recipient uncertain. Cheng Enya was astonished. Her son, who usually disdained involvement, had actually spoken up. A miracle indeed. Wenwan recognized he was referring to her. And she held her breath. Young Master Ye's taste seems rather lacking as well. Cheng Enya chuckled, agreeing with this sentiment. What exquisite taste you have, fancying a myrbean sprout, in the cramped elevator. Tension thickened. Cheng Enya sensed something amiss. Did they harbor a grudge? Unable to tolerate further, Wenwan smiled lightly, expressing, these days, prices are ever increasing, while men seem to be growing cheaper. Cheng Enya burst into laughter. Yi Fei Mo and Fong Luqing simultaneously glared at her, and Wenwan coldly averted her gaze. Upon reaching the ground floor, she was the first to dash out, as if something were chasing her. Yi Fei Mo thought to himself, I'll deal with her when we get home. Wenwan, wait, Fong Luqing shouted as he chased after her. Cheng Enya paused. Wenwan, isn't she the girl living with Fei Mo? No wonder. Why, Yi Fei Mo's expression darkened as he watched Wenwan flee as swiftly as a rabbit. Cheng Enya was surprised, as this was the first time in years she had seen Fei Mo exhibit such an expression. She chuckled. That child is truly adorable. Why, Yi Fei Mo remained expressionless. Cheng Enya remarked, you needn't see me off. I have an appointment with Li Yun. You can go. Where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride. No need. Aunt Li Yun will arrive shortly. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Fei Mo nodded. Cheng Enya observed him drive away, shaking her head with a smile. Fei Mo, when can Mummy stop worrying about you? Her expression darkened as she recalled something, dialing a number. I need to see Han Bai. Madam Yi? She paused before continuing. Miss Han's schedule is quite packed these days, I estimate. Oh, how impressive. I wasn't aware that in City A. One needs to schedule an appointment to meet someone. Cheng Enya scoffed coldly, hanging up the phone when her phone rang again. She glanced at the number. How audacious. Returning for Mord. Do you truly believe I will comply with your wishes? When one firmly refused, Fong Luqing South offered to drive her home. Feeling helpless, he could only leave alone when one was plagued with confusion. What on earth had Fong Luqing taken to suddenly express such feelings? Was it even possible? Amidst her worries, Yi Fei Mo's car pulled up beside her. Get in. When Wan glanced at him, Yi Fei Mo's face was shrouded in the night, foreboding and chilling. Not wishing to provoke him, she complied and entered the car. Miss Wen, are you looking forward to tormenting the Korean beauty, or is it Miss Chung who will engage in this cruelty? Chapter 099. The agreement. The car sped towards Mingqing apartment. What are you and Fong Luqing doing here? Yi Fei Ma inquired with a displeased tone, incredulous that she still had ties to Fong Luqing. Did this foolish woman still harbor hopes for him? Idiot! We're having dinner, Miss Wen. Fong Luqing has brought ruin upon your family, leaving you to languish on the streets. How can you not despise him while dining at a couple-s restaurant together? Your magnanimity is truly remarkable. Yi Fei Ma's lips curled into a mocking smile. When Wan's expression darkened as she retorted, Yi Er Shao, this is my private matter. Yes, I like Fong Luqing. I love him, and I can forgive him for anything. My heart is broad. I am a saint. Are you satisfied now? With a swift press on the accelerator, Yi Fei Ma propelled the car forward like an arrow released from a bow, reaching the maximum speed. When Wan screamed, quickly grasping the handrails inside the car, Yi Fei Ma, you madman, slow down. She didn't want to die. Fear nearly paralyzed her. Yet, Yi Fei Ma paid her no heed, his resolute profile appearing even more tranquil and cold in the night. Resembling a statue, when Wan lamented in terror, closing her eyes, this was the most harrowing ride she had ever experienced. Even after exiting the vehicle, her legs trembled. She glared at Yi Fei Ma, exclaiming, Yi Fei Ma, if you wish to die, don't drag me down with you. Yi Fei Ma glanced at her with a blank expression before striding into the elevator, when Wan fumed, cursing the detestable man who had crossed her path. Arriving on the floor, Yi Fei Ma entered his study, while Wen Wan glared at his retreating figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. After a moment, Yi Fei Ma emerged with a contract in hand, presenting it to her. These are the terms you must adhere to during our time together. If you fail to comply with any clause, the agreement will be void. You know the consequences. His gaze was as indifferent as ever. When Juan felt a wave of foreboding as she took the document. Chapter 100. The agreement, the first clause. During the agreement, you are prohibited from engaging with other men. The second clause. You are not allowed to seek a boyfriend. The third clause. You must report your whereabouts and are forbidden from staying out overnight. The fourth clause. You must be available at all times. The fifth clause. You will assume all household responsibilities. The 20th clause. You are to obey all commands from your master. When Juan stared in disbelief at the lengthy list of inequitable stipulations, her eyes wide. An agreement. Ye Fema, why must I be the only one to comply? Is this not unfair, Miss Wen? Ye Fema drawled languidly. It's evident you've never navigated the complexities of society. Fairness? What is that? I have never encountered such a concept. You came to me for a transaction. So please accommodate the employer's demands. When Juan felt momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushed with indignation. She nearly crumpled the thin paper in her hands. Why, Fema? Do you relish humiliating people like this? Make me coffee. Yi Fema ordered, noticing her unusual expression. You have hands and feet. Go brew it yourself. When Juan scoffed, her pride shattered by Yi Fema's disdain. There was no way she felt inclined to serve him coffee. Refer to Clause 5, he stated with an expressionless face. When Juan lowered her gaze to the contract, Why, Fema, you must have grown up starved for affection and calcium. You infuriate me. She stormed into the kitchen to prepare the coffee. When she returned with a cup, she found him engrossed in an anime. Her eye twitched in disbelief. Chapter 101. Bad romance. Seeing him watch anime was akin to witnessing a pregnant woman solemnly proclaiming her virginity. A surreal juxtaposition. To her relief, he was watching Legend of the Magical Soldier rather than a shoujo anime. Otherwise, she would have surely collapsed onto the sofa. Why, Fema raised an eyebrow at her shocked expression. Have you seen it? He queried. When Juan nodded, placing the coffee before him, still processing the bizarre sight of him watching anime. He took a sip, then slammed the cup down, startling her. What is this? Coffee. What kind of coffee is this? It's too sweet. Nestle, a fine brand, she retorted, realizing the instant coffee packets had mistakenly made their way into her bag from the set. You're lucky to have anything at all. Why, Fema was certain they were speaking different languages. There are coffee beans in the kitchen. Brew me another cup, without any additives. He was unaccustomed to sweet coffee. Why, Shao, your requirements are excessive. Sweet coffee is delightful. What is the appeal of bitter coffee? Just brew the coffee. Why are you droning on apologies? I don't know how to use the coffee machine, she replied with a saccharine smile. Why, Fema snapped. Go to the study and look it up on Baidu. When Juan chuckled, Baidu is currently busy with romance and 1T entertain my trivial inquiries. Ye Shao. Not to criticize, but with your sour visage, it's no wonder you prefer bitter coffee. Occasionally, you should indulge in sweet coffee. It would enhance your charm and improve your luck in romance. I consume bitter herbs, and my romantic prospects far exceed yours. He shot back with a frigid glare. When Juan smiled brightly, but what of it? They're all rotten peaches. Make the coffee. Yi Feima's eyes narrowed as he enunciated each word coldly. Why, Yi Feima was infuriated. The prospect of sleeping that night posed another challenge. Dressed in the most conservative sleepwear, when Juan nestled into the corner of the bed, Why, Yi Feima emerged from the bathroom, his chest exposed, droplets of water clinging to his firm, sculpted physique, exuding an irresistible allure. His already striking features appeared even more enigmatic and enticing in the soft, dim light, resembling a finely crafted work of art. With a face that suggested restraint, he incited desires from both men and women alike when donned in uniform. Such was Yi Feima, a paragon of allure. When Juan glanced at him and felt her heart race, he was undeniably a handsome man without a flaw. Being in close quarters with such a man was a formidable challenge. Wake up, Wen Juan. Don't let lust cloud your judgment. This man is beyond your reach. Don't invite trouble. Why, Yi Feima observed her averted gaze, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Although Wen Juan was clever, she was still a naive girl, her thoughts transparent as day. He could see the longing in her eyes, and it sparked a momentary sense of pride within him. A handsome man does possess certain advantages, especially when faced with a woman who judges by appearances. Though he had little interest initially, her gaze ignited a fire within him that he had never experienced before. Yi Feima tossed aside the blanket and climbed into bed, pulling her into his embrace. When Juan gasped, her cheeks flushing, he started to undress her, and she struggled, pressing her hands against his chest. In the dim light. He appeared both cold and enigmatic, yet there was an intense heat radiating from him. Chapter 102. Sleeping together, dreaming apart when Juan was taken aback, her face aflame. Fema had begun to strip her of her clothing. As she grappled, her hands pressed against his chest. The chill of his demeanor contrasted sharply with the fiery passion that surged within him. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Miss Wen, I despise women who play the game of desire and retreat. You re-intelligent. I lack patience. Release your grip. She found herself pinned beneath him, her nightgown partially undone, as he systematically stripped away her dignity and pride. Was this desire and retreat? If only Fema could truly provoke such feelings in her. As she relinquished her grasp, he leaned in, capturing her lips with his. He relished the sensation of kissing her. Her lips were soft and tender, leaving him with an insatiable yearning. His agile tongue explored every inch of her mouth, savoring her sweetness, as if attempting to claim her very essence. When Juan was engulfed in fear and uncertainty, lost in a sea of confusion, Fema's lips traveled to her neck, the familiar scent of her shower gel igniting an intimate warmth between them. This was a fragrance that enveloped them both, creating an illusion of unity. When Juan closed her eyes, resigning herself to the moment, if this was what he desired, so be it. She only needed to lie still and open her legs. It was not an unfamiliar act. This was her obligation, one she could not evade. Whoever said life resembled a violation, suggesting one should surrender and enjoy the experience, had a point, at the very least. Fema would ensure her body experienced pleasure. What could be wrong with that? Yet, why did her heart feel so desolate? Fema abruptly ceased all movement, his gaze fixed on Juan with a complex expression. Was she truly that unwilling? Countless women yearned for his affection, yet she remained unmoved. She opened her eyes and met his furious gaze, recognizing the sorrow mirrored in her own face. When Juan one day, I will make you willingly submit, Fema uttered in a low voice, simply holding her without further advances. When Juan was taken aback but dared not move, willingly submit. Fema, how insatiable you are. Wanting not only my body but also my heart. Yet what do you desire with my heart, when you possess the moonlight of your innermost being, the love of the woman you cherish? Ultimately, it is nothing but a mere trampling. Thus, you shall not attain it. Each of us harbors our own thoughts, sharing the same bed, yet dreaming different dreams. The next chapter begins with the warm pursuit of a flourishing career. Are we not eager for our home to become a star, vying for status with Hanbai? Oh, haha. Chapter 103. The entertainment tycoon. On this day, Lin Ning invited Fei Mo and others to a dinner gathering, which also included several prominent producers and investors. The film industry is dominated by three colossal companies, Ning International, Huayan Entertainment, and Yahweh Group, each boasting a robust background, ample funding, and extensive connections, effectively monopolizing much of the talent in the film and television sector. One producer remarked, the Fong family has always focused on aviation. Their entertainment division was only established in recent years. To grow. It will take at least a few years, and this collaboration with Huayan is likely a preparatory move for the future. It was said that Han Bai had interacted with Fong Lucheng, and this time the female lead was a predetermined choice. Han Bai, a few days ago, I spoke casually with director Fong, and he inadvertently let it slip. A director stated. Fei Mo tightened his grip on the wine glass, his eyes flashing with a hint of cold amusement. Han Bai is linked to Fong Lucheng. No wonder he appeared at the banquet that day. It seems Gu Rui orchestrated it. Director Lin clapped his hands, approving of the idea. Fei Mo smirked. A competition? Which domestic star could possibly rival Han Bai's fame? This is indeed a question. Han Bai's fame eclipses that of many female stars, securing absolute victory. Who could possess her level of prominence and influence? By the way, Director Lin, how is your New Year film coming along? It's nearly complete, Lin Ning replied, glancing at Tang Xuwen. Xuwen, please do not send Bai Xiaowen as a lead in my production again. If it weren't for your favor, I would have dismissed her long ago. Chapter 104. Support for warmth. Lin Ning looked at Tang Xuwen. Next time, do not send Bai Xiaowen as a lead in my production. Otherwise, I would have already let her go. Tang Xuwen smiled gently, while another investor chimed in. That woman has her charms. Quite alluring indeed. Are you interested, Tang Xiao? Do not be absurd. I am merely doing a favor by placing her in Lin Ning's production. Tang Xuwen replied with a faint smile. It's better to minimize such favors. Let me specify. Do not send anyone to my production again, especially for significant roles. If you do, they will be relegated to minor parts. Bai Xiaowen is a fool. After years in the industry, she performs worse than this novice. Warmth. Director Lin vented his frustrations. Tang Xuwen and Yi Fei Mo exchanged glances, Yi Fei Mo's eyes narrowing dangerously. Warmth? You are unaware, Director Lin inquired, puzzled. She is from a university's acting department. A prodigy of Qingyud a few days ago. I had her audition for positioning, and she performed remarkably well. Which agency has she signed with? None yet. I suggested she sign with a Ning. Fei Mo, I bet you. This is a lucrative investment. You should seize the opportunity before she slips away, Director Lin urged. I've never encountered such a promising newcomer. Yi Fei Mo, with narrowed eyes and a cold demeanor, remained inscrutable. Tang Xuwen noticed his displeasure and said, Warmth is quite passionate about acting. Do not be so overbearing. Has she worked in your production? One investor inquired, intrigued by the lively discussion. Director Lin and Tang Xuwen's gazes fell upon Yi Fei Mo, and everyone shared an ambiguous smile. Understanding the underlying tension, Director Lin contemplated for a moment before clapping his hands. Fei Mo, Support Warmth, Chapter 105, Liang Hongyu. Director Lin and Tang Xuwen's gazes remained fixed on Yi Fei Mo, and the group exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the implications, with prominent producers, top-tier directors, and leading investors present. Their endorsement of anyone was significant. Naturally, they would choose someone they favored. Director Lin held high hopes for Warmth, who had ties with Tang Xuwen and a more intricate relationship with Yi Fei Mo. Rather than invest time in elevating another woman, it seemed wiser to champion someone they all favored and who possessed potential. Why Yi Fei Mo took a sip of red wine, remaining silent. Tang Xuwen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lin Ning, I have never seen you so enthusiastic about an actor. Indeed, she shows promise, Director Lin affirmed. A few days ago, I received a script from teacher Wang for Liang Hongyu, and the first person that came to mind was Warmth. What do you think? Are you interested? Yi Fei Mo fell silent, contemplating how Lin Ning had recognized Warmth's talent. Lin Ning, you can't be suggesting that Warmth compete with Han Bai, Tang Xuwen asked incredulously. The rivalry between Ning and Huayun is well known, and such competitions are common. One producer placed his hand on his forehead. Are you out of your mind? Get lost, Director Lin snapped, pushing his hand away. The group's surprise at his strong stance was palpable, while Yi Fei Mo remained taciturn, pondering whether to support Warmth. What merits does this insufferable girl possess? She constantly argues with him, provoking his ire. If he were to support someone, it must be someone who could appease him, not a rebellious spirit. Yet, he recalled the film's script book Warmth had beside her bed. He found himself appreciating her presence during recent moments spent in his bedroom, where she silently read, her eyes shimmering with focus, a sight of beauty. How much investment is needed? Yi Fei Mo asked. For Liang Hongyu, the specific budget is yet to be finalized, but I estimate it will not be less than 200 million. Chapter 106. Green Leaves and Red Flowers. Tang Xuwen pondered, recognizing that if the project were to commence, Lin Ning's influence alone would not suffice. A strong box office draw would be necessary, making the investment seem too risky. Director Lin remarked, it depends on whether Fei Mo wishes to support Warmth. With myself, producer Gu, and teacher Wang, the team I've assembled, directors, producers, screenwriters, lighting, and art directors, are among the best in the industry. Can we not make Warmth a success? Even a pig could be elevated under such circumstances. His disdain for Han Bai fueled his determination to uplift Warmth, aiming to diminish Han Bai's arrogance. Yi Fei Mo was not someone to be easily harmed. He needed to make Han Bai aware that, even without her, he had a woman who surpassed her. Blind to the truth, Director Lin scoffed. Your dear Mo Xiao Bai. Tang Xuwen burst into laughter, leaving everyone else puzzled. Lin Ning, this is an excellent idea. Let Ian come. His influence will undoubtedly surpass Han Bai's. We can use his fame as bait to elevate this newcomer, Warmth. This notion was met with enthusiasm. You all must be insane. How could Yi Yan possibly agree to play a supporting role for a woman? The group was perplexed. Tang Xuwen teasingly glanced at Yi Fei Mo. Yi Xiao must have a plan. Director Lin expressed his support. Yi Er Xiao, go for it. If you were to endorse your wife, your Mo Xiao Bai would undoubtedly come without asking for a dime, even gladly incorporating kissing scenes and intimate moments. 3 minutes a shot. Straight to an adult filmed, IT would be utterly delightful. Tang Shuwen laughed heartily. Lin Ning, you truly understand Mo Xiao Bai. Why Yi Fei Mo's eyelid twitched. Why should he expend such effort on her? Why invite Mo Xiao Bai to participate in the production? Was he out of his mind? Yi Fei Mo excused himself midway, and one producer queried, who is Warmth? Why such a grand gesture for an unknown girl? Is Yi Er Xiao truly on board? Money cannot buy this level of indulgence. Regardless, if someone is pursuing their own spouse, what concern is it of ours? Director Lin's words astonished everyone. Spouse. Drink up, given Yi Er Xiao's expression. This matter is likely to proceed. Let us celebrate in advance. Chapter 107. Signing with Ninged, A. and Ning International. Warmth found herself seated in a brightly lit conference room, bewildered as she repeatedly signed her name. Present in the room were Yi Fei Mo, Lin Ning, and a beautiful, astute woman whom Warmth did not recognize, only aware that the woman wore a warm smile. As she opened a stack of documents for signatures. She gently informed Warmth that all she needed to do was sign her name. Why Yi Fei Mo crossed his arms, regarding her with a disdainful gaze, while the usually irritable Lin Ning wore an unusually cheerful expression. Creating a bizarre scene with such a gentle woman present, Warmth swallowed nervously. This couldn't possibly be a contract for servitude, could it? It felt as though a small white rabbit was encircled by 3 cunning foxes, waiting for her signature to devour her whole. Warmth gazed into the distance, questioning what on earth was happening. She had not even comprehended what she was signing. After completing the signatures, she filled out a registration form. Once everything was finished, she realized she had essentially sold herself to a Ning International, becoming a signed artist of the agency. Why Yi Fei Mo, when did I ever express a desire to sign with a Ning? Miss Wen, do you not see that a Ning desiring you is a miracle? Yi Fei Mo replied emotionlessly, his tone icy. When opportunity knocks, one must seize it. I fear it may be poisoned by you. Lin Ning chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. Warmth, let me introduce you. This is Kai Xiaojing, who will be your manager from now on. Kai Xiaojing is a distinguished agent at Anning International, having propelled countless individuals to fame. Typically, she elevates a group of talents before passing them on to her subordinates, allowing them to continue their development. Notably, she has never fully managed a single artist from start to finish. However, within Anning International, no agent dares to underestimate Kai Xiaojing. Virtually every artist she has guided achieves a modicum of recognition within a few months. Recently, the most popular group under Anning, CYK, was also nurtured by her. Just days ago, Yi Fei Ma approached Kai Xiaojing, requesting that she focus solely on a newcomer, bringing forth all her current talents. She was taken aback, pondering who could possibly compel Yi Fei Ma to make such a request. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Why Yi Fei Ma's rumored romantic interests have always been insiders within the industry. Everyone knows he offers them opportunities, but never cares for their future, merely engaging in mutually beneficial relationships. Chapter 108. Signing with Anning, however. This time, he proactively sought her out, and even Director Lin was involved. Who is this Miss Wen? Kai Xiaojing wondered, astonished at her audacity to speak so freely with Yi Fei Ma. A man whose female companions rarely dare to address him in such a manner without incurring his wrath. A miracle. When Wan respectfully greeted Kai Xiaojing, who smiled in return, just call me Sister Kai. Sister Kai, hello. Yi Fei Ma's gaze fell coldly upon her, devoid of discernible emotion. This was the first time Kai Xiaojing encountered such a dilemma. Was Yi Er Xiao intending to elevate her or to suppress her? His expression offered no clues as to whether he intended to uplift her. When Wan, equally perplexed, wondered why he was looking at her in such a manner. Had she inadvertently offended him? Perhaps it was due to her dream last night, where she had imagined him violating her, and in her panic, she had kicked him off the bed, leaving him disgruntled. Director Lin wore a knowing smile, clearly intrigued by the dynamic between the two. Yi Zong, may I inquire how long I am to mentor Wenwan? Yi Fei Ma tapped his fingers on the table, responding, until you no longer wish to. Kai Xiaojing's eyes sparkled. In the past, once she had helped an artist gain fame, she would pass them on, with the accolades going to others. In contrast, this time, Yi Fei Ma was allowing her to make decisions, and she instantly understood that Wen Wan was destined for greatness, and not just any greatness. But an extraordinary one, yes, I understand, Kai Xiaojing replied with a confident smile, her innate self-assurance radiating from her. Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations. Ye Feima's gaze returned to Wen Niswen. Strive to prove yourself. Do not make me think you are incapable. Kai Xiaojing proceeded to outline the essential regulations that all artists must adhere to, one of which left Wen feeling quite disheartened. From the very first day of signing, she was prohibited from using public transportation such as buses or subways. Wen, troubled, explained to Kai Xiaojing that her family's financial situation was dire and that if she could not use public transport, the daily commuting costs would be utterly unaffordable for her. Chapter 109. Signing with Anning Huisnt. Aware of the exorbitant taxi fares in City A round trip could easily amount to several hundred. She certainly could not accept such a burden without a job. As a newly signed artist at Anning International, her basic monthly salary was only 1,500. After 4 or 5 days of taxi rides, she would likely have nothing left. Kai Xiaojing handed her a transportation card, assuring her that all future travel expenses would be covered. Wen was taken aback, and Kai Xiaojing merely smiled. She advised Wen to resign from her temporary job and then arranged a series of training programs for her, the most crucial of which was enrollment in an intensive acting class. Wen, a student at a university's drama department, had gained limited acting skills during her year of study. Anning International had established an accelerated program specifically designed to train novices without prior experience, yielding noticeable results in just a month or two. Her schedule was packed from dawn until dusk, with no time even to catch her breath. The emergence of so many new talents in the entertainment industry is hardly coincidental. Aside from the unspoken rules, they are indeed incredibly diligent, seizing every opportunity to strive for success. In this latest intake, 7 individuals were welcomed, with Wen being the only one under Kai Xiaojing's guidance. While the others were managed by junior agents, the artists under Anning speculated about her background. Who was this individual that had caught Kai Xiaojing's attention from the very outset? Questions lingered, but after a week of being mentored by Kai Xiaojing, Wen had become accustomed to such inquiries. Director Lin was renowned for his talent in cultivating stars. Every actress he mentored rose to prominence, and perhaps Wen would be the next. Kai Xiaojing glanced at her watch, realizing she was running late. All right, I shall meet him first. We have to rush to Zhang's MV shoot tomorrow, and don't forget the audition. Wen nodded with a smile. And only then did Kai Xiaojing drive away. Rubbing her sore shoulders, Wen thought to herself, goodness, I'm becoming a machine. Her days were filled from 8 a.m. until 9 p.m. with training sessions, MV shoots, and small advertisements consuming her time. This grueling routine had caused her to lose weight. It suddenly dawned on her that Anning International typically ended work by 6 p.m., that Ye Feima had always been punctual, rarely staying late, yet for the past few days, he had miraculously been leaving at 9 p.m. Was he waiting for her? It was astonishing to realize that this man could be so considerate. With the end of summer break approaching, she would soon have to move out of Ye Feima's residence. Kai Xiaojing had inquired about her living situation, and upon hearing her address, frowned, deeming it too dilapidated and old. She informed Wen that she was currently assisting her in finding accommodation, which would be provided by the company. As soon as Ye Feima's message arrived, she stepped out, finding him parked by the roadside awaiting her. Ye Feima, have you been working overtime lately? What is the matter? Ye Feima replied coldly, staring ahead, casually stating, Miss Wen, do you think the president of Anning International is idle? Why would I wait for you every day after work? He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal that he was indeed waiting for her. The apartment was a birthday gift from his mother. Living alone had never felt empty until he had grown accustomed to her presence, her lively chatter adding a hint of warmth. Are you working late? Have you eaten? No, Wen rubbed her slightly aching brow. She had forgotten to eat. Was his stomach all right? Feeling a touch drowsy, Ye Feima glanced at her. What did you learn today? Dancing. What kind of dance? Ballroom. Tango. Ye Feima raised an eyebrow as Wen's breathing grew steady, her long hair flowing down, the faint blush on her fair cheeks, and her delicately curled eyelashes made her look exceedingly endearing. You must be exhausted. Yet, Kai Xiaojing had informed him that Wen was incredibly dedicated, possessing a higher starting point than others, though she truly did not need to push herself so hard. Nevertheless, she was remarkably industrious, and her talent was evident. This girl surely aspired to make a name for herself. reminiscent of Hanbai from his past. The mere thought of Hanbai brought back a flood of memories. Plunging his mood into despair, the car came to a halt outside Mingqing Apartments. Fei sat in silence, surrounded by Wenwan's gentle breaths. He unbuckled his seatbelt, unable to resist glancing at her. If he had, back then, heeded Hanbai's wishes and elevated her to the heights of success, granting her everything she desired, perhaps she would not have left him. And what of Wenwan? What did she think now? Had he not supported her, allowing her to navigate the entertainment industry on her own, unguarded against its myriad of filth, transactions, and debauchery, could she make a name for herself solely through her efforts? This industry is not what it was 20 years ago. Success is no longer guaranteed through sheer hard work. If he did not support Wenwan, would she, like Hanbai, resolutely depart from him in search of a benefactor to elevate her? Seeking a shortcut to her dreams, Wenwan, would you? He questioned himself. Why did he wish to support Wenwan? Fei chuckled bitterly, burying this reason deep within his heart, as if it were a thorn lodged in his throat. He feared that if Wenwan were to leave him, just as Hanbai had, it would be because he failed to meet her expectations. Hanbai had loved him, yet Wenwan was an entirely different story. Fei carefully lifted Wenwan, who was utterly exhausted and unaware of her surroundings, her small face nestled against his chest, as if this were her safest haven. His previously foul mood lifted unexpectedly. In truth, Wenwan bore little resemblance to Hanbai. Fei's lips curled into a smirk. Hanbai was a peony, while Wenwan resembled a lily. Wenwan stirred, sensing something amiss, and suddenly opened her eyes. Fei, caught off guard, quickly averted his gaze. Wenwan was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing crimson as Fei casually set her down. You sleep like a corpse, drooling all over the place, before she could utter another word. Fei rudely interrupted her. As the elevator reached the 45th floor, he stepped out first. Wenwan, still dazed, touched her chin, puzzled, drooling. Why would you wake me up just to carry me? What is the meaning of this? Her heart raced as she pondered this unexpected intimacy. Fei, are you having a late-night snack? She called out to him. Fei, clad in a white bathrobe, his hair still damp, the robe slightly ajar, exuded an irresistible allure. What a show-off, Wenwan muttered, serving him a bowl of egg noodles. Didn't Sister Xiaojing tell you to maintain your figure? Is it all right to eat noodles this late? Sister Xiaojing bought me dinner. This is for you, she replied, waving her hand dismissively, leaving a stunned Fei behind as she gracefully ascended the stairs. Fei stared at the humble bowl of noodles. Had she truly prepared this for him? Fei felt a warm sensation in his heart, a warmth that truly matched her name. Since she had entered his life, the apartment not only buzzed with vitality, but also radiated warmth. The refrigerator was perpetually stocked with food, ready for him to heat and enjoy. Regardless of how busy Wenwan was, she always ensured that meals were prepared. His eating habits were irregular, and due to frequent social gatherings accompanied by alcohol, his stomach ailments often flared up. However, since her arrival, it seemed his gastric troubles had diminished significantly. He recalled the moment when Wenwan had just inquired if he had eaten, raising an eyebrow with a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He made a silent resolution. Having reached his current standing, it was trivial to cherish any woman. After finishing a bowl of egg noodles, he ascended the stairs to find Wenwan in the midst of drying her hair after a shower. Fei lounged lazily on the bed, engrossed in a financial magazine. She continued to blow-dry her hair. She casually remarked, Fei, I'm moving out the day after tomorrow. Just thought I'd let you know. His hand froze mid-motion, moving out. Upon hearing she intended to leave, an instinctive displeasure coursed through him. Was she really abandoning him? Where would she go? Fei snapped the contract shut and replied nonchalantly. Are you happy about that? Of course. You know how difficult you are to please, she retorted. Fei narrowed his eyes, glaring at her fiercely. Suddenly, Wenwan recalled something and rushed to the bedside. Fei, can I ask you for a favor? Speak, he replied, incredulous at the audacity of her request. How quickly she had learned to exploit his influence, appearing no different from any other woman willing to sacrifice pride and dignity for advancement. He had initially thought Wenwan might be different, but his gaze remained as icy as ever. What could he possibly expect from women after witnessing the ugly side of those in the entertainment industry vying for success? His mood soured considerably. Wenwan hesitated, noticing his growing coldness. She scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she finally uttered, "Can you keep our relationship a secret?" "What?" Yi Fei Mo frowned, his mind racing through various possibilities. Perhaps she sought to leverage their connection for publicity, or maybe she wanted him to secure her a prime role or introduce her to producers and directors. To his surprise, she merely wished to keep their relationship under wraps. Was she foolish? Other women would leap at the chance to flaunt their connection with him, desperate for the limelight. "Miss Wen, do you know what you resemble?" he asked, with a subtle smile. She appeared like a vibrant flower bud. Yi Fei Mo smirked. "You resemble 10 pigs, for one pig could hardly encapsulate your foolishness." When Wan retaliated by grabbing a cushion and striking him, "You look like 100 pigs." The cushion, in its innocence, merely bore the brunt of the exchange. The following morning at 6, when Wan's phone rang, the relentless voice of Kai Xiaojing echoing through the line. Hastily, she sprang from bed to wash up. Yi Fei Mo had already procured a wealth of clothing for her, and Kai Xiaojing had added her own generous contributions. It was essential for Wenwan to present herself in splendid attire. She selected a yellow camisole dress, complemented by a chic black blazer, and pinned an exquisite brooch to her ensemble, hastily slipping into a pair of black high heels. Yi Fei Mo scrutinized her, noting how this young lady had transformed remarkably after just a few weeks with Kai Xiaojing. Now, even without instruction, she could assemble an outfit that perfectly suited her essence. He let out a playful whistle. "You still look best without clothes," when one approached, seizing a cushion to throw at him. "You rogue." She hurried downstairs, glancing at the time and realizing she was running late. Grinding her teeth, she skipped breakfast and rushed out the door. Where Kai Xiaojing awaited her outside the studio, this music video, apart from being filmed indoors, also required outdoor scenes, spanning several days of shooting. Zhang Yi was a rising star, having dominated the monthly music charts in the city for the past 6 months as the most popular male singer. Though not conventionally handsome, his strikingly sensual voice captivated audiences. This music video was for his new single, originally intended for another actress, but she had been replaced at the last moment. Wenwan was unaware of how Kai Xiaojing had secured her the leading role. But it presented a splendid opportunity. The song's theme revolved around love, with a bold and audacious design for the MV. Wenwan was to wear a revealing black outfit, adorned with dramatic smoky eye makeup, weaving a narrative of passion and desire with Zhang Yi. As this was her first experience filming such an MV, she felt somewhat constrained. The director suggested they first establish a rapport, as every nuance of expression was to be meticulously crafted in the MV. Zhang Yi, a charismatic individual, despite having reservations about the last-minute casting change, had been in the industry long enough to remain unfazed. He treated Wenwan as a newcomer deserving of a chance, allowing her to relax and find her rhythm. After a couple of hours of shooting, Wenwan gradually settled into her role. The director expressed his satisfaction, noting that with the album set to release soon, the sudden change of lead was a concern, but her performance had exceeded expectations. "Old Shin, this girl has remarkable talent and determination. We must support her in the future." "Absolutely, absolutely. If Xiaojing speaks, who would dare to disagree?" The MV proceeded smoothly, and as Wenwan prepared for an audition later that afternoon, everything seemed to unfold perfectly. Just as she was about to wrap up, Wan Baolian arrived, the original lead actress for Zhang Yi's MV. Kai Xiaojing intercepted her, expertly managing the situation as a seasoned agent. "Wan Baolian, I've heard that Boss Yang dislikes aggressive women. You've worked hard to present yourself as gentle and accommodating. With so many eyes on set, how can you guarantee discretion? If word reaches Boss Yang, your carefully cultivated image will crumble." "What do you mean?" Kai Xiaojing, Wan Baolian fumed, her demeanor brazen and arrogant. "You've resorted to underhanded tactics to steal my MV, and now you dare to threaten me?" "Threaten?" Kai Xiaojing smiled gently, leaning closer. "If she can snatch a contract from you, do you truly believe your connections are stronger than hers? In the future, steer clear of her." "Wenwan, let's go." Wan Baolian, incensed, disregarded her image and shouted, while Wenwan hastily followed Kai Xiaojing out the door. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Sister Xiaojing, what did you say to her?" "Why is she so furious?" "Nothing much. Just be more astute in such situations in the future," Kai Xiaojing replied with a smile. "The entertainment industry harbors many shadows, and your innocence makes you ill-suited for its murky dealings." But it is essential for you to be aware. When Juan reflected on how she would have faltered in a similar situation, realizing just how astute her manager was, they arrived at the production studio over an hour early. When Juan was auditioning for a significant supporting role in a 60-episode drama with over 30 episodes featuring her character, second only to the leads, as she awaited her turn, the makeup room buzzed with 8 other actresses. A mix of established names and newcomers. After changing into a flowing white ancient dress, she radiated elegance, her attire accentuating her beauty. The stylist, amiable and unpretentious, worked wonders on her look. Truly stunning, Kai Xiaojing praised. While the stylist beamed with pride, making Wenwan blush with humility, her beauty exuded purity, enhanced by the makeup tailored to her role, rendering her an ethereal vision. Once the makeup was complete, they waited in the lounge. Watching as actresses took their turns for auditions, Wenwan felt a surge of nervousness, but Kai Xiaojing lightened the mood with some jokes. Finally, it was her turn. Director Zhang's eyes sparkled as he beheld her transformation. Nodding in approval, she was the most striking candidate of the day, resembling a graceful white lotus, pure, noble, and imbued with an unusual scholarly aura. Perform this scene, he instructed, handing her the script for a pivotal moment where the male lead was captured. And she pleaded with her father to save him. A fellow actress would assist her during the audition. The room filled with onlookers, directors, producers, and crew. Zhang initially observed nonchalantly, but soon straightened up as the scene unfolded. The character, Princess Xiang Xiang, beseeched her father to rescue her beloved, whose stubborn refusal filled the air with tension. Her tearful gaze conveyed deep emotion, pain, disappointment, and helplessness, creating an atmosphere heavy with sorrow. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with unspoken words. A blend of longing and despair, gradually swelling with courage and resolve, as she drew a dagger and held it to her neck. The audience gasped in unison, their hearts racing alongside her dramatic gesture. As Princess Xiang Xiang's sorrowful gaze pressed her father to act, this scene vividly portrays the kindness, strength, and courage of the princess, with her expressions and lines delivered with remarkable nuance. 7 parts visible, 3 parts concealed. The audience was left in awe by her performance. She masterfully illustrated the struggle of Xiang Xiang, the princess, caught between familial love and romantic affection. Bravo! Everyone was deeply moved by her portrayal. Director Zhang clapped his hands, unable to conceal his admiration. It is indeed a rare gift for an inexperienced newcomer to deliver such a performance. With a warm and bashful smile, Director Zhang nodded, instructing her to remove her makeup first, while Kai Xiaojing gave her a thumbs up, praising her acting. Your peach blossom eyes seemed to speak for themselves. A national treasure. After she finished removing her makeup and tidying up her appearance, several actors who had auditioned alongside her crowded around Director Zhang, inquiring about the audition results, while Kai Xiaojing enjoyed a lively conversation with the assistant director. During the audition, Director Zhang remarked on her excellent performance. And Su Xiao promised to greet her later. I will undoubtedly secure the role of Xiang Xiang, Gu Yiting declared, leaving with her manager and assistant, exuding charm and confidence. She was the most experienced and well-known among the auditionees, with both appearance and acting skills that matched the role, presenting the greatest hope. How do you feel? Kai Xiaojing asked, giving a thumbs up. You only need a touch of acting skill to achieve great success. Over these past few days, from your training to the audition and MV, I've come to realize one thing. You will surely rise to fame, provided Yi Feima is willing to support you. In this entertainment industry, many possess talent and acting skills and are willing to work hard, but beyond warmth, success also requires opportunity. Yi Feima represents the greatest opportunity for warmth. By the way, I've found a place in Qianchuan for you. Do you like it? Qianchuan? Warmth shook her head, Sister Xiaojing. The rent is too expensive. Let's choose a more affordable option instead. Don't worry about the money. She had barely finished speaking when her phone rang. Yi Feima was calling. After their conversation, Kai Xiaojing drove Warmth to Mingqing apartment, startling her. Although Kai Xiaojing was her manager, she was unaware of Warmth's relationship with Yi Feima. What would she think if she knew they lived together? Moreover, what had Yi Feima said to her? Warmth lamented silently. Leaning against the front of the car, Yi Feima donned a suit of iron gray, his physique tall and refined, his features exquisite, enveloped in the night. Appearing somewhat solitary from a distance, evoking a desire to embrace him and dispel his loneliness. He was a fashion icon, with impeccable taste, Even a casual outfit exuded charisma, not to mention the nobility that accompanied his every gesture and indescribable allure. Exuding sensuality, A.S. warmth unfastened her seatbelt. She remarked, "Sister Xiaojing, don't you think Yi Ershao resembles a lost puppy?" Kai Xiaojing gasped in surprise and laughed. "Only you would say that." Warmth pressed her lips together. At times, Yi Feima did indeed bear a resemblance to a lost puppy. Lonely, desolate, with an air that invited sympathy. Of course, this was only occasionally. Most of the time, Yi Ershao was domineering, cold, and arrogant, infuriating yet unyielding. His gaze fell upon Warmth's face, causing her to avert her eyes uncomfortably. Kai Xiaojing inquired, "Mr. Yi, what do you need from me? You need not find her an apartment anymore. She is a key newcomer being cultivated by the company. All housing expenses will be covered by the company, and any costs incurred on her behalf can be directly reimbursed through the company," Yi Feima stated coldly. Kai Xiaojing was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. The company had not prioritized newcomers in this manner before. Typically, one had to achieve results to receive such special treatment. A rarity for someone like Warmth. Why Yi Feima delivered this statement as casually as if discussing a meal, leaving Kai Xiaojing in shock. While Warmth felt elated at the thought of reducing Kai Xiaojing's expenses. "Which apartment did you find?" Warmth asked. Why Yi Feima pointed upstairs. Kai Xiaojing froze, turning to glance at Warmth. "What was the nature of their relationship?" Warmth blurted. "Didn't we agree to stay until the end of summer?" Upon hearing this, Kai Xiaojing was astonished. "You two are living together?" Warmth's cheeks flushed, and she coughed awkwardly. Turning her head away, Kai Xiaojing was utterly incredulous. Her suspicions were confirmed. Yi Feima and Warmth indeed shared a relationship, yet Warmth did not appear to be the type to compromise her integrity. "Sister Xiaojing, we are not in that kind of relationship." Warmth feigned a laugh, shaking her hand dismissively. Why Yi Feima's expression darkened. "Miss One, when walking alongside me, it seems I am the one at a disadvantage. There is no need for you to rush to explain. Perhaps Xiaojing is thinking about how Yi Ershao could possibly be interested in a girl like you." Why Yi Feima's deadpan remark pierced through the air. "That is not true. You must be out of your mind," Warmth retorted unexpectedly, momentarily stunned by her own words, her face burning. Kai Xiaojing watched their banter, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Yi Feima's gaze bore into Warmth, his deep, dark eyes revealing no discernible emotion. Warmth felt as though her neck was on fire under his focused stare. "Foolish Warmth, what are you saying? Do you truly wish for him to notice you? Is this a death wish? Challenging such extremes is better suited for raising penguins in Antarctica. I have purchased the 44th floor. You will reside on the lower level." Warmth was utterly perplexed. "But there are a couple living on the 44th floor? How could they have moved out?" Yi Feima replied coldly. "They have certainly left the country." He would never divulge the origin of this apartment to Warmth. "You go upstairs first. I have matters to discuss with Xiaojing," Yi Feima instructed, and Warmth pouted, grabbing her bag and bidding farewell to Xiaojing before heading upstairs. As for the personal affairs of artists, Kai Xiaojing never pried. Once Warmth was upstairs, Yi Feima crossed his arms, his exquisite and handsome face shrouded in the night, exuding an air of danger. Kai Xiaojing failed to grasp his intentions and did not delve deeper, waiting quietly for him to speak. Why Yi Feima's thoughts were inscrutable. Even with her extensive experience with various personalities, she could not decipher his moods. How is she? Warmth is exceptionally talented, diligent, and intelligent. If nurtured with care, she will undoubtedly rise to fame, Kai Xiaojing reported candidly. Yi Feima gazed into the distance, his expression inscrutable. "You once mentored Hanbai. How does she compare to Warmth?" Years ago, during her debut, Kai Xiaojing's first artist was Hanbai. Despite her limited connections and influence at that time, she successfully elevated Hanbai to the ranks of a top female star, earning widespread recognition. Now, faced with Yi Feima's inquiry about Warmth and Hanbai, Kai Xiaojing hesitated, uncertain how to respond. "Speak the truth," Yi Feima insisted, his tone firm. Kai Xiaojing sighed and replied, "Both Hanbai and Warmth have their own merits. Both are exceptionally gifted, hardworking, and tenacious. However, I prefer Warmth slightly. She is not as impetuous as Hanbai was back then, and possesses greater resilience." "Is that so?" Yi Feima tightened his fists, suddenly turning his gaze to Kai Xiaojing. "You are well aware of the circumstances regarding Hanbai. Why did my mother expel her from Anning? Did she offend my mother in some way?" Kai Xiaojing's expression shifted slightly. Despite her experiences with adversity, she felt a surge of panic. Wei Feima's suspicions deepened. "Speak," he commanded, his voice sharp. Kai Xiaojing, feeling anxious, replied, "Yi Shao, I do not know these details, as you know. Han Bai never confided much in me." "You're lying." Yi Feima's voice was stern, but Kai Xiaojing fell silent, maintaining that she knew nothing that Wei Feima understood. She was likely deceiving him. Kai Xiaojing took a deep breath. Realizing she might struggle to withstand Yi Feima's formidable presence, "Mr. Yi, is there anything else you wish to discuss?" she asked, genuinely concerned. She cared for Warmth deeply. Of all the artists she had mentored, Warmth was her favorite. And she did not wish for her to be harmed. Finally, it dawned on her that Yi Feima intended to support Warmth. "Yes, I understand." Kai Xiaojing straightened her back, feeling invigorated, as if she had found newfound strength. This matter was best kept from Warmth for the time being. She wouldn't want her to become overly elated. "Yes, I understand." Kai Xiaojing smiled, acknowledging that such significant news would not be shared with Warmth just yet. After all, Yi Feima had indicated Warmth was to play the role, but a year is a long time. Who knows what changes might occur? She worried that if Warmth became too excited and then faced disappointment, it would be more than upsetting for her. "I understand," Yi Feima replied blandly. Kai Xiaojing, being astute, refrained from elaborating too much. Since Yi Feima was aware of the situation, it was certain that the role would be Warmth's. While it might seem unfair, the entertainment industry is rarely just. Warmth was stubborn. It was best she remain unaware of these matters, allowing her to believe her success was solely the result of her hard work. "Do you understand?" "Understood," Kai Xiaojing thought to herself, astonished by Yi Feima's protective instincts toward Warmth. He truly was extraordinary, forbidding her from sharing such information with Warmth. Was he concerned about her self-esteem? Warmth was unlike any girl she knew. Many in the entertainment industry desperately sought support to climb the ranks, overjoyed at any assistance they received. But Warmth wished to rely on her own efforts. If she were to learn the truth, it might bring her sorrow. Moreover, I do not wish for Warmth to encounter the darker side of the entertainment industry. Please be cautious, and if anything arises that you cannot handle, come to me directly." Yi Feima instructed coldly. Kai Xiaojing straightened. "Yes." As Yi Feima ascended the stairs, Warmth busied herself with cooking. "Wei Feima, is there anything in particular you would like to eat?" Warmly, Yangxing inquired, as Yi Feima loosened his collar and unbuttoned his shirt. Casting a cool, piercing glance in her direction, the stunning beauty, wielding a kitchen knife, asked him what he desired to eat. Opposite her stood a man exuding an irresistible allure, rendering the scene rather absurd. Yi Feima sighed, pondering why he found this woman, armed with a knife and clad in an apron, so tantalizing. Rubbing his temples, he lamented his fatigue. Even Asao appeared as beautiful as Diao Chan to him lately. "Hey, Yi Feima, don't you have any cravings?" warmly asked, brandishing the knife in a mock-threatening manner. Wei Feima found her antics amusing, unable to suppress a smile. In that fleeting moment, Warmly was momentarily taken aback. As the crystal chandelier in the living room sparkled enchantingly, and his smile seemed to gather countless lights, radiating beauty, her heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from her chest, realizing he had smiled. Yi Feima quickly pressed his lips together, reverting to his usual cool demeanor. Warmly hastily turned her face away, having always viewed Yi Feima as somewhat lackluster. Yet, when he smiled, he was undeniably captivating. With a deep dimple adorning his left cheek, a detail she had never noticed in his usual solemnity. How stunning he was! Why must a man be so exquisitely handsome, especially when he had no interest in romantic pursuits with men? Such beauty was a bane to the women around him. Determined to prepare dongpa pork and asparagus, Warmly sauteed onions and carrots together and made a stir-fry with mushrooms and meat, finishing with a winter melon and pork soup. Meanwhile, Yi Feima sat expressionlessly in the living room, engrossed in an anime. Occasionally, when Warmly was distracted, he would sneak a glance towards the kitchen, observing her cheerfully bustling about in her apron. His lips curling in a smirk, her swift movements suggested her culinary skills were commendable. At least the boiled egg noodles were palatable, despite lacking complexity. Concerned he might go hungry and harm his stomach, Warmly plated each dish as it was ready, allowing him to eat as she finished cooking. White Yi Fei Mo sampled a few bites to tide him over and curiously ventured into the kitchen. Is it not ready yet? His gaze darkened, and a tension gripped his lower abdomen. In a rare moment of indulgence, he suddenly pulled warmly close, startling her and causing her to drop the spoon into the pot. She found herself turned around and firmly pressed against his chest as he cradled her face and captured her ruby-red lips with his. The warmth of garlic wafted from her, and Yi Fei Mo kissed her fervently, his tall frame pinning her against the countertop, ravaging her sweetness as he devoured her lips and tongue. Her eyes widened in confusion, bewildered by his sudden fervor. His heavy breaths brushed against her nose, mingling with the kitchen aromas and the refreshing scent of his cologne. Warmly felt ensnared in a web of ambiguity and madness, tinged with fear. She instinctively wanted to escape this side of Yi Fei Mo. His arms encircled her waist, their bodies pressed tightly together, and she could distinctly feel his arousal pressing against her, causing her heart to thunder and her cheeks to ignite with a fiery blush. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her, leaving warmly gasping, a mix of shyness and alarm flooding her. I was cooking you, Yi Shao. Mustn't he become aroused at the most inconvenient times? Yi Fei Mo continued to hold her against the countertop, leaving warmly flustered, unsure where to place her hands. His gaze was ablaze with desire, as if it could ignite anyone in its path. He craved her. A sudden, intense desire overtook him. Aside from his mother, she was the first woman to prepare a meal for him. He couldn't fathom what it was about warmly that bewitched him so, making him want to possess her fiercely. The more he wished to ravage her, the more exhilarated he became. If his initial desire stemmed from her resemblance to Hanbai, a reflection of his displeasure, then what was the source of his recent urges? Don't you know you need to resolve your urges? Yi Fei Mo's demeanor remained icy, even as his body tensed with need. His voice was as calm as a still pond. Warmly felt utterly flustered. The tabloids were rife with rumors about him, often showcasing his photographs with various female stars. Surely, he must have women in his life. Why then did he appear so drawn to her? Yi Fei Mo surveyed the kitchen with a casual gaze. Warmly had donned a short shirt and hot pants for convenience while cooking, and his hands wandered mischievously beneath her clothing. He gently bit her earlobe, murmuring, I've yet to try cooking in the kitchen. It should be an interesting experience. Warmly bristled at his insinuation. Cooking in the kitchen? Even she, with limited intellect, could decipher his meaning, inciting her to consider wielding the spatula against him. Clearly, Yi Shao had indulged too much in anime featuring maid training. It had warped his mind. Warmly felt overwhelmed by the erratic whims of such a man. She paused to flash a sweet smile. Yi Shao, the food will get cold. You should prioritize your appetite. Yi Fei Mo gazed deeply into her eyes, the fiery intensity still present, focused and passionate, sending Warmly's heart racing in terms of aura. She felt utterly dwarfed by him. Flustered, she pushed him away, insisting, Dinner is served. How did you know my stomach wasn't well? He inquired while sipping his soup. Warmly, engrossed in her task, hardly raised her head. I asked the gastro medication on the bedside table merely for decoration. Yi Fei Mo fell silent. Accustomed to the lavish meals of hotels, the taste of Warmly's home-cooked dishes was refreshingly different. He had mentioned his fondness for asparagus, yet the dish remained untouched. Warmly eyed him quizzically as he relished the clear, delicious winter melon and pork soup. Why aren't you eating the asparagus? Who told you to add carrots and onions? Yi Fei Mo replied, eyeing the vibrant asparagus with longing, only to grimace at the hated onions and carrots. As though even the mere touch of his chopsticks to the carrots were a grave offense, Warmly was taken aback. He was picky. It was indeed challenging to cater to him. Yi Fei Mo pushed the asparagus towards her, extracting the carrots and onions. Warmly glared at him. If you want the asparagus, simply avoid the carrots and onions. Why must you insist on removing them? Because I am pleased, he replied flatly. Who told you to put the carrots and onions in? All these dishes were prepared by me, so who said you could eat them? Warmly retorted, her frustration bubbling over. Why did she find Yi Fei Mo so difficult to please? Picky eating is unwise, she continued. Besides, Yi Shao, your stomach is not well, yet you are choosy. Such behavior is a sin. Carrots and onions are highly nutritious. You should eat them. I'm neither sick nor in pain. I'm not sick either. You are sick. Warmly declared emphatically. Yi Fei Mo's ominous gaze fell upon her, and she suddenly felt her retort was too sharp. With a forced laugh, she added, gastritis is a serious condition. Yi Shao. Did you know that the incidence of gastritis and stomach cancer among young people is rising sharply due to irregular meals? Choose your vegetables. Yi Fei Mo's chopsticks tapped against the plate, causing Warmly to fume. Starting tomorrow, she resolved to cease her service to him. Let him suffer through his ailments alone. Warmly sulkily pulled the plate closer, detesting the carrots and onions. She had added so many. And witnessing Yi Fei Mo enjoying the dongpa pork and mushroom stir-fry while she struggled to remove the unwanted vegetables made her heart ache. As he reached for the last 2 pieces of dongpa pork. Warmly swiftly pulled the plate towards herself, offering him the meticulously cleaned asparagus instead. Yi Fei Mo's chopsticks fell short, and he raised an eyebrow at her, silently demanding, I want meat. Feigning ignorance, she quickly swept the 2 pieces of dongpa pork into her bowl, devouring them ravenously. After all her efforts in making the dongpa pork, only to end up with 2 small pieces, Warmly felt tears welling up. Yi Fei Mo, however, paid her no mind as he began to consume the plate of asparagus. In the future, just stir-fry asparagus with a heap of meat, nothing else, he remarked with an infuriating tone. Make it yourself. I also enjoy braised pork, braised carp, boiled beef, curry, and steak. I detest onions, carrots, and green peppers. That's all. Yi Fei Mo seemed oblivious to Warmly's protests, continuing to eat while casually placing his orders. Warmly wiped her brow, feeling as though he expected her to be his full-time cook. Yi Shao. Your stomach isn't well. You should favor milder flavors. She couldn't help but interject. Such a heavy palate. No wonder he was also intense in bed. This winter melon and pork soup is excellent. Yi Fei Mo remarked, relishing it. Warmly smirked, feeling a tinge of pride, thinking, perhaps my culinary skills are indeed commendable. She knew her mother always praised her cooking as exceptional. Miss Warmly, you truly blossom when given a little sunlight. Yi Fei Mo responded, his tone cool. He had nearly finished the soup, prompting Warmly to draw the bowl closer. Yi Fei Mo raised an eyebrow. You're not satisfied with merely stealing the dongpa pork. Now you wish to take the winter melon soup as well. Yi Shao, don't overindulge tonight, she cautioned, noting his enormous appetite. Would such excessive consumption burden his stomach? I hardly ate anything at lunch. I am famished, Yi Fei Mo replied, his expression unreadable. Warmly noticed he consumed little rice, but devoured the meat and vegetables voraciously, and she bit her lip. We must maintain regular meals for your stomach's sake. Did you eat out for lunch? Warmly asked, curious to my secretary ordered takeout. He revealed Yi Fei Mo remarked that unless he had an appointment with someone at noon, he typically ordered takeout called by Zhongling, occasionally indulging in instant noodles. When Wan fell into a brief silence, then sighed, you appear as robust as an ox. How could you possibly have a stomach ailment? Yi Fei Mo, lost in thought, suddenly darkened in expression. When Wan had merely inquired out of curiosity, not intending to touch a nerve, observing his somber demeanor, she abruptly set down her chopsticks, her surprise evident. The woman's beautiful, expressive peach blossom eyes brimmed with confusion and anxiety, as if feeling a touch of grievance, yet also a hint of regret. Under the scrutiny of her lively and exquisite gaze, it seemed no one could remain indifferent. Yi Fei Mo's expression grew grim, and he offered no words. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, as Wen Wan continued her meal in quietude. Indeed, young Master Yi was as unpredictable as the weather. After a considerable pause, he casually asked, you came from a well-off family. There shouldn't be much for you to assist with at home. How did you acquire such remarkable culinary skills? Wen Wan, being an honest child, replied, in the past. Fong Lucheng mentioned he liked girls who could cook, so I asked my mother to enroll me in a culinary class for a year. Yi Fei Mo's countenance darkened entirely. He felt discomfort wash over him. Fong Lucheng. When Wan had learned to cook specifically for him, this meant that the delightful meals he had enjoyed were merely a result of Fong Lucheng's influence. It dawned on him that he was not the man she had cared for. She had willingly pursued culinary skills for another man. Yi Fei Mo's previously good mood soured drastically, unbeknownst to him. He had already relegated Wen Wan to a domain of personal significance. Hey, young Master Yi, what's wrong with you? Wen Wan's confusion deepened. What had she said to provoke his ire? "You fool," she merely uttered a few words. "And you are willing to toil for an entire year to learn to cook?" Yi Fei Mo seethed with uncontainable anger. "Isn't that quite normal?" Wenwan replied, bewildered. Once, Chun Miao was terrified of water. Yet she learned to swim just to get closer to the boy she liked. "Young Master Yi, you've been in love before. Isn't it natural to do silly things for someone you care about? Haven't you ever done so?" Yi Fei Mo scoffed inwardly. He had never performed any foolish acts for someone he liked. Years ago, when he had a fondness for Han Bai, he was aware that she was a signed artist with Ning International. She had recounted her struggles in the entertainment industry countless times, how she had been bullied on set, how certain celebrities had given her the cold shoulder, how she longed to make a name for herself. Though he was the young master of Ning International, not yet in a position of power, he had ample means to help her if he wished, yet he had never done so. In his recollection, he had never acted foolishly for anyone. The most foolish act he could recall was rushing to a hotel after reading a text message, only to find Han Bai in a compromising position with another man. Had he ever done anything foolish for someone he liked? Did she still harbor feelings for Fong Lucheng? The thought left Yi Fei Mo feeling uncomfortable, his gaze icy as he stared at Wenwan. As frigid as ice itself, Wenwan, accustomed to Yi Fei Mo's capricious nature, bit her lip and continued eating. Choosing to ignore him, his temperament was difficult to decipher. It was perhaps best not to probe further. "Miss Wen, have you truly not forgotten Fong Lucheng? I've liked him for over a decade. How could it be so easy to forget?" Wenwan responded, a hint of sadness in her tone. Yi Fei Mo abruptly stood, slamming his hand on the table, his back radiating palpable anger. Wenwan blinked in surprise, raising her voice. "What are you angry about?" He ignored her and ascended the stairs. Wenwan pressed her lips together. This man was as changeable as the weather in June. After finishing her meal and washing the dishes, Wenwan pondered briefly, donned her wallet and transit card, and changed into a pair of sneakers before heading downstairs. She took a taxi to a nearby supermarket, purchasing pork, beef, curry, shrimp, and pork chops, alongside asparagus, mushrooms, tomatoes, greens, and cilantro. Gazing at her overflowing basket, she lingered by the onions and carrots. Reflecting on her pickiness, a rather undesirable habit, after some consideration, she decided to buy a few onions and carrots. If he wouldn't eat them, she would point one day. When they were on the dining table, she would see how he could be picky then. People develop pickiness out of habit. When there is nothing else to eat, they can consume anything. Having selected her ingredients, she also acquired some milk and yogurt, then pushed her cart to choose a lunchbox. "I must have a masochistic disposition," Wenwan mused, tapping her forehead. The thought of Yi Fei Mo's infuriating face made her feel quite conflicted. Earlier, she had wished for him to suffer painfully, yet here she was, frequently visiting the supermarket to buy groceries and lunch boxes for him. Was this not a sign of self-inflicted torment? However, she did not expect to encounter Chengenya at this supermarket. Chengenya, in turn, was equally surprised to see Wenwan Mingcheng apartment was quite distant from the Yi residence, but closer to a Ning International, since Yi Fei Mo had moved out. Chengenya often visited him, each time replenishing his fridge. This time, she had rushed out and chosen the nearest supermarket to Mingcheng apartment for her shopping, not anticipating a meeting with Wenwan. Later, when Yi Fei Mo assumed control, the couple relinquished their influence and ceased managing business affairs. These were tidbits she had gleaned from Kai Xiaojing. Anyone who had mingled in a Ning knew, better to offend young Master Yi Sand than to provoke Madame Yi. Upon hearing Han Bai's recount of her thwarting couples, Wenwan felt that as an innocent little rabbit, it would be wise to avoid crossing paths with a fierce woman, even if this fierce woman bore a resemblance to a cute rabbit herself. This thought prompted Wenwan to feign a smile, pretending not to notice Chengenya, and hurriedly turned to flee. Chengenya raised an eyebrow, observing Wenwan's retreating figure with a bemused smile. Was she truly that intimidating? The young girl was clad in a white shirt, black shorts, and pink sneakers, revealing long, straight, and fair legs, youthful and exuberant, utterly adorable. Chengenya mused how fortunate her son was. Chengenya perceived Wenwan's actions and deduced that she had recognized her. Was it necessary to flee so hastily? Recalling their previous encounter in the elevator, where Wenwan had made a concerted effort to diminish her presence, she had dashed out like a rabbit when the elevator doors opened. This scenario eerily mirrored their last meeting. It was quite unexpected to see her here. Wenwan had mentioned she would stay until summer break. Yet it was now late August, and summer was nearly over. Was she still residing with Faye Mo? Run all you want. This supermarket isn't that large. It won't be hard to block someone, Chung Anya thought nonchalantly. Wenwan wiped her brow, exclaiming internally, Mamma mia! Why is Madame Yi also in the supermarket? She momentarily forgot about her intention to purchase a lunchbox, solely focused on checking out and leaving, only to find herself cornered by Chung Anya while attempting to buy fruit. Wenwan felt tears welling up. The area was crowded. She looked far away, her smile slightly distorted. Chung Anya increasingly found her endearing. Faye Mo really enjoys kiwis. Why not buy some? Chung Anya observed Wenwan's cart, which was quite impressive. Could such a petite girl carry so many items? She recalled her own youth, during which it was always young Master Yi Sand who carried her things. When had she ever been subjected to such treatment? Wenwan replied with an "oh," grabbing a bag to select kiwis, suddenly pausing. Wasn't that a blatant admission? She had intended to deny living with Yi Fei Mo if Chung Anya inquired. Yet one sentence had betrayed her. Tears brimmed in her eyes once more. Chung Anya chuckled lightly, and Wenwan bowed deeply, calling out, Madame Yi, good day, such a well-mannered girl. Chung Anya laughed. I initially intended to buy some provisions for Fei Mo, but it seems that's unnecessary now. Wenwan had filled an entire cart with supplies, making Chung Anya feel as if she was hosting a feast. In a fit of silliness, it seemed she had indeed bought a considerable amount. Why not pick some more fruits? Chung Anya suggested. Wenwan nodded. Does he really love kiwis? Aside from apples, he eats everything. How peculiar. 1 apple a day shouldn't warrant a doctor's visit, yet he refuses to eat apples? Wenwan remarked. Chung Anya's keen eyes caught sight of the carrots, onions, and bell peppers. He doesn't eat onions, carrots, or bell peppers either. Wenwan blurted without thinking, that's intentional. Chung Anya was taken aback, and Wenwan's face flushed crimson. Her words sounded as if she were boasting before the mother of the person she was tormenting. I'm torturing your son. Come and beat me up. Wenwan felt utterly mortified. Chung Anya erupted into laughter, while Wenwan felt somewhat self-conscious. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, Madame Yi, why don't you choose instead? I don't even know what he likes to eat. All right, Chung Anya readily agreed. As Chung Anya selected kiwis, she observed Wenwan diligently selecting her items and couldn't help but admire her. Miss Wen, where are you studying? Chung Anya asked with a smile. At a university. In the performing arts department. Madame Yi, please just call me Wenwan, she replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable being addressed as Miss Wen by someone of Chung Anya's stature in the entertainment industry. The performing arts department? Chung Anya's brow furrowed slightly, her smile wavering as she scrutinized Wenwan for a moment longer. She picked a few kiwis and placed them in Wenwan's bag before casually asking, have you signed with Ning? Wenwan, oblivious to Chung Anya's underlying discontent, tilted her head in thought and inquired, Madame Yi, with Yi Fei Mo's stomach issues, what sort of food would be best for him? Chung Anya paused, gazing deeply at her. Wenwan assumed that someone of Chung Anya's stature wouldn't be well-versed in domestic matters, feeling she had asked the wrong person. She smiled and added, you don't know either? Actually, I don't understand much either. I only know how to make some simple home-cooked meals. With his sensitive stomach, wouldn't lighter fare be preferable? Indeed, Chung Anya agreed. Chung Anya smiled, tilting her head to glance at the food in the cart, all of which was favored by Yi Fei Mo. Chung Anya mused that perhaps she was different from Han Bai, but having spent a decade in the entertainment industry, she had encountered numerous artists who, in their relentless pursuit of success, neglected their own well-being, leading her to harbor some biases against them. This young woman appeared to be quite decent. At least her judgment of character was commendable. It was unfortunate, however, that a few years ago she had misjudged Han Bai. She hoped that Wenwan would prove to be different from Han Bai. Otherwise, a cold smile crept into Chung Anya's heart. She would not allow anyone to harm her son again. Not now, not ever. Are you usually the one who cooks? Of course, Yi Fei Mo is quite difficult to please, Wenwan murmured. Chung Anya chuckled lightly, acknowledging the truth in her words, and teased, you have quite the challenge on your hands. Miss Wen, Wenwan forced an awkward smile and replied, it's nothing really. Yet, as she said this, she couldn't help but voice her grievances against Yi Fei Mo a few times. Chung Anya joined her in light-heartedly criticizing her son. And Wenwan found that Yi was not so hard to get along with after all, as she was willing to share in the jest at Fei Mo's expense. Is there anything else you need to buy? No, that's all. Just then, Wenwan suddenly recalled the need for a lunchbox. Right, the lunchbox. The two women, one large and one small, began selecting lunchboxes. Wenwan picked several but was dissatisfied with each choice. Chung Anya, assuming she was preparing to take meals, suggested a few options. Wenwan shook her head, stating that none of them could hold soup, and Yi Fei-ma had expressed a fondness for soup. Did I ask this for Fei-ma? Is he bringing lunch? Chung Anya raised an eyebrow in surprise. No, he mentioned he wouldn't eat much for lunch today. He usually orders takeout. Isn't he supposed to be careful with his stomach? Eating greasy takeout isn't good for him. My cooking isn't half bad. I can prepare meals for him to take to the company in the morning, Wenwan responded with a smile. Chung Anya chuckled, finding the girl genuinely kind and sweet. Yi Fei-ma's gastric condition was quite severe, and she had long instructed Zhongling to pay close attention to his meals, providing a carefully curated menu for her to follow. Yet, the meals prepared at home were indeed distinct from takeout, and Wenwan's intentions were commendable. Reflecting on how Wenwan had consistently mentioned Fei-ma's gastric issues, Chung Anya couldn't help but think that had Han Bai shown similar concern back then, perhaps she would not have acted so ruthlessly. Ultimately, Wenwan selected an insulated lunchbox capable of holding both dishes and soup, as well as a simpler bento box. Seeking Chung Anya's opinion, she received an approving nod. And with a smile, she placed the items into the cart. Mrs. Yi, are you here to see Fei-ma? Wenwan inquired as they approached the checkout. Chung Anya nodded, confirming her intent to visit Fei-ma. Though she mused that perhaps she could now worry less about him. Are you together with Fei-ma? Chung Anya asked. Wenwan froze, the question rendering her quite awkward. She was uncertain how to explain the peculiar nature of her relationship with Yi Fei-ma, especially since it was Chung Anya who was asking. It's more of a contractual arrangement. She finally managed to say. Chung Anya, sensing her discomfort, understood and refrained from pressing further, whether it was due to her rise to fame alongside Fei-ma or for some other reason. There were only those two possibilities. Regardless, as long as she treated Fei-ma well, genuinely cared for him, and loved him wholeheartedly, Chung Anya would not mind. The initial motivations for their relationship were inconsequential, even if Wenwan was indeed attracted to Fei-ma's wealth and status. What did it matter? If Fei-ma had feelings for Wenwan, he would be unbothered by it, and as a parent, she wouldn't mind either. Chung Anya understood better than anyone that for Yi Fei-ma, finding love was not an easy endeavor. If Wenwan were his salvation, perhaps she would be more forgiving, at least for now. It appeared that this girl genuinely cared for Fei-ma, despite her discomfort with Wenwan's identity. While checking out, Chung Anya noticed Wenwan paying with Fei-ma's card and raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was indeed unusual. Fei-ma had never seemed the type to allow a woman to use his card. The two appeared to be living a life akin to that of a married couple. Wenwan did not want Chung Anya to think of her as a gold digger, but was at a loss as to how to explain her use of the card. Aside from shopping at the supermarket, she had no intention of using it elsewhere. She had no money on her and relied on Yi Fei-ma to cover her daily expenses, planning to repay him once she started earning. Noticing Chung Anya's gaze on the card, Wenwan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chung Anya, realizing her scrutiny might have made Wenwan uncomfortable, smiled and said, "Please don't misunderstand. It's perfectly reasonable for him to cover your daily expenses while you're together. I am merely surprised that this is the first time he has given his card to a girl. I asked that so." Wenwan scratched her head. Chung Anya jested, having someone spend money on him is a stroke of luck for him. Otherwise, it would be quite sad if he earned money without knowing whom to spend it on. You should indulge him a bit more. Wenwan increasingly felt that was quite unlike the rumor suggested. Her temperament was genuinely pleasant and starkly different from the wealthy women portrayed in dramas. Kai Xiaojing. Wenwan beamed at the mention of her name. She is truly remarkable. Chung Anya turned to Wenwan, finding her reaction rather peculiar. Wenwan, how long have you been at Anning? About half a month, she replied. Chung Anya corked her lips. Have you not filmed any dramas yet? No, why? Oh, just a casual inquiry, Chung Anya said with a smile. Her gaze drifting ahead, it seemed that Kai Xiaojing had taken her under her wing, indicating Yi Fei-ma's intention to promote her. Wenwan, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Was signing with Anning International a condition for becoming involved with Yi Fei-ma? Chung Anya asked candidly, feeling no need for subtlety with someone as straightforward as Wenwan to know. Wenwan quickly shook her head. Wasn't like that at all. I had no idea why I signed with Anning International. That day, Director Lin brought me there and had me sign a bunch of documents, and only after signing did I realize I had become an artist under Anning International. Lin Ning. Yes, did you know him? Oh, I played a bit part in the New Year film he directed. When Wan felt a bit embarrassed, not daring to mention her role as a body double, Chung Anya nodded, no longer probing. Moments later, they arrived at Mingqing apartment. Mrs. Yi, do you want to go up? He asked at home. Not today. I'd rather not disturb you. Chung Anya replied, ITS not a disturbance. It would be me intruding on you. When Wan insisted, Chung Anya smiled. Can you manage to carry all these items? Let us call him to come down, forget it. He just got mad at me and stormed off. I'd rather not face his wrath. When Wan declared stubbornly, Chung Anya chuckled and called Yi Feima, knowing when Wan could not carry everything alone. Yi Feima quickly came down, casually dressed in a cream-colored leisure outfit. He was somewhat surprised to see when Wan with Chung Anya. Chung Anya smiled. What kind of man lets a lady go to the supermarket alone at this hour? When Wan hurriedly explained, I wanted to go myself. It has nothing to do with him. Mom, what brings you here? Oh, I was just passing time and happened to be in the area after doing some charity work with Wenlan, so I thought I'd drop by, Chung Anya replied. Yi Feima intended to clarify his relationship with Wenlan, but Chung Anya seemed uninterested in knowing, waving her hand as she departed. Be careful driving, Mom, as soon as Chung Anya got in the car. She dialed a number. Once connected, her voice brimmed with excitement as she said, Aiken, I have some gossip about Feima. Do you want to hear it? Are you driving? Yes. How can you be so excited while driving? If you're not careful, I'll see your gossip on the front page tomorrow. Chung Anya, can you refrain from exaggerating? When Wan rolled her eyes, picking up the lightest bags while leaving the rest to Yi Feima, who glared at her as he followed her into the apartment. Your mom is really easy to get along with. It feels so comfortable being around her, when Wan said with a smile. Yi Feima shot her a sidelong glance, and since she felt comfortable, it seemed his mom quite liked Wen Wan. His mother had a unique way of dealing with people. Those she favored would find her company delightful and warm, while those she disdained would feel as if pricked by needles. Those who fell outside these two categories might view her as shrewd and worldly. Little white rabbit. Big bad wolf. When Wan turned her face away, Yi Feima's foul mood unexpectedly lightened. Upon returning home, when Wan organized the refrigerator and began cooking, Yi Feima watched her in astonishment. You're cooking again? I need to prepare lunch for tomorrow. Has Kai Xiaojing been treating you poorly? Who said that? She has been really good to me. Yi Feima shook his head and went upstairs while Wen Wan cooked rice, filling 2 lunchboxes and preparing a fish head soup for him to heat up the next day. By the time she finished cooking, it was already past 10. When Wan went upstairs to freshen up, while Yi Feima was busy reviewing reports. When Wen Wan emerged from the shower, Yi Feima asked, Kai Xiaojing said you went for an audition for Qinglian Princess today. How did it go? Director Zhang said we'll know in 3 days. Their company will issue a notice then. Wen Wan replied with a smile. I think I performed well. The chances are quite good. Yi Feima lifted his gaze from the reports, giving her a sidelong glance, and languidly set the papers down. The entertainment industry is not short of people who perform well. There are plenty of them. When Wan's confidence took a hit, her smile dimming slightly, I know that, but can't you say something to encourage me? Do you think encouragement will secure you the role? Yi Feima let out a derisive laugh, thinking that Wen Wan was utterly oblivious to the rules of this circle. Never mind, he preferred that she remained unaware, lest her innocence be tarnished. This boss was truly demanding. When Wan mumbled, but I am brimming with confidence. The employees were indeed naive. By the way, when are you moving? When Wan inquired, Yi Feima tilted his head and retorted, to sleep. When Wan felt flustered, this man was once again unpredictable. She grasped her pillow, contemplating whether to throw it at him. The following morning, she rose 20 minutes earlier than Yi Feima, descended the stairs to heat up fish head soup, and prepared a sumptuous breakfast, substituting his coffee with milk. Yi Feima pursed his lips, saying nothing until she handed him a multi-layered lunchbox. What is this? He asked. It's a bento. It has vegetables, meat, and soup. The lunchbox has decent insulation. If it gets cold, just pop it in the microwave at the office. It's far better than takeout, Wen Wan explained with a smile, taking her own portion along. Yi Feima gazed at her intently. Did you go out last night just to prepare this? Is there a problem? Wen Wan replied, bewildered, unable to decipher his expression. Was he angry or something else? His deep, unfathomable gaze seemed like a whirlpool, threatening to draw her in. You fool. Yi Fei Mo chided lightly, yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of a smile as he carried the bento downstairs. When Mon beamed, following closely behind with her backpack. Throughout the journey to the office, Yi Fei Mo was in particularly good spirits when Wan, accustomed to his capricious moods, chose to remain silent, not wishing to disturb his rare good humor. His buoyancy lasted until they reached the company, when Wan mused that this was a record-breaking streak. "Teacher, how could it be you?" she exclaimed in surprise. "I am Ning's special instructor," Chingyu replied with a smile. She was an actress in her 60s, who had risen to fame early and seldom appeared on screen now. When Wan was thrilled, delighted by Kai Xiaojing's arrangement, Chingyu was there to teach the training class for 10 days, which included 11 participants, 7 of whom were newcomers, while 4 were earlier trainees in need of performance training. Yi Fei Mo ascended to the top floor, handing the bento to Zhang Ling. "Heat it up for me at noon and bring it in." "Yes," Zhang Ling replied, astonished. It was the first time she had seen Yi Fei Mo arrive at work in such high spirits, even carrying a bento. "Secretary Zhang, brew me a cup of coffee," Yi Fei Mo commanded as he began his tasks. Zhang Ling complied, pondering the unusual occurrence. Yi Fei Mo had not consumed coffee for several days. He usually relied on it to stave off sleepiness. She prepared a strong cup, but just as she was about to exit, Yi Fei Mo called her back. "Why is this coffee so bitter?" He frowned. Zhang Ling was puzzled. This had always been his preference. He enjoyed bitter coffee, despite Cheng and Yu warning him about his poor stomach. Zhang Ling had no choice but to brew it according to his taste. When did he ever mention it being too bitter? Yi Fei Mo was taken aback. After days of sweet coffee made by Wan, he found himself unaccustomed to the bitterness. "President, shall I prepare another cup for you?" Yi Fei Mo coughed lightly and nodded. "Do you have instant coffee?" "Yes, make me a cup of instant coffee." Zhang Ling's expression resembled someone who had just bitten into a sour egg. Yi Fei Mo cast her a cool glance, prompting her to hurriedly mask her surprise as she exited his office to prepare the instant coffee. Coincidentally, another secretary was in the pantry. As Zhang Ling brewed the coffee, she wondered, when did the president start drinking instant coffee? "No way," another secretary exclaimed. "I had no idea he was accustomed to it. Didn't he just have a cup of instant coffee?" The mere thought of being glared at by him sent shivers down her spine. Goodness, is the president unwell? Not at all. He even brought a bento today. Zhang Ling was even more puzzled. The two women exchanged glances and simultaneously remarked, "There must be an affair." The signs of an affair were all too obvious. Who was Yizong involved with lately? Several possibilities arose. Who do you think has the highest hopes? Let me think. I'll take a coffee in. After filming a skincare advertisement that day, Yi Fei Mo asked Kai Xiaojing about Wenwan's schedule. And since she had no arrangements, he invited her to dinner. They went to a distinctive restaurant atop the mountain called Romantic Night, an hour's drive from the city center. Yi Fei Mo explained that it was a unique establishment, open 3 days a week and serving only 10 tables a day. Reservations at Romantic Night required at least a month's wait. Wenwan was taken aback. What kind of restaurant is so prestigious? She had never heard of such an acclaimed place in City A. If they only serve 10 tables a day, why not accommodate more guests? Why the sudden urge to take me out for dinner? When Wan inquired, "Tio, celebrate, are you celebrating something good?" she asked with a smile, somewhat taken aback. She had never seen him celebrate anything during their time together. Could it be a big deal? Yi Fei Mo glanced at her sideways as he drove, thinking, this fool, just focus on eating. Yi Fei Mo replied lightly when Wan pouted. He saying much, yet her curiosity about the restaurant grew. She had never encountered such a high-profile establishment before. "You'll know the audition results tomorrow, right?" "Yes, I'm so nervous," when Wan admitted, patting her chest. Tomorrow would reveal whether she had passed the audition, and she felt quite hopeful, though she had overheard gossip about Gu Yiting being favored by the young heir of Hai Run. And director Zhang of the Qing Liangong Zhu crew was also keen on her. The possibility of her landing the role of Xiang Junju sent a chill through her. Yi Fei Mo's sharp gaze remained fixed ahead, yet a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. This silly girl was so easily satisfied. Merely believing she had a chance at the role made her anxious. If she were to learn that she was already slated for Liang Hongyu, with Yi Yan as her supporting actor, would she faint from anxiety? Although he and T yet mentioned Liang Hongyu to Mo Xiaobai. The preparations were still underway, with filming scheduled for next year. There was no rush to inform Mo Xiaobai. He had his ways of ensuring she would be cast. No1 understood Mo Xiao Bai's vulnerabilities better than Yi Fei Mo. As the car pulled up to romantic night, the cool mountain breeze was refreshing, surrounded by greenery and flowers. An artificial lake had been created atop the mountain, with the restaurant situated in its center. Exuding the beauty of a southern water town, the exterior was adorned with red lanterns, casting reflections in the water, enhancing its charm. A wide stone bridge, 1 meter wide and 50 meters long, led directly to the restaurant. The bridge was flanked by dazzling lights, and elegant lotus crystal lamps emitted a soft and beautiful glow. The shimmering lake, with its gentle ripples, created a dreamlike atmosphere that made the visit worthwhile. "Wow, it's stunning," Wenwan exclaimed, awestruck by the beauty of the restaurant. Yi Fei Mo handed his VIP card to the waiter and led Wenwan across the stone bridge toward the restaurant. "I've never heard of such a beautiful place," Wenwan remarked. "Miss Wen, it seems you have a limited worldview," Yi Fei Mo replied coolly. "You really have a sharp tongue." Their playful banter continued as they reached the restaurant, where a waiter escorted them to a table on the balcony, overlooking the artificial lake, which sparkled beautifully. Each table was separated uniquely, ensuring privacy. Wenwan noticed that there were indeed few patrons that evening. Since the restaurant only served 10 tables a day, most guests had come during the day, leaving the night relatively quiet. A beautifully dressed waitress approached with a warm smile, presenting a feast of 18 dishes that filled the table. Wenwan was astounded. Were 2 people really expected to consume 18 dishes? The array of delicacies was nothing short of exquisite, many of which she had never encountered before. Once the waitress departed, Wenwan exclaimed, "Yi Fei Mo, can 2 people really eat 18 dishes without bursting?" Yi Fei Mo regarded her, the lake's reflection casting a cool yet slightly tender light in his eyes. Perhaps it was the lighting, but he appeared less cold, almost princely. "You only need to taste each dish. No one is pressuring you to finish them all. Can we take leftovers?" "No, what a ridiculous waste." Among the dishes was a delicacy of goose feet topped with sea cucumber, which Wenwan particularly enjoyed, and it was exceptionally delicious. Yi Fei Mo, how much does this feast cost? After indulging, Wenwan wondered about the price of such a luxurious meal. The restaurant exuded elegance, and the dishes were rare and delectable. The cost must be considerable. Yi Fei Mo pressed his lips together and extended a hand. Wenwan gasped, 50,000? He remained silent, and Wenwan took his silence as an affirmation. Yi Fei Mo thought to himself, it was impossible to have such a lavish meal for 50,000, but for Wenwan, it was indeed an exorbitant sum, a true extravagance. Er Xiao was indeed born with a silver spoon. For the first time, Wenwan realized the stark differences between people. The cost of this meal could equate to a year's salary for an average person. Nevertheless, she held no grievances against Yi Fei Mo. He deserved every bit of it. The value he brought to society was something others might never achieve in a lifetime, proving that God is indeed fair. Yi Fei Mo, is it truly impossible to take the leftovers? Wenwan remarked, it makes no sense. Having paid such a hefty sum for a meal and with so much left over, there should be no reason to deny packing it up. You still wish to eat? Yi Fei Mo raised an eyebrow, casually responding, if you desire to eat, I shall bring you again tomorrow. An reward without effort. It is better to eat less at such a lavish feast. Yi Fei Mo gazed at her, silent. What exactly are we celebrating? Wenwan inquired, perplexed as to what necessitated such an extravagant meal. Did he seal a significant deal? You shall soon find out. Yi Fei Mo teased. And Wenwan refrained from further questioning. As the pair rose to depart the restaurant, Wenwan received a call from Kai Xiaojing. Wenwan, you have passed the audition. You have secured the role of Princess Xiang. Wenwan paused, her eyes widening in disbelief. Really, Sister Xiaojing, is this true? Waves of joy surged within her, as if she could hear melodies of happiness. Overwhelmed with excitement, she struggled to articulate her emotions. Did she truly succeed? She had done IT. IT is true. The company announcement will be out tomorrow. Congratulations, little girl. Thank you, Sister Xiaojing. I am truly overjoyed. Wenwan's eyes glistened with tears of joy, and after a few more words of encouragement, Kai Xiaojing ended the call. Yi Fei Mo observed her flushed cheeks, feeling a surge of happiness himself. He delighted in witnessing Wenwan's radiant smile. Clutching her phone, Wenwan, in her exuberance, turned and leaped into Yi Fei Mo's embrace. Yi Fei Mo, I got the role. I got it. Ah, I am so happy. She bounced in his arms, filled with the exuberance of a child, and a faint, sweet fragrance enveloped him. Why, Mo's heart stirred. This was the first time when Juan had taken the initiative to draw close to him. She was utterly elated, perhaps unaware of her own actions, however, with such an enchanting beauty in his arms. Mo would never dream of rejecting her. A smile graced his lips as he wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her tightly. To witness her joy made every sacrifice worthwhile. The entertainment industry is a labyrinth of complex relationships, where even directors possess limited power, often having to heed the directives of investors and producers. They elevate whom they choose, and the industry operates on a principle far removed from meritocracy. Countless individuals like Wen exist within this realm. While the audition director may express satisfaction, without connections or a solid background, even the greatest talent can find itself futile. Some gifted and diligent artists refuse to yield to the unspoken rules of the industry, while others quietly navigate their way upward, forming connections through sheer effort, only to emerge after years of toil, having squandered their prime. Some are outright eliminated, left in dire straits, as the industry welcomes an endless influx of beautiful faces. Startled by Wenwan's affectionate kiss, Mo paused, gazing down at her. Wenwan had released him, unable to contain her joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. Oh, silly girl, is it truly enough to be so thrilled over a minor role? You should aim higher, Mo remarked, unable to resist commenting on her contentment. He intended to provide her with more, something greater. Wenwan happily looped her arm through Mo's, her face alight with glee. You have no idea, for someone just starting out like me, typically one only lands minor roles or doubles. If I am fortunate enough to appear in 10 episodes, I would already be content. To play such an important character as Princess Yang Xiang is a dream come true. Mo looked down at Wenwan, who was intimately intertwined with him. His thoughts drifted away from her role. Rather, he pondered how this innocent girl could become so oblivious to her surroundings when elated. Typically, she would avoid him at all costs, yet upon receiving a good role, she was all over him. A puzzling turn of events. I hear filming begins next week. I am so excited. I've heard director Zhang is quite strict. I hope I don't get scolded, Wenwan said, her smile radiant, her mind preoccupied with the upcoming production of Princess Qing Lian. Why, Mo, have you seen Princess Qing Lian? It is marvelous. No, oh, come on, don't you watch the 8 o'clock dramas? This is a quintessential one. How could you not have seen it? 8 o'clock dramas vary in quality, you know. This time, you must watch it. What is so captivating about it? You are not even the lead. And what of it? It is still a significant role. Besides, how could you say I am not captivating? Have you never seen me act? Did Sister Xiaojing not tell you? When I don the attire of Princess Yang Xiang, I am as radiant as freshly fallen snow, a beauty beyond compare. When Nuan exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Why, Mo's amusement deepened as he admired her unguarded spirit, devoid of scheming, brimming with aspirations. Yet, he playfully retorted. Every day, I see you disheveled and teary-eyed. Your beauty is lost in that image. I am not disheveled and teary-eyed. When Nuan protested, isn't that how you look every morning? Come on, Mo, can you be any more insufferable? You wake up looking disheveled as well. You often find yourself kicked out of bed by me. When Nuan shot back, playfully hitting his shoulder. Are you aware of your own poor sleeping habits? Mo replied, somewhat irked. He had been kicked out of bed by Nuan 5 times now, perplexed as to why women could be so disorderly in their sleep. Your sleeping habits are hardly exemplary either. Don't be so quick to judge, Mo teased, flicking her forehead. Silly girl. One day I shall assemble a great team to elevate you. I would rather not. When Nuan immediately rejected the notion. Mo expected this response, knowing full well her sentiments. Why not? I refuse to be labeled as someone who climbed the social ladder through connections or favors. I want to achieve success through my own efforts. When Nuan declared resolutely, her eyes sparkling with an intoxicating confidence, it was rare for him to witness such ambition and vigor in a woman. This girl, when Nuan, was indeed remarkably innocent. You have long been under my influence. Mo quipped coolly, when Nuan glared at him. By the way, Mo, how many women have you truly been involved with? To say a few would be an understatement. Perhaps hundreds. Could you not say something kind instead? What good words could I utter when you do not engage in good deeds? To an observer, this exchange would appear as playful banter between a couple deeply infatuated with one another. Yi Fei Mo made no effort to shake her off, allowing her to cling to him suddenly. A voice of surprise called from behind. Fei Mo. Yi Fei Mo stiffened, and Wenwan instinctively halted, turning to see Han Bai. Fong Lucheng and Gu Rui, along with Han Bai's manager, Linda, approaching them. Fong Lucheng looked on at Wenwan with a pained expression, having overheard their conversation. Had she and Yi Fei Mo grown so intimate? Sharing a bed. He had witnessed her in the morning light. Were they serious? Yi Fei Mo's warm demeanor faded, replaced by the cold, impassive nature of the second young master of the Yi family. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon Han Bai. Wenwan felt uncomfortable under Han Bai's penetrating gaze, which seemed to accuse her of stealing someone else's man. Unnerved, she quietly withdrew her hand from Yi Fei Mo's arm. Yi Fei Mo glanced at her, while she lowered her gaze towards Fong Lucheng. Why, Yi Fei Mo furrowed his brow. Had this girl so quickly distanced herself from him upon encountering her ex? What a coincidence, Yi Shao. You brought your fiancé out for dinner. Gu Rui interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Fortunately, their group was small, and their presence on the stone bridge did not hinder anyone else. However, the scene was undeniably peculiar. Two pairs of former lovers and a bystander, an unusually interesting tableau. If Mo Shabai were present, he would surely capture this moment. Indeed, what a coincidence. Had I known you were coming, I would have postponed my visit until tomorrow. How unfortunate. Yi Fei Mo's expression turned frigid, his eyes devoid of warmth, clearly uninterested in prolonging their interaction. Han Bai's gaze was filled with anguish. She had thought that Yi Fei Mo and Wenwan were merely toying with each other. But she was taken aback to realize how close they had become, sharing a bed. Yi Fei Mo had even tolerated her pushing him out of bed. He had even mentioned wanting to assemble a team for Wenwan. When they were together, he had concealed his identity from her, offering no solace to her many grievances, let alone leveraging his connections to support her. During their relationship, she had been unaware of Yi Fei Mo's true status. Had she known, perhaps? Han Bai felt as if she had bitten into a bitter melon, the taste unbearable. Did he truly care for Wenwan? This girl, akin to a neighbor's daughter, what was so remarkable about her? Her looks and figure paled in comparison to hers. Her experience and status were inferior as well. Why was it that Yi Fei Mo had set his sights on Wenwan? Perhaps it was because Wenwan bore a slight resemblance to her that he had drawn near. It must be that. Han Bai was convinced that Yi Fei Mo was steadfast in his feelings, having not forgotten her after 7 years. How could he possibly fall for someone else? Wenwan was merely a reflection of his first love. Yet, deep down, Han Bai felt an unsettling anxiety. Had Yi Fei Mo ever shown such indulgence toward anyone else? In those days when their feelings were at their most intense, she had never jested with him in such a manner. She always felt that Yi Fei Mo was difficult to deal with his peculiar temperament and taciturn nature. She was somewhat afraid of him. But what about warmth? Warmth would scold him, would mock him, would deride him, would laugh at him. These were actions that Han Bai had never dared to undertake. Han Bai beheld another side of Yi Fei Mo. Fong Lucheng gazed at warmth, his deep, shadowy eyes reflecting a pain laced with a hint of coldness. Warmth did not dare to meet his gaze. Undeniably, upon seeing Fong Lucheng, she felt a flicker of panic. Her earlier good mood had vanished completely. Miss Han, thank you for that signed poster. I have long wanted to find an opportunity to express my gratitude. Warmth said. That poster had been given to her by Yi Fei Mo, yet for some inexplicable reason, Warmth did not feel the joy she had anticipated. Sometimes, idols are better admired from a distance, once the veil of mystery is lifted. They cease to be idols. Han Bai was taken aback, casting a glance at Yi Fei Mo, a cold smirk flitting across her eyes. Miss Warmth, there is no need for such formality. It is my honor. She had assumed Yi Fei Mo would keep the poster as a keepsake, yet he had truly given it to Warmth. Warmth, how have you been lately? Fong Lucheng inquired. Warmth smiled faintly. I am well. I am silence. Han Bai cast a glance at Warmth. I heard Miss Warmth has secured a promising role. Congratulations. I hope you find success. Before Warmth could respond, Yi Fei Mo interjected. Warmth, we are leaving. He took her hand and turned to depart. Utterly indifferent to the myriad of thoughts reflected in the faces of those behind them, Fei Mo. Wait, I have something to discuss with you, Han Bai called out. Yi Feima paused, and warmth released his hand, saying, "I'll wait for you in the car." Before Yi Feima could utter a word, warmth swiftly made her exit. This was her forte, vanishing without a trace. Yi Feima glared at her retreating figure, his teeth clenched in frustration. Fong Luqing hastened across the stone bridge, followed by Gu Rui and Linda, leaving only Yi Feima and Han Bai behind. Han Bai approached slowly, her tone tinged with sorrow. "Feima, did you truly need to be so ruthless just to provoke me?" "To provoke you," Yi Feima replied with a derisive smile, his lips curling with a hint of scorn. "Miss Han, you seem to overestimate your significance. I know she is not your fiancée, the last time. You merely dragged her along for show, did you not?" Han Bai questioned sharply, aware of the truth. "And what of it?" Yi Feima retorted. "Feima, let us forget the past and start anew, shall we?" Han Bai's voice was soft, her gaze shimmering with affection amidst the rippling light, undeniably enchanting and alluring, laying bare her charm. Even the most stoic of hearts would find it difficult to reject such a plea from a beauty. Yet Yi Feima merely scoffed, his exquisitely chiseled features cold and unyielding. "Han Bai, I have stated before, if you wish to pursue me, you must queue up, even if I have made mistakes in the past. I have endured my punishment over these years. Feima, must you be so unyielding? I am truly heartbroken," Han Bai implored, tears welling in her eyes. "Han Bai, spare me your pitiful facade. It seems you have rehearsed your lines too often, and they have seeped into your reality." Yi Feima's tone was icy, his tall figure casting a stark shadow on the stone bridge. "I have nothing more to say to you. Wait." Yi Feima turned to leave, but Han Bai called out once more, "What if we talk about work instead of feelings?" Yi Feima pursed his lips, regarding her. "Talk about work?" A smile flitted across Han Bai's beautiful face. "Do you know what Gu Rui and Fong Luqing discussed over dinner?" Yi Feima felt a bitter amusement in his heart as he casually replied, "Miss Han, what else could there be in a business dinner? Must you be so sarcastic?" Han Bai could no longer endure Yi Feima's venomous words. Her gaze drifting to the other end of the bridge, where Fong Luqing was conversing with Warmth. With a cold laugh, she continued, "Warmth is merely an artist without status, background, or achievements, just a novice. You may find her innocent and charming now, but in a year, will she still be the same? Sooner or later, she too will be at such dinners, singing and dancing for investors, perhaps even sharing a bed." "Enough," Yi Feima snapped, fully aware that Han Bai was merely stating a common occurrence in the entertainment industry, yet he could not bear the thought of Warmth being subjected to such a fate. "Han Bai, do not presume that all women are like you." Han Bai let out a self-deprecating smile. "If this is all you wish to discuss with me, then let us end it here." "Of course not," Han Bai replied. "Fong Luqing and Huayan Entertainment have decided to invest in Jiren. They are considering me for a role, and Linda is currently in talks with Fong Luqing." "Congratulations," Yi Feima said. "Do you believe I lack the strength to secure this?" Yi Feima paused, his demeanor relaxed. "What is it you wish to say?" Han Bai had been waiting for this moment, and she smiled. "I have heard that the rights to Liang Hongyu by teacher Wang have been purchased by you. It is slated to be next year's main feature, and I wish to audition for the role of Liang Hongyu." Yi Feima's eyes turned cold. "Oh, the second female lead. How could that be? Why would I consider you?" "Feima, who else could you find to play Liang Hongyu? Who else possesses my allure?" Han Bai asserted confidently, since learning that Ning was preparing to film Liang Hongyu. She had desired the role. Why, Yi Feima's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Are you intending to abandon Jiren and throw yourself at me? I believe Liang Hongyu is far more suited to me." Why, Yi Feima let out a cold laugh. "Han Bai, in this entire industry, you are merely an actress who stands slightly taller than the others. There is nothing remarkable about that. Do you truly believe Liang Hongyu is suitable for you? Ning will not come running to welcome you with open arms, after all these years in the entertainment circle. Do you not understand? Just because you believe you are fit for a role does not guarantee you will get it. A few years ago, my mother expelled you from Ning International. I cannot possibly offer you the role of Liang Hongyu. If you wish to act in an Ning International production, you must first win over my mother. And Ning International is now under your control. It is no longer in the hands of Madame Yi." After saying this, he disregarded Han Bai's contorted face, striding away. Han Bai clenched her fists, unable to believe her ears. An audition. Yi Feima was suggesting she audition? The so-called audition entailed competing with a group of both renowned and obscure newcomers for the role of Liang Hongyu. How dare he humiliate her in such a way? Wait, Did Yi Feima imply that she had a chance? Fong Lucheng regarded Warmth with complex emotions as she attempted to enter the car, but he blocked her path. Warmth, are you and Yi Feima serious? That is none of your concern, Warmth replied awkwardly. Ever since Fong Lucheng had revealed his feelings for her, her perceptions of him had shifted, becoming less straightforward. Love was not an option, nor was hatred one. Do you know why I ventured into the film industry 2 years ago? Fong Lucheng inquired softly, his gaze under the lights appearing intimate and profound. The starlit sky above the mountaintop added a hint of romance, and Warmth suddenly recalled her 18th birthday when Fong Lucheng had taken her out to dinner. That night, the stars had shone brilliantly, and he had treated her with utmost kindness, gentle care, and meticulous attention. Even if it had been an act, a decade of performance surely contained a kernel of truth. I do not know, Warmth replied, not wishing to delve deeper. Her gaze flickered to the stone bridge where Yi Feima and Han Bai stood, pondering what they were discussing. Why Yi Feima's feelings for Han Bai were evident. He was painfully awkward. The more he cared, the more he feigned indifference and truth. If he were not somewhat attached, he would not have given Han Bai the opportunity to be alone with him. Fong Lucheng observed Warmth's expression, feeling a pang in his heart. Do you remember what you said on your 18th birthday? Fong Lucheng asked, fearing she might have forgotten. For all these years, it seemed as though Warmth had been the one chasing after him, always clinging to him. Yet, all the memories they shared were his alone. Were he to truly resolve to ignore her, how could she have clung to him for so long? It was a self-deception to forget that she was the daughter of the Wen family. Now that she had distanced herself, he found himself sinking deeper. Who was truly more tragic? Warmth was taken aback. What did I say when I was 18? She recalled stating her love for acting, her aspiration to attend a university's drama program, and her hope to one day win awards and gain public recognition. That time, she had held her dreams innocently, possessing a natural artistic talent that shone brightly in dance and music, ultimately leading her to a university's drama program. You remember? Warmth gazed at him in surprise, not expecting Fong Lucheng to recall such details. She had thought he wished to forget everything related to her. You pursued this path because of me, he revealed. She did not want to indulge in the notion that everything stemmed from him, yet what did Fong Lucheng's gaze convey? What was the meaning of the pain in his eyes? As an actress, she was acutely aware of the significance behind a person's body language, more so than others, and understood far too well. Warmth felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of pursuing the deeper implications behind this. Did Fong Lucheng truly harbor feelings for her? Yes, it was because of you that I ventured into the entertainment industry. Fong Lucheng spoke in a low voice, confirming her suspicions. A sharp pang of hurt pierced Warm's heart as she pondered why he chose to say these things only after committing such acts. I wish to provide you with excellent opportunities for development. I want to pave a smooth path for your career. Perhaps it is a bit late to say this now. Fong Lucheng gritted his teeth, his cold demeanor revealing a hint of pain and compromise. If I were to return the Wen family to your father, could you still love me? Can we start anew? I swear, this time I will not let you down. Warm was taken aback by Fong Lucheng's words, left utterly stunned. Master Fong is indeed very affectionate. It's just that you all do not understand. She was utterly oblivious to the sacrifices Fong Lucheng had made for her in the shadows. After the upheaval in her family, she often blamed him for his ruthlessness, discarding all the kindness he had shown her, never considering his perspective. Hearing him speak now left her flustered and at a loss for words. Don't you hate us? Warm asked timidly. Fong Lucheng nodded. Yes, I hate the Wen family. If it weren't for your father, my parents would still be alive, and I wouldn't be an orphan. But Warm, my parents only had a few years with me. I still have decades ahead. I have always liked you. Truly liked you. I force myself to say that you are the daughter of the Wen family, and I cannot get too close to you. I feared becoming ensnared. I have tried to maintain my distance, yet Warm, all these years, I have long been ensnared. Whether you believe it or not, I genuinely like you. I avenged myself, thinking I would feel relieved and happy. But I was wrong, completely wronged. I would rather abandon this hatred and start anew with you, Warm. I will return the Wen family to you. Can we begin again? I will not hurt you again. His seriousness and deep affection nearly scorched her. She could feel his passion, his sincerity, and his resolve, leaving her palms clammy with anxiety. This was the dream she had cherished since her youth, yet it had shattered once before. What about Yi Feima? Do you not care? Warm inquired. Fong Lucheng was no fool. He could see that her relationship with Yi Feima was ambiguous. Although it was not as he suspected, there was indeed something unclear between them. Men cannot tolerate this. Can they? Fong Lucheng closed his eyes in anguish. This is all my doing. I am willing to bear the consequences. Warm. Trust me, Warm's thoughts were in disarray. Her heart was a tangled mess. She was, after all, an innocent girl, her feelings pure, and she had always admired Fong Luche. To hear such a fervent confession and resolute promise, something she had dreamed of countless times, left her mind in a state of confusion. What should she do? Applause erupted from behind, and Warm stiffened as Yi Feima's voice blew through her chaotic heart like a cold wind. Young Master Fong, you seem to have deep feelings for my fiancé Yi. Even I, her fiancé, am moved by you. Warm felt a tightening around her waist as he drew her into his embrace, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Fong Lucheng. You need not worry about her career, nor her future. What you can provide, I can offer as well. Warm's heart skipped a beat. What madness was Yi Feima indulging in? How could he casually speak such words to Fong Lucheng? Did he not understand that promises held tremendous weight? The two men, evenly matched, faced each other with hardened gazes and steely resolve, their powerful auras shaking Gu Rui and Linda to their cores. This was the legendary dominance of alpha males. Fong Lucheng and Yi Feima were both figures capable of shaking the economy with a stomp, and their expressions conveyed an unfathomable intensity as they seemed ready to annihilate each other over a woman. Ji Rui glanced at Han Bai and suddenly found the situation with Feng Yuejian utterly unreliable. Yi Feima led Warm into the car, and she followed him in a daze. Fong Lucheng had intended to call out to Warm, but seeing her expressionless face filled him with profound sorrow. This was a consequence of his own making. Had it not been for this act of vengeance, he and Warm would not have ended up like this. Han Bai watched as Yi Feima's car disappeared into the distance, her entire being chilled as if submerged in icy water, trembling from the cold. She kept reassuring herself that it was okay. Feima was merely momentarily confused and would not abandon her. Warm's mind was filled with Fong Lucheng's heartfelt confession. His burning gaze and the intensity of his emotions. Were those sincere feelings truly genuine? Did Fong Lucheng really like her? Yi Feima's lips curled into a cold smirk as he turned to observe her pained, bewildered profile, a surge of anger rising within him. How could this foolish girl still believe Fong Lucheng? Yi Feima shot her a dispassionate glance. How many men have you encountered? Do not let one man overturn your faith in all others. It is hard to believe that you would be so utterly captivated by a single man. Warm seemed lost in her thoughts, oblivious to Yi Feima's words, and even less aware of the jealousy laced within his tone. Her heart was in turmoil, stirred by Fong Lucheng's declarations. One moment, she felt sweet, the next bitter. At times, she longed to rush to him, and at others, she questioned her trust in him. Within her, two versions of Warm emerged, one maintaining a stoic facade, and the other, a naive romantic yearning for her Prince Charming, both entangled in a struggle. Yi Feima, understanding her expression, knew precisely what she was thinking. Warm was easy to read. Her emotions were painted across her face. He flicked her forehead with his slender finger. If you sit beside me and dare to think of other men, are you seeking death? Yi Feima said coolly, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized her. Miss Wen, what are the 13 clauses of the agreement? What were they again? It seemed Miss Wen was rather indifferent to the terms of their agreement. When we return, I will add a clause. If I ask you something and you fail to answer, you owe me 1 million for each mistake. Yi Feima stated expressionlessly, nodding. He added, many have said it before. You are not the first. Warm shed tears, covering her face. What is this man's skin made of? Yi Feima smirked, relishing her discomfort. Inflicting emotional turmoil on Warm brought him immense satisfaction, and the sight of her conflicted expression was more pleasurable than the most intimate moments. In summary, he had a penchant for tormenting her. What can I even discuss with him regarding work? Warm pouted. The thought of Fong Lucheng stating that the Fong family entered the entertainment industry because of her left her feelings complicated. A muddle of joy and disappointment. She could not quite grasp her own emotions. By the way, Yi Er Xiao, what right do you have to ask me so many questions? I have not inquired about you at all. Warm tugged at her seatbelt. She had never asked about his relationship with Han Bai, likewise. He had no right to question her about Fong Luqing, correct. Miss Wen, please remember that I am the president of Anning International. And you are an employee. I must prevent and eliminate any possibility of employees being poached, Yi Feima stated coldly, his eyes slicing through her with a chilling intensity as if conveying Miss Wen. Should you consider switching jobs, I will ensure we both meet our demise. The mere thought sent shivers down Worm's spine. Why, Yi Feima, I believe you must have spent several millennia encased in an ancient coffin with ice. Otherwise, how could your mother be so gentle while you emerged with such a cold, coffin-like visage? It's truly terrifying. Initially, she thought it was a hereditary issue, that their family was simply eccentric. Now, it seemed that Yi Xiao had mutated. Genetic mutations were truly mysterious and unfathomable. Why, Yi Feima shot her a glance, recognizing her roundabout insult. When it came to eloquence, he could easily surpass her 100-fold. Forget it. A good man does not quarrel with a woman. By the way, Yi Feima, I heard some gossip while filming an advertisement a few days ago. Worm blinked, staring intently at Yi Feima, laughing as if possessed by mischievous spirits. Why, Yi Feima cast her a sidelong glance, his expression frosty as he drove. What gossip? If you look at me like that, I might misunderstand your intentions. Worm's alluring eyes held an almost lethal charm. Even a casual exchange of glances felt laden with meaning. Let alone when she gazed at him with a smile. The intensity of her gaze made Yi Xiao feel a tightening sensation, rendering him unable to control himself. Worm, in this world, you are the only woman left. For the sake of a child, I might consider being with you. I end this world. You are the only man. For the sake of a child, I will not consider being with you. You have already been with me. Thank you. This man's psyche was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, for heaven's sake. Can you think of something pure? I heard them say that I resemble Han Bai. Worm smiled at Yi Feima, deciding to stick to gossip rather than venture into other topics, lest he take advantage of her again. As they approached a traffic light, Yi Feima stopped the car and turned to regard Worm earnestly, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe, making her feel like a tender, helpless pig awaiting his favour. I wager, from a man's perspective, that the family of anyone who spreads gossip is made up of pigs. How could you possibly compare to Han Bai? Worm's eyes brimmed with tears. I didn't intend to compare myself to Han Bai, even if she is not as beautiful. Yi Xiao, could you not show a little restraint? Is it necessary to be so cruel, just because she is a sensual goddess? I can be one too. Warmth enveloped her mind. She blurted out words without understanding why she felt compelled to compete with Han Bai. She was not lacking in beauty herself. In the entertainment industry, where stunning women abound, she considered herself to possess above-average looks, even if she did not possess the breathtaking beauty that could topple kingdoms. A seductive goddess? You, Miss Wen, that jest is truly of cosmic proportions. Why, Yi Feima seemed to have stumbled upon a delightful joke, a smile gracing his lips, with dimples emerging on his cheeks, causing Wenwan to feel a flush rise to her face. Noticing his gaze lingering on her chest, she fell silent, pondering the implications of his scrutiny. Was he mocking her for not having a bust as ample as Han Bai's? Such a gaze was deeply humiliating. She too had a face and figure, boasting a proud 34B, with a determined lift of her chest and an elevated chin. She resolved that she had every right to showcase her figure. Yi Feima's eyes glinted with a hint of mischief as he leaned against the steering wheel, laughing heartily. It was the first time when Wan had witnessed him laugh so uproariously, mistaking his mirth for derision aimed at her physique. She felt a wave of sorrow wash over her as she recalled Han Bai's alluring figure plastered on the billboards outside. Was her own physique truly so abysmal? Did he need to laugh so derisively? Her fragile self-esteem shattered under the weight of his laughter. Anger ignited within her, a fierce determination rising as she declared, "Tomorrow I shall undergo breast augmentation." Yi Feima could no longer contain his laughter, his amusement spilling over as he gently patted Wenwan's head, as one might do to a small dog. "You sweet girl, please refrain from such declarations. You are positively killing me with laughter." This silly girl was indeed a bundle of joy. He realized he had not laughed so freely in many years. In truth, he had never experienced a day quite like this one, filled with such unrestrained joy. All thanks to Wenwan. Wenwan, however, found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend the source of his amusement. Why Feima, on the other hand, could hardly suppress his laughter at the memory of her earlier defiant pose. When Mon turned her face away in indignation, muttering to herself that it was rather trivial to engage in a comparison of physiques with him. "You need not undergo augmentation. I do not fancy touching a lump of silicone." Yi Feima quipped, "Are you truly unaware of the idiom big breasts, no brains?" When Wan replied with a smile, "Hence, Han Bai is rather dim-witted." Finally, Yi Feima grasped what it meant to play the fool. This girl was simply too endearing. Yet, when Wan remained sensitive about her figure, reflecting on the matter, she acknowledged that although Han Bai might be more beautiful and have a more enviable figure, she was younger. "Why do I feel the need to compete with Han Bai?" When Wan suddenly paused, realizing her folly. "Why am I so determined to compare myself to her? I simply refuse to accept it." That day, when they called me Little Han Bai, it irked me terribly. How could they call me that? I bear no resemblance to her whatsoever. The director on set even remarked that she was following the same jade maiden route that Han Bai had once trodden, suggesting she was imitating Han Bai in both action and demeanor. Naturally, this did not sit well with her. Sister Xiaojing mentioned that Han Bai had been under her guidance at the start of her career. And while their styles bore some resemblance, being constantly compared made her feel quite uncomfortable. Yi Feima regarded her thoughtfully. Such is the nature of the entertainment industry. Once one person attains fame, any newcomer bearing a semblance to them is often dubbed Little XX. A pure-hearted girl like you, with her own unique style, would naturally resent being compared to others. However, Miss Wen, do you not realize that being compared to Han Bai as a newcomer could be seen as a form of flattery? Yi Feima stated calmly. "Are you suggesting that I should be grateful?" When Wan retorted, realizing that she had transformed into a prickly hedgehog, Yi Feima replied coolly, "Indeed." When Wan, incensed, chose to ignore him, it dawned on her that in Yi Feima's eyes, she and Han Bai existed on entirely different planes, fundamentally incomparable. This notion stung her deeply. Yi Feima's bluntness left her feeling exposed, yet frustratingly. He spoke the truth. Comparing her to Han Bai did elevate her status, and she should have been graciously thanking those who elevated her. When Wan smacked her forehead in realization, her initial intention in bringing up Han Bai had been to extract gossip about him and Han Bai from Yi Feima. Yet the conversation had veered off course, shifting from her physique to Han Bai, without ever touching upon their rumored entanglements. Blast it, When Wan, you've allowed Yi Feima to lead you astray. Yi Feima, you seem quite familiar with Han Bai. She was once an artist under Ning International, but later established her own agency. Yi Feima replied with an air of nonchalance. "Could Yi Feima endure such matters? Why would I divulge that to you?" Yi Feima raised an eyebrow at her. When Wan pouted, and Yi Feima contemplated before saying, "The company is currently preparing for Liang Hongyu, and Han Bai has expressed interest in the role." Liang Hongyu? Oh, isn't it a work by Master Wang? A tale of heroic women, you know of it. Yi Feima mused, recognizing the innocent curiosity of this little rabbit. Without his guidance, she would likely stumble through the treacherous terrain of the entertainment industry. Suffering greatly, the current production of Qinglian Princess had garnered significant attention, with talented actors stepping into the limelight. When Wan, too, was no slouch. Her most notable achievement thus far was featuring in a music video for Zhang Yi, where her image as a seductive goddess starkly contrasted with the pure and noble persona of the Qinglian princess. When Wan perused the forums, noting the buzz surrounding the filming of Qinglian Princess, she eventually found a thread discussing the lead roles. Although the stills had yet to be released, the online snippets displayed her in a form-fitting black gown, complete with black stockings and smoky eye makeup, performing a captivating dance. The comparisons with the previous version of Qinglian Princess were stark. The comments below were unforgiving. Heavens, is this truly the actress portraying the fragrant princess? What a monstrosity! Fragrant princess, how can you endure this? Fragrant princess, you have met with tragedy. Surely, she must have relied on connections to land this role. How could someone like her play such a character? Others chimed in. I have seen her advertisements. She is quite pretty. I'm looking forward to her performance. The remake is bound to be a disaster. Oh, Broadcasting Administration, have mercy and spare us the classics, come on. Do you enjoy being ridiculed? The original Fragrant Princess was a fairy. The new one is a demon, undoubtedly. When Wan felt tears well up in her eyes as she read through the avalanche of criticism, she could forego checking other forums. The vitriol would surely be just as relentless. The only silver lining was that the scrutiny directed at her portrayal of the fragrant princess was not as severe as that faced by the actress playing Qinglian princess, who was receiving far harsher backlash. With a sweet smile, when Wan eagerly clicked on a thread criticizing Zhu Bingbing, the actress portraying Qinglian princess, feeling a sense of balance restored. Why, Fei Ma shook his head at Wen Wan's morbid curiosity. Recognizing her plight, he silently reprimanded himself for being so busy over the summer that he had failed to check in on her parents. It was only when Wen's father handed her a somewhat disheveled stack of 8,000 yuan that she grasped the hardships he had endured for her and her sister during the summer. The trials and disdain he had faced. Overcome with sorrow, she embraced her father, repeatedly apologizing. She felt she had been a poor daughter. "Dad, keep this money for yourself. I don't need it. I've already earned my tuition for the summer," Wen Wan declared, pulling out a stack of cash from her bag. "This is for you, and Mom, I'll cover my school fees and other expenses from now on. Please resign from your job as a car washer. I'll take care of the family. Though times may be tough now, I won't allow you to suffer or go hungry again." Wen's mother counted the money, astonished at the several thousand yuan. "Wan, didn't you say you were just doing odd jobs? What kind of work allows you to earn your tuition and still have this much left? I didn't do anything." "Mom," Wen Wan responded, recalling her agreement with Fei Ma, feeling a twinge of guilt. But aside from shopping for groceries with him, she had not spent a single cent of his. "Which agency have you signed with?" Her father, a seasoned businessman, was astute enough to question her sudden windfall. Xiaojing interjected, "Wen Wan is signed with a Ning International. She is exceptionally talented and hardworking, and the company is investing heavily in her. All her expenses are covered by the agency. I am her manager." "And Ning International?" "Yes, Dad. I'm not lying to you. Rest assured, while I may not be able to provide you and Mom with a lavish lifestyle just yet, I will ensure you don't suffer too much. Promise me you'll resign from that job, all right? Your health is not suited for such backbreaking work. I can't possibly rest easy," Wen Wan pleaded, clinging to him in a show of affection. Her father glanced at Xiaojing, then at Wen Wan, ultimately nodding in agreement, which eased her worries. "Wan, does this mean I will be able to see you on television in the future?" her sister, Wen Jing, asked eagerly. Wen Wan nodded, and Wen Jing burst into laughter, filling the room with joy. Wen Wan steadied her heart. In truth, she had little money. That stack of cash had been borrowed from Xiaojing, who had been taken aback when Wen Wan had hesitantly asked for help a few days prior. Initially, it was believed that she lived with Fei Ma, and materially, he would never treat her poorly. However, she surprisingly borrowed money, leading Kai Xiaojing to realize that Wen Wan had been with Fei Ma to spare her father from prison. Yet, there were no financial disputes between them, and Wen Wan found it difficult to ask Fei Ma for money, fearing he might harbor certain thoughts about her. If she were to request financial assistance, Fei Ma would undoubtedly comply, and she would not even need to repay him, but she refrained from doing so. This indicated that Wen Wan did not wish to take advantage of Fei Ma, reinforcing the notion that his affection for her was genuine. Perhaps he recognized her potential, understanding that she was a lucrative prospect. Or perhaps he simply had feelings for her. Kai Xiaojing began to comprehend why Fei Ma consistently cautioned her against allowing Wen Wan to encounter the darker side of the entertainment industry, advising her not to disclose any behind-the-scenes transactions to Wen Wan. He wanted her to believe that all her achievements were the result of her own efforts. He truly cared, while Wen Wan remained oblivious. With the commencement of school approaching, she needed to pay tuition, which was a significant amount, and she also wanted to provide her parents with some pocket money to alleviate their burdens, having spent a lifetime in the business world. Her father, Wen Baba, and her mother, Wen Mama, were not accustomed to a life of poverty. Thus, Wen Wan found herself compelled to borrow money from Kai Xiaojing. This modest sum was insignificant to Kai Xiaojing, who was more than willing to assist, especially since she recognized that Wen Wan was a valuable asset to her career after settling her family affairs and providing her parents with an address. Wen Wan had originally contemplated having them move in with her. However, upon considering the presence of a certain someone and the thought of sharing a bed with him at night, she dismissed that idea. Wen Baba and Wen Mama assumed that Wen Wan was residing with her manager, Kai Xiaojing, and therefore did not express a desire to live with her, taking advantage of the moment when Wen Wan and Wen Jing went to retrieve items from the room. Wen Baba spoke to Kai Xiaojing, saying, "Miss Kai, I may trouble you to look after Wen Wan more in the future. I have protected the sisters too well. I originally opposed her entering the entertainment industry. But she insisted, and I had no choice. If when Mama also worries, it's because she has heard how chaotic the entertainment world can be. Some actresses undergo plastic surgery to enhance their beauty, flitting from one man to another, while others indulge in drugs, pop pills, or engage in prostitution. Kai Xiaojing responded with a gentle smile. Rest assured, Nuan won't be like that. With your assurance, I can relax. I don't desire my daughter to achieve great wealth or fame. I only wish for her to cherish herself, be disciplined, and find joy in her work. When Baba remarked, Kai Xiaojing nodded earnestly, acknowledging that Wenwan was indeed a rare, fortunate individual. As long as Yi Feima remained steadfast, even if he were to waver, as Wenwan's manager, she would find a way to elevate her career. IT would simply take more time and require Wenwan to endure a few hardships without his assistance. Wenwan gathered some books and clothes, and Kai Xiaojing helped her carry them downstairs. After bidding farewell to her parents and sister, she left with Kai Xiaojing on the third day after the start of school. The low-key opening ceremony for Princess Qinglian took place. The director, assistant director, producer, script supervisor, production manager, lighting technician, action director, lead actors, supporting cast, and numerous others participated in the customary worship ceremony. This was Wenwan's first experience with such an event, and it felt quite novel. Young Master Yi, are you complimenting my youthful beauty? The filming location was at Jingda Film City in City A. Princess Qinglian tells the tale of a lively and adorable princess and a prince from an enemy nation who become embroiled in a web of love and enmity. She is brave, clever, and spirited, always receiving aid from noble allies. 3 men in the story serve as her knights, and ultimately, the prince and princess overcome numerous obstacles, culminating in their union. The prince ascends to the throne, while Princess Qinglian reigns as the revered queen. A few days prior, stills for the production had been completed, and Wenwan had already encountered several actors from the crew, finding them easy to get along with. Zhou Bingbing, who had gained fame for a few years, was not overly famous and was quite approachable, which Wenwan appreciated. To her surprise, Gu Yiting also appeared in the role of the princess's sister, harboring an inexplicable animosity towards Wenwan. Unbeknownst to Wenwan, Kai Xiaojing was well aware that Gu Yiting had originally been cast in the role but had lost it to Wenwan, which undoubtedly left her feeling aggrieved. As she was also an entertainer, she had more time on set, having remained there for the entire month of filming. Fortunately, Gu Yiting did not create any difficulties for Wenwan. Cut, Director Zhang called out, visibly displeased. This scene depicted the farewell between Nailan Wushuang and Princess Xiangxiang and had been called for a retake numerous times, making it the scene with the highest number of NGs in the month of filming. The reason for the repeated NGs was Wenwan's lack of emotional investment. In this scene, Princess Xiangxiang embraces Nailan Wushuang from behind, murmuring her heartfelt farewells, while Nailan, unable to contain his feelings, kisses her. For some inexplicable reason, Wenwan was unable to perform to her usual standard after a month of filming. Although director Zhang's temperament was not as explosive as director Lin's, his scolding was still formidable. Leaving no room for dissent among the actors, he would reprimand as necessary. Apart from the seasoned actors who had escaped his ire, the younger generation had mostly faced his criticism, Wenwan being the exception. As her performance had consistently garnered praise from director Zhang, did I ask you both, when filming a farewell scene, can you not conjure some atmosphere? Wenwan approached, while the assistant director went to inform Chen Hang about the scene. The filming was paused for half an hour, during which the assistant director explained the scene to Chen Hang, while director Zhang provided guidance to Wenwan. The weather was unbearably hot, and Zhou Bingbing and several other actresses donned their costumes, fanning themselves while playing cards. Upon noticing yet another NG, Zhou Bingbing laughed. Princess Xiangxiang, you've NG'd 9 times. I feel balanced now, haha. Indeed, Director Zhang. You usually scold us so harshly. This time, you must be fair and give her a taste of her own medicine. Princess Xiangxiang seems quite easy to bully. The others chimed in, go. Mind your own card game. Director Zhang waved his hand, as several women continued to engage in their card game, while the male actors amused themselves with their iPhones. After discussing the scene for half an hour, Wenwan discreetly asked, Director Zhang, could we borrow a position for the kiss scene? Are you even an actor? Wenwan fell silent, feeling uneasy. Even a simple peck on the lips felt awkward to her. Moreover, embracing him from behind to express her sorrow in the farewell scene felt rather strange. What do you propose then? Director Zhang inquired. This television director allowed considerable freedom for the actors to express themselves. With the script subject to modification based on his instincts, and the first 10 episodes, Wenwan originally had only 3 appearances, yet they ended up filming 8. However, as an actress, she would never refuse the opportunity to expand her role. The script supervisor and producer chimed in, noting that Wenwan's suggestion was excellent. She had previously offered several commendable ideas that had produced great results, and director Zhang appreciated her talent in this regard. Wenwan possessed a unique perspective on performance and exhibited considerable talent and charisma. Chen Hang, come here. Director Zhang called for Chen Hang and elaborated on the scene for another 10 minutes. With a wave of his hand, the photographer, lighting technician, script supervisor, and other crew members took their positions. Action. Wenwan and Chen Hang moved into the performance area, the atmosphere building, with a sharp clap of the clapperboard. They entered the performance state. Wenwan's movements and posture were graceful and did not overshadow Chen Hang, flowing effortlessly. Her expressive eyes gazed longingly at Prince Nailan, conveying more than 1,000 words. Exuding a gentle and affectionate demeanor that reflected a feminine softness, director Zhang nodded frequently, as both performers skillfully conveyed the complex emotions of parting and longing, intertwining the prince's ambitions to soar and the princess's feelings of loss and support. The kiss scene was filmed using a borrowed position, a request made by Wenwan, to which Chen Hang had no objections. The final scene depicted Princess Xiangxiang playing the flute, her eyes tenderly fixed on her beloved as he rode further away on his white horse. The melody resonated with deep emotion, tinged with a hint of sorrow. This scene was executed smoothly, and Wenwan breathed a sigh of relief. Director Zhang observed the results, and then looked at Wenwan with appreciation. Acknowledging her innate talent for this profession, as her turn to rest arrived, she watched as Zhou Bingbing continued her scenes, while Kai Xiaojing brought her a bottle of chilled, purified water. Ji Yiting approached with her assistant. Since Wenwan and Gu Yiting's scenes were filmed separately, they rarely crossed paths. This was Gu Yiting's first time coming to find Wenwan, and she regarded her with a condescending gaze. Wenwan, which powerful figure have you latched onto at Anning International? Wenwan was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what she meant, while Gu Yiting sneered, looking down at her. If you weren't clinging to someone, how could you possibly land the role of Princess Xiangxiang? Her manager had informed her long ago that she had secured the role, only for it to be snatched away by Wenwan overnight. She felt deeply aggrieved, as Hai Run's young heir had merely mentioned that Anning International wanted to promote someone, and she would have another opportunity next time. Just like that, her role had slipped away, leaving her unsatisfied. I have no idea what you're talking about, Wenwan replied, not wanting to engage. Ji Yiting was not well liked among the crew, with the other actresses seldom inviting her to join them for meals or outings. Don't play dumb, just be honest. Who are you involved with? Gu Yiting said bluntly. Kai Xiaojing was about to interject, but Wenwan stood up, offering a sweet smile. Must one have a connection to secure a role? We all auditioned together, and the role was chosen by director Zhang. What exactly are you implying? As their argument drew attention, one of the familiar second-tier actresses approached and pulled Wenwan aside. Forget it. Don't engage with someone blinded by jealousy. Come play card with us. Director Zhang halted the filming and cast a glance at the 2 disputing individuals, shaking his head in disapproval. He was not concerned with the overt and covert rivalries among the actors. His focus was solely on the performance of the play. Ultimately, what mattered was the quality of the acting. Diane Truth. The role of Princess Xiangxiang had initially been assigned to Gu Yiting, whom he had strongly recommended. But the investors insisted on Gu Yiting instead. Lacking sufficient authority, he felt powerless. To his surprise, the following day, the casting was altered, and Wenwan was selected, although he was uncertain as to why this change occurred. He felt a sense of delight in having the actress he favored in the role. He was quite pleased with Wenwan's performance, having added substantial scenes for her. Had Gu Yiting taken on the role, he would have undoubtedly trimmed her down to an inconsequential background character, given his notorious reputation as a harsh editor. Ji Yiting, in frustration, stomped her foot and turned away in anger. Kai Xiaojing received a phone call regarding a matter that needed her attention. Observing that Wenwan had not been bullied on set during her month-long stay, save for Gu Yiting, who lacked fighting spirit, Kai Xiaojing felt somewhat reassured and offered a few words of advice before departing. A group of them began playing cards nearby, with the women jesting that Wenwan's agent treated her like a child, while their own agents rarely accompanied them on set as they played. They exchanged gossip about the entertainment industry. When one happened to overhear that Yi Fei-ma had recently been linked romantically with someone, and it was rumored that the second young master Yi was about to promote another individual. This made her ponder the persistence of his character. Recently, he had been embroiled in rumors with a female singer and a model, yet no gossip had surfaced regarding him and Han Bai. Conversely, Han Bai appeared to be in a budding relationship with Gu Rui and seemed inclined to collaborate with Fong Luqing, as there were whispers about her involvement in a film production backed by Huayun Entertainment and Fong's investment. It was said to be Huayun's annual blockbuster. Han Bai was truly fortunate. She had numerous excellent films awaiting her selection for filming, whether they were art films or commercial ventures. She could handle them all. And her appearance was timeless, affording her ample scope for expression. The lead actors lamented their fate, as night shoots were now upon them, with Wenwan no exception, upon learning of the night shoot. She called Yi Fei-ma, informing him that she would be working late and that he should prepare his own meal. What time? He inquired. I don't know yet. How infuriating. Early mornings and late nights are bad enough. But now you have to work overtime? You seem busier than I am, Yi Fei-ma replied, his tone sharp. Wenwan, the assistant director is calling me. I must go, she said hastily, ending the call to avoid further confrontation. Living in Mingqing apartment, albeit beneath Yi Fei-ma's unit, their lives were virtually indistinguishable from cohabitation, as there was no need to rent an additional apartment. Why, Yi Fei-ma had an idiosyncratic personality and a penchant for cleanliness. Aside from scheduling a housekeeper to tidy up, he preferred not to have others intrude upon his private space. Wenwan was responsible for preparing his meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, never missing a single one. Her profession was inherently demanding, with the monotony of filming dramas consuming her time, often requiring her to rush to multiple engagements in a day. Despite the hectic nature of her work, Wenwan found joy in her busyness. Whereas Yi Fei-ma had expressed dissatisfaction with her schedule on numerous occasions, yet he remained silent. Why, Yi Fei-ma's temperament was notoriously poor. Wow, Wenwan, do you have a boyfriend? Someone asked. No, it's just my dad, she sheepishly replied. Recalling Kai Xiaojing's prior admonition to never mention having a boyfriend, regardless of how much she trusted someone, that evening, Su Yongchang, a young heir from Huirun, visited the set. Jiyu Yiting beamed with delight, and the two showcased their affection openly within the crew. Su Yongchang was quite handsome, impeccably dressed in a suit, making him a suitable match for Gu Yiting, regardless of how hard a female actor worked or the heights of success she achieved. Marrying a wealthy and influential man seemed far more advantageous. Jiyu Yiting, who had a penchant for comparison, exuded an air of superiority within the crew. Su Yongchang indulged her further, inflating her pride, when Wan was in the midst of filming a dance scene. Clad in snow-white attire, her garments flowing gracefully, her ethereal beauty quickly captured Su Yongchang's attention, leaving him momentarily mesmerized. It must be said that when Wan's ancient garb was truly captivating, exuding an otherworldly charm akin to a delicate lily. Further enhanced by her exquisite costume and accessories, which were certainly costly, making her appear as beautiful as a celestial being. Though she was cast as a supporting character, her presence overshadowed the lead. Zhua Bingbing, possessing a generous spirit, chose to remain silent, though she was aware that someone was undoubtedly supporting Wenwan behind the scenes. She had previously heard her agent mention Kai Xiaojing, a formidable figure in the industry, prompting her to wisely avoid offending Wenwan. Having navigated the entertainment scene for a while, savvy individuals could always sense the slightest shifts in the atmosphere. Suddenly, Su Yongchang's interest piqued, and he proposed treating the crew to dinner. Director Zhang hesitated, aware that they were to work late that night, but given that Huirun was the investor, and considering the crew's hard work over the month, he acquiesced. The entire crew, directors, assistant directors, producers, and actors, totaling over 30 individuals, joined Su Yongchang at an upscale restaurant, where he had reserved a spacious private room. Wenwan had gotten along well with the crew. Being the youngest and well-liked, Chen Hang, Li Qingming, and Zhua Bingbing, all in their mid-20s and fond of merriment, formed a close bond with her. During the meal, Su Yongchang expressed gratitude for their hard work. Adopting a humble demeanor that endeared him to the group, he raised a toast, which no one declined. Wenwan, who had a low tolerance for alcohol, drank sparingly, while Su Yongchang persistently toasted them, Chen Hang and Li Qingming. Feeling liberated after a month of confinement, engaged heartily, creating a lively atmosphere when Wan, Bingbing, are you two beauties refusing to drink, perhaps finding my toast unpalatable, Su Yongchang jested after they declined multiple times. When Wan shook her head, citing her poor tolerance, Zhou Bingbing, a seasoned socialite, understood Su Yongchang's intentions and managed to drink a couple of cups. Director Zhang, aware of Su Yongchang's reputation, shot a discreet glance at Wen Wan, who complied and drank a couple more cups. Such a vibrant ambience should not be marred by anyone's refusal to partake in drinks. The meal lasted over 2 hours, filled with laughter and enjoyment. Afterward, someone in high spirits suggested that Su Yongchang take them to a KTV for further entertainment. A notion that resonated with him. 2 female actors in the crew expressed eagerness to join, knowing Su Yongchang's connections could elevate their careers. In the entertainment industry, where beauty abounds, achieving fame requires not only hard work, but also the support of influential figures. The current landscape of the industry is far removed from the era of Leslie Chung, where talent and effort alone could lead to stardom. Director Zhang, albeit reluctant, ultimately conceded to let them go while he stayed behind, with the assistant director and producer accompanying them. When Wan and Zhou Bingbing found themselves inexplicably ushered into a car, unable to protest before it sped away, they were in Su Yongchang's vehicle, with Gu Yiting seated in the front, while Chun Heng and Li Chengming squeezed into the back with them. When Wan and Zhou Bingbing, slightly tipsy, were too dazed to resist, Director Zhang, frustrated, exclaimed, "These rascals!" An elder actor patted his shoulder, advising him to accept it, noting that Su Yongchang had clearly taken a liking to Wen Wan, having observed him watching her intently on set. "I am fully aware," Director Zhang replied, deeply concerned. "Is there any way to reach Kai Xiaojing? I don't have her number. This is exasperating. Su Yongchang just recently harmed a female actor. Wen Wan stands no chance against him. Someone, find out if anyone knows Kai Xiaojing's contact information." Casablanca, the most renowned bar and KTV in City A, was frequented by many in the industry seeking to unwind. The establishment boasted elegant decor, exuding a lavish atmosphere amidst the vibrant nightlife. The spacious dance floor was alive with a band performing the latest hits, as youths danced fervently, radiating energy and excitement. Upon Su Yongchang's arrival with over 10 crew members, they found several investors, producers, and media moguls had already reserved a large private room. The group made their way through the bustling dance floor towards their designated area. Casablanca featured numerous soundproof private rooms, ensuring a secure environment with minimal incident. Su Yongchang led them inside. He was greeted by a few attractive women already in the company of the prominent figures. Wen Wan swallowed hard, surprised to see Bai Xiaowen among them. Even more astonishing were 2 well-known virtuous female singers, typically portrayed as pure and beautiful on screen, now clad in revealing red dresses that showcase their figures, leaving little to the imagination. The stark contrast shattered Wen Wan's preconceived notions about the image of these singers. She felt like an innocent rabbit that had stumbled into a den of glamorous seductresses. Zhou Bingbing, more seasoned than Wen Wan, guided her and Chun Heng to a seat. "Su, is this one of the actresses from the Qinglian crew?" A Mediterranean man, cigarette dangling from his lips, inquired with a mischievous glint in his eyes as he surveyed Zhou Bingbing. "Wen Wan and several other women. Allow me to introduce you. This is Brother Xiong, Brother Chong, Producer Gao, and Director Zhuang. Be astute and serve them well, and you shall reap the benefits, if you catch their eye. It could be your fortune," Su Xiao remarked. The entertainment industry in City A is inextricably linked with the underworld, and among these men, Brother Xiong and Brother Chong are notorious mob bosses. Few dare to cross them. When Wan's alcohol-induced haze dissipated, her expression remained impassive as Zhou Bingying, Chen Heng, Li Chengming, and others exchanged pleasantries. When Wan's lips moved silently, her anxiety evident as she felt the sweat pooling in her palms. How had she stumbled into such a place? They all appeared so youthful. Brother Chong let out a whistle, but I like it. Gu Yiting sat beside Su Yongchang, raising a glass in his honor. Su Xiao directed, "Bingbing, you and your friends should attend to Brother Chong. If you do well, this young master will increase your pay." When Wan's heart raced as she grasped Zhou Bingbing's hand, Zhou Bingbing smiled, releasing Wen Wan to join Brother Chong alongside 2 other women. Soon, 2 wealthy ladies arrived, introducing themselves as heiresses from prominent families, their attire dazzling. Yet, once the door to the private room closed, their coarse language and hearty drinking flowed freely. They were drawn to handsome men. Chun Hang and Li Qingming, feeling helpless, could only endure and serve them with 4 smiles. These 2 ladies had rather unpleasant dispositions, particularly disdainful of actors, their words laced with ridicule. Chun Hang and Li Qingming managed 4 smiles as they poured drinks. Nice physique. How did you achieve those muscles? Do you frequent the gym? One woman unabashedly lifted Li Qingming's shirt to caress his abs, while the others showed no sign of embarrassment. Only Li Qingming felt humiliated. The singers and actors present were completely unreserved, engaging intimately with the influential guests, kissing, feeding, and toasting as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Zhua Bingbing, a proper girl, suppressed her discomfort as she poured a drink for Brother Chong, aware that they could not provoke these individuals if they wished to continue in the entertainment industry. If she felt this way, the others were even more affected. The spacious room resembled a grand debauchery scene. When one finally believed what Yi Ershao had said, her sheltered life had left her ill-equipped for such encounters. Feeling out of place while others lowered themselves to appease their surroundings, her usual smile had vanished, a testament to her upbringing in a sheltered environment, chasing after Fong Luqing since childhood, following the decline of the Wen family. She had not suffered much and was drawn into Yi Feima's private realm. Entering the entertainment circle with Yi Feima's backing and Kai Xiaojing's formidable influence, Wen Wan had scarcely encountered such scenarios and could only watch in cold silence. It seemed as if a haughty, aloof fox disdainfully observed a gathering of lecherous wolves and cunning vixens. In reality, it was a pack of gray wolves circling a defenseless, white rabbit. Brother Xiong's gaze fell upon Wen Wan, his lewd intentions sending shivers down her spine. Su Xiao stretched out an arm, embracing Gu Yiting on one side, while pulling Wen Wan close on the other. Brother Xiong, this one has caught my eye. You wouldn't dare to take her from me, would you? Wen Wan furrowed her brow at the hand draped over her shoulder, struggling to resist the urge to brush it away. Ji Yiting playfully punched Su Yongchang. Su Xiao, you are so naughty. Are you not satisfied with me? You want others to serve you too? If Brother Xiong likes her, why not let him have her? She had no intention of allowing Wen Wan to steal Su Yongchang's affection. Compared to the others in attendance, Su Yongchang, though not the most powerful, was certainly the most impeccably groomed. She held a grudge against Wen Wan, eager to see her humiliated by Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong laughed heartily, praising Gu Yiting for her thoughtfulness. A charming singer at his side began to serenade, and Brother Xiong beckoned Wen Wan closer. Su Yongchang, having taken a liking to Wen Wan, merely wished to toy with her. After all, she was an actress who must have seen her fair share of the world and been played with before. There was no reason to offend Brother Xiong. Perhaps they could all indulge together. He pushed Wen Wan forward, urging her to serve Brother Xiong. As she stood, about to flee, Bai Xiuwen had already risen to forcibly pull her back down. Glaring at Bai Xiuwen, Wen Wan was met with a sweet smile. Wen Wan, what is with that expression? Are you reluctant to serve Brother Xiong? Wen Wan harbored a deep disdain for Bai Xiuwen, still holding a grudge from a past altercation. Why should she be compelled to submit? Brother Xiong, without reservation, tilted her chin upward, fully aware that Bai Xiuwen's words were intended for his ears. This imposing figure, with his coarse features and lewd gaze, had his unwelcome hands resting on her waist. You, Yi Ershao, I shall never again call you a pig. Your face is quite appealing, and those beautiful eyes. What's the matter? Are you unwilling to serve me? Brother Xiong's tone was menacing, and as Wen Wan turned her face away, she thought, damn it, did you just brush your teeth? Your breath is atrocious. He spoke with such disregard, saliva flying as he spoke, utterly repulsive, his yellowing teeth a testament to his neglect. You, Yi Ershao, I fear nothing but ignorance. You are truly a gem, with a fine figure and looks, though your personality leaves much to be desired, and your breath is fresh as a daisy. Wen Wan thought bitterly. She felt tears welling up. She grappled with the unsettling thought of why she was thinking of Yi Ershao at this moment. She admired Bai Xiuwen's composure and wondered how she managed to serve him without flinching. Even when kissed, wouldn't she want to vomit? The more Wen Wan felt this way, the more it ignited Brother Xiong's desire to conquer. Zhua Bingbing poured a drink and pushed it toward Wen Wan. Fearing for her safety, they could handle a producer, but not figures like Brother Xiong and Brother Chong. Brother Xiong, our Wen Wan is still young. Please don't frighten her. Wen Wan, offer a toast to Brother Xiong. Zhua Bingbing smiled, winking at Wen Wan, who stubbornly gritted her teeth. Zhou Bingbing kicked her under the table. The enchanting voice of the singer filled the room, and the others applauded, oblivious to their plight. When Nuan suppressed her indignation, raising her glass, "Brother Xiong, a toast to you." Brother Xiong was pleased, his gaze fixated on Wen Nuan's crimson lips. "Is this your first time in the entertainment industry? You don't even know how to toast." "I am already pushing my limits by toasting you. Drink if you wish," Wen Nuan retorted, intending to set the glass down when Zhou Bingbing chimed in. "Brother Chong, Bingbing is toasting you." Zhou Bingbing took a sip of red wine and leaned in to kiss Brother Chong, delivering the drink directly from her lips to his. Naturally, Brother Chong seized the opportunity, one hand groping Zhou Bingbing's chest while he fervently kissed her. Bai Xiaowen gleefully observed Wen Nuan's pale complexion. Wen Nuan's grip on the glass tightened, nearly shattering it. Bai Xiaowen taunted, "Wen Nuan, why haven't you toasted Brother Xiong yet? Don't forget, refusing a toast comes with its own consequences." Bai Xiaowen, "Do you often engage in such antics?" Wen Nuan snapped, unable to tolerate her any longer. Why must they force her into such situations? "What nonsense are you spouting?" Bai Xiaowen retorted, infuriated. She could not stand Wen Nuan's innocence. They were all in the same industry. Yet Wen Nuan feigned naivety, smiling with such purity, in truth, they were all alike, and Bai Xiaowen was desperate to prove it. And no matter how lofty a woman appeared, entering this circle meant adhering to its rules. Or else she wouldn't survive. "Brother Xiong, look at Wen Nuan. She clearly despises you and refuses to toast." Bai Xiaowen instigated, and Wen Nuan felt the urge to hurl her drink at him. Furious, Brother Xiong's temper flared. Zhou Bingbing realized the gravity of the situation. They had seen Wen Nuan's temperament over the past few days, and if she dug her heels in, it would surely end in disaster. Zhou Bingbing approached with her drink, exuding charm. "Brother Xiong, please don't be angry. Wen Nuan is just a girl unaccustomed to such scenes and rather naive. How about I toast you on her behalf?" Su Yongchong and the others, sensing the tension, rushed to intervene, but Brother Chong merely watched the unfolding drama. They had witnessed such scenarios numerous times before. Some girls, fresh to the industry, often made a mess of things. But after a few lessons, they would inevitably become compliant. "You refuse a toast. You're just an actress. Why pretend to be high and mighty? I'll have my way with you here, and let us see who dares to object." Brother Xiong bellowed, shoving Wen Nuan onto the sofa, reaching for his belt, which he promptly yanked off, preparing to strike her with it. "You refuse a toast. You're just an actress. Why pretend to be high and mighty? I'll have my way with you here, and let us see who dares to object." Brother Xiong bellowed boisterously, forcefully pushing Wen Nuan onto the sofa. With a swift motion, he seized his belt. And as it fell, he immediately swung it towards Wen Nuan. In a panic, she raised her hands to shield herself, but the belt struck her arm, leaving those around them in stunned silence. Singers and actors alike were frozen, terrified into silence. They were seasoned revelers, accustomed to debauchery, yet they had never witnessed a scene so alarming. Zhou Bingbing, her voice trembling with urgency, cried out to Qin Hang for help, though none dared utter a word. Wen Nuan stood paralyzed with fear, watching in horror as the man lunged forward, shouting, "None of you are allowed to leave. It's just a whore. Let's see how they watch me handle you. Let us see how high and mighty you truly are." Wen Nuan was stunned, while those around her recoiled in dread, none daring to utter a word. Zhou Bingbing pleaded with Su Yongchong on Wen Nuan's behalf, to which Su Yongchong replied with a smirk, "This temper needs to be taught a lesson. Let us see if she behaves afterward. Brother Xiong, how about we have some fun together?" With a boisterous shout, Brother Xiong forcefully shoved Wen Nuan onto the sofa and reached for his belt. As he yanked it free, he swung it towards her, prompting her to frantically raise her hands to shield herself. The belt struck her arm, leaving her and the onlookers in a state of shock. Both singers and actors alike were rendered speechless, having never encountered such a scene before. Despite their accustomed lives of indulgence, Zhuang Bingbing, anxiously calling for Qin Hang's help, found no response. None dared to utter a word. Stunned, Wen Nuan could merely watch as he lunged at her, bellowing, "None of you are allowed to leave. What's a mere prostitute to me? I want to see how they watch me handle you. And I'll see just how lofty you think you are." Wen Nuan was taken aback, and the surrounding crowd instinctively withdrew, all too frightened to speak. Zhuang Bingbing pleaded with Su Yongchong to intervene on Wen Nuan's behalf. Su Yongchong, with a smirk, replied, "This attitude needs a lesson. Let us see if you'll behave afterward. Brother Xiong, how about we have some fun together?" Brother Xiong responded with a grunt as Su Yongchang chuckled. Planning to wait for Brother Xiong to finish his turn before joining Ian, to prevent anyone from interrupting their grim activities by calling for help, they barred others from leaving. "Let go of me, you bastard," Wen Wan cried out, evading his kiss, utterly revolted by the overpowering stench that surrounded him. As she struggled, Brother Xiong grew more enraged, delivering 2 fierce slaps across her face. His hands were large and heavy, filled with malice, and when Wan felt her cheeks swell painfully, her vision clouded in a daze as he tore at her shirt, exposing her delicate collarbone and blue bra. He then reached for her jeans. And Bai Xiaowen was left in shock. She had only wished to see Wen Wan bullied, never anticipating that it would escalate to such a horrifying assault. Seizing the moment while everyone was distracted, Zhuang Bingbing discreetly dialed for help. "Let go of me," Wen Wan screamed, her voice hoarse. His nails dug into her chest, leaving several scratches on her shoulders, and she fought desperately to protect herself from having her underwear ripped away. Suddenly, a scream escaped Brother Xiong's lips as a bottle shattered against his forehead, blood flowing profusely as red wine spilled everywhere. He appeared dazed from the blow, while Wen Wan herself was momentarily stunned. In a fit of fury, she turned the broken bottle toward Brother Xiong's thigh, driving it down savagely. Her fierce disposition only intensified. A single thrust was not enough, and she prepared to strike again. This time, the assailant had become the attacked, and the entire scene shifted dramatically, leaving everyone frozen in disbelief. "Do you think you're the toughest?" Wen Wan's face was swollen, yet her gaze was bloodthirsty and resolute. Her words sharp and clear. "Let me tell you, the truly fearsome ones are not people like you. It's those of us who fear nothing." As Wen Wan withdrew the bottle, Brother Xiong let out a shriek. You damn slut." He swung a fist toward her, fueled by a desire for mutual destruction, yet she chose not to evade it. Zhuang Bingbing seized Wen Wan's hand, urging her to retreat. "Run, run," Wen Wan, bloodied, stared vacantly, while everyone around them remained paralyzed with shock. Blood streamed from Brother Xiong's forehead, and a broken bottle protruded from his thigh. The onlookers were at a loss for how to react. In a flurry, Zhuang Bingbing removed her long shirt, revealing only a layer of undershirt. It was certainly an upgrade from Wen Wan's condition, with her own top torn apart and her bra half exposed. Zhuang Bingbing wrapped Wen Wan in her shirt and, amidst the stunned crowd, pulled her toward the exit. Meanwhile, Chang'e hastily made a phone call, and the gangsters lurking outside Casablanca stormed inside, sending the crowd into a panic. Chung Anya raised an eyebrow, observing the wave of newcomers flooding through the door. "What a buzzkill," she sighed, glancing across at a strikingly beautiful and composed woman in vivid red attire, Su Nua, the wife of Yi Ning Yuan from the Yi family. She resembled a blooming rose, radiantly beautiful, and her cold demeanor added a unique charm to her allure. Just then, a tall youth and a young girl, both children of Yi Ning Yuan and Su Nua, bounded towards them. Though merely 14, Yi Tianyu possessed an upright posture and the quintessential looks of his lineage. Exquisite and regal, the girl, too, was enchantingly lovely, a perfect miniature replica of her mother, save for a pair of slightly upturned eyes that mirrored Yi Ning Yuan's. "Oh, Mommy, Granny, I haven't danced enough." Yi Kellen playfully clung to Ching Anya. "Granny, can we dance a bit longer? I've spotted a handsome young man, and I'm trying to figure out how to charm him." "My little handsome boy," Yi Kellen's sweet voice made Su Nua shudder, prompting her to playfully strike her daughter. "Shut it. How many handsome boys have you set your sights on already?" Yi Tianyu surveyed the burly men who had just barged in. "Granny, what is happening?" "Not sure, but someone has clearly crossed paths with the fire gate," Chung Anya replied. Just then, the group of black-clad figures seized Wen Wan, dragging her toward the private booth. "Wen Wan!" Zhuang Bingbing cried out, her voice breaking with desperation. Chung Anya turned in shock to see the men roughly pulling Wen Wan, her coat torn away to reveal her delicate shoulders. Wen Wan's face was severely swollen, evidence of a recent beating, and she struggled valiantly against her captors. As the injured Brother Xiong exited the booth, Chung Anya called out, "Tianyu, didn't you just come from the training base? Let Granny see how you've improved." With a raised eyebrow, Yi Tianyu performed a genteel bow. "I certainly cannot disappoint Granny." In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianyu moved like a streak of lightning. His long legs swept out, elegantly knocking down 2 of the men beside him. The remaining thugs, brandishing clubs, swarmed him. Brother Xiong and his crew stared in disbelief at the tall and refined youth weaving through the throng of black-clad men, dispatching more than 10 in a matter of minutes. Yi Kellen clapped her hands, jumping onto the couch. "Brother, you're amazing. Go, brother. You're so cool. Brother, I love you." Yi Tianyu smiled tenderly. "I'm truly sorry, but I am illiterate and have never been educated. Let this bitch go. Or, I swear I'll make you regret it." Brother Xiong fumed, with a group of actors and Changgu emerging behind him, anxiously watching the scene unfold. When one turned towards the voice and, spotting Anya, felt a rush of discomfort and instinctively shrank her shoulders. In her current state, anyone would misinterpret her appearance. She felt a swell of emotion, and to her surprise, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Seeing Anya felt like catching a glimpse of a savior. Her tense heart began to ease, and all her fear and anxiety surfaced, nearly overwhelming her with the threat of tears. Anya frowned. And Yi Kellen whistled playfully. "Oh, Grandma. Do you know this person?" Upon Anya's utterance, Brother Xiong and Changgu exchanged puzzled looks. They weren't familiar with her, belonging to the darker side of the world and younger than Anya, who had no ties to that realm. The younger singers and actors didn't recognize her either. After all, she had appeared much less frequently in the headlines over the past few years. And in a bar like this, they naturally wouldn't identify her. However, both producer Gao and director Zhuang recognized Anya and hastily urged Brother Xiong to de-escalate the situation. After all, she was one of the most powerful women in City A. Who would dare to provoke her, knowing that Yi Xiao would dispatch anyone who crossed her? "Why are you pulling me? Go. Snatch that bitch away. I'm going to finish her today," Brother Xiong bellowed fiercely. Anya stepped forward and took Wenwan's hand, which was clammy with sweat and blood and trembling violently. Anya felt a pang of sympathy, and her gaze turned icy. "Try and take her from me if you dare, Director Zhuang. It's nice to see you again. What happened? Has one of my artists offended someone?" The actors gasped. Her tone made it clear who she was. After all, she had commanded respect in the entertainment industry for over a decade, and even those who weren't in the limelight knew her name. Wenwan was a talent under Ning's management. And her question unmistakably indicated her association with the Yi family, a figure of noble elegance and authority, who could only be Yi Madam. Ning Yuan was a renowned painter and photographer, while his wife was the highest inspector of an international anti-terrorism organization. When she mentioned my artist, it was clear she was indeed Anya. "Madam Yi, this is a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding," Director Zhuang stammered, cold sweat drenching him. He had dealt with Anya in business before, and he had wronged her when she was younger. The consequences of that encounter were better left unmentioned. "Oh, it's you, Madam Yi. You must hand her over to me today, unless you wish to tarnish Ning International's reputation. You should insist on taking her away. Look at this injury on me. She did this. I plan to sue her for attempted murder, and I will also sue Ning International. You would do well to be reasonable." Su Nuo frowned, her expression darkening. Who were these insignificant individuals to speak to her mother in such a way? They would face dire consequences. Anya intercepted Su Nuo, while Yi Kellen put her hands on her hips, a teasing smile on her lips, elongating her voice. "Grandma, he seems quite scary. I wonder what would happen if we don't behave ourselves." Anya smiled. Grandma is quite curious as well, standing atop the couch with a cheerful demeanor. Yi Kellen laughed. "Hey, Big Bear, what do you plan to do to us? Do enlighten us." Brother Xiong was too busy lamenting his pain to pay heed to Yi Kellen's words. Anya released Wenwan to let Su Nuo support her. Taking a few steps closer, she smiled regally. "So you wish to sue Ning? Why complicate matters? Just sue me directly. Tianyu, I find him rather irritating. Let us dispose of those legs of his." "Yes, indeed." As Xionggo was taken aback, he had yet to witness how Yi Tianyu made his move when he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his legs, losing all sensation. The pain was so intense that he rolled on the ground, while Yi Tianyu snatched an iron rod from a man's grasp and brought it crashing down onto his legs. The youth's movements were imbued with a fluid grace, exuding both elegance and efficiency, further accentuated by a gentle smile that seemed to suggest the action had been honed to perfection through countless iterations, a breathtaking amalgamation of strength and beauty. It was both exquisite and ruthless. The crowd distinctly heard the sound of bones snapping, leaving them all in shock, while the bar owner was rendered helpless, unsure of how to respond. With Wenwan in such a predicament, Xionggo would undoubtedly seek retribution against her. The best course of action was to redirect his fury. She could hardly believe he would dare to provoke the Yi family, Xionggo furiously shouted, commanding his men to deal with them. Damn it, you are truly formidable. You are the youngest, most powerful, most beautiful, and the most impressive grandmother. You are my idol, brother, darling. Even that pig-like mouth of his is displeasing, just as Yi Tianyu was about to speak. A chilling voice interrupted from behind. Mommy, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Yi Feima's icy gaze swept across the room, landing on Wenwan, and his expression darkened at the sight of her disheveled state. A flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes, Wenwan broke free from Su Nua's grasp and rushed to embrace him. Bursting into tears, Wenwan sobbed, feeling wronged, ignoring the pain from her bruised face. Su Nua raised an eyebrow. Oh, an acquaintance. Wenwan's cheeks were severely swollen from the blows, her hair a chaotic mess, her shirt half-tucked, and her shoulders bore numerous scratch marks, prompting a bloodthirsty glint in Yi Feima's eyes. Her tears soaked his shirt. He immediately removed his suit jacket and draped it over her, enveloping her in its largest white. Yi Feima's sharp gaze swept over Xionggo and the others, his voice chilling as he demanded, "Who did this?" Everyone's gaze unanimously fell upon the writhing Xionggo on the floor, none daring to utter a word. Xionggo hastily shook his head. Everyone knew Ning International had both legitimate and illegitimate dealings. And even those prominent figures in the underworld feared it. The Yi family's primary influence stemmed from Ning International's connections with the A city government, and the Yi, Tang, and Lin families shared a long-standing friendship. It was common knowledge that the leader of Longmen was from the Tang family, and the Yi and Tang families maintained a cordial relationship, with no one daring to provoke the Yi family. Moreover, though the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Ningyuan, was seen as a good-for-nothing artist who only dabbled in painting and photography, he had married a formidable wife. The Yi family matriarch was the highest inspector of international anti-terrorism, making the Yi family a force to be reckoned with. Xionggo, lying there, had been beaten by Wenwan, who had smashed a bottle over him, and then had his legs broken by Yi Tianyu. Filled with rage, he lay there wailing, cursing Wenwan with foul language that darkened Yi Feima's expression. With a swift kick, Yi Feima stomped down on Xiongji's face, shattering his front teeth. Why, Yi Kellen clapped in approval. "This man's mouth is far too filthy," she said. "Second uncle, pull out all 36 of his teeth." He desired more than merely to extract his teeth. In the blink of an eye, countless methods of tormenting him flashed through his mind. But the situation was not conducive. With too many bystanders present, a glimmer of cold malice passed through Yi Feima's eyes. The terror and pain Wenwan experienced would be repaid 1,000-fold. The commotion attracted many patrons at the bar, and Chung Anyan advised Su Nua. She nodded and instructed her people to seal the bar's entrance. Chung Anyan sought to protect Wenwan, knowing that if the press captured this scene, it would spell scandal for Wenwan as an actress, which she could ill afford. The entertainment industry thrived on sensationalism, and any scandal would be peddled as salacious gossip. For Wenwan, this could prove a devastating blow. Feeling the tremors of the woman in his embrace, Yi Feima's desire to kill intensified. His gaze swept over Xionggo and the others, filled with fury. "You dare to bully my people. Have you all grown tired of living?" The last two words were spat out through clenched teeth. Yi Feima's rage simmered. Xionggo quickly waved his hands in a panic, nervously explaining, "Second young master, it has nothing to do with us. This woman simply didn't know her place. Xionggo was merely joking. Who could have known she would retaliate with a bottle, nearly costing him his life? This is her fault, not ours," Zhuo Bingbing shouted. "You lying." It was clearly Xionggo who attempted to assault Wenwan. Xionggo shot her a fierce glance, silencing her immediately. Yi Feima, unable to contain his fury, picked up a steel pipe from the ground and brought it crashing down onto Xiongji's rotund belly. Though his true desire was to obliterate his head, Xionggo spat out a mouthful of filth, but Yi Feima was far from satisfied. He lifted his leg and sent Xionggo flying like a soccer ball, crashing into the bar's wooden bookshelf. Wenwan grasped his sleeve, imploring, "Yi Feima, please take me away from here. I can't bear to stay in this place for another moment." Yi Feima looked down at her swollen face, her tear-filled, panicked eyes gripping his heart with a delicate pain that enveloped it completely. The sound of sirens drew nearer, wailing in the distance. With his mother handling the aftermath, he could momentarily disregard everything else. Focusing solely on the woman in his arms, Bai Xiaowen, Gu Yiding, and Su Yongchang trembled in fear, realizing that if it became known that she had instigated the chaos, the Yi family would not spare her. What is the nature of the relationship between Wenwan and Yi Feima? Why were they so intimately connected? Yi Feima had even resorted to violence on her behalf. Why Yi Kellen's lips curled into a smile. Second uncle has left. He didn't have a chance to be the hero. I was so looking forward to his performance in front of the beauty. Why did he leave without showcasing his skills? Chang Anyun chuckled, imparting a meaningful lesson. Men need to leave a good impression on women. Why Yi Kellen, with her bewitching beauty, blinked. But does second uncle possess such a luxury as a good image? Chang Anyun replied. Darling, if a beauty believes he is one, then he does da. So the beauty is just a little white rabbit. Yi Kellen, sharp as ice, nodded in understanding. Why Yi Tianyu smiled, aware that many witnesses could attest to Cheng Anyun's claim that he had injured Xiongge. Consequently, Cheng Anyun, Su Nua, Yi Tianyu, and Yi Kellen were summoned to the police station for questioning, along with the actors, assistant directors, and producers from the Qinglian production team, as well as Chang Ge and others. The actors and investors in the private room were also taken to the police station. Why Yi Tianyu rubbed his nose, smiling gracefully. Grandma, if Dad finds out I ended up at the police station, I am finished. Brother, you're so foolish. Mommy has already been to the police station. Dad will forgive you, Yi Kellen said sweetly. Cheng Anyun shook her head, asking Su Nua, is everything taken care of? Su Nua nodded, reassuring her, Mommy, don't worry, it's all fine. When Wan refused to go to the hospital, feeling that it would only exacerbate her humiliation, as an actress, leaving a trace of this incident would not bode well for her career. And the scandal could tarnish the entire production team, a fate she dreaded. Hospitals were rife with gossip, and tonight's events would surely spread like wildfire, leading to her ruin. Despondent, Wenwan wrapped herself in sorrow, mourning the loss of an opportunity to pursue her passions, having enjoyed her time with the crew. Yet, she never anticipated that such a tragedy would befall her. She knew the entertainment industry was rife with chaos, especially in a city where the underworld was deeply intertwined with show business. She had heard tales of underworld leaders ruining female artists and of coercion into prostitution, with some openly pricing their services. She had also heard that resisting them often led to disaster. Ruin and disgrace were merely the beginning. Although she had only been exposed to a fraction of the darkness, the veteran actors in her crew were kind-hearted. And she had found Zhu Bingbing and others to be warm and generous. Yet, she had never expected such an ordeal would happen to her. Today, she had come dangerously close to being assaulted by Xiongge in front of so many witnesses. When Wan was petrified and on the brink of madness, ordinarily, she would not have acted so ruthlessly, using a bottle as a weapon. In that moment, she had genuinely contemplated killing Xiongge. Throughout the journey, Yi Feima remained silent, speeding through the streets, the pulsating veins on his temples betraying his emotions. He had done everything in his power to keep Wenwan away from such troubles, yet she had still encountered them. He turned to glance at her face, her vacant eyes deepening his sense of rage. If his mother and sister-in-law had not been present tonight, he could scarcely fathom what might have happened to Wenwan. He knew the reputation of the people present, and if she had provoked them, she would not survive the night. Damn it. He loathed himself for failing to protect her adequately. The car quickly arrived at Mingcheng apartment, where Kai Xiaojing and the family doctor awaited downstairs. Upon seeing Wenwan's disheveled state, Kai Xiaojing felt a surge of pain and guilt, embracing her as tears streamed down her face. Xiaojing, yeah, I'm fine, Wenwan reassured her, not wanting her manager to feel responsible. You silly girl. How can you say you're fine? Damn it, I shouldn't have left this afternoon. I've been so careless. Kai Xiaojing lamented. Why, Yi Feima's expression was even more alarming. Were he to rage and shout, she might not fear. However, his utter calmness filled her with dread. Upon reaching the 44th floor, Wenwan simply took a warm shower, cleansing her body of blood and alcohol. Fortunately, her injuries were merely superficial. After applying some medicine, she was largely unscathed. Initially, Yi Feima was concerned upon observing the considerable bloodstains on her clothing, fearing she had sustained serious harm. However, he soon realized that the blood was not hers, but rather belonged to Zhu Bingbing, and he let out a sigh of relief. Wenwan's face was severely swollen, accompanied by scratches on her shoulder and chest. Yet they were minor issues without any significant impact. Mingyuan, a distinguished surgeon, found himself in disbelief that he was tending to such trivial matters. He had anticipated a far more serious situation based on Yi Feimo's tone. Wondering if someone had been shot and was unable to be taken to the hospital, only to discover it was merely a minor incident. This was a concern he would not voice to Yi Feimo, who sat in the hall with a gloomy expression, silent throughout, leading Ma Mingyuan to believe the situation was indeed grave, perhaps because of someone he held dear. Unable to restrain himself, Ma Mingyuan stole a few glances at Wenwan. After the doctor provided guidance on what precautions to take, he departed. Kai Xiaojing, while applying an ice pack to Wenwan's face, spoke to Yi Feimo. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. This time it was my negligence. I assure you, there will not be a next time. Do you understand that if it weren't for my mother today, she could have died? What kind of work are you doing? Yi Feimo's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it bore a calmness that belied the chilling severity of his tone. Seeing Wenwan's distressed expression ignited a fire within him. A fury he had not felt in years, almost compelling him to confront Xiongge. Believing that only blood could quell his anger, the thought of almost losing Wenwan was unbearable. I'm sorry. Kai Xiaojing did not defend herself. She acknowledged her failure. Although a manager cannot be with their artist 24 hours a day, she had her own responsibilities, from securing jobs for Wenwan to paving her path in the industry. It was impossible for her to be by Wenwan's side at all times. Who has a manager that stays with their artist around the clock, after over a month of accompanying Wenwan on set? She was confident that no trouble would arise while she was alone there. Yet, as it often goes, events took an unexpected turn. With such a significant incident occurring, regardless of the cause, it was her oversight. If the situation was not handled well tonight, and if someone captured a video of Wenwan in such a state and posted it online, it would ruin her career, not to mention the challenges posed by Xiongge and Changge. Kai Xiaojing was anxious and flustered. She was an adept assistant to artists, skilled in managing their work, public relations, and handling scandals. Yet, tonight's events exceeded her capabilities. Wenwan, I'm truly sorry, Kai Xiaojing said, feeling more distressed than she could articulate, especially compared to Wenwan, who had endured more shock and harm than anyone else. Wenwan shook her head, her gaze embodying tranquility and warmth. Sister Xiaojing, it's not your fault. This was an accident. Are you foolish? When they invited you to karaoke, you just went. Do you know what Casablanca is? Do you know who Xiongge and Changge are? How dare you go out and drink with them? Yi Feimo was furious. After suppressing his anger for an entire evening, it erupted. Upon hearing that there were producers, investors, and renowned directors, you happily ran off to drink and sing with them. Didn't you? What were you thinking, pretending to be so virtuous and pure in front of me, only to turn around and act otherwise? Are you truly so cheap? In that moment, upon seeing Wenwan, his initial concern was not to blame her but to ascertain whether she had been mistreated, feeling sad, distressed, or frightened. Thus, when Wenwan leapt into his arms, he embraced her tightly, feeling a flicker of happiness. His clumsy girl, when faced with danger, instinctively sought comfort in him. Yet, the chaotic scene reminded him of Hanbai from years past, as if history were repeating itself. He had always harbored some prejudices against artists. Perhaps Wenwan's decision to accompany them for drinks and songs was voluntary, a form of rebellion against Xiongji's excessive behavior, leading to this uncontrollable chaos. Hanbai was like this, and so was Wenwan. Were all female artists so disgraceful? He had believed Wenwan to be different, only to find she was no distinct from the others. Yi Feimo was unaware that his words detonated a bomb within Wenwan, shattering her self-respect and pride. How could he say such things about her? Pretending to be virtuous, joyfully accompanying others to drink and sing? Cheap. Did he truly see her as that kind of woman? With an ice pack pressed against her face, she felt as if she had been slapped several times, each blow heavier than those dealt by Xiongge, crushing her dignity into dust. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung loose. Realizing the absurdity of his words, Yi Feimo felt deep regret, though he maintained a facade of indifference, his expression remaining cold. Wenwan wiped her tears and forced a hollow smile. Yes, I joyfully ran off to drink and sing. To sleep with others, it was my choice, my pleasure. Are you satisfied? You have no idea how cheap I truly am, do you? I worry about your stomach issues and inquire whether your mother's cooking is good for you. I fret over your health, preparing meals for you despite my exhaustion. I even warm your bed every night, all for free. Where will you find such a cheap maid, such a free pillow? Am I truly that cheap in your eyes? When did you finally realize? When Juan Yifei Mo snapped, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions. He instantly regretted his earlier words. She had been cooking for him out of concern for his stomach, often preparing late-night snacks after he hadn't eaten, even if she herself had already dined. Get lost. When Juan turned her tear-streaked face away, Yifei Mo, exasperated, found himself at a loss for words. When Juan sniffled, hastily grabbing a tissue to wipe her tears and runny nose, inadvertently tugging at her wounds, which sent pain shooting through her, causing more tears to fall. She was uncertain whether her tears were from indignation or real pain. Kai Xiaojing had never witnessed Wen Wan, usually so gentle, speak so sharply to Yifei Mo, to her. Wen Wan was kind and innocent. As long as one did not provoke her, she was incredibly easy to get along with. Always bringing joy, the sight of her childlike antics, carelessly wiping her tears and nose out of frustration, was endearingly charming. Mr. Yi, I received a call from Zhang Zong. He mentioned that Xu Yongchang visited the set this afternoon. Took a liking to Wen Wan, and later invited the crew for dinner, where they were all quite inebriated. Without hesitation, he took them to karaoke. Wen Wan and the others were unaware of Su Xiao's ulterior motives. He called me out of concern for Wen Wan, and I rushed to the bar, only to be diverted here by you who have misunderstood Wen Wan. Kai Xiaojing explained. Wen Wan let out a cold huff. Sister Xiaojing, you don't need to explain for me. He isn't misunderstood. It was I who found Su Xiao handsome and wealthy, sticking to him like a puppy. If I got hurt, it's my own fault for being foolish. He isn't misunderstood. When Wan thought back to how she had thrown herself into Yifei Mo's arms upon first seeing him, feeling as foolish as a herd of pigs. When Wan, silence. Speak one less word. Kai Xiaojing tugged at her hand, signaling her to be quiet. Yifei Mo's expression darkened, while Wen Wan, being stubborn, refused to say a single kind word after his harsh remarks. Yifei Mo, with a scowl, stood up and exited the room, slamming the door with a force that seemed to shake the very floor beneath them. Wen Wan, indifferent, scoffed, "Can he only slam doors? I can do that too." Pouting, she felt a wave of injustice wash over her. Having been wronged, she wished he would at least comfort her. True, she had been careless, but she had never anticipated things would spiral out of control like this. Kai Xiaojing shot her a disapproving look, questioning whether she dared to argue with him. "Are you all right?" "Who says I'm not? Sister Xiaojing. Look at my face, and then at my shoulder." Wen Wan decisively pulled back her clothing to reveal her injuries, eliciting a smile from Kai Xiaojing amidst her concerns. Wen Wan was resilient and maintained an optimistic outlook, while other girls might take days to recover from such an ordeal, struggling with fear and lingering memories. She managed to display a smile within mere hours. Kai Xiaojing, who had been deeply worried, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Wen Wan's resilience. Having such an artist as Wen Wan made a manager's job much easier. She was the type who could bounce back quickly from any setback, making her well-suited for the unpredictable nature of the entertainment industry. Kai Xiaojing preferred not to deal with overly sensitive women. Unlike Han Bai from years past, who was weak and would sulk over the slightest disappointment as if the world owed her something. You really are something else. Have you completely forgotten the danger you were just in? Kai Xiaojing felt a mix of astonishment and concern. Was Wen Wan truly oblivious, or simply unfazed by what had just transpired? If those photographs were to be released, revealing her in a compromising state, don't worry. You won't let anything like that happen. Kai Xiaojing reassured her. Unless a newspaper wants to cease operations, no one would dare provoke Ye Xiao, especially since Wen Wan's fame isn't that significant. The news value is low. Who would risk their business for it? Hearing this, Wen Wan felt a wave of relief. Reflecting upon the past, a shiver of fear courses through her. Yet now, within the sanctuary of her home, she feels utterly safe. With a warm and radiant smile, she resolves to forget the ordeal. After all, there is nothing that cannot be faced, and recalling it only brings her discomfort. Ultimately, what matters is that you are unharmed. Leave the remaining issues to us to resolve. "It is not I who has caused any trouble," with a cheerful demeanor, she remarked. "I smashed that pig with a wine bottle and stabbed him twice with the broken glass. I truly regret it. I was enraged and foolish at that moment. If given another chance, I would have aimed for his groin." Kai Xiaojing exclaimed, "How ruthless! I never imagined you, with such a delicate appearance, could unleash such ferocity. Impressive. Wait a moment. If Brother Xiong refuses to let this go, you might find yourself facing legal troubles," Kai Xiaojing warned, striking Wenwan lightly on the thigh. "Why are you so impulsive? That pig attempted to assault me in front of so many witnesses. If I hadn't incapacitated him, it would have been sheer luck on his part," Wenwan retorted, unable to suppress her indignation. She herself was baffled by the courage she had summoned in that heated moment. It was her first experience of harming another, leaving her in a foul mood, yet she had little time to ponder. Thus, it stands to reason that human violence and bloodshed are often compelled by circumstance. Enough, let's not dwell on it. We shall see what the news brings tomorrow, Kai Xiaojing suggested, casting another glance at Wenwan. "And you, do refrain from speaking to M'Rye in such a manner in the future. Why should I not speak to him like that? You heard how he insulted me, berating me for putting on airs and pretending to be pure, claiming I joyously accompanied others to dinner and karaoke. Which of his eyes saw that? He even called me cheap, uttering such harsh words. Why must I remain silent?" Wenwan exclaimed, her voice tinged with anger, her eyes aflame with indignation. The mere thought of Yi Feima's words made her feel distressed. Moreover, she had consistently conversed with him in this manner. "I don't have a penchant for self-deprecation," she murmured. "Who pretended in front of him? I am inherently pure and noble. Thank you very much. He eats my cooking daily, yet dares to be picky, calling me cheap. Patience has limits. Tell me, which woman could tolerate his foul temperament? He shouldn't vent his frustrations on me and then demand I remain silent." Kai Xiaojing sighed, exasperated to the point of tears. Wenwan's stubbornness was infuriating, and as her manager, Kai Xiaojing earnestly wished for her to avoid clashing with her benefactor. "Come now, dear girl, allow me to share a tale. There once was a female artist who was supported by a wealthy man who treated her exceptionally well, elevating her to the status of a top-tier star. One day, while shopping, she spotted a piece of Cartier jewelry and immediately called the wealthy man to pay for it. However, he was in the midst of negotiating a significant business deal and was quite irked by her interruption. Upon entering the jewelry store, he slapped her twice in frustration. Although the jewelry was purchased, it served as a parting gift, and from that day forth, the artist fell from grace, losing her prominence and fading into obscurity." Kai Xiaojing gazed at Wenwan with a knowing smile, confident that she would grasp the underlying message. Her words were sufficiently subtle. Thus, when Kai Xiaojing looked at Wenwan with hopeful anticipation, she longed for her to respond, "Dear Sister Xiaojing, I understand." Yet, to her dismay, Wenwan appeared utterly perplexed. Kai Xiaojing's eyes filled with tears. Wenwan hesitated before asking, "What does this have to do with me? Have you not noticed the striking similarity between you and Mr. Yi, akin to that of the artist and her wealthy patron?" Kai Xiaojing pointedly remarked. Wenwan, still red-eyed from her earlier tears, blinked in confusion, her movements slow and almost comical, reminiscent of an anime character. Kai Xiaojing was left speechless by the sight. Wenwan murmured, "Am I being kept by that pig, Yi Feima?" Kai Xiaojing gently patted her head. "Dear girl, you have finally come to this realization. Be a little more obedient in the future. Do not argue with your benefactor. Wenwan, Sister Xiaojing, you and Yi Feima must share some sort of ambiguous familial connection. Your manner of speech is so similar," she lamented. At the police station, Yi Senshao felt utterly exasperated as he arrived to retrieve his wife. Weining Yuan was absent from a city, yet Yi Kellen promptly reported the situation to him, leaving Yi Xiao equally frustrated. "Promise me this isn't my fault. It was your mother and your son who stirred up trouble," Su Nua said, attempting to deflect responsibility. "By the way, sure to. The coffee at a city police station is terrible. It pales in comparison to what we have at our station at Weining Yuan." "That is hardly the point," Su Nua insisted. "That is precisely the point. Very well. Has her father come to pick you up?" Yining Yuan inquired, noting that all the women in their family were at the police station, a significant issue indeed. As for his son, Yining Yuan typically did not concern himself. "Father and fourth uncle are handling the paperwork," Su Nua replied, before the phone was snatched away by Yi Kellen. Father, Second uncle has a beautiful girlfriend, but she has been treated terribly. She couldn't he possibly be more beautiful than our little princess? Yining Yuan remarked with a smile. Utterly devoted to his precious daughter, Ye Kellen unashamedly accepted the praise, declaring, "Of course, I am the most beautiful woman in the world." Su Nura could not bear the sight of the two of them. While Cheng-Ani interjected teasingly, "You are still quite far from being a woman, Grandma. Perhaps after tonight, I shall finally be a woman." Ye Kellen pouted. Yining Yuan hastily interjected, "Stop, stop, stop. Let that thought pass," after some light banter between Ye Kellen and Yining Yuan. The phone was passed to Yi Tianyu, who exchanged a few words with Yining Yuan before handing it over to Cheng Any-eyed. Yining Yuan took turns chatting with his family to pass the time until Yi Sen Xiao and Yi Yutong completed the paperwork. Who would dare to stir trouble in this family? That would be tantamount to courting death. Yutong, I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour, Cheng-Ani said with a smile. Yi Sen Xiao and Cheng-Ani nodded in acknowledgement. Su Nua and the children also greeted him before Yi Yutong drove away. Who caused this ruckus? Yi Sen Xiao inquired. I in unison, Yi Tianyu and Yi Kellen replied. Grandma. Yi Sen Xiao cast a cold glance at Cheng-Ani. While Su Nua chuckled, Father, it's not a grave matter. Mother injured him. That's far better than if Wenwan had harmed him. It would be easier for him to sue Wenwan than to take action against us. Had it not been for this, Cheng-Ani wouldn't have bothered coming to the police station. She merely wished to divert Brother Xiong's attention towards herself, thus neglecting Wenwan, Hayes, for how Yi Fei Ma intended to deal with him. That was his prerogative. Wenwan is merely an artist in our Anning family, and it's all just a misunderstanding. I suspect the young lady was unwilling, leading to the incident, Cheng-Ani remarked. Sharing some gossip about Fei Ma, though Yi Sen Xiao was oblivious to the main characters involved. Why do you concern yourself with the affairs of an artist? Yi Sen Xiao jested. Grandfather, that is no ordinary artist. Second uncle is quite furious, having knocked out his front teeth and kicked that pig like a ball. Yi Kellen chimed in, sidling up to Yi Sen Xiao, wrapping an arm around him and grinning widely. Perhaps she is someone's second uncle fancies. Yi Sen Xiao chuckled and playfully pinched her nose, his expression suddenly turning serious. Hanbai, beautiful. What kind of taste does your uncle have? Cheng-Ani laughed. Grandma, second uncle's taste has been rather questionable. I've seen the women he has been with, and none of them were particularly appealing. Ye Kellen could not help but scoff. Those don't count. It's all just a fling. I find second uncle to be rather ostentatious. He always walks alongside women who are less attractive than him, likely to highlight his own beauty. Yi Kellen mused. Yi Sen Xiao. Cheng-Ani. Yi Kellen, you truly understand your second uncle well, Cheng-Ani commented. The men in our family have poor taste in women when young. Yi Sen Xiao raised an eyebrow. What does that imply? Is it that a fire in the city gates affects the fish in the moat? Yi Kellen quickly connected the dots, her excitement palpable. Grandma, does that mean Grandpa and Daddy also had poor taste, which is why they chose you and Mommy when they were young? Cheng-Ani and Su Nura both teared up at the remark. Yi Sen Xiao, with one hand free, affectionately pinched Yi Kellen's cheek. Good granddaughter. Instantly, Yi Kellen preened, basking in the praise with delight. Cheng-Ani shot Yi Sen Xiao a look of disdain. Your grandfather was not young when he chose me. Yi Sen Xiao, 20 is hardly old, my dear wife. What is your standard for youth? Yi Kellen turned to Su Nua, pondering, is that indicative of Daddy's poor taste? He was only 7 when he chose Mommy. That's young enough, wouldn't you say? Su Nua shed tears once more. She then turned to Yi Tianyu, wrapping her arm around his and smiling. Brother, you must learn from this. Keep your eyes peeled. Yi Tianyu chuckled elegantly. As long as a man does not fancy you, he has good taste. Laughter erupted in the car, as if they had privately brokered some deal and reached a truce. They were willing to reconcile, and the police were more than pleased with the ease of the situation. Later that evening, the director of Renxin Hospital hung up the phone, feeling conflicted. Ye Xiao had stated that they must find a way to ensure Brother Xiong's leg healed quickly. However, the injury to Brother Xiong's leg was rather artistic in nature, and mending it would not be a simple task. Second young master, are we going to target the fire gate? One of the men in black inquired. Yi Fei Ma replied coldly with a smirk. Not just yet, surveilling Changge and Su Xiao. Ensure they do not escape the country. I have a splendid performance I wish for them to partake in. Yi Fei Ma's lips curled into a chilling smile, eliciting a shiver in Xiaohe, who had followed him for years. Yes, understood. However, the twisted mindset of second young Master Yi is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Especially after he viewed the footage from Casablanca, the palpable aura of killing intent surrounding him became even more terrifying. Each private room in Casablanca is equipped with a concealed camera. The owner is a shrewd individual. Following a murder incident at their bar, he installed cameras in every room, unbeknownst to the patrons. This information is known solely to the owner and the information supervisor at Casablanca, with no one else the wiser. Typically, if the recordings reveal nothing of significance, the owner orders them to be destroyed that very night. If something noteworthy arises, he retains it, while Mo possesses ample channels to uncover such information and is naturally aware of the occurrences within the private rooms. This evening, with a crowd bustling in the bar and numerous paparazzi present, it is likely that the eldest sister has already eliminated some evidence. To prevent any oversight, dispatched 2 individuals tonight to investigate the entertainment reporters who entered the bar today. Additionally, ascertain who captured the scene. I do not wish to see any hint of warmth reported online by tomorrow morning. Should there be any defiance, you know the consequences. Why Mo's voice was chillingly severe. Xiaohei nodded. Yes, I understand. Remember to notify me when the bear is discharged from a hospital. Wai Mo chuckled icily. Also, investigate Gu Yiting and Bai Xiaowin's past records. I want them unable to survive in this industry. Understood. Cheng Anya called to inquire about Wenwan's situation, to which Mo simply stated that all was well and the matter had been suppressed, with nothing to be concerned about. Wenwan dislikes having others follow her, and I will be cautious. Why Mo felt weary. Mommy, thank you for tonight. Cheng Anya smiled as she hung up the phone, and only then did Mo ascend the stairs. Instinctively pressing the button for the 44th floor, he sat at the edge of the bed, the dim light revealing Wenwan's slightly swollen face. The ice packs had improved her condition somewhat. But Bear Ji's blows had been severe, leaving her badly swollen. Wai Mo gently caressed her cheek. The bedroom was air-conditioned, yet her face radiated heat, and he felt a pang of sympathy at the sight of her injuries. This foolish girl, she was truly fortunate tonight. Had anything serious occurred, he would have gone mad with rage. In the darkness, Mo's gaze burned with a fiery intensity, flickering with rage. Wenwan was his exclusive target for torment. How dare anyone possess the audacity to harm his own? They should prepare for the consequences of their actions. At Hanbai's apartment, Linda set down her phone while Hanbai was engrossed in her script. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. Hanbai, something happened at Casablanca today involving Wenwan. Are you interested in hearing about it? Hanbai raised an eyebrow. Her interest piqued. What could possibly happen at a bar? Linda's phone beeped. A video had arrived. She opened it, chuckled, and handed it to Hanbai. The video depicted Wenwan, her eyes wide with terror, disheveled and bearing marks of having been mistreated. Bear Ji's intentions were clear. He intended to deal with her without interference. There were many onlookers. Who sent this to you? Hanbai exclaimed, astonished that such footage had leaked. Today, Selena was accompanying Berge for karaoke, while Su Xiao brought the Qing Lian crew to dine. Berge took a liking to Wenwan, but who knew this girl had such a strong temperament, refusing to toast him, which enraged Berge. He intended to toy with her right there. But she retaliated fiercely, reportedly injuring him with a wine bottle. Linda scoffed. Freshly emerged girls are always like this, brazen and reckless. If she doesn't open her eyes, she's likely finished. I bet it will be all over the news by tomorrow. Hanbai remained silent, watching the video, recalling her own early days in the industry when she too had fought back fiercely, though not as vehemently as Wenwan. Back then, she had been younger. Naive, with nothing but pride. Over time, she learned that such pride in the entertainment circle only leads to humiliation. As fate would have it, Selena was the singer accompanying Berge tonight. Linda had a good relationship with her manager and had casually mentioned that Hanbai wasn't fond of Wenwan. Wenwan had been referred to as Little Hanbai, and Selena had even mocked Hanbai, saying Wenwan was nothing exceptional, slandering her in the process. Coincidentally, this incident was captured and stored away for Hanbai to see. Lady Yi? Hanbai's attention was caught by those words. Gripping her phone tightly, a surge of indignation arose within her. How did she know Wenwan? Who knows? Linda shrugged. Perhaps she was just witnessing an injustice. After all, Wenwan is also an artist under a Ning International. Maybe Lady Yi couldn't stand by and watch. We've seen her help other artists in distress before, haven't we? Chung In-ye's perspective had always been a thorn in Hanbai's side, a constant source of discomfort. She was an artist, as was Wenwan, yet Chung In-ye treated them entirely differently, which irked Hanbai. What made Wenwan superior to her? Seeing Hanbai's expression, Linda refrained from mentioning that Yi Fei Mo had also attended the event, and according to Selena, he shared a close relationship with Wenwan. A newcomer, causing such a stir. How ridiculous. Hanbai set her phone aside. Bear Good, didn't he get his way? Did he? I heard not only did he fail, but he was also severely beaten. He thought he was dealing with a meek little rabbit, only to discover she was a fierce tigress. Rumor has it, when Wenwan fought back, she was ruthless. One shattered wine bottle sent blood flying everywhere without her batting an eye, Linda remarked. Hanbai fell into silence. If the protagonist were anyone other than Wenwan, they might have regarded the incident as mere gossip, hardly giving it a second thought. What about Yi Fei Mo? Was he aware? How would he react? Would he seek vengeance for a mere girl? Such actions were beneath him, and Hanbai believed she knew Yi Fei Mo well. His notorious coldness and ruthlessness were well known, coupled with the fact that Lady Yi had also injured Bear Ge. The chances of a private reconciliation were high. If Bear Ge remained unyielding in pursuing Wenwan, he might have no valid grounds for refusal. After all, she was just an artist under a Ning. Hanbai did not believe there was anything clandestine between Yi Fei Mo and Wenwan, nor did she think he would genuinely take an interest in that Navi girl. Hanbai raised an eyebrow. What is there to be at ease about? Are you foolish? From this incident, it's clear that even if there is a connection between second young Master Yi and Wenwan, it's akin to his past flings. There's nothing exceptional about it. Given your relationship with him, he harbors a disdain for actors. If he truly admired Wenwan, wouldn't he allow her to face such circumstances in the entertainment industry? Accompanying drinkers and singers is a choice made by the artists themselves. What man of stature would permit his woman to engage in such activities? This only indicates that Wenwan and second young Master Yi share no special bond. He still has feelings for you. The closer you get to him, the more likely you two could reconcile, Linda suggested. As Hanbai's manager, she naturally wished for her to align with Yi Fei Mo and elevate her career. Feeling content, Hanbai's lips curled into a gentle smile, her thoughts drifting to Yi Fei Mo, her heart enveloped in warmth. Her beautiful face seemed to radiate an irresistible glow. Fei Mo, I understand your intentions, Hanbai said, her pride evident. Given her status and international standing, Wenwan could never compare. Why would she lower herself to contend with Wenwan? There would be others to deal with her. She need not sully her hands. The entertainment industry was rife with such intrigues and rivalries. It was commonplace for one to expose another. Yet, for an international superstar to target a rookie was utterly implausible. It would be a significant loss of stature. Hanbai dismissed Wenwan and thus had no intention of confronting her. You're right. I nearly overlooked that. She truly isn't worth your effort. Tomorrow, let us await the spectacle she will create. Linda grinned, satisfaction evident in her demeanor. Among artists, rivalries and intrigues abound, just as they do among managers. Linda felt a deep-seated resentment, always feeling inferior to Kai Xiaojing. She believed Kai Xiaojing was merely fortunate. Her artists talented, diligent, and obedient, leading to her success. Among their contemporaries, Kai Xiaojing did not hold the highest position. Chung In-ye had assigned her to mentor newcomers, promoting them and then moving on. Rather than allowing her to manage exclusive artists, her subordinates had produced a multitude of stars, establishing a solid foundation for Ning International. This was the skill Chung In-ye valued most. Thus, Linda had always been resentful of Kai Xiaojing. After Hanbai's fallout with Ning International, she followed Hanbai and became her manager. In truth, Linda's abilities were no less than Kai Xiaojing's. But her excessive competitiveness and desire to prove herself made her feel superior, always believing herself to be the best. Therefore, she eagerly anticipated seeing Kai Xiaojing face adversity, if anything were to happen to Wenwan. Her position within Ning International would undoubtedly plummet. Should Hanbai and Yi Fei Mo reconcile, becoming the second young mistress of Ning International, she would certainly find herself standing above Kai Xiaojing. Hanbai, we should take the initiative to invite Madame Yi to dinner, Linda suggested, her brow adorned with a calculating smile. Did I understand? But Hanbai pursed her lips. Madame Yi is utterly unwilling to meet with me. If she refuses to see us, we can still take the initiative to seek her out. Let me think it over. Hanbai rubbed her forehead in frustration. After so many years, surely Madame Ye's anger must have subsided. Her primary concern is still to secure Yi Fei Mo's heart. If Yi Fei Mo desires her, surely Madame Yi would not interfere with her son's happiness. I've also heard that Ning International is preparing Liang Hongyu, and they are considering inviting Yi Yan for the leading role. Therefore, rather than taking on Feng Yu Jiaoren, it would be wiser to accept Liang Hongyu. Haven't you always wanted to collaborate with Yi Yan? Linda remarked. Hanbai's eyes sparkled. Yi Yan is the male lead? Where did you hear this? I have my sources. Rest assured, the news is reliable, Linda smiled, offering her suggestions. The incident involving Madame Yi and the altercation with others had not made the headlines, as if it had never occurred. Both Hanbai and Linda were taken aback. Hanbai's expression darkened entirely. Why is there no news at all? This was such a significant event. Brother Xiong is a prominent figure in a city's underworld. How could he remain silent after sustaining such severe injuries? Moreover, with so many entertainment journalists, actors, producers, and investors present at the bar, how could nobody have spoken up? It is truly bizarre. Just yesterday, Hanbai believed there was no connection between Yi Fei Mo and Wenwan. But this morning her doubts had arisen. Could it be that Yi Fei Mo suppressed the news? Is he willing to go to any lengths to protect Wenwan? Hanbai was well aware of the immense cost involved in suppressing such significant news. It was utterly inconceivable. The Yi Fei Mo she knew would never engage in such actions. Today, Wenwan anxiously watched MBS, ATV, and several of the most renowned domestic television stations, but found no mention of last night's events. Not even a hint. There was nothing in the newspapers or online. Absolutely nothing. She felt a wave of relief. Even the most scandalous and unscrupulous gossip tabloids had remained silent. Sister Xiaojing, why is there no news at all? Has someone suppressed it? Of course, you're the key newcomer, Aden Ning. How could they allow anything to happen to you? They will certainly keep it under wraps, don't worry. Everything is fine, if anything were to happen. And Ning would take the blame, Kai Xiaojing replied with a smile. When Wan's face lit up with joy, she had taken the morning off and did not go to the set. As she did not want to delay the progress today and the afternoon, she accompanied Kai Xiaojing to Jingda Film City. Zhu Bingbing, Chen Hang, and Li Chengming were all present. By the next morning, when Wan's cheeks had returned to normal, though the corner of her lip was slightly chapped, it was nothing serious. Despite the presence of over 10 crew members last night, everyone remained tight-lipped about the incident. Chen Hang and Li Chengming felt quite guilty for not being able to help Wenwan, given that they were men. However, Wenwan did not mind. They were powerful and had connections to the underworld, which was beyond her capacity to handle. She was deeply grateful to Zhu Bingbing for her rescue and expressed her thanks repeatedly. Director Zhang did not say much to Wenwan but told Kai Xiaojing. Xiaojing, this time it was my fault. I knew what kind of people Su Xiao's group was and still let them on the bus. I truly apologize. Fortunately, nothing happened to Wenwan, or I would not know how to face her. As long as she's fine, that's what matters. If there are any future dinner parties, if I'm not there, Wenwan, please help out. If you can't refuse, just let me know, alright? I understand. The entire crew settled into a calm silence. As if they had all developed amnesia, forgetting the shocking events that had transpired. Director Zhang rubbed his forehead, feeling quite troubled. He certainly understood what the assistant director meant. Wenwan's role was pivotal. And the crew was outraged by what had happened. Not only did Director Zhang feel guilty, but he also intended to increase her screen time, which had already been established in prior filming. Zhu Bingbing felt particularly wronged. Director, are you implying that I am inadequate? Director Zhang rolled the script into a tube and dramatically waved it toward her. It must be your makeup artist's fault. You are clearly the leading lady, yet when compared to Wenwan, you appear to be the supporting character. The makeup artist protested from a distance. Director, can you blame me for this? It's a fundamental flaw in looks and temperament that makeup cannot fix. Chen Shuiru had just finished her scenes and was planning to take on another script. Director Lin, have you taken an interest in our princess Xiang Xiang? Zhu Bingbing teased. Director Lin replied. Your princess is too ethereal. Someone as mundane as I would not dare to hope for that. Even if I did, I would risk losing my third leg. Third leg? Wenwan was puzzled. What third leg? The familiar male actors in the crew teased Director Lin. Director, you should stop flirting with the young lady. Look, she doesn't even understand what you mean. Wenwan was even more confused. Laughter erupted among the group as Director Lin appraised Wenwan's appearance. By the way, your looks are timeless, suitable for both ancient and modern styles. Indeed, when Wan blinked her peach blossom eyes, narcissistically striking a graceful pose. Director Lin, don't I resemble a budding flower? You and that fellow are truly a match made in heaven. Get lost. The drama had yet to air, yet it was already a sensation. The loudest applause was reserved for Princess Xiang Xiang. In the first promotional clip, Director Zhang was particularly biased. Nearly 2 minutes of the 4-minute clip featured Wenwan alone, effectively casting her as the leading lady, sharing the spotlight equally with Zhu Bingbing, while the 2 male leads were relegated to mere supporting roles. Recently, Wenwan had taken a liking to browsing Tianya forums and MOP. For not long ago, she had been the target of harsh criticism, and her fragile self-esteem had been bruised. She even sought out posts that criticized Zhu Bingbing to regain some semblance of balance. However, now, an avalanche of praise flooded the internet for Princess Xiang Xiang, describing her as ethereal, otherworldly, graceful, captivating, enchanting, and stunning. When Wan felt a surge of delight, akin to a flower in full bloom, her parents had also seen the posters and promotional clips, singing her praises, which made Wenwan even happier as she flitted about like a joyful bird, completely forgetting the events at Casablanca. In summary, Wenwan was currently basking in the limelight. Moreover, the 5203 perfume series had made a stunning debut, quickly ranking first in sales among similar products, becoming the new darling of young women. The ambiguous and romantic advertisements for the 5203 perfume were broadcast across all major television stations and shopping malls in the city, featuring a half-naked model with butterfly-like shoulders. The advertisements began to display the name of the model. Wenwan and Ning International's Yi Fei Mo officially announced that Wenwan would be the spokesperson for this perfume. Following closely would be the launch of the 5203 jewelry series, for which Wenwan would also be the sole ambassador. This news sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry, as Ning International's jewelry had always been represented by international superstars. Given its global popularity, Ning had never before employed an Asian star as a spokesperson. This time, however, Wenwan became the first Asian face to represent Ning jewelry, not just in the Asian market, but as the global ambassador. When Kai Xiaojing received this news, she was momentarily stunned. Yi's second young master, you've just elevated Wenwan to an unprecedented height. The former president of Ning, Yi third young master, had always considered the global market when selecting jewelry ambassadors, believing that no Eastern artist could embody the aura required by a Ning jewelry. Thus, he had never utilized an Asian star, making this a long-standing convention. Yi's second young master's vision aligned perfectly with that of his father. Therefore, Wenwan was the first Asian face for a Ning jewelry. With a blank expression, Wenwan felt deeply conflicted. Is this the benefit of being supported? Once this story broke, Wenwan quickly became a darling in the eyes of advertisers, with countless endorsements flooding in, overwhelming Kai Xiaojing. Wenwan's advertising value skyrocketed several times. Chung Inya was at home watching Yi's second young master announce Wenwan as the spokesperson at the jewelry launch, feeling a twitch at the corner of her eye. The benefits of promoting one's family members are abundant. They can become famous without cost, and Famo's mind truly works quickly. Yi third young master. Yi Kulon pouted. Grandpa, Grandma, let my second uncle promote me too. I'm cute, lovely, beautiful, clever, and adored by all. Promoting me would bring many benefits, and I wouldn't even charge for endorsements. Yi Kulon struck a very ladylike pose. Are you going to shoot a milk powder commercial? Yi Tianyu laughed and asked. Yi third young master replied, no. Let the little cousin come and shoot a couple series of advertisements with me. Grandma covered her face, feeling quite speechless regarding this daughter. One thing puzzled Wenwan. Since her incident, Gui Ting had come to the set, but no one knew why. After 3 days of absence, Director Zhang announced that Gui Ting had breached her contract and would be replaced. She did not dwell much on who might be scheming behind the scenes, since a change was to occur. Wenwan and Zhu Bingbing happily suggested that Chen Shuer take on the role. Director Lin mentioned that he would advocate for it, though the outcome remained uncertain. But on that day, the entertainment industry was abuzz with a scandal involving a nude photo incident featuring Bai Xiaowen and Gu Yiting. The photographs were scandalously provocative, depicting both women with disheveled hair and disconcerting expressions, as if lost in a fleeting ecstasy. A seasoned entertainment journalist leaked that these were images captured after the two indulged in ecstasy pills at an underground bar the previous year. and several prominent female celebrities with the FMKL surname were implicated. The story rapidly ascended to the headlines of Anning International's entertainment section. It goes without saying that this seasoned journalist hailed from Anning International. And once the news broke, the entire entertainment circle erupted in outrage. Aside from the identifiable by Showin and Gu Yiting, speculation ran rampant regarding the identities of the female celebrities with the FMKL surname. Several top-tier actresses found themselves embroiled in rumors as reports flooded in, sweeping through the entire industry. The reputations of Gu Yiting and Bai Showin plummeted. Both had garnered a modest level of fame. Distinct from the myriad of familiar faces in the industry, particularly for Bai Showin, who was at the height of her career, having won numerous accolades and embodying a pristine image, she was the leading lady in director Lin's upcoming New Year film. The revelation of such a scandal was utterly shocking. Instances of drug use and nude photography were not unheard of in the entertainment world, where excess was commonplace, yet to have such matters laid bare was unprecedented. Marking the complete downfall of Bai Showin and Gu Yiting, following Anning International's report, other newspapers quickly followed suit, television stations joined in the fray, and an array of speculations and gossip emerged, leaving those female celebrities with surnames beginning with FMKL in a state of trepidation. Fearing they might be named next, the outcry was deafening, and Bai Showin's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. And the film crew, rumors abounded, while everyone was preoccupied with the news about Bai Showin and Gu Yiting. They also speculated about the other implicated actresses. Zhou Bingbing, glancing at the newspaper, remarked to Wenwan, "These two had it coming. Although Gu Yiting has done nothing to you, Bai Showin treated you so poorly in that private room. This time, it is indeed retribution." She gleefully added, "It's quite satisfying." Everyone believed her worth would skyrocket after she starred in director Lin's New Year film, but who knew this would happen? She's finished. Zhou Bingbing relished the misfortune, having always held a low opinion of both Gu Yiting and Bai Showin. However, Wenwan was concerned, pondering the fate of director Lin's film. What will happen to it? The shooting is complete, and only post-production remains. Won't this ruin director Lin's work? She fretted. Why concern yourself with this? Anning International has plenty of money. Don't worry about it. The person who harmed you has received their due. My dear, you should be pleased, Zhou Bingbing replied with a smile. Wenwan bit her lip, while Kai Xiaojing, listening to their gossip, thought it was no surprise. After all, this was instigated by Yi Feima. Several seasoned entertainment journalists worked for Anning International. Yet no one knew who they were, only that they were enigmatic figures skilled at unearthing news. Anning International's entertainment section was a constant source of riveting stories. It was evident that they had orchestrated this scandal while also fabricating a seasoned journalist. Bai Showin and Gu Yiting were the most vulnerable targets. Kai Xiaojing, having heard Wenwan recount the events of that day in the private room, could surmise that Yi Feima was pulling the strings behind the scenes. He had not concealed them. Rather, he had orchestrated their disgrace. This was far more ruthless than mere concealment. Next in line would be Xiongge, Changge, and Su Xiao, yet Yi Feima would ensure their downfall remained obscured from public view. Privately, it was likely that these three would face a far worse fate. However, these matters were of no concern to them, nor was it necessary for Wenwan to know what Yi Feima had done for her. There was simply no need. Wenwan urged Kai Xiaojing to attend to her own affairs, insisting she need not worry about her. Spending every day observing her on set made Wenwan feel guilty. Her beautiful agent smiled. "I'll manage on my own." "Relax, Wenmarin. Just focus on what you need to do, and don't mind me." Wenwan sidled up to Kai Xiaojing and curiously asked, "Sister Xiaojing, do you think this was Yi Feima's doing?" Kai Xiaojing patted her head affectionately, saying, "Who knows? Perhaps Yi Xiao values beauty over power." "Who is the beauty?" Wenwan blinked, looking at her. Kai Xiaojing thought the girl was playing coy, her ability to feign ignorance quite remarkable to in truth. "I have always believed Yi Xiao's taste to be rather questionable," Kai Xiaojing remarked, observing Wenwan with a smile. "He tends to inflict suffering on others while also possessing a penchant for self-torment. That explains why his relationship with you is so ambiguous." Wenwan rolled her eyes, leaving Kai Xiaojing utterly speechless. That night was resplendent, with the stars shining brilliantly. Yi Xiao received the news of Xiongji's discharge from the hospital, a smirk playing on his lips as he dialed Xiongji's number. "Hello, Xiongge, let us go out for a meal." "Sure, we need to have a good talk about what you promised me," Xiongge replied. After hanging up, Yi Feima's expression turned cold. This night would surely be one that Xionggo would remember for a lifetime. He flexed his wrist and turned to his aide Xiaohei. Is everything prepared? Xiaohei's lips twitched, trembling slightly. Ye Feima calmly smiled. Don't you think I seem rather gentle today? Xiaohei felt disheartened, mentally rehearsing his resignation for the umpteenth time. Oh, how he regretted following the second young master in his youth. Xionggo arrived with 5 of his brothers, and Yi Ershao had arranged their meeting at the High Bridge port in City A. By the time they arrived, Yi Feima was already waiting on an oil tanker. The sea breeze was strong that night, and Yi Feima donned a cream-colored casual outfit, topped with a long black trench coat, exuding an air of elegance and handsomeness as he stood amidst the night, reminiscent of a dashing young man from old Shanghai, regal, commanding, with a chilling demeanor that suggested he was a messenger from the depths of hell. Xiongge and his brothers boarded the oil tanker. Yi Feima's icy gaze swept over them, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Yi Ershao, isn't it more pleasant to drink and negotiate in Casablanca, where there are plenty of beautiful women? Why come here? Xiongge asked, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he was assisted onto the tanker by his subordinates. His leg had been broken and was now healed, but it would take time before he fully recovered. Xiongge gazed at the overcast sky, devoid of stars, the air heavy with foreboding as the sea breeze chilled his heart. The night is lovely, isn't it? His subordinates noted Yi Feima's unusually cold expression and exchanged worried glances. However, Xiongge reassured himself that Yi Feima was known for his stoic demeanor and ruthless nature. Who had ever seen Yi Ershao smile? He recalled a time when he had read about Yi Feima, and the men had speculated whether he wore the same expression during his dealings. Xiongge had once found Yi Feima's beauty to be quite alluring. That was a long time ago. 5 years passed, when Yi Feima officially took over as president of Anning International, shaking the business world to its core. Just 20 years old, he had little credibility. Yet during a press conference, he sat silently with an icy expression, colder even than the younger Yi Senshao. His father had at least smiled occasionally when addressing the media, but Yi Feima appeared as an aloof prince, disdainful of all. The press conference left a lasting impression. Xiongge, being aware of the close ties between the Yi and Tang families, kept a watchful eye on the Yi family, as those in the underworld naturally feared the Tang family. Xiongge, indifferent to gender, reveled in pleasure, and at 20, Yi Feima's features still bore a trace of youthfulness, exquisitely perfect yet intimidating. He was dressed in a suit that made him resemble an alluring yet forbidden military officer from an anime, evoking an urge to dominate him. Xiongge certainly shared this sentiment. Over time, rumors about Yi Feima spread widely. Although Xiongge had no business ties with Longmen, he had no direct connection with Yi Ershao either. Now, seeing Yi Feima up close, Xiongge felt an unmistakable thrill, for he was undeniably exquisite, with an air of cold intensity that stirred a desire to conquer. In simple terms, Yi Ershao was both a pervert and a magnet for perversion. Set sail, Yi Feima commanded, his lips pursed into a chilly smile. Xiaohei responded and instructed the captain to commence their voyage. Xiongge, suppressing a lascivious grin, inquired, what about Su Xiao and Changge? Yi Feima stood with his hands clasped behind his back as the oil tanker shot forth like an arrow, the sea breeze billowing his long coat, creating a dark and foreboding aura that instilled fear. Xiongge felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding rise within him. Yi Ershao displayed a peculiar smile. They are waiting for you upstairs. That moment, Xiaohei shivered, having accompanied Yi Feima for nearly a decade. And he had witnessed Yi Feima smile only a handful of times. When he did, it imparted a sense of chaos and dread. Yi Ershao, you really shouldn't smile. It's quite terrifying, Xiaohei lamented. The oil tanker was 3 stories high, exuding opulent luxury that was unmistakably aristocratic. As Xiongge walked, he couldn't help but admire the grandeur of the Yi family, whose wealth was immense. Such a lavish vessel was a rarity in City A. Dazzling to the point of being blinding, Brother Xiong let out a blood-curdling scream, rolling twice upon the ground. The lights flickered back on, not in a resplendent manner, but rather in a dim, ambiguous, and perilous glow. Enraged, Brother Xiong hurled insults at Yi Feima, who remained unfazed, casually draping his long legs over a nearby chair and seating himself with an air of regal authority. His gaze was as frigid as a devil lurking in the night. sending a shiver through Brother Xiong's heart as he began to grasp the gravity of the trap he had fallen into. Familiar cries filled the air, and Brother Xiong, struggling to his feet, beheld Changge and Su Xiao, both in apparent agony on the floor. Alarm surged within him as he recognized the unsettling reality of their situation. The room was vast, adorned with an array of terrifying implements, candles, ropes, chains, knives, and various lengths of whips. Brother Xiong was all too aware of the sinister purpose behind such tools. Xiao He had unceremoniously shoved the three of them together. Changge and Su Yongchang bore the marks of brutal beatings, their bodies riddled with welts from the whips. These were not the soft instruments of SM, but rather instruments of torture. Brother Xiong's face blanched as he turned to Yi Feima. "What do you mean by this, young Master Yi?" he stammered, his body trembling uncontrollably. The atmosphere was suffocatingly ominous. Aside from the three of them, three masked figures lurked in the shadows, their eyes sharp as daggers. "There's no need to kill a man outright. There are myriad ways to make him wish for death," Yi Feima remarked coolly. "We were wrong. Truly wrong," Su Xiao pleaded, crawling forward in desperation. "Please, don't play such games. Lives are at stake." As he attempted to plead, one of the masked figures kicked him back down. Having already been on the receiving end of Yi Feima's wrath, both Changge and Su Xiao were gripped by sheer terror, their only desire being to escape this nightmare. "Plead with me?" Yi Feima raised an eyebrow, reclining further back in his chair, exuding an even more imperial demeanor. "I have no such inclinations. If you wish for mercy, you might as well seek it from Changge and Brother Xiong. They would be more than willing to oblige." Su Yongchang's skin crawled at the suggestion. "Brother Xiong, what have I done to deserve this? My leg was broken by your mother. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. How dare you?" Receiving a silent command from Yi Feima, Xiao He stepped forward, without hesitation, swinging a metal rod down onto Brother Xiong's leg. The anguished scream that erupted from Brother Xiong echoed through the room as he experienced once more the excruciating pain of shattered bones. Rolling on the floor in a fit of agony, crying out for help, Changge and Su Xiao were left in shock. "Why," Yi Feima coldly stated, "let me clarify why I can do this. Simply because I am Yi Feima." He smiled icily, his eyes glinting like a deviless in the gloom. "Since you revel in debauchery, I shall grant you the opportunity to indulge to your heart's content." He slowly produced a firearm, methodically loading it, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Changge. The latter, paralyzed by fear, found himself unable to move. "Do it," Yi Feima commanded languidly. Changge, his face a mask of despair, frantically waved his hands. "I don't have such preferences. Please, spare me." Brother Xiong was drenched in cold sweat, the pain of his broken leg momentarily forgotten. He had always been the one to toy with others, never the one subjected to such humiliation. If word of this were to spread, where would he hide his face? Su Yongchang, sensing an opportunity to flee, was met with a gun pointed at him by one of the masked figures. Yi Feima drawled, "Su Xiao, no need to rush. Your turn shall come shortly." It was a scene too absurd to articulate, a handsome man brandishing a gun, compelling another to act upon yet another man. Changge felt as though he might perish from the shamed eye and the darkness. Yi Feima's voice dripped with frost. "I shall count to 3. If you do not comply, you shall meet your end. 1, 2, I'll do it, I'll do it." With the barrel poised to fire, Changge screamed in desperation. Xiao He covered his face. The spectacle was overwhelmingly shocking as the three men watched Changge crawl towards Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong struggled to rise, and Yi Feima's cold laughter echoed in the air. Changge wept. This was the first time he had encountered such twisted depravity in his life. It was more bewildering than receiving 100 lashes. While he had dabbled in similar encounters before, it was typically with exquisite young men, not with someone like Brother Xiong. How could he possibly respond? "Yi Xiao, might we change the game?" he pleaded. Wishing for anything but to be with Brother Xiong, the masked figures exchanged glances, one weakly suggesting, "Young master, it appears Changge lacks the appetite." Why, Yi Feima remained impassive, twirling the gun in his hand. "I count to 3. If you dawdle, you shall meet the Grim Reaper." "Master, it's simply not possible for him to perform," Changge lamented, while Yi Feima arched an eyebrow, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "What does that have to do with me?" Xiao He timidly proposed. "Young master, we do have the special concoction from the Middle East." With a creepy chuckle, he suggested administering the strongest aphrodisiac to Changge. Brother Xiong and Su Xiao, why Yi Feima's twisted nature was beyond ordinary comprehension. Increase the dosage. Master, that could be fatal, Xiao He whispered. Add more, Yi Feima commanded, his expression one of indifference. Resigned to his fate, Xiao He increased the dosage. Feeling a wave of sympathy for Brother Xiong and the others, provoking Yi Xiao was an unwise decision, as he was not one to be trifled with. Young master, you will surely enjoy this. The masked figures nodded in agreement, the scene proving to be a substantial shock for the men present. Why Yi Feima remained expressionless, pointing to the instruments on the wall, instructing them to proceed freely. Master, this could truly lead to fatalities. Why Yi Feima's chilling laughter filled the air. Speak another word, and you shall take their place. Xiao He fell silent, tossing the tools to the three men, short whips, long whips, chains, knives, and other implements, all scattered before them. A chilling breeze swept through, accompanied by various sounds echoing within the room. Su Xiao, initially writhing on the floor, felt an uncontrollable heat after taking the drug. Shedding his clothing as he rubbed against the cold ground, the cries of Brother Xiong and the ecstatic exclamations of Changge filled his ears, a stark contrast of sensations overwhelming him. Driven by his senses, he seized a whip from the ground and struck Changge with all his might, eliciting a howl of pain. Xiao He winced at the sight, glancing at Yi Feima, who maintained his stoic demeanor. The other masked figures turned away, unable to bear the spectacle unfolding before them. Su Xiao whipped Changge again, then drew a knife to slash at him, before pouncing upon him. The three men succumbing entirely to their carnal desires, the SM antics escalating, the sounds of whips cracking, knives slicing, and dripping wax filled the air, leaving the seasoned men in shock. Brother Xiong suffered the most. Being overwhelmed by the other two, Yi Feima, seemingly unfazed, began to doze off, while Xiao He observed, his face contorted. The audacity of Yi Feima's indifference left them all in disbelief. Young master, are you tormenting us? Yi Feima responded with a hint of boredom. Why do I feel you all are not indulging enough? Xiao He, bewildered, glanced at the three men in the room, resembling beasts in their fervor. Perhaps you should personally join in. Young master, such a suggestion was unthinkable, and Xiao He knew better than to voice it. Fearing for his life, Yi Feima rose, waving his hand to summon the others, instructing them to take turns until dawn. But warned not to push the limits of life. Master, are you not afraid that one day you might find yourself in someone else's grasp, to be subjected to the same? Xiao He thought of the scenario and felt an urge to leap into the sea. This was the fate one faced for provoking Wen Nuan. Anyone who dared to touch a hair on her head would live to regret it. After leaving the second floor, he ascended to the third floor's bedroom. Comfortably watching a film, Brother Xiong, Changge, Su Xiao, and even Bai Xiuwen and Gu Yiting, who had troubled Wen Nuan, were not spared from his thoughts. If that girl were to find out, she would surely be at a loss for words. But he deemed it unnecessary for her to know. Let her believe that the world was filled with kindness and goodness. That would suffice. He had garnered the favor of Director Zhang, a man known for his integrity and forthrightness. The fact that Wen Nuan had earned his praise indicated her capability. Imagining her in a performance brought a subtle smile to Yi Feima's lips, yet a frown crossed his brow as he considered the male lead. Why did he grow increasingly irksome? How could someone with such looks stand beside his foolish girl? The thought of them kissing ignited his fury. Director Zhang announced that they would be working late that night, casting a pall over the actors who looked to him with forlorn expressions, hoping for his leniency. Alas, Director Zhang remained resolute, decreeing more work hours. She began to miss the comfort of her soft, plush bed. The crew was relentlessly pushing to meet deadlines, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. Acting was not a solitary endeavor. It demanded the collective effort of many, a truth often overlooked by the audience, who only saw the glamorous facade on screen. Unaware of the toil that lay behind it, she originally struggled to get even 6 hours of sleep a day, but in recent days, her plight has worsened. She now manages only 2 to 3 hours of sleep daily. Whenever her eyes barely close, the director calls her back to attention, leaving her with unsightly dark circles that require a heavy application of makeup to conceal. Kai Xiaojing sent over warm photographs, but the director slammed the table, declaring they were not elegant enough, not noble enough, lacking the charisma required for an Anning international jewelry advertisement. Upon hearing this, Wen Nuan cursed his ancestors. How could he criticize her appearance after choosing her for the advertisement in the first place? Why had he selected her if he found her unsuitable? Kai Xiaojing hesitated to reveal that it was her patron who had chosen her. To cultivate her poise, Kai Xiaojing arranged for ballet lessons and specialized courses, even hiring an image consultant to teach her how to walk and smile, leaving Wenwan too exhausted to smile at all. During dinner, Wenwan had lost a significant amount of weight recently. She was already slender, and the stress and poor rest had made her even thinner, which perfectly aligned with Kai Xiaojing's aesthetic standards, saving her the trouble of suggesting a diet. This dinner was a reward for Wenwan's hard work over the past few days. Featuring a lavish spread of braised lion's head meatballs, pork chops, and cod fillets that made Wenwan's mouth water. Just as she was about to dig in, Kai Xiaojing received a call from Cheng Anya. Xiaojing, bring Wenwan to the rooftop CAF at Milan Spring. I'd like to treat her to a meal, Cheng Anya said with a smile. Kai Xiaojing pondered whether the chairwoman of Anning International had taken a liking to Wenwan. She responded affirmatively, and Cheng Anya added, "Oh, and make sure she's well-dressed when she arrives. I want to see a beautiful, elegant Wenwan who can outshine everyone." Kai Xiaojing glanced at the girl drooling over the feast, feeling a twinge of concern. Outshine everyone, Mrs. E, that's quite a tall order. Yes, ma'am. Wenwan was oblivious to Kai Xiaojing's worries. Her day was filled with calls, scheduling, and numerous tasks. She shoved a piece of braised lion's head into her mouth, feeling utterly mistreated. With barely enough time to enjoy her meal, the demanding director had commented on her figure, noting that while her physique was commendable, her face bore a hint of baby fat that needed to be addressed, resulting in Kai Xiaojing feeding her a monotonous diet of cabbage and tofu. She craved meat. Just as she was about to savor another bite of the braised lion's head, Kai Xiaojing interrupted. And when Wenwan blinked, fearing that Kai Xiaojing might suddenly deem her face still too plump to indulge, she felt utterly despondent. Observing her expression, Kai Xiaojing recalled Cheng Anya's words about elegance. Goodness, could a girl drooling over pork truly embody elegance? Stop eating. Mrs. Yi wishes to see you. Kai Xiaojing pulled Wenwan up, calling out to Director Zhang. Director Zhang, Wenwan has something to attend to. I'll take her now. We can rehearse all night tomorrow without issue. See you. Director Zhang was quite amiable towards both Kai Xiaojing and Wenwan, not objecting as they hurriedly exited the set. Sister Xiaojing, can we eat first? Wenwan clutched her stomach, feeling ravenous, and in a fit of indignation, exclaimed, I've only had a piece of bread today. You can't treat me this way. Kai Xiaojing replied, it's better to go hungry. If you fill up now, you'll have a little belly when it's time to wear the gown. Be good. Wenwan lowered her gaze at her flat stomach, tears welling up again. She felt like a woeful puppet, dragged by Kai Xiaojing for styling, dressed in a low-cut purple evening gown and matching crystal heels, adorned with jewelry and accessories all at once. Once transformed, as long as Wenwan did not reveal a look of sorrow, she appeared as a dazzling and elegant lady, poised and ready to steal the spotlight. Her face was a canvas that could easily be painted with any desired aura, and with the etiquette and image lessons she had recently taken, she was more than prepared for the occasion. Midway, Cheng Anya prompted once more. Kai Xiaojing had initially intended to let her try on a black gown to see which looked better, but time was of the essence, and she hurried Wenwan to Milan Springs rooftop instead. Puzzled, Wenwan wondered if they were attending yet another banquet. Would there be food? Her stomach had grumbled several times. Sister Xiaojing, didn't you hear it calling? She lamented as she was pulled to the rooftop CAF, expecting a grand celebration, but to her surprise, only Cheng Anya and a stunning woman in a fiery red dress awaited them. Wow, Xiaojing, your arrangements are indeed reliable. What do you think? Cheng Anya asked, glancing at Su Nua beside her. Very beautiful. Quite breathtaking. Su Nua nodded in agreement. Cheng Anya smiled and beckoned Wenwan over, while Kai Xiaojing raised an eyebrow in confusion. She had anticipated a banquet, hence the elaborate attire, only to find it was not the case. Xiaojing, this is precisely the effect I desired, Cheng Anya said with a smile, as she introduced Wenwan to Su Nura, upon learning that Su Nura was the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Kai Xiaojing couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. As the highest inspector of the International Anti-Terror Organization, such a prominent title carried significant weight, especially given the Yi family's ties to the underworld, contrasted by their daughter-in-law's position in the legitimate world, creating a striking dichotomy. Wenwan had never encountered Su Nua before and had imagined that an inspector from an anti-terror organization would be a formidable woman. Yet upon meeting her, she realized Su Nua was even more glamorous than international celebrities. The beauty she exuded was unparalleled, leaving Wenwan awestruck both from afar and up close. Kai Xiaojing couldn't help but mutter to herself. The Yi family is indeed comprised entirely of stunning individuals, from the eldest to the youngest. Mrs. Yi, Madam Yi. What brings you to seek me out? Wenwan inquired, her hands fidgeting awkwardly, feeling the weight of her youth compared to the seasoned Chang'anya and the commanding Su Nua. Unlike Chang'anya, who had weathered life storms with grace, or Su Nua, who exuded a natural queenly aura, Wenwan felt like a mere innocent girl in their presence. The difference was palpable. She had felt slightly shy around Chang'anya in the supermarket. But now, with Su Nua's commanding presence, she felt even more out of place. Wenwan, relax. We're not going to eat you. Chang'anya chuckled at her stiff demeanor, genuinely fond of Wenwan. She had observed her for quite some time. Admiring her straightforwardness, optimism, and resilience, seeing a reflection of her younger self in Wenwan. After just a year in the workforce, Chang'anya had become shrewd and worldly, having faced the ugly realities of life alone. While Wenwan, still a student, had been sheltered under Fei Mo's protection. If Fei Mo continued to shield her, she might remain as pure as she. If she truly became part of their family, she would likely be their only little white rabbit. Wenwan felt extremely uncomfortable, dressed in a formal gown. She felt out of place compared to Chang'anya and Su Nua, who were casually dressed without heavy makeup or ostentatious jewelry, creating an incongruity that made her feel even more self-conscious. By the way, Wenwan, I heard that last time Fei Mo brought you to a banquet and publicly declared you as fiancée. Even placing the rose tear on your finger, is that true? Chang'anya inquired, sipping her coffee with a smile. Wenwan's heart raced. Was this the infamous scenario where the stepmother made things difficult for Cinderella? In dramas, once the prince and Cinderella became involved, the wicked stepmother would inevitably appear to thwart their romance, leading the couple to part ways. Sobbing, even if she were Cinderella, Yi Fei Mo was no prince. She felt more wronged than Do-yi. The main issue was that Yi Fei Mo did not meet her standards for a partner. Acting, Chang'anya observed with amusement as she scrutinized Wenwan. Well aware of Yi Fei Mo's character and his past with Han Bai, knowing he would never disclose such matters to Wenwan. How would she know he was acting? This was intriguing, Su Nua interjected Miss Wen. Our men don't indulge in such theatrics, so feel free to take it at face value. Wenwan fell silent. Su Nua's cold and detached tone sent chills down her spine. This woman spoke with a frostiness that made her feel as if she were surrounded by ice. How brave was the Yi family's eldest son to sleep next to such an icy figure at night. Chang'anya smiled broadly, finding Wenwan's innocent expressions utterly delightful, as her thoughts were so transparently revealed on her face. Thankfully, while Su Nua was sharp, she remained somewhat naive, unable to decipher Wenwan's discomfort. "It's quite chilly, isn't it?" Chang'anya remarked with a smile. Wenwan instinctively nodded in agreement, then robotically shook her head. Chang'anya burst into laughter, while Kai Xiaojing remained perplexed, unsure what purpose they had in calling Wenwan over. Were they merely chatting? Well, since Fei Mo claims you are his fiancée, you should embrace that identity moving forward, Chang'anya said with a grin. Wenwan was taken aback, unsure how to respond, muttering to herself, "Do I really come across as someone eager to be Yi Fei Mo's fiancée?" Kai Xiaojing had been oblivious to Chang'anya's intentions until Han Bai and Linda arrived, finally grasping Chang'anya's purpose. Han Bai, dressed in a black V-neck gown with cascading long hair, adorned with a Cartier ruby necklace and a timepiece she endorsed, exuded elegance while wearing a gemstone bracelet that added a touch of sophistication, though she initially wore a smile upon seeing Wenwan in her splendid attire. She hesitated, her smile faltering momentarily. However, she quickly regained her composure, her smile returning to its usual brightness. Kai Xiaojing rose to her feet, and Linda's gaze revealed her displeasure. Why were they also present? If she truly wished to film Liang Hongyu, she would need Chang'anya's approval. Upon hearing this, Linda refrained from further comment. The last time Chang'anya had called Linda, seeking to meet Han Bai happened to be busy, leading Linda to terminate the call. When she attempted to reach out again, Chang'anya did not answer. Undeterred, They called numerous times until Ching Anya finally agreed to speak with them and invited them to meet at the CAF atop Milan Spring tonight. Both Linda and Han Bai believed that Ching Anya had relented. Little did they expect to encounter Kai Xiaojing and Wenwan here. Upon seeing Han Bai, Wenwan stood, smiling as she greeted her. "Hello, Miss Han," puzzled. Wenwan wondered why Ching Anya had permitted Han Bai's presence. It was quite peculiar. A waiter approached, delivering a cup of coffee. Noticing that Wenwan's cup was empty, Ching Anya ordered a refill. "Han Bai, what was the urgent matter that prompted your call?" Ching Anya inquired, her tone cool, yet imbued with an air of superiority that was unfamiliar to Wenwan. She had always perceived Ching Anya as gentle, gracious, and benevolent. It seemed, however, that she had a more imposing side as well. Su Nua, accustomed to the anti-terrorism organization, spoke with a commanding tone that surpassed Ching Anya's, her demeanor icy, evoking a sense of greater oppression. I am most interested in watching the drama unfold, the gossip, and such." Wenwan, who had been feeling faint from hunger, suddenly brightened with excitement, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Ching Anya secretly chuckled, thinking that Wenwan would make an excellent silent film actress. Han Bai's complexion paled instantly as she turned to glance at Wenwan. Cough. Wenwan choked on her coffee and hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe away the spilled liquid, relieved that none had splattered onto her rented gown. If it had, Sister Xiaojing would surely twist her ear. Wife. When did she become the wife of a Ning International? This news was absolutely shocking. She believed Su Nua's demeanor was particularly suited for delivering deadpan humor. Possessing a remarkable sense of cold wit, she had always prided herself on her composure, yet she found herself startled by Su Nua's comments. Next time, a friendly warning would be appreciated. In her mind. An image of Yi Feima in a groom's suit appeared, standing at the altar as she, clad in white, approached him step by step. However, midway, she lifted her gown, turned, and fled. Marriage was the most dreadful prospect of all, especially with Yi Feima, who would undoubtedly cause her heart to race uncontrollably. Kai Xiaojing covered her face, exclaiming, "Wenwan, you foolish girl, can you not remain composed? To be so easily frightened by such news is truly embarrassing." Su Nua and Ching Anya both regarded Wenwan, whose reaction was entirely predictable to Ching Anya. What intrigued her more was how Wenwan would explain her choking incident. She was a clever girl. Surely she would not undermine Su Nua's position at this moment, and Han Bai was not easily fooled either. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, Wenwan lowered her eyes slightly, nonchalantly setting down her coffee. "This coffee is quite bitter. Feima has recently developed a taste for sweet instant coffee, as have I. I cannot quite acclimate to such bitterness." Su Nua, maintaining a neutral expression, raised her hand to order a cup of milk and a canister of sugar. Wenwan, bowing her head, executed her etiquette training flawlessly, elegantly adding milk and sugar. "Wenwan, my dear." Su Nua, still expressionless, ordered a cup of milk and a canister of sugar, while Wenwan gracefully added them to her coffee. Unintentionally, Han Bai recalled a recent incident. A few days prior, she had arranged to meet Yi Feima, arriving early and ordering a coffee for him. During their time together, she had become well acquainted with his preferences. Knowing he favored strong, pure coffee while ordering, she noticed that his taste had become much lighter. He no longer touched his former favorite dishes. Perhaps during the years she was away, he had changed significantly. However, he and Wenwan had only known each other for 2 or 3 months. Could these changes be attributed to Wenwan? Had Miss Wen truly married the second young master? In her recent encounters with him, why had he not mentioned it? Han Bai smiled, her poise intact, revealing no hint of her earlier shock. Wenwan lifted her gaze and smiled, feigning modesty, pursing her lips in a manner reminiscent of a bashful young lady. Ching Anya found this amusing. Having an actress as a daughter-in-law could be quite delightful. Han Bai, however, regarded her with disdain, a cold laugh echoing in her heart. Ching Anya, displeased to hear that she and Yi Feima were still meeting, coldly remarked, "Did he not make it clear to you that Wenwan is his fiancée?" The nature of Su Nua's work made it unsuitable for her to wear jewelry like rose tears, which would attract criticism. Thus, she had gifted this necklace to Wenwan. Was there any doubt in that? Not being married did not negate her status as my daughter -law. As for you, since Feima has a fiancé, it would be wise to maintain your distance and not entangle yourself with him further. Han Bai's expression shifted slightly, and she glanced at Wenwan, who was drinking her coffee, her ears perked up to eavesdrop on the gossip, oblivious to Han Bai's meaningful look. "Mrs. Yi, I understand your point. But if Famo insists on meeting me, I cannot refuse, can I?" Chung Anya scoffed, acknowledging Han Bai's newfound boldness from her years of experience, before glancing at Wen Wan and continuing, "In this day and age, prices are ever increasing, while men become more unworthy. This saying rings true. What is lost is always the best. This is the psychology of men who are unworthy, and Fama is no exception. Han Bai, do not delude yourself into thinking that Fama harbors any lingering feelings for you. He never loved you deeply. It merely happened that you saved his life, and he wished to repay that debt. Coincidentally, my foolish son, still young and naive, developed an infatuation with you when you left. It was merely his pride that was bruised. After all, he has always had the world at his feet, excelling in both looks and family background. It is trivial for him to desire a woman. Your rejection merely wounded his pride, which is why he has remained troubled all these years. To put it simply, he cannot accept emotional failure. He does not truly understand what love is. During your relationship, you met several times a week, yet what did he ever do to help you in your career? When you faced setbacks, what comfort did he offer? What promises did he make? Compare that to the present Wen Wan, who is also navigating the entertainment industry. From the very beginning, Fama has shielded her, considering her needs in every aspect and protecting her from the sordid realities of the industry. Do you not see the difference? So do not come to me with the notion that he must love you above all else. It disgusts me. I do not wish to hurt my son. It would be best if you recognized your place and did not force a situation where we all lose face. When Wan's heart raced as she pondered what Yi Fei-ma had done for her in secret, what he had protected her from. He had never divulged any of this to her. Was Yi misunderstanding something? Han Bai's complexion darkened as she absorbed Ching Anya's words, her expression flickering with uncertainty. This was not how it was. It could not be. The reality was far from what Ching Anya had portrayed. Fei-ma loved her, deeply and sincerely. It was not as Ching Anya claimed. She wanted to rebut Ching Anya. Yet doubts began to creep in. Was Fei-ma's distress merely a matter of pride, not love? No, that could not be. It had to be Ching Anya's fabrication. Su Nua remarked blandly, I have heard that when you first entered the entertainment industry, you faced considerable bullying, yet Fei-ma seemed indifferent. Now, consider this. If Wen Wan were to be bullied, what would become of those who dared to offend her? If it were a matter of violence, Ching Anya would not prevent her grandchildren from witnessing it. The rest was unnecessary. It is not like that. Mrs. Yi, I know you have long held a bias against me, and I acknowledge that I have made mistakes. But I am willing to amend my ways. I love Fei-ma. If not for your interference, we would not have endured such suffering over the years. Han Bai's voice quivered with emotion. Ching Anya appeared to find this amusing. Suffering? Have you truly suffered? Miss Han, I see you thriving in Hollywood, living a life of leisure. How can you claim to be in pain? You bask in glory and indulgence. I have seen no trace of your suffering. Han Bai, desperate to explain, protested. I merely wish to establish my name in Hollywood, to prove that I am worthy of Fei-ma. What wrong is there in that? If it were not for this, you would not even spare me a glance. When Mon mused, had Yi truly cornered Han Bai to such an extent? Did she truly sound so despondent? Although she regarded Han Bai as her rival, she could not help but want to believe Ching Anya. What do you wish to prove? That you are worthy of Fei-ma. Ching Anya laughed heartily, her laughter both free and elegant. Han Bai, you are truly amusing. Let me be frank. Even if you were to become the most renowned, remarkable, and accomplished actress in history, even winning an Oscar for Best Actress, you would still not be worthy of my Fei-ma. My daughter-in-law need not be extraordinary or draw attention. She simply needs to love my son deeply. And you do not meet that standard. I love Fei-ma, Han Bai declared, her voice low and resolute. You are not me. Why do you dismiss my feelings? Kai Xiaojing had long been perplexed by Cheng Anyan's intentions, until Han Bai and Linda arrived, at which point she finally grasped what Cheng Anyan was aiming for. Han Bai, adorned in a black V-neck dress, her long hair cascading down, wore a Cartier ruby necklace and a timepiece she endorsed, complemented by a gemstone bracelet, exuding an air of beauty and elegance tinged with nobility. Initially, she wore a smile, but upon seeing Wen Wan dressed so splendidly, her expression faltered momentarily. The smile she wore seemed to wane. Though she quickly regained her composure, any trace of displeasure or confusion flickered briefly before she restored her usual demeanor. Kai Xiaojing rose to her feet, and Linda's eyes betrayed her irritation at their presence. Why were they here? If she truly wished to film Liang Hongyu, she would require Cheng Anyun's consent. His remarks silenced Linda. The last time Cheng Anyun had called Linda, seeking to meet Han Bai. She had fortuitously been busy, leading Linda to terminate the call. Subsequent attempts to reach her went unanswered until finally, Cheng Anyun agreed to speak with them and arranged to meet that evening at the rooftop CAF of Milan Spring. Both Linda and Han Bai assumed that Cheng Anyun had relented. Little did they expect to encounter Kai Xiaojing and Wenwan in attendance. Upon spotting Han Bai, Wenwan rose and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Miss Han," confused. Wenwan pondered why Cheng Anyun had invited Han Bai to be present. Such an oddity. The waiter brought forth a cup of coffee, and noticing Wenwan's cup was empty, Cheng Anyun ordered a refill. "Han Bai, what brings you to contact me so urgently?" Cheng Anyun inquired, her tone neither warm nor cold, yet imbued with an air of superiority that felt unfamiliar to Wenwan. She had always perceived Cheng Anyun as gentle, gracious, and benevolent, unaware that she too possessed a commanding demeanor. Su Nua, accustomed to the anti-terror organization, spoke with an authority that surpassed Cheng Anyun's, her frigid tone casting an oppressive atmosphere. I'm most intrigued by the drama and gossip," remarked Wenwan, her previously faint expression now animated with excitement, her enchanting eyes shimmering. Cheng Anyun inwardly chuckled, recognizing that Wenwan would undoubtedly excel as a silent film actress. Han Bai's face paled instantly as she turned to look at Wenwan. Wenwan, suddenly choking on her coffee, hurriedly grabbed a napkin to wipe away the spilled liquid, relieved it hadn't splattered on her rented gown, for she knew that if it were to be stained, Xiaojing Jie would surely twist her ear. When had she become the bride of a Ning international? Such news would surely be shocking. She mused that Su Nua's personality was particularly suited for delivering deadpan humor. Leaving her astonished at how easily she had been startled, a friendly heads-up would have sufficed before such a revelation. Images of Yi Feima in a pristine groom's attire haunted her mind. Standing at the altar as she, clad in a wedding dress, approached him step by step, yet midway, she lifted her gown, turned, and fled. The very notion of marriage sent shivers down her spine, especially when considering Yi Feima, who would undoubtedly make her heart race. Kai Xiaojing covered her face, exclaiming, "Wenwan, you foolish girl, could you not display such a lack of composure? To be frightened by such trivial news is utterly embarrassing." Su Nua and Cheng Anyun regarded Wenwan, whose reaction was entirely anticipated by Cheng Anyun. Now, she was curious to see how Wenwan would justify her choking incident. Being a clever girl, she surely would not undermine Su Nua at this moment, and Han Bai was no easy target either. With the collective gaze of the group fixed upon her, Wenwan lowered her eyes, feigning nonchalance as she set down her coffee. "This coffee is rather bitter. Feima has recently taken a liking to sweet instant coffee, and I find this bitterness quite unpalatable." Su Nua, expressionless, raised her hand to request a cup of milk and a canister of sugar. Wenwan, bowing her head, elegantly added milk and sugar, demonstrating that her etiquette lessons were not in vain. "Wenwan, my dear," Su Nua said, her demeanor still unyielding. As Han Bai reflected on a recent meeting with Yi Feima. She recalled arriving early and ordering a coffee for him. During their time together, she had come to understand his tastes intimately. He favored strong, pure coffee. Yet, as she ordered, she noticed his preferences had shifted significantly. Perhaps, during her absence over the years, he had changed considerably. However, he and Wenwan had only known each other for a mere 2 to 3 months. Could these transformations truly be attributed to Wenwan? Has Miss Wen married the second young master? Han Bai mused, recalling her recent encounters with him, wondering why he hadn't mentioned it. She smiled, maintaining her composure, revealing no signs of her earlier shock. When Wan glanced up, offering a smile, pretending to be demure, her lips pursed in a manner reminiscent of a bashful young lady, Cheng Anyun secretly laughed, thinking that having an actress for a daughter-in-law might not be so bad after all. Yet Han Bai remained disdainful, internally scoffing. Cheng Anyun, displeased to hear that Han Bai and Yi Feima were still in contact, coldly interjected, "Hasn't Yi Feima made it clear to you that Wen Nuan is his fiancée?" The nature of Su Nua's work made it inappropriate for her to wear jewelry like rose tier, which might invite criticism, so she had gifted that necklace to Wenwan. Is there any doubt about that? Not being married doesn't negate her status as my daughter dash and dash law. As for you, since Fama has a fiancé, it would be wise for you to maintain your distance and not entangle yourself with him. Han Bai's expression shifted slightly, casting a glance at Wenwan, who remained absorbed in her coffee, oblivious to Han Bai's significant look. Han Bai replied coolly, Madam Yi, I understand your implication. However, if Fama insists on meeting me, I cannot refuse. Wouldn't you agree? Chung Anyun snorted derisively, noting that Han Bai had gained some audacity over the years. She regarded Wenwan and remarked, in this day and age, as prices soar, men seem to diminish in value. This statement holds true. Often, what is lost is the best, a reflection of a man's insatiable nature. Fama is no exception. Do not presume that he harbors any lingering affection for you. In the past, he was not particularly enamored with you. It merely happened that you saved his life, and he felt indebted. Coincidentally, my Navi son, lacking maturity, found himself drawn to you. When you left, it was merely his pride that was wounded. After all, he has always had everything at his fingertips, looks, background, and status. Acquiring a woman is but a trivial endeavor for him. His inability to move on stems from an inability to accept emotional defeat, not from a profound love for you. The time of your romance, how often did you even meet? As you navigated the entertainment industry, what support did he provide? What promises did he make? Now, consider Wenwan, who is also making her way in the industry. From the outset, Fama enveloped her in his private sphere, always prioritizing her well-being and shielding her from the sordid aspects of the business. Can you not discern the difference? So, do not approach me with the notion that he is irrevocably bound to you. It disgusts me. I do not wish to harm my son, and it would be prudent for you to tread lightly to avoid putting us all in an awkward position. Wenwan's heart raced at the implications. What had Yi Fama done for her in secrecy? What had he protected her from? He had never disclosed any of this to her. Had Madame Yi misconstrued something? Han Bai, visibly shaken by Chung Anyun's words, felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. This was not how it was supposed to be. The reality diverged from Chung Anyun's narrative. Fama loved her. He truly loved her, not in the manner Chung Anyun described. She yearned to counter Chung Anyun but found herself wavering, questioning if Fama's pride was indeed the only reason for his feelings. No, it could not be. It had to be Chung Anyun's fabrication. Su Nua remarked coolly, I heard that when you first ventured into the entertainment industry, you faced quite a bit of bullying. Yet Fama seemed indifferent. Now, if Wenwan were to be bullied, what do you suppose would be the fate of those responsible? Chung Anyun would not hinder her grandchildren from witnessing violence. The rest was inconsequential. That is not the case. Madam Yi, I know you have always held a bias against me, and I acknowledge my past mistakes, but I am making amends. I love Fama, and if it weren't for your interference, we wouldn't have endured such suffering over the years. Han Bai's voice quivered with emotion. Chung Anyun appeared to find humor in the situation. Suffering? Miss Han, you seem to be thriving in Hollywood, living quite the carefree life. Where is this suffering you speak of? Han Bai, desperate to explain, continued, I merely wish to carve out a name for myself in Hollywood, to prove that I am worthy of Fama's affection. What wrong is there in that? Without this ambition, you would not even glance my way. Wenwan pondered, had Madame Yi truly forced Han Bai to this extent? The lament in her voice was palpable. Though she regarded Han Bai as her rival, she found herself inexplicably inclined to trust Chung Anyun. What do you seek to prove? That you are worthy of Fama. Chung Anya laughed heartily, her laughter exuding a carefree elegance. Han Bai, you truly are amusing, she remarked. Let me be candid with you. Today you have become the most renowned, most extraordinary, and most contributory female artist in history. Even if you were to win the Oscar for Best Actress, you would still be unworthy of my Fayamode. My daughter-in-law need not be exceptionally talented or attract excessive attention. As long as she loves my son enough, that suffices. You simply do not measure up. I love Fama, Han Bai replied in a low voice. You are not me, so why dismiss my feelings? I love Fama, Han Bai reiterated, her voice firm. You are not me, so why question my emotions? Wenwan innocently blinked, her beautiful, pure peach blossom eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Madam Yi, I don't mind, I'm quite pleased. You may continue your conversation. I have no objections at all. I wish to hear the gossip. Gossip is of utmost importance. Chung Anya shot her a frustrated glance, while Wenwan pouted and silently sipped her coffee, yearning for juicy tidbits. Hanbai fell silent, her heart brimming with resentment, yet she dared not confront Chung Anya. No matter how many years had passed or how high her achievements had soared, she could not defy Chung Anya. Su Noa smiled, a hint of sarcasm dancing in her eyes as she regarded Hanbai. Hanbai, it seems Wenwan is quite eager for gossip. Let me share another tidbit. When you were dating Fama, you were entirely oblivious to his family background, and his rebellious youth. He proclaimed he would seek independence for 2 years, and my parents consented. Thus, during your relationship with Fama, he genuinely possessed the ability to purchase his own house and car in a short span of time. Yet he could never quite match the illustrious name of Yi Er Shao. He was merely a strikingly handsome face, with a rather dull and uninteresting personality, at most possessing commendable martial arts skills. You were young and likely harbored some admiration for heroes, and initially, with no fame, you chose to be with Fama. However, as you navigated the entertainment industry, you discovered that dining with directors, singing, or even engaging in intimate relations proved far more fulfilling than being with a poor boy. The opportunities your career presented could not be matched by Fama at that time. I did not, Hanbai vehemently retorted, her gaze reddening. I never thought that way. Chung Anya covered her mouth with a smile. Whether you thought that or not, you know in your heart. Had you known Fama's true identity back then, would you have so readily cast aside this great tree? Furthermore, Hanbai, do you think no one has told you not to lie in my presence? Do you truly believe your words? After all these years, can I not discern the truth? Hanbai was left speechless. When Wan pondered silently, Chung Anya and Su Noa were formidable opponents, leaving Hanbai utterly defenseless. Back then, when they were dating, Yi Fama had disguised himself as a poor boy. Oh, how foolish that was. Had he revealed his true identity from the outset, perhaps Hanbai would not have abandoned him. Perhaps they would have cherished one another, and he would not have endured such torment. Thus, Yi Er Shao, your lack of honesty has led to your own suffering. It was said that a certain survey site once conducted 2 contrasting polls. First, if your boyfriend were a poor boy masquerading as a wealthy heir and the truth were revealed, what would you do? 99% of women would choose to break up. Honesty is paramount. Second, if your boyfriend were a wealthy heir disguising himself as a poor boy while dating you, and the truth came to light, what would you do? 99% of women would opt to continue the relationship. Integrity matters little. True love reigns supreme. This presents a thought-provoking dilemma. Yi Er Shao fits the second scenario, yet faces the outcome of the first. Therefore, he is truly tragic when one's mind wandered to other matters. While Hanbai was engulfed in despair, feeling utterly humiliated by Su Noa and Chung Anya's words, observing her distress, Chung Anya felt a sense of satisfaction, believing she could never repay Fama for his years of suffering. The more heartbroken and indignant Hanbai became, the more pleased Chung Anya felt. Hanbai deserved it. Enough of this triviality. It has been so many years. Why have you sought me? Chung Anya inquired. In this situation, Hanbai felt utterly embarrassed and wished to avoid discussing Liang Hongyu, yet she realized that she couldn't bypass Chung Anya or Yi Fama. She could not comprehend why Yi Fama was so obedient to his mother. Hanbai's heart brimmed with anger. Madam Yi, I sought you to discuss Liang Hongyu. Hanbai began, and Ning is currently preparing for Teacher Wang's play, directed by Lin Ning. Have you heard about it? I've long ceased to concern myself with Ning's affairs. What of it? Do you wish to audition for Liang Hongyu? Indeed, Hanbai replied. Regardless of Chung Anya's biases against her, her status in the film industry was irreplaceable. Being among the most influential figures domestically, while her career in Hollywood had flourished, she had not neglected her domestic promotions. The series she performed in America had been introduced back home and had become immensely popular. Her fame was not without merit. Chung Anya exchanged a glance with Su Noa, who turned to Wenwan, and Chung Anya said, Are you certain you have not mistaken your target? If you wish to play Liang Hongyu, you should approach Fama or Lin Ning. Since Lin Ning is directing, you know the protocol. He selects the roles himself. My words may not sway him. Otherwise, would I not ruin someone else's film by sending a sow to audition? Wenwan nearly spewed her coffee. A sow. Madame Ye's talent for sarcasm was truly remarkable, reducing Hanbai to such a status. Goodness, how could such a beautiful and elegant woman be compared to a sow? Was she to be considered the sow's sister? At that moment, she understood where Yi Feima's sharp tongue had originated. However, she had little interest in that topic. Han Bai's face shifted between shades of pale and green. Her fists clenched as she struggled to contain her indignation. Noticing Wenwan hesitating to speak, Chung Anya mused that this girl seemed quite astute. Could it be she was about to express her desire to audition? That would certainly be entertaining. Thus, Chung Anya gazed at Wenwan with anticipation. Wenwan, is there something you wish to say? Kai Xiaojing anxiously watched Wenwan, hoping she wouldn't foolishly declare her own desire to audition. For Madame Yi despised such behavior in women. Little did she know that if Wenwan were to say so, Chung Anya would appreciate her even more. She relished any opportunity to torment Han Bai. Han Bai glared discontentedly at Wenwan, believing that her conversation with Chung Anya left no room for Wenwan's interjection. As the three women fixated their gazes upon her, each formidable in their own right. Wenwan felt quite uncomfortable. Yet, despite her discomfort, there was something she had to address. Madame Yi, is there anything to eat in this CAF? Her eyes betrayed a desperate need for sustenance. Chung Anya sighed. Realizing that her expectations for Wenwan had been too high, how could Feima's taste have changed so drastically to favor this little white rabbit? Su Nua chuckled. Are you hungry? Wenwan nodded gravely. IV only had a single piece of bread today. Su Nua waved her hand, summoning the waiter to bring forth some of the CAF's renowned pastries. Their conversation was soon interrupted by Wenwan's stomach. Before long, the waiter delivered 4 distinct cakes and pastries. Wenwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, there was food. You all continue your discussion. I shall eat. Feel free to disregard meat. She indulged in her matcha red date cake. Savoring each bite, she reveled in the delightful combination of enjoying delicious food while listening to gossip, truly the most wonderful of experiences. Kai Xiaojing's lips twitched. She had lost all desire for conversation. Wenwan, can't you hold off just a little longer? Must you really eat right now? Chung Anya shook her head, a smile playing on her lips. Han Bai then said, Madame Yi, Feima stated that you expelled me from Ning International, barring me from any films they invest in, unless you consent. Oh dear, is that so? Am I truly such a tyrant? Chung Anya feigned innocence, looking at Su Nua. Su Nua replied, Mom, you are indeed a very gentle person. Exactly. The two women harmonized, leaving Han Bai's expression darkened. Wenwan couldn't help but want to interject. She realized she had misjudged. Madame Yi and gentleness were surely unrelated. This woman must have been a queen in her youth. Han Bai suppressed her irritation, maintaining her graceful demeanor, concealing any displeasure. Madame Yi, are you implying that you agree to my taking on the role of Liang Hongyu? Which of your ears heard me say that you could take the role? Chung Anya retracted her smile. Han Bai's expression shifted, sensing disapproval. If not, then what did she mean? Chung Anya pursed her lips. Han Bai, it seems you possess great confidence. Ning has many artists who are renowned, hold status, and have audiences who support them. You believe you are the only international star in this country. Peng Shuyu, Li Yuanyu and Chen Xiuli Yang, each is equally famous, skilled, and has their own following. Why must it be you? It seemed as though Chung Anya believed there were no other female stars in the country. She acknowledged Han Bai's truth. If Ning International aimed to promote Liang Hongyu abroad, then Han Bai was indeed the most suitable candidate for the role. Despite her biases, Chung Anya recognized Han Bai's acting prowess. It was said that she was dedicated, hardworking, and talented. Wenwan, what do you think? Chung Anya suddenly inquired of the nearby Wenwan, who had been attentively listening since the very beginning while eating with great seriousness. Prompting Anya to suppress a laugh, there was an undeniable charm about Wenwan, a quality that made others feel at ease in her presence. However, Han Bai's expression darkened at once. She wondered what Anya meant by asking Wenwan. After all, Wenwan was also an artist, a signed talent of Ning International, and if Wenwan expressed a desire to act, Anya's protective nature would surely lead her to grant the role to Wenwan. Han Bai clenched her fists. It was absurd that a major international star like her had to inquire about a role from a novice like Wenwan. For Han Bai, it felt like a slap in the face. A mix of humiliation and fury. Yet, upon further reflection, she reasoned that a production as significant as Liang Hongyu would never cast someone as obscure as Wenwan. If she did, it would undoubtedly be a reckless decision. Yi Feima would never allow it. Wenwan set down her spoon, pursed her lips, and Han Bai's gaze towards her grew increasingly hostile. Wenwan thought to herself, why was Han Bai looking at her like that? I believe Miss Han possesses considerable influence internationally, along with exceptional acting skills and striking looks. I've seen her portray roles akin to Liang Hongyu with remarkable proficiency, from both an actor's and an investor's perspective. Miss Han is undoubtedly the prime candidate for the role, Wenwan said with genuine admiration. This sentiment reflected her innermost thoughts, and it was precisely this warmth that made others instinctively wish to cherish her. To offer her the very best, Chung Anya raised an eyebrow at her, remarking on her commendable virtue, questioning whether one should be so generous towards a rival and their family. The women were notorious for their ruthless approach to romantic competitors. Su Nua took a sip of coffee, directing her gaze at Wenwan. I believe if you were to play Liang Hongyu, the outcome would be quite favorable. Han Bai's demeanor darkened further, a trace of mockery flickering in her eyes. Wenwan acting? She suppressed a disdainful laugh. What right did Wenwan have? Taken aback, Wenwan hastily waved her hands. This is too much of a joke. I can't possibly. I have no fame whatsoever. Director Lin would surely scold me to no end. If I were to act, no one would watch. It would be an absolute loss. Wenwan, you're far too modest. I believe you would do splendidly. Chung Anya replied with a smile. Han Bai's expression soured even more, and as Wenwan noticed her increasingly unfriendly gaze, she smiled again. If Miss Han is so eager for the role, then she should have it. I believe she would perform admirably, though Wenwan's words bore no ill intent. They struck Han Bai's ears like a sharp rebuke. Did she really consider herself a part of a Ning International? When had Han Bai ever needed to rely on Wenwan's charity for a role? What do you mean? Is this charity? I don't require it, Han Bai retorted, her voice tinged with irritation, after a decade in the entertainment industry. She had seen enough to no longer be the impulsive young woman she once was, yet Wenwan's words still stung, provoking her temper. Wenwan was momentarily taken aback, innocently replying, Miss Han, have you misunderstood? I spoke from the heart. I genuinely think your films are excellent. What charity? I have no standing to offer you anything. Han Bai glared at Wenwan, and Chung Anya coolly interjected, Miss Han, if you have no desire for this role, why bring it up with me? Wenwan has graciously offered it to you. I had initially intended to suggest you to Fama, but since you decline, so be it. Linda, feeling anxious, interjected. Han Bai did not truly wish to relinquish the role but perceived Wenwan as a threat. With Wenwan's comments, Han Bai, proud and haughty, felt as though she was being mocked. Madam Yi, Han Bai did not mean it that way. Please do not misunderstand. Linda hastily attempted to mediate. This role is one I would ardently pursue. I thank Madam Yi for your support and would appreciate your kind words on my behalf. Chung Anya replied coldly, as I mentioned, if Han Bai does not want the role, then let it be. I will not coerce her. Matters concerning a Ning are ultimately decided by Fama. Reflecting for a moment, she glanced at Wenwan with a smile. After all these years, it is indeed time to forget the past. Han Bai, here is the deal. I will not obstruct you from participating in Ning's productions, but if you wish to gain Fama's approval, you will need to demonstrate your merit, should Fama agree to cast you. I assure you there will be no further objections. You may rest easy. Chung Anya had her own agenda. Han Bai and Linda exchanged glances, their hearts lifting with delight. Han Bai's eyes sparkled with surprise. Are you speaking the truth? Indeed, every word is true. I am not like certain individuals, whose words are akin to mere flatulence. Chung Anya said, neither cold nor warm. She would not deny Han Bai's participation in Ning's projects. As long as Fama consented, Han Bai felt a surge of joy. After enduring a night of frustration, her spirits lifted. As long as she achieved her goal, enduring a bit of discomfort was inconsequential. After all, Chung Anya's penchant for creating obstacles was mild in this instance. As long as she did not impede her, Han Bai was confident Fama would agree to her role in Liang Hongyu. Observing Han Bai's elation, Wenwan pondered whether Han Bai did not realize that Yi Er Xiaoya was more difficult to negotiate with than Madame Yi herself. All right, you may leave now. Do not disturb our family reunion. Chung Anya dismissed coldly. Han Bai felt displeasure, but forced a smile, elegantly rising to leave, casting a lingering glance at Wenwan as she departed with Linda. Chung Anya beckoned Kai Xiaojing to join her at the table. Wenwan polished off all 4 desserts alone. Kai Xiaojing bit her lip, admonishing, you shouldn't consume so many high-calorie items at this hour. Wenwan gazed at her with a look of deep grievance. I have exerted far more energy these past few days than what is on this table. Sister Xiaojing, please don't torture me. I stand at 167 centimeters and weigh only 88 jin. A gust of wind could sweep me away. She had originally weighed 98 jin, having shed a full 10 jin. It was hardly a life worth living. Oh dear girl, how pitiful, Xiaojing remarked. Let her eat. Xiaojing, you haven't had dinner either, have you? Chung Anya ordered more desserts to be served. There was no choice, as the CAF offered only these items. Xiaojing spoke with considerable reluctance. That hint of baby fat only added to her charm. It must feel delightful to the touch, in truth. When Nuan was stunningly beautiful, and a touch of baby fat only enhanced her allure, she should not lose it. Observing her diminishing form, one would find it rather uncomfortable to embrace her at night. Chung Anya's thoughts drifted to Yi Feima's benefits. When Nuan widened her eyes, puzzled by the implications of her words. What did that mean? Did she intend to cradle her to sleep at night? Why emphasize the nighttime embrace? Su Nua discreetly kicked Chung Anya under the table, yet Anya appeared unfazed as she pushed the desserts towards Wen Nuan, who eagerly reached for them. Xiaojing, is a Ning truly planning to shoot Liang Hongyu? Chung Anya inquired. Kai Xiaojing nodded. Yes, Mr. Yi informed me long ago. He told you? Chung Anya raised an eyebrow. Kai Xiaojing's gaze shifted towards the voraciously eating Wen Nuan, and Chung Anya's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Was Feima planning to support Wen Nuan? That was quite an investment. However, was it not a bit risky? Did she even realize? Kai Xiaojing shook her head helplessly. Wen Nuan was entirely oblivious, believing her role in the Qinglian production was solely the result of her own efforts. As were her numerous endorsements, in reality, there were unseen forces at play behind the scenes. After achieving fame, it was true that numerous advertising opportunities would knock on her door, but currently, Wen Nuan only enjoyed a modest level of recognition. Far from stardom, some rather respectable endorsements sought her out, and all of this was intricately tied to Yi Feima. Otherwise, she would only be approached for minor advertisements. I believe she is merely playing the innocent while concealing her true capabilities. Chung Anya jested, observing Wen Nuan with a playful gaze. Kai Xiaojing covered her face, occasionally finding it difficult to discern whether Wen Nuan was genuinely unaware or merely pretending. Sometimes, I feel as though I am leading a little white rabbit through a field, only to turn back and find a tiger lurking behind. Kai Xiaojing laughed. Regardless, it was a fact that she held affection for Wen Nuan. By the way, Madam Yi, I heard from Director Lin that the role for Liang Hongyu will be open for audition. Any woman aged 18 to May 30th participate, regardless of experience. However, there will certainly be some unpleasant remarks circulating afterward. Both Director Lin and Feima wish to avoid such outcomes. What do you mean? Yi Feima had mentioned the open auditions to Han Bai, purposely hinting that Chung Anya would be the one to seek her out. Chung Anya, considering the interests of a Ning International, would likely relent somewhat. After all, she had ceased to intervene. Ultimately, it was Yi Feima who called the shots, at most. The two of them were merely playing good cop and bad cop, with Han Bai generating buzz for Liang Hongyu. The momentum would undoubtedly be formidable, especially with Yi Yan's imminent powerful entry into the production. This would surely set off a deep-seated controversy. One could not help but admire the strategy at play. This little scheme is all too predictable. Chung Anya chuckled, her thoughts clear. Han Bai had undoubtedly approached Feima, stating her desire to portray Liang Hongyu, having long distanced herself from the matters of a Ning International. She knew Feima to be a man of his own whims. If he wished to cast Han Bai, she would not protest. Yet, when Han Bai claimed that Feima forbade her from participating in a Ning's projects, it was evident that Feima was using her as a scapegoat. This child is becoming increasingly vexing. However, I did not foresee him utilizing Han Bai to create momentum for someone else. Fools often enjoy good fortune. Kai Xiaojing remarked. Chung Anya burst into laughter. While Wen Nuan remained somewhat bewildered, Chung Anya shook her head. It appears she is truly unaware of the circumstances surrounding Liang Hongyu. Wen Nuan, do you wish to act in Liang Hongyu? Chung Anya queried. If it were any other artist, encountering the formidable queen of the entertainment industry would undoubtedly prompt them to ingratiate themselves, showering her with flattery in hopes of securing a coveted role. However, Wen Nuan, warm yet somewhat apprehensive, pondered, I would like to, but what if it leads to financial loss? Perhaps it's best to forego it. If I incur losses, Yi Feima would certainly glare at me, and no worries. We may lack in many things, but we possess an abundance of various currencies, which should stimulate consumption, Chung Anyan declared with a flourish. Wen Nuan felt a twinge of embarrassment and weakly remarked, Let's not encourage consumption any further. Even with high consumption indices, people are struggling to afford pork. Every time I see the rising prices of pork at the supermarket, I contemplate becoming a vegetarian. Chung Anyun, you are impressive, Su Nua chimed in with a smile. When will your portrayal of Princess Qinglian be aired? Although she dared not claim it surpassed the previous version, it is undeniably a remarkable production. With 80 of the plot altered, offering numerous points of intrigue, Su Noa found it surprising that she would take an interest in such soap operas, as her impression was that the highest inspectors of international anti-terror organizations only engaged with action-packed blockbusters. Yet, this particular show received both acclaim and high viewership, becoming a classic of its generation. In summary, their family had an affinity for soap operas, such a peculiar obsession. Even the brothers enjoyed them. Chung Anyun chuckled lightly, attributing this interest to a childhood inclination. What can I say? They have a mother who adores evening dramas. Instinctively, when Wan recalled that Yifema also professed a fondness for such shows, though they can be quite detrimental. Influencing his speech to be somewhat melodramatic, cliché and domineering, it seems these traits are contagious among the affluent second-generation characters portrayed, leaving one to wonder which absurd screenwriter concocted such tales. Both Chung Anyun and Su Nua simultaneously coughed several times. Must one be so candid? How can we, who indulge in these melodramatic evening dramas, bear such scrutiny? Chung Anyun and Su Nua exchanged glances at Wenwan's proudly beaming face.